Parallel world. Yanbei City, China. Hongsheng Group Building. Su Hao stood in front of the door and looked at his cell phone. Luckily he was not late. The subway was slightly late by a few minutes today. This is where he works. And he is a programmer by profession. Hongsheng Group is an internet company. He can have this job with a monthly salary of over $10,000. Already stronger than many people. But in Yanbei, he still has nothing. Yo, if it isn't Su Hao. Suddenly an arrogant voice came. Ji Kai? Su Hao looked up and saw that it was his college classmate. Ji Kai. The guy was a rich kid. All suited and booted and manly. With an Audi S6 parked behind him. Yo, you said it was a coincidence to meet here. Look at my new car. Isn't it beautiful? I'm here to pick up my girlfriend. You have a girlfriend now. You poor boy won't still be a single dog, right? By the way, have you bought a house yet? Wouldn't still be renting a place to live, would you? Ji Kai chirped like a jagged bird in heat. Su Hao frowned. It was really right to say that when old classmates met, they would either climb or show off. Late for work. Bye. Su Hao said indifferently. Don't go old classmate. You work in this company step by step. You can't afford to buy a house for the rest of your life. Why don't you come to my company to work? I'm short of a tea pourer. Ji Kai had a generous look on his face. Su Hao was too lazy to care about this guy and was about to leave when suddenly a beautiful shadow came over in the distance. Honey, it's been a long wait. This woman's figure was tall, with a convex front and curved back, matched with a seductive face, belonging to the upper class. Little baby, I just got here too. Ji Kai stepped forward and wrapped his arms around the woman's thin waist. Honey, who is this? The woman looked Su Hao up and down. Just a poor classmate. Ji Kai had a look of contempt on his face, and his girlfriend's eyes immediately turned to contempt. Hearing the word poor and sour, Su Hao's heart stung, and he raised his leg and walked away. Hey, old classmate, think about my proposal. I'm really doing this for your own good. Ji Kai continued dejectedly. Su Hao walked into the company with a black face and came to the elevator. Show off your sister, MMP. I'll green you sooner or later. He cursed under his breath. Ding, congratulations. An imperial voice rang in his ears. Ha, who's this? Who's talking to him? MMP. I'll green you sooner or later. The password is correct. You have successfully unlocked the Super Evolution system. May I ask if you will bind it immediately? This time it turned into a lowly voice. Su Hao was confused. Super Evolution system? What the hell is this? Unlocking the system just now when you couldn't help cursing at your own words? MMP. I'll kill you sooner or later? I mowed the lawn. There's something tawdry about that unlock code. Host, is the system bound immediately? This time it turned into a soft voice. Su Hao was still pondering whether this Super Evolution system had any benefits. Host, once again, do you want to ask if you will bind the system immediately? Su Hao opened his mouth. Tuanzi, can I think about it? What the hell are you thinking? Can't. This time the system turned into a cranky femme fatale. Bind. Su Hao immediately opened his mouth. Congratulations host. You have successfully bound the Super Evolution system. Your body system has completed its evaluation. Super Evolution being turned on. Su Hao did not know why, but his mind suddenly thought of the game Plants vs. Zombies, or CF biochemical mode. He looked down at his arms. There were wooden hairs growing. Well, nothing's changed. It's still the same. Everyone's got hair on them. Ding. Congratulations host. Your brain has successfully evolved LV1. Along with the voice, a system screen that only he could see appeared in front of Su Hao's eyes. Host, Su Hao. Brain LV1, elementary intelligence. Next evolutionary part, the eyes. Su Hao's eyes lit up. It seemed that this system was quite decent. System, my brain evolved? Intelligence increased? Yes host. Your ability to learn and memorize and think and analyze and so on, will be greatly improved. Su Hao heard the system's reply some excitement. The original is not just a breakup dumped. Cuckold. Dating plus bride price to have a system Ding. At this time, the elevator door opened. Su Hao got on the elevator and used his consciousness to communicate with the system. He was pleasantly surprised and thought of some other possibilities. He was an old bookworm after all. System, can you change me to a divine hero system? Or a sign-in system or something like that? No. Really? It's a damn no-no. Still the cranky lady of the system. Toon-chan, can you change your royal voice? The system then turned into an imperial voice. System, why is your unlock code MMP? I'll green you sooner or later? Su Hao was still curious about this tawdry operation, because this system is the green version. I don't know why. Why did Su Hao feel a little bit uneasy? Can I still uninstall it if the system is buggy? Please don't worry host. This system can make the body super evolve. There are only benefits and no side effects. Su Hao nodded. Finally at ease. He came to the company, punched the card, and then sat on top of the workstation, proceeded to communicate with the system, and soon understood quite a lot about the system. Super evolution system. By consuming evolution points, you can evolve a certain part of your body, and each evolution will gain different abilities. Hosts can earn evolution points by completing system tasks and lighting up life achievements. Ding! System mission released. Complete the first confession in your life and receive 200 evolution points. Suhao froze and said, "The first confession of my life was completed long ago." Host: confessions made while wearing open pants don't count. Suhao had a black line on his face. What kind of system is this? How does it know everything? If you're going to confess, you have to have someone to confess to, right? Suhao thought about all the young women he knew one by one and was very torn. How? What are you gawking at? Guess who I just rode the elevator with? Suddenly his colleague, Fatty Dong, walked in from outside with his bag and patted Suhao's shoulder with a look of excitement. Who? Suhao frowned. Our company's ice beauty, Shun Ufa. Fatty Dong raised his eyebrows. Wu Zetian? What's so delightful about riding the elevator with her? Suhao shook his head breathlessly. She's wearing the OL sheath dress today with the silver diamond heels. You have no idea how pretty it is. Fatty Dong looked like he was drooling. A mesmerizing image of Shin Ufa in a professional sheath dress also emerged in Suhao's mind. Shun Ufa, the president of Hongsheng Group. Face value kills all the female stars. The first beauty in the business world. Cold temperament. No words. Meticulous smile by the company's people called Ice Beauty. She has another nickname though, which is Wu Zetian. This is because she is in the company's thunderous, decisive style of work, so that the entire company staff are scared of her. The real version of the Queen of the Lord. Chapter 2, Wrong Commitment. However, Shin Ufa's talent and ability in the business world was admired by all. Once the group was facing hundreds of millions of liabilities and a broken capital chain, Shin Ufa saved the day and solved the company's crisis, while also allowing the company to grow and develop. In just 2 years, Shin Ufa had successfully listed Hongsheng Group, with a market capitalization of several $1 billion. Shun Ufa, as a woman with face value and talent all rolled into one, certainly attracted the coveted attention of gay men from all walks of life, but she was unmoved. Even inside the gossip circles, some people speculated that Shin Ufa might be a lesbian, and for a while it caused a hot debate. Shin Ufa herself didn't care about it because her high coldness and arrogance made her not care to explain it all. Suhao sighed darkly, not knowing which man could get such a domineering female president. Fatty Dong was still reminiscing about the scene he had just witnessed, with a face that couldn't help itself. Fatty, it's 8:40, which means you were late when you took the elevator with Ice Beauty just now. Suhao tapped the time on top of his cell phone. Ha! Fatty Dong immediately changed his face. You're done. Suhao looked at him with a sympathetic face. Really fucking miserable. Laid on the spot by the iron face of the ruthless president caught. Fatty Dong knows his bonus this month has become a swan fly away. Woohoo! Fatty Dong was depressed for a while. Suhao grinned, thinking that he still had a confession task, although he didn't have a suitable object to confess. But he could prepare the confession love words first. Then he thought of his college nemesis, Niu Xiaojie. The guy writes novels on tomato novels, calm on top of his work, and although his grades aren't great, he says that Tomato's readers are all handsome and very cute, and that's what keeps him going. Niu Xiaojie is still a good writer and has had 2 girlfriends, so he must be experienced in confessing love words. Suhao opened WeChat and sent a message to Niu Xiaojie. Old Niu, find me a few confession words. Urgent. Buzz. The cell phone soon vibrated, and it was evident that Niu Xiaojie was also playing with his cell phone to touch the fish at this time. Niu Xiaojie, groove. Su dog, you finally hooked up with a chick too. Wet, dog head? Suhao, fuck off. I was about to confess, but I don't know how. Niu Xiaojie, confession? You love idiot. Confession is the same as seeing the light of death, no? Let's get on first. Suhao, go to your grandfather. You numb, online, etc. I'm quite anxious. Niu Xiaojie, line. You do not listen to persuasion. With you, I get you a few insurance point of the confession of love words. Package you a use. Teasing the heart of the little girl trembling. It had to be said that Niu Xiaojie was still very quick in this regard, and in no time at all, he sent a few expressions of love. Suhao directly opened it and took a look. Trying to drill wood in you to ignite this life. I am too straight in the desert, and you are the most round in the long river. It's not just the king's pesticide rankings I want to be on. It's you. I'm going to fuck you. Is this a confessional love story for insurance? This Niu Xiaojie, full of slutty water. The hell of a look at the tomatoes written in the tomato is not a serious novel, but these tawdry words can be bookmarked for now, just in case they come in handy. Su Hao directly long pressed a copy and pasted it into his cell phone log. Just at this time, suddenly a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt came over, wearing silver wire glasses and a greasy face. It was Shi Dapeng, the manager of the program development department. Don't fucking play with your cell phone. Today the marketing design department will add a dating activity entrance to the app's emotion page. Make sure you do a good job with the activity entrance today. And if you can't do a good job, you'll be working overtime all night tonight, Shi Dapeng said in a condescending manner. Ha! There was a sigh and a wail from the program development crowd. Their department has a total of 9 people, excluding Shi Dapeng, who does not work. There are only 8 people left. One day to make the entrance to the event, which is simply insane. Su Hao was speechless for a while. This Shi Dapeng was completely for the sake of his own performance appraisal, and used them as donkeys in the production team. This guy is relying on the relationship of the company's shareholders to come in. Do not understand programming? Every day just know to go to work to drink tea. Tease the fish. Flirting with the company's receptionist. The girl's business is not at all dry. Everyone in their department had quite a grudge against Shi Dapeng, but people had hard relationships, so they could only choose to tolerate it. Shi Dapeng then divided the work task into 8 parts and gave them to each employee. When Su Hao got the list of content he was responsible for, he rolled his eyes. This nasty workload. Tonight's all-nighter is proper. By the way, the test report of the 618 promotional campaign program is out, right? Shi Dapeng held a teacup and walked over to Su Hao's workstation and asked, "It's out, manager." Su Hao nodded, then sent a copy of the report directly to Mr. Shin. She said she wanted to see it yesterday, Shi Dapeng said while picking up the tea box that Su Hao placed on top of his workstation and took out a packet of tea. This middle-aged greasy pig. Your damn salary of $50,000 to $60,000 a month, but also to take advantage of the staff. Really fucking cheap. After Shi Dapeng left, Su Hao directly put his tea box into the cabinet. Then he found out the link and file of the test report, and then clicked on the WeChat avatar of the ice beauty Shin Yufa. Su Hao habitually clicked on the circle of friends, and found that he was shielded from permissions, and the damn circle of friends was not allowed to see. He then copied the link and file of the test report and sent it to Shin Yufa. Su Hao didn't start working next. Nonsense. First study his super evolution system. Ding. System alert. Complete the confession quest and receive a reward of 100 evolution points. Confession mission accomplished? What's going on? He hadn't even found a person to confess to yet. So how was the mission accomplished? It couldn't be. Moreover, those flirty words sent by Niu Xiaojie just now couldn't be used at all. Who would confess with those flirty words? A bug in the super evolution system? Su Hao was speechless for a while. What kind of system was he bound to? This green version of the system just doesn't work. Buzz. Just then, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Su Hao opened it to see that WeChat had received a new message, which was actually sent by the ice beauty Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa, come to my office. He was a bit confused. What was Wu Zetian summoning herself for? Could it be that there was something wrong with the test report he had sent her? Su Hao raked the chat box upwards and was suddenly stunned. He had just gone so far as to copy and send Shin Yufa the confessional tirade that Niu Xiaojie had sent to himself. It must have been when he copied the link to the test report that he didn't copy on and sent the last copy out. Done. Su Hao secretly screamed that it was bad, and cold sweat came down. What the hell is this? He clicked it in a hurry and tried to withdraw it, but it had timed out and couldn't be withdrawn. Chapter 3, Still want to get a license for yourself? Su Hao was a little panicked. This is the decisive and strong-wrist Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa would be furious when she saw the message she had sent. According to this woman's style of doing things, I'm afraid that he lost his job as only light, or even be labeled as a workplace harassment hat, so that his career will be completely finished. There was once a company executive who was brought to justice by Shin Yufa because he ate a little kickback and was blacklisted in the industry. Hell, this kind of behavior on your own is much more serious than taking kickbacks. Su Hao knew that this matter could not be avoided today, so he could only harden his heart. He then took a sip of water to calm down and walked out of the program development department. The president's office is on the 5th floor of the company. Besides the office, the 5th floor also has Shin Yufa's private library, entertainment room, leisure room, parlor and so on. Su Hao came to the elevator and pressed it. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened and he stepped into the elevator with the feeling that he had walked into a courtroom. When he arrived at the door of the president's room, Wang Meng, the female secretary sitting at the door, looked at him with some curiosity. Su Hao, what are you doing here? Wang Meng asked. Mr. Shin is looking for me, Su Hao explained. Looking for you? Wang Meng was a bit surprised. Generally like Su Hao, this position of employees, and the president is not any intersection. After all, There are company executives in the middle. However, she didn't look like Su Hao meant to joke around, so she picked up the phone to call General Manager Shin for instructions. Mr. Shin, Su Hao from the Program Development Department said you were looking for him, and he came over. Wang Meng said. Well, let him in. Shin Yuefei's voice came from the phone. Okay, Mr. Shin. Wang Meng nodded and looked at Su Hao with complicated eyes. According to the company's daily process, whoever the president wanted to see would be told to Wang Meng first, so that Wang Meng could then convey the notice. This time around, he didn't even let himself be notified. So there was only one possibility. Shin always shouted Su Hao over via private WeChat. Could it be that Su Hao is related to the president in some way? Thinking of this, she hurriedly walked forward respectfully and took the initiative to open the door to the president's room. Su Hao, Mr. Shin wants you to go in. Aha. Su Hao nodded, then walked into the president's office. Big, very big. That was his first impression when he walked into the president's office. The office is more than 200 square feet. Chinese decoration style. Very luxurious. As soon as you walk into the office you can see the landscape painting hanging above the main wall. In front of the landscape painting is a Chinese leather seat for guests, and the bookcase next to it is full of trophies, certificates, and artwork. Further inside was none other than a long desk with 2 computers and some folders. At this moment, Shin Yuefei was sitting at the table with a pen in her hand, signing a company document with her head down. Su Hao walked to the table, not knowing how to speak. This moment of time became tormented. On the contrary, Shin Yuefei still kept her mouth shut. This woman must have broken her psychological defense first, or she was pondering how to clean herself up. Mr. Shin, Su Hao took the initiative to speak. Well, there you are. I read the message you sent me. Shin Yuefei raised her head and put down the pen in her hand, her beautiful eyes staring at him with a calm face. Mr. Shin, listen to my explanation. Su Hao then had to explain, but Shin Yuefei suddenly waved her hand and said, there's no need to explain. They're all young people. I understand. You really like me? Ahem. No. Su Hao said awkwardly. Not confessing to me? So it's teasing me on purpose? Shin Yuefei's face turned cold. Mr. Shin, would you believe me if I said it was sent in error? Su Hao said calmly. Unbelievable. Shin Yuefei shook her head. Su Hao was speechless. This woman really didn't seem to intend to let herself go. In that case, he had a decision in mind. That's right, Mr. Shin. I just like you. I've liked you for a long time. Since the time I entered the company. I really don't want to keep my admiration for you inside. So today I gathered my courage and sent you those words. Su Hao said boldly. That's right. This was his decision. Since he was going to be expelled. He admitted that he liked Shin Yuefei and bit the bullet that those messages sent were actually confessions to Shin Yuefei. Because if he didn't admit it like that, I'm afraid that those text messages would become teasing and harassment of Shin Yuefei. In that case, he would be fired himself. And I am afraid that he would also be blacklisted and become the laughingstock of the industry. And then his career would really be over. Even though Su Hao could beat a dead horse and say that his confession was sent in the wrong way, Shin Yuefei's attitude was already obvious. She chose not to believe it, and it was hard to defend herself. Oh, so what do you like about me? Shin Yuefei's tone became softer. Like, of course you look beautiful in General Manager Shen. I am a person who is a face value control, Su Hao said quietly. Well, since you like me, then you must want me to be your girlfriend, right? Shin Yuefei suddenly asked. This certainly is. Su Hao was a little confused. This woman went overboard. Trying to clean herself up and how she flirted with herself was just horrible. So, want to marry me too? Shin Yuefei raised her eyebrows. Marry? To be able to marry a woman like Mr. Shin would be a blessing in 8 lifetimes. Su Hao nodded, and also patted the horses in passing, in case the woman was happy and didn't bother with herself. Good. Then I promise to be your girlfriend. Right. You prepare the account book. Turn around and let's go get the license. Shin Yuefei suddenly slapped the table and said cheerfully. What the hell? Su Hao was completely confused. Was this woman crazy? Or was she dreaming? This woman in front of me is Shin Yuefei, one of the 4 beauties of Yanbei. How many men want to get the woman of their dreams? She's now agreeing to be her girlfriend and to get a license with her? That's a little too scary, isn't it? Would you believe it if you did? Little cutie. Only then will you believe it. Su Hao is obviously not a cutie, although he is quite handsome himself. He also saw a hint of smugness on Shin Yuefei's pretty face, which made the implication even more obvious. A trap. It must be a trap. A gentle trap. But since it was a trap, it had Shin Yuefei's purpose. What purpose could she have? Su Hao is even more confused. His old family has a few acres of land and a few brick houses. He doesn't even have a house in Yanbei. He still rents a room and has only a few thousand on his bank card. As Su Hao thought about it, he didn't seem to have any of what he was looking for on his own, which made it all the more terrifying. Shun Yufa, this ice beauty, didn't know what kind of hole she had dug for herself. Was this a rhythm to play with herself and then still keep herself in the dark? Refuse? He must refuse. Chapter 4. Didn't you confess to me? Get a license? No way. No way. Su Hao hastily shook his head. What do you mean? Getting a license with me and you're not even happy about it? Shin Yufa's eyebrows furrowed, a little displeased, as if she had been dealt a blow. She is Shin Yufa, a stunningly beautiful woman who combines talent and face value. How many people in Yanbei, and even the entire country of China, covet their beauty? But this stupid kid in front of him even rejected himself, which was a complete insult. Mr. Shin, don't tease me. You'd better be quick. How do you want to fix me? Su Hao directly opened his mouth and asked. Why would I fix you? I want to get a license with you, Shin Yufa said in a serious manner. License? The two of us? Stop it. I'm not making a scene. Didn't you confess to me? Didn't you want to marry me? Shin Yufa's tone really didn't have the slightest intention of joking. Su Hao frowned. He suddenly understood. There was a guess in his heart. This woman must be pregnant. Wanting to make himself happy. Wanting to make himself a receiver. Mr. Shin, there's no need to let others take the blame for you for the trouble you caused by your own indulgence, right? Besides, this kind of thing, you could have gone and done away with it. He immediately made a suggestion. I caused trouble? What trouble? What's all this nonsense? Shin Yufa is all confused. Do away with it? Mr. Shin, don't pretend. You must want me to be the receiver, right? Although I don't have any money, I still have a backbone. Wanting me to be a second father? Impossible. Su Hao shook his head. Shin Yufa understood at once. Her eyebrows raised, coldly said, what are you talking about? I haven't even been in love. How could I get pregnant? Are you brainless? Which one of us is brainless? You must be digging a hole for me if you want to get a license with me. Su Hao boldly said. This is going to tear the skin. There is no need to be polite with this bitch. So that's what you're worried about? Shin Yufa directly boss chair moved back, took out a document from the drawer and threw it to the table. When Su Hao looked at it, it was a prenuptial agreement. Check it out. Su Hao picked up the prenuptial agreement and read it, but of course the main thing was about property rights after marriage. This woman is really treacherous and slippery with their own license, but also do not share a little money. No wonder can be the president. Really stingy Mr. Shin, what do you mean by that? You get a license to marry me for a 1-year period, and after that year get divorced, and I'll give you a fortune. Shin Yufa said it very frankly. Su Hao finally understood. So this is the purpose of Shin Yufa. Fake marriage with himself. Scared himself. Thought to pit himself. Why don't you just say it and be done with it? You're causing yourself a lot of fear. I'm in a first marriage. You turn around like this and I'm in a second marriage. Su Hao said quietly, still unwilling in his heart. Who is not yet a first wife? Shin Yufa got angry. Then I can refuse, right? Su Hao raised one eyebrow and asked tentatively. Fine. Then I'll take the harassing message you sent me to corporate legal. Shin Yufa came in lightly. Knew this woman would come with the threat thing. You think I'm really scared? Su Hao gritted his teeth. And just as he was about to refuse, suddenly a system beep sounded in his head. System tip, complete the licensed marriage achievement for a reward of 1,000 evolution points. 1,000 evolution points reward. So attractive? Taking the evolution points, one could not only evolve the brain to LV2, but also the eyes at the same time. He wondered what the eyes would be capable of when they evolved. Su Hao was thrilled at the thought of this. He directly and boldly walked to the table, pulled the chair next to him over, and sat across from Shin Yufa. How much will you pay me for the 1-year term? After the divorce? 1 million. Shin Yufa opened her mouth. $1 million? For ordinary people, a very large amount of property, but in Yanbei, damn just enough to pay the down payment of the house. But for the current Su Hao, it still held a great deal of appeal. After all, for him, a working man, he can't even save $100,000 a year. Okay, I agree, Su Hao said cheerfully. People Ice Beauty did not worry about anything. What is a big man like himself afraid of? Not to mention that he had $1 million in breakup fees after his divorce. And crucially, there was also the system's evolution point reward. Okay, between the two of us, you don't want to make a noise in the company, Shin Yufa said seriously. So can I ask, why did you have to get married? Su Hao couldn't hold back his curiosity. You don't need to know that. You'll understand later, Shin Yufa said. So why choose me? Because you're more in control. Su Hao for this reason. quite depressed. The hell is not because he looks handsome? Surprisingly, it's because it's easy to control yourself. This woman is so arrogant. She's too confident, isn't she? It's not certain who will control who in the future. Suhao thought in his heart. He has to beware of this woman in the future. A beautiful woman is not scary. The scary thing is that a beautiful woman is cultured. At this time, Shin Yufa handed over a pen, and Suhao signed directly on top of the prenuptial agreement. Where is your account book? Shin Yufa asked. Where I live. Go wait for me in the parking lot. I'll change my clothes and take you to get your account book first. Then register for the license. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Is there? Suhao cried and laughed. It was too fast to get married just by saying so. Isn't today 520? Shin Yufa said quietly. Yo-ho, how Suhao did not expect. This ice beauty actually care about this. Quite fashionable. By the way, you're not going to ask me to have kids with you or anything like that after we get married, are you? Suhao was uneasy and asked again. Shin Yufa didn't answer and just looked at him like he was an idiot. Okay, I'm going to the parking lot. Suhao said awkwardly. Did he think too much? This woman is just faking her marriage to herself for some reason. It's not like she's a heavyweight. Suhao went back to the department first and told Fatty Dong. Ugh, Fatty, I'm going out for a while. If Shi Dapeng asks, just say I went to the bathroom. Asterisk. Su Di Shun. We have this workload, and you still go out to wave. What time do you want to work tonight? Fatty Dong couldn't help but spit. I didn't want to go out either. The president forced me. Suhao didn't have the good sense to say. The president forced you? Today is 520. It's not like Ice Beauty forced you to get a license with her, is it? Fatty Dong joked. Yoo-hoo, Fatty, I have to say, this mouth of yours, it's really godly. The guess is really accurate. Suhao grinned. You just blow at you. If you can get a license with Ice Beauty, I'll recognize you as my father. Fatty Dong said theatrically. Suhao was stunned. Oh, what a great big son of mine. Chapter 5 Super Programming Speed. Suhao came to the parking lot, and not long after, he saw Shin Yufa change into a casual outfit and come over. Even though she was in casual clothes, she still couldn't hide her marvelous figure. This woman was truly a demon, but she was surprisingly wearing a mask, which must be because she was afraid of being seen by her acquaintances. Come on, where's your car? Shin Yufa came closer and said to him. I don't have a car. Suhao was sweating a bit. No car? Shin Yufa was a bit stunned and had no choice but to lead him to the other side of the parking lot again. Suhao followed him over, and what was parked was clearly a Lamborghini. Isn't your car a Maserati? He was a little dismayed. Didn't drive that one today. Drove this one. Shin Yufa explained. Suhao was stunned. How much money does this woman have in the end? The sports car is casually changed. Shin Yufa had thought of taking Suhao's car. After all, this Lamborghini of hers was too flashy, but now she could only drive it. The two then left the company, and Shin Yufa drove her sports car to the neighborhood where Suhao rented an apartment, then went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Whoa! As soon as the Lamborghini appeared, it drew a crowd of passers-by. Shin Yufa hurriedly ran into the lobby of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because the registration needs two people to go to the photo room to take pictures first, Suhao realized that he had forgotten to change into a new dress. This is after all their wedding photos. At this time in the photo booth, there were several other lines of couples waiting. Hey, did you see that? Those two are also here to register for a license. And the woman is driving a Lamborghini. It can't be, can it? That guy is all over the ground. He must have been adopted. A couple was talking next to each other. Suhao almost spit blood. Damn, what happened to their own body style goods? Why is it that they are being adopted? Shortly afterward, the two men got their photos and went to the registration window. Hello, we're registering a marriage. Shin Yufa sat down and opened her mouth. Well, are you two sure about getting a license? Civil Affairs Bureau staff was a little surprised. After all, Suhao and Shin Yufa, two people dressed too different, and the two people do not have a little couple love look. Okay, Shin Yufa nodded. Miss, our marriage law stipulates that marriage must be completely voluntary between a man and a woman, with no coercion by either party or interference by any third party. So you are voluntary, aren't you? The staff member asked again. Well, I volunteered. Shin Yufa nodded. Alright then, bring your account books, ID cards and fill out this form. The staff member handed over two forms. Suhao is a little unhappy. This Civil Affairs Bureau sister, what do you mean? Why only ask Shin Yufa willing or not? Why not ask yourself? Soon the staff stamped the marriage license with a steel seal and handed it to them. It's done. And by the way, couples who just got their license can go to the second floor for a free experience. Free of charge. the older sister of the Civil Affairs Bureau reminded. Okay, thanks. Shin Yufa took the red book, then prepared to leave. However, Su Hao came to the stairway, ready to go to the second floor to take a look, and wondered what programs were available for the free experience. Gone. Shin Yufa glared at him. Aren't we going to get a physical? Su Hao grinned. Shin Yufa's eyebrow was raised, and she couldn't wait to explode. Physical examination, your sister? Ah. The two left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shin Yufa quickly drove her car back to the company parking lot. This way. The two did not say a word. Let's go upstairs separately. You go up first and I'll go up later. Shin Yufa opened her mouth. Mr. Shin, we're a couple now. Isn't it time for you to give your husband a promotion and a raise? Su Hao held the red book in his hand and became much bolder. Get out. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes glared at him. Damn it, it's just a joke. This woman can't take a joke. Su Hao had a helpless face and could only get out of the car and go upstairs. Just after returning to his workstation and sitting down, Fatty Dong ran over. Su De Shun, you finally came back. What did you do to go? This time you are dead. Fatty Dong said anxiously. What? Su Hao frowned. You left the workstation before you did. And Shi Dapeng came to ask what you'd been doing. So I told him you'd gone to the restroom. Fatty Dong said awkwardly. Su Hao, with a black line on his face, asked. Then how much time has passed since I went to the restroom now? It wasn't that long. An hour and a half. Fatty Dong said quietly. That's not a good lie. Shitting for an hour and a half. Su Hao cried and laughed. So-ho, you still know to come back. Suddenly Shi Dapeng's growling voice came. Fatty Dong shivered and hurriedly ran back to his workstation so that the battle would not affect him. Shi Dapeng walked over with a dark face. Ahem. Manager Shi, you wanted to see me? Su Hao pretended to be confused. Su Hao, you're good. You've become an old man in the workplace. You're here to fish in troubled waters. Not working properly. What have you gone to do? Shi Dapeng said angrily. Manager, I have diarrhea. I just went to the bathroom. Diarrhea? You can poop for an hour and a half? Who are you kidding? Shi Dapeng slammed the table in anger. But, ha ha. The other colleagues in the program development department couldn't help but laugh. Manager, I pulled 3 waves of half an hour each. Su Hao cheekily said that he is afraid of what? The big deal is to find the Ice Beauty confrontation, and then see who the Ice Beauty helps. The comment was met with laughter from his co-workers. Okay you kid. Lawlessness, I tell you. Today I arrange your workload. If you can't finish, not only this month's bonus is gone, the year-end bonus is also deducted for you. Shi Dapeng threw down a sentence and left with a black face. TSK, TSK, great God Su, you're awesome. Fatty Dong gave Su Hao a thumbs up. Su Hao shook his head helplessly and sat down in front of the phone to open the programming software. Although he is now Shen Lifiai's husband, but there is no bird. The work should be done or have to do. Otherwise they pay the rent to drink the northwest wind. I went out in the morning to get my license and was delayed quite a bit, so I'm afraid I'll have to work late tonight until dawn. Su Hao immediately programmed according to the module, but he suddenly found that his programming speed was very fast, much faster than usual, and every time he programmed and tested, there were surprisingly no bugs. Su Hao was a bit strange. Could this be the reason why he had increased his intelligence because his brain had evolved? With this guess in his mind, he immediately began the test. Eventually he was surprised to find that he programmed with complete ease. Before he had written 1 paragraph and then tested 1 paragraph. Completely unskilled. But now those programming codes surfaced along with his own ideas, and he tapped them out with ease with both hands, and without any so-called bugs. Chapter 6, Brain completes LV2 evolution. Su Hao was pleasantly surprised, quickly tapping on the code. His own memory and understanding of the code, surprisingly very skillful, and depending on the design of the module, he is surprisingly quick to analyze and able to program quickly based on the design. Snap. Barf. Su Hao tapped the code as fast as flying. Like a code. I say ho. You're knocking out code so fast. There's still a bunch of mistakes. You'd better be more steady. Fatty Dong couldn't help but suggest as he heard Su Hao's side of the keyboard from the side. Steady? I'm obviously very stable now. Okay? Su Hao finally experienced the ability brought by the system. It turned out to be so magical. It seems that this evolution, extraordinary. It was just after 5 in the afternoon when Su Hao's keyboard sound stopped, as he had already finished all of his workload. It's unbelievable that I finished so quickly with such a large amount of work. Su Hao sighed. At his previous rate, he would have had to work all night on such a large amount of work. Great to get off work on time. Su Hao stretched his back, then packed up his things and prepared to leave work. I say ho, you're going crazy, and leave work on time. You can't finish your work. You really don't want your year-end bonus? Fatty Dong is still busy knocking out code. Who says I can't finish? I'm done. Su Hao shrugged. Done? You just blow it. Fatty Dong shook his head breathlessly. Su Hao was too lazy to explain. He couldn't tell Fatty that he was now the man with the system, right? After all, this kind of secret is not for anyone to tell. By 5:30, Su Hao directly picked up his bag and left work. The entire program development department's colleagues were shocked one by one, and at the same time shook their heads. They felt that Su Hao was probably broken. Alas, still young, no wife or children, and as capricious as you want to be. That's right, middle-aged coders like us don't have any way back but to put up with it. I think Xiao Su is just stupid. The year-end bonus is tens of thousands of dollars. Isn't this a waste of money? A few older co-workers chatted with each other. From the company to Su Hao's rented place, it would take an hour by subway, and with the walking distance, it would basically take an hour and a half. He returned to the neighborhood already 7 o'clock. Did not expect to just come to the downstairs, said coincidentally, met the landlord Shui Aunt, and her daughter Meng Chi-Chi. Su Hao was a little embarrassed and lowered his head as he tried to walk into the building. Little Su, you're 7 days overdue on this rent payment date. Haven't you forgotten? Auntie Shui had actually seen him a long time ago. In a metropolis like Yancheng, Su Hao earns a salary that, after expenses, doesn't leave much left each month, and he also has to pay money to his family every month. After all, his mom and dad had spent a lot of money putting him through college, and he wanted to help ease the burden on his family, because every time he pays the rent, he pays it for 3 months. Su Hao now has only $2,000 left in his card, which is not enough at all. Auntie Shui, I'm not rich these days, can I have a 2-day grace period? When I get my paycheck, I'll be sure to transfer the rent to you. Su Hao opened his mouth with some embarrassment. So that's how it is. It's fine. It's fine for the rent to be paid next month, Auntie Shui said cheerfully. Su Hao was a little stunned. Boy, today the chartered lady is so generous and good to talk. But then, you have to add 10 points of interest next month. Goods. Auntie Shui is still the same chartered lady. Su Hao's shocked eyelids jumped. Well, the chartered lady, this is to do a P2P business by the way. Mom, it's not easy for people's brother Su. The daughter next to her, Meng Chi-Chi, couldn't stand to watch and felt that her mom was going a little too far. Su Hao still had a good feeling about this out and out, kind and beautiful Chi-Chi. Auntie Shui immediately said, no one is easy. I'm already giving Xiao Su a great deal here. If I buy Kai Kai Semiconductor Fund with that money, I'll get a 20-point return a month. Well, this Auntie Shui also play funds, but also buy semiconductors, roller coaster nah. Anyone who knows this kind of tech fund, that's all about you trying to plow through it and it plowing through your house. Auntie, the 20 points a month you mentioned was last year's market, right? It's been green lately. Although Su Hao does not have much money and did not buy any funds, he is still concerned about the market. What do you know? Auntie also bought new energy and white wine, Auntie Shui said with sudden pride. Su Hao was confused. It was good to have money. Auntie, you old line ah. Many people are young and do not know the fragrance of white wine, the wrong technology to add a full position. Cut the crap, don't kiss ass, and if you don't pay next month's rent, I'll blow you out. Auntie Shui finished speaking and went to pull Meng Chi-Chi away. Chi-Chi, Mom can tell you, in the future, don't look for a boyfriend like Xiao Su. No house, no car can't do. Mom, but brother Su is handsome. Handsome has no ass. Can be food. You silly girl, understand what? No money, life is wood, rice, oil, salt, chicken and dog. The charterer and her daughter muttered. Su Hao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard it. Not very damaging and extremely insulting. He went back to the house. A 1-bedroom studio for 1,800 yuan. A bargain at that price outside the 5th Ring Road. There are cheaper ones out there, but they're just shared rooms. Su Hao didn't choose a shared room because he preferred freedom. Plus he could have a quiet study environment. He could spend his effective time learning and progressing. After all, in a place like Yanbei, not learning and muddling through would not last long. Su Hao directly headed to the sofa to lie down, first studying his super evolution system. Because he completed the achievement of getting married and receiving a license, he received 1,000 evolution points, and currently had a total of 1,200 evolution points. Su Hao also understood a bit about the super evolution system. The system requires 100 evolution points for LV1, 500 evolution points for LV2, 1,000 evolution points for LV3, and 5,000 points for LV4 evolution for each part of the body. He had already tasted the sweetness of brain evolution and decided to evolve his brain from LV1 to LV2 first. System, turn on brain evolution. Okay host, the system is opening for evolution. In the next moment, Su Hao felt himself in a trance. Ding, Congratulations host, you have successfully completed Brain LV2 evolution. Su Hao immediately checked the current evolution list. Brain LV2 possesses the ability, Advanced Intelligence. Advanced Intelligence. Fantastic. Su Hao clapped his hands straight in excitement. Now that Brain LV2 has Advanced Intelligence, I wonder what kind of magical abilities it will have when it evolves to the next level. But to evolve LV3, he didn't have enough evolution points. Since this was the case, Su Hao decided to open the next part of the I evolution first. System, open I evolution. Okay, host, ding, congratulations host, you have successfully completed ILV1 evolution. Su Hao couldn't wait to check the evolution list again. Chapter 7, Extraordinary Learning to Forget. ILV1 possesses the ability, Transcendent Reading. System, what is this Transcendent Reading ability? Su Hao was a bit puzzled. Host, Transcendental Reading. You can quickly increase your reading speed. Reading speed? Su Hao suddenly saw a copy of the complete book of Arabic linguistics on the table. It wasn't a book he'd bought, but one left at the house by the previous tenant, and he immediately picked it up and read it. Whoa! Su Hao realized that his reading speed could simply be described as a glance. Wouldn't that kind of reading be a dozen times faster than anyone else's? I can actually read this book. Su Hao realized that the previous raw grammar, the use of words, could now be easily understood and blended together. Swish, swish, swish. He's a quick turner and still over the top, with all the knowledge in the book blending in. Could this be advanced intelligence? This means that one has a strong ability to learn, memorize, understand, think, judge and analyze. In half an hour, a thick book, the complete Arabic linguistics, was surprisingly all finished. It was in Arabic, which had previously been completely unreadable to him in the sky, and Su Hao had a feeling that he couldn't get enough of it and picked up the Arabic dictionary next to him. Yes, it's still left over from the last tenant. Maybe the dude is an Arabic language major. In another half hour, Su Hao finished reading the dictionary, and all the Arabic words became his memorized thesaurus. When he opened his mouth, he spoke fluent Arabic. Great! Having this ability is equivalent to having a super brain. Su Hao was very happy. Having the extraordinary learning ability, that was equivalent to opening countless golden fingers. He then took out all of his college specialty books. Those who once couldn't learn it well, read it all again today, and you can read it at a glance anyway. Su Hao directly took out a bag of instant noodles and soaked it, then continued to read. After about an hour, Su Hao had read a full 10 books in a row. He felt like he currently had the capabilities of a top-notch cyber expert. After finishing the specialized books, Su Hao picked up the English dictionary he had purchased. Now that he's got Arabic down, it's only fair that he learns English proficiently. Soon Su Hao's English level had reached the level of professional lecturer. At this point he mused that he would have to learn a little something he could do to earn extra money to do so. After all, one owes rent. There, make software. Su Hao immediately remembered the world's largest IT elite website and community, Juron.com. This site has comprehensive IT knowledge. Just pay for book compilations and hands-on tutorials. Not only that, but here Goldmaster can also post some commission tasks for software creation and program development. Some individuals or organizations in IT can take up tasks here and send the results to the Goldmaster after completing the task. The gold owner receives the results. The person taking the task earns a commission, and then the transaction is successful. And over the years, Juron.com has built a strong credit system with strict evaluations and penalties. It is safe to say that you will definitely earn money if you produce good enough results, without worrying about meeting unscrupulous gold masters. Su Hao clicked into the task community, where he could see all kinds of tasks in IT. Among these tasks, in addition to varying difficulty, there are certain requirements for the date on which the task is to be handed in. Once a task is undertaken, it will automatically expire after the date of delivery. That's why the IT people who usually take on tasks don't do so without being sure of what they're doing. After all, no one wants to waste time and not make any money. The mission was just released today. Su Hao saw a task at the top with a commission of $30,000, and he clicked on it. The gold owner is a member named Xin Qingzi, and the task is to make a small program for shopping. Shopping applets are not that difficult in the industry. Just why are so few people taking on this mission? Soon Su Hao understood. It turned out that the delivery date of the results of this mission was before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's not too difficult, but it's too short, only 12 hours long. In the industry, the general small program to go through the template production, source code development, program testing and other processes, this time is basically 20 to 30 days. Now that the mission requires 12 hours, isn't that an international joke? At the moment, there are already a lot of messages from members under this quest. Simple fatty LV3, this boss is going to make us programmers die suddenly ah? Oriental bald mammal 4 yeah. Such a short time to deliver the results. The gold master must be teasing us to come. I love to eat keyboard LV2, although this is a small program for shopping. The source code can be picked or modified, but that cannot be completed ah. Golden rat LV8, duckling. Me Tuan Tuan LV1, surprised to see the golden rat god. My idol of worship. I love eating keyboards LV2, huh, the gods are stressed. It was also quite interesting for Su how to see the messages from these members, where there was a hierarchy of members who undertook tasks. The more of these tasks you have done and the more difficult they are, the more experience points you will gain. This means that the higher the membership level, the higher the skill level of the member. Above the golden rat LV8 level, this is considered a technical master level, has been the target object of many headhunters. The corners of Su Hao's mouth rose. Others couldn't accomplish it, but he wanted to challenge it. He immediately spent half an hour learning to develop small programs in 3 languages, JS plus CSS plus HTML5. He then registered as a member with the name, Gold Medal Old Wine, and then took on the shopping mini-program task, Ching Ching Z. The follow-up messages underneath this mission exploded. Rice Dumpling LV1, which god took the quest this is? Oriental Bald Mammal 4 this won't be a hoax. The member who took the quest is named, Gold Medal Old Wine. I love eating keyboards LV2, Gold Medal Old Wine LV1? That's a newbie. Fatty Bean LV3, this is a mutual joke. Sit down and fail the mission in the morning. Oriental Bald Man LV4 a beginner's head iron ah. Mission failure that is to deduct reputation value. But at this time, Su Hao didn't have time to pay attention to the followers at all, but was rapidly tapping the keyboard. Su Hao realized that he was too fast at the keyboard, and the codes seemed to be his own muscle memory. It's finally developed. He glanced at the time, 10 p.m., just over 2 hours. What a concept. What others do in 20 days, he did in 2 hours. If this was seen by other IT elites writing his code, they would have to spit out a mouthful of blood. Of course Su Hao's advantage was that he did not have to test the program after he was done, saving a lot of time. For having absolute confidence in your program code. Results delivery. He then packaged the program and uploaded it for delivery. Chapter 8, this is making money too fast. I don't know if I can earn that commission, Su Hao muttered, although he had confidence in his own results, but after all, he still had to go through the other party's audit test before he could do so. I'm afraid this will have to wait until tomorrow. After he delivered, the quest thread was once again buzzing with activity. Many of the elite IT members of Polygon came to join in the fun. 2 hours to deliver results. Isn't that bullshit? And so the discussion about the delivery of this single task became hot again. However, Su Hao didn't pay attention to this right now, and was interested in entering the hacker community of Polygon. He, as a cyber expert, is actually very interested in cyber hacking and defense. Su Hao as a child was envious of those mysterious hacker attraction before enrolling in the network engineering major. Now that he had the super brain, he suddenly became very obsessed with learning knowledge, because he knows that knowledge is wealth. This reading went straight to 12 p.m. If it weren't for the fact that he had to work tomorrow, he might have watched all night. The next day, Su Hao woke up at 5:30. He was surprised to find that he was full of mental energy and not a bit tired, which might have something to do with evolution. Coming downstairs to the breakfast stall, Su Hao bought a set of pancake nuts to prepare for the road. Brother Su. Suddenly, he saw Meng Qiqi walking over with a rice bowl in her hand. The ninny was wearing a wide pink t-shirt with jean shorts underneath and a ponytail. Although the t-shirt was loose, it still couldn't hide Nico's pride. Su Hao once guessed that at least 36C to start with. It is really worthy of the neighbor's daughter is growing up. Kiki's here to get breakfast. Well, my mom sent me to get tofu brain. Munchkin shook the rice bowl in her hand. By the way, Brother Su, my mom is like that. Don't mind what she said yesterday. Su Hao smiled and said, it's okay, it was supposed to be me who owed the rent. Right. You're about to take the college entrance exam, right? Well, there's half a month left. Munchkin nodded. Work hard, and when you get into college, Brother Su will treat you to a big meal. Brother Su, this is what you said. Meng Qiqi heard and jumped happily. I'm going to take the subway to work first, so I won't talk to you. Su Hao waved his hand, then went to the subway station. Although Su Hao got up early today, the subway today didn't know what was going on, but it was still late for a long time. He got to the office and punched his card at exactly 8:30, which wasn't earlier than usual. Ding dong. Su Hao had just sat down at his workstation when his cell phone received a text message. Your savings card with tail number 1818 earned WH30, 00000 on May 21st at 8:31 p.m. and has a current balance of 32,318.61 yuan. Customer attached, Polygon. Commission. Ha! The other party had finished reviewing the task that he had delivered last night on Polygon. And the commission had arrived. Suha was pleasantly surprised. He really did it, and also got 30,000 commission at once, which is equivalent to 3 months of salary. This money-making speed is too fast. So you're still laughing. Why didn't you work overtime yesterday? Just when Suha was happy, a growling voice came. He didn't even have to think about it. It must be Shi Dapeng. At this moment, the colleagues in the program development department all looked at Suha sympathetically one by one. This scene they had already guessed last night. Sure enough, Shi Dapeng came over with a cup of tea. Yesterday, everyone in our department worked overtime. Where did you go? Why should I work late? Suha said carelessly. Why are you working overtime? You poor D-Silk still dares to ask me back. I announced that you have no bonus for this month and no year-end bonus. Shi Dapeng was on fire. Suha immediately also angry. Yesterday clearly said, as long as the completion of their own work tasks can be off work. He would have wanted to say that he was off work, has completed the task. But this Shi Dapeng also did not allow himself to explain, and then scolded his poor D-Silk. The point is that this guy is going overboard by withholding his bonus and year-end awards. Surname Shi. Who do you think you are? Flaunting your arms. Suha directly topped it off. At this moment, colleagues in the department were shocked. Shi Dapeng is the department manager. Usually arrogant and accustomed to scolding and mocking employees is a regular thing. The departmental employees treat him with respect and dare not speak out. But today, Suha unexpectedly broke out and openly contradicted. How could everyone not be shocked? At the same time, everyone was shocked and secretly excited at the same time. After all, Suha had done what they all wanted to do. Good you Suha. You dare to contradict me. Do you still want to work or not? I'm the head of the department. Do you believe me or not? I'll fire you, so you won't get a penny. Shi Dapeng said furiously. I say manager Shi. You are at least a department manager. Do you have shit in your head? You don't even know a bit of labor law. Even if you fire me, the company still has to give me compensation. Suha said with a teasing face. That's when the co-workers started to stifle their laughter. You! Shi Dapeng's face was red with anger. You what you? And you do not move to call yourself the boss. Now is the rule of law society. You run here to set up the dock? Do you know your nickname is a piece of shit? Suha was inexplicably excited to see Shi Dapeng eat his words. Anyway, now that he had the super evolution system, there were thousands of ways to make money, so he didn't need to be afraid of being fired. Not to mention the fact that the president of the company is now his wife. Suha, you're still against the law. Pack up your things and get out of here. I declare you expelled. Shi Dapeng hissed as he slammed the table. My shit manager, you not only don't know the labor law, you don't even know the company's bylaws clearly. Our company's department manager doesn't have the right to dispose of the employees' personnel. To fire the employees, only the president has this power. How do you mix this brain with the department manager? Suha suddenly realized that he was quite domineering when he launched himself into a rage. Shi Dapeng was furious and his face was blue. He had originally come in through connections. Suha's words were undoubtedly a cynical mockery of himself, making his colleagues look at the jokes. Because of this side of the argument, it immediately drew a crowd from other departments. Fine. I can't fire you, right? Then I'll let Mr. Shin come over. And Mr. Shin will fire you just the same if he knows you're bumping into your boss. You're just waiting to be fired. Shi Dapeng gritted his teeth and pulled out his cell phone. At this time, the co-workers all looked at Suha with sympathetic gazes. If Shin Ufa came, then I'm afraid that there is only one result, and that is that Suha will be fired. After all, something like contradicting one's boss was the most taboo thing for a company's management. Not to mention the fact that Shi Dapeng was a relative of one of the company's shareholders. What are they all standing around for? A sudden bellowing cry startled everyone. This person who spoke was no one else but Shin Ufa, who was currently standing in front of the program development department with an icy face. Chapter 9, You've turned your back on me. Shin Ufa happened to come to the third floor to do some things, and she didn't expect to hear the quarrel on the side of the program development department, so she came straight over. Ha, Mr. Shin. The employees from the other departments who had gathered around her addressed her respectfully when they saw her, and then they all went back to work. Shi Dapeng was surprised to see Shin Ufa appear. Mr. Shin, you've come at the right time. This subordinate doesn't listen to my discipline and contradicts me. I suggest that he be fired immediately, he said in a rush. What's going on? Shin Ufa frowned. She didn't expect that the person who had an argument with Shi Dapeng was actually Suha. It's like this, Mr. Shin. This kid was. Yesterday. Shi Dapeng jabbered and started talking. basically saying Suha was worthless. What, no one in sight? What disobedience to the company's arrangements? What to go to work to touch the fish and so on? Mr. Shin. This kid even sneaked out to absent himself from work yesterday morning during work hours, and even tricked me into going to the bathroom. It's simply lawless. Sure, Dapeng talked about what happened yesterday. Suhao secretly laughed in his heart. Whether he was absent from work yesterday, Shin Ufa is not clearer than you. Shin Ufa waved her hand, not wanting to hear Sure Dapeng continue. Suhao, did you just contradict manager Sure? She walked up to Suhao. Yes, but he opened his mouth to curse first, and he's trying to deduct my bonus and year-end bonus for no reason. Suhao spoke without the slightest fear. Manager Sure, you cursed too? Shin Ufa's brows furrowed. Mr. Shin, I was also angry for a moment, but this kid ran away yesterday without working overtime, and the work wasn't completed, delaying the delivery of today's tasks, which will delay the event going live. Sure Dapeng immediately changed the subject. Who told you I didn't finish my work? I did all the work I was given yesterday. I was off work normally. What's wrong with that? Suhao raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically. You finished your work? Are you kidding me? Everyone else works until 12 midnight and you're done at 5:30? Sure Dapeng didn't have the good sense to say. Okay, knock it off. Where's your work product? Shin Ufa waved her hand and looked at Suhao. Suhao immediately opened his computer, then looked for the program files from last night. Sure Dapeng was stunned when he saw the program file and immediately said, you must not have finished it. You made a program full of bugs and thought you could muddle through? Manager Sure, there is no bug to run it not on the line. What's your hurry? The corners of Suhao's mouth rose. Okay, Mr. Shin is here and you're still talking tough. So run and try. Sure Dapeng coldly grunted. Suhao then immediately put the program test run a little. The final feedback results. Indeed, there is no error. But where does Sure Dapeng know anything about programming? He can't read it. Manager Sure, how's it going? Shin Ufa asked as her eyebrows jumped. This, Xiao Dong. Come and take a look. Sure Dapeng hurriedly waved at Fatty Dong. Fatty Dong could only come over to check it out, and he was surprised to see that Suhao's work was really done. Mr. Shin, Suhao's work is indeed done, and there are no bugs, Fatty Dong said. When these words came out, the other colleagues in the program development department were also shocked. What? Sure Dapeng was dumbfounded. Manager Sure, since Suhao is done, you just misunderstood him before. Shin Ufa opened her mouth. Mr. Shin, there must be a problem here. You guys, come and take a look. Sure Dapeng called the rest of his department over again, but colleagues have looked at it. There is no problem at all, even in the use of the program and smoothness, stronger than their old programmers. Sure Dapeng completely suffocated, not knowing what to say for a while. Manager Sure, in the future, you treat your employees with more patience, Shin Ufa said with a taut face. Sure Dapeng is depressed. This is not a dumb loss. Alright, all work, Shin Ufa said. Mr. Shin, but Suhao, he bumped into his boss. Just let it go? How could Sure Dapeng be willing? If Suhao was not punished at all, how could he swallow this breath? Shin Ufa frowned, a little displeased. In fact, for Sure Dapeng this person's ability, the heart is very clear. If she wasn't in the way of the company's directors, she would have cleared such a dim-witted and incompetent person out of the company long ago. What she had just said to Sure Dapeng was a warning to him, but she didn't expect this guy to be ungrateful. Not to mention that Suhao was her husband, even though it was fake. Manager Sure, put your mind to work more. Shin Ufa's tone was icy cold as she glared at Sure Dapeng. Yes, Mr. Shin. Sure Dapeng shivered in fear and nodded repeatedly. Who is Shin Ufa? The helmsman of the company, the coal-faced Yama who kills and destroys. With a single look, he dared not say anything else. Just as Shin Ufa was about to leave, Suhao suddenly spoke. Mr. Shin, I suggest that the program development department get a new manager. This manager sure doesn't know anything about programming, and only directs blindly day after day. Anyway, there was a conflict with Sure Dapeng, and Suhao didn't care anymore, so he might as well take advantage of this time to reflect the problem. You, Sure Dapeng stuttered in anger. One by one, the colleagues in the program development department looked at Suhao with admiration in their eyes, which completely spoke their minds. But Shin Ufa was a bit unhappy. She obviously defended Suhao just now. This guy didn't know to stop, but even took the initiative to make things happen? Are you more capable than me as the president? Don't I know what I'm doing? So you want to make a suggestion? Follow me to the office. Shin Ufa turned around and walked out of the room after saying that. She didn't want to continue chatting with Suhao here, in case this kid was impulsive and told about the two of them getting a license. It wouldn't end well. Just go. Su Hao directly followed him out. Shi Dapeng only felt golden stars in front of his eyes. Damn, it is really suffocating. Not long after, Xin Yuefei and Su Hao arrived at the 5th floor. The president's secretary Wang Meng was a bit surprised when she saw it. What exactly is the identity of this Su Hao? How come he is in a peace with the president again? Wang Meng, I'm going to talk to Su Hao about something, so don't let anyone interrupt. Xin Yuefei commanded. Okay, Mr. Shen. Wang Meng hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. The two people walked into the office. Xin Yuefei directly ignored Su Hao, but sat down in front of the desk and opened the computer, as if there was no such person as Su Hao. Honey, you should have just removed Shi Dapeng, Su Hao said cheekily. Pop. Xin Yuefei directly slapped the table when she heard this title and said angrily, Su Hao, who are you calling your wife? Who is your wife? We just got our license yesterday, and you're turning your back on me, Su Hao deliberately said. Chapter 10, You Slippery Woman. Surname Su, if you keep playing dumb with me, do you believe I'll really fire you? Xin Yuefei didn't have the good sense to say, open me? Fine, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau again, Su Hao said indifferently. Going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? To do what? Xin Yuefei froze. Divorce. To tell you the truth, I regret it. Divorce? Sure, no problem. Xin Yuefei was a bit stunned, then nodded her head. Su Hao froze. No way? This woman actually agreed so painfully? Really? Really? But think about it, did you read the prenuptial agreement? Xin Yuefei's beautiful eyes blinked, flashing with a wry gaze. What do you mean? Su Hao was confused and suddenly had a bad feeling. If you divorce after less than a year of marriage, you have to pay a settlement. How much? It's not much, just 200 million, Xin Yuefei said quietly. What the hell? $200 million? You slippery woman. Su Hao's eyelids fluttered and he almost vomited blood. He was still being counted by this woman. What treachery? You're in the workplace. Don't you understand that when you sign an agreement and sign a contract, you have to read all the terms and conditions? Xin Yuefei had a smug look on her face. Okay, you can't get a divorce, right? Then I'll quit. Su Hao clenched his teeth. Resignation? Why do you want to resign? Xin Yuefei raised an eyebrow. Why? How is Shi Dapeng capable of being a department manager? You saw what happened today. He can't even read the programming language. Don't you, the president, have any responsibility at all for such a mediocre person being a middle manager? With department heads like that, there's not much room for growth. Su Hao said a lot in a row. I don't think these are the main reasons. Are you afraid that Shi Dapeng will give you small shoes? Xin Yuefei asked with the corners of her mouth rising. Ahem. This woman has too much intelligence. That's right. This is exactly what Su Hao is concerned about. This time, he bumped into Shi Dapeng. Shi Dapeng, this vindictive villain, will definitely find an opportunity to deal with himself in the future. I'd be afraid of him? Joke. Su Hao definitely wouldn't admit it with his mouth. Stay since you're not afraid. By me covering you, what can Shi Dapeng do to you? Xin Yuefei said quietly. Of course she didn't want Su Hao to resign. After all, she still needed Su Hao to cooperate with her later. Yo, it looks like your wife. She's ready to cover her husband? Su Hao flirted with a sentence. If you don't get your act together, I'm going to blow you out. Xin Yuefei raised her eyebrows. Okay, no kidding you, Mr. President, since you don't want me to resign either, how about giving me a different position? Su Hao took the initiative to propose. What position would you like to change? How about the VP of the company? Xin Yuefei directly coldly said. Fine, as long as you show me that you have the ability of a vice president, it's no problem at all. Su Hao was speechless for a while. Just then, suddenly the president's office door was knocked on. Come in, Xin Yuefei spoke up. Wang Meng hurriedly walked in and said, Mr. Xin, it's not good. The customer service department received a large number of complaint calls over there, saying that our Fast Bird headline app is paralyzed. What? Xin Yuefei's face changed. Su Hao, you go back first. Xiao Meng, you come with me to the operations department. Xin Yuefei said to Su Hao and directly left with Wang Meng. Su Hao was a little surprised that the Fast Bird headline app was paralyzed. Hongsheng Group has many businesses under its umbrella, and Fast Bird Headline is a mobile news and app created by Xin Yuefei, which is also a company project that she values more. The results of Fast Bird Headlines have also steadily increased over the past 2 years, and Su Hao's program development department has been serving this app. Nowadays, it is close to the 618 shopping days. Fast Bird Headlines have a large number of advertisers to place ads, so if the app is paralyzed at this time, it is indeed a big trouble. No wonder Xin Yuefei, who had always been a steady and calm person, had become flustered just now. When Su Hao returned to the department's co-workers all gathered around. How? Are you okay? It's okay. Nothing? The president didn't punish you? No. Fatty Dong and the other colleagues were stunned. Ha ha, how? You're really our idol. Disliking Shi Dapeng is dumbfounding. It's so cool. Fatty Dong gave a thumbs up. Su Hao glanced at the manager's office. Shi Dapeng wasn't there and asked, "Where's a piece of shit?" Went to operations. You know what? Something's going on. The Fast Bird Headlines app crashed. Fatty Dong said. Su Hao then picked up his cell phone, and then clicked on the Fast Bird Headline app, and sure enough, the home page could not be opened. And not only that, the other pages were covered with a lot of spam, which was very and violent. It's a virus, isn't it? Su Hao said breathlessly. Well, I guess so. Rumor has it that operations blew up and now the tech guys are miserable. Fatty Dong nodded. Just at this time, suddenly Fatty Dong's landline rang, and he immediately answered it, followed by a depressed look. What's wrong? Su Hao asked. Ho, Shi Dapeng asked us both to go to the operations department. Now the technical department is saying that there are problems with our programming, that there are loopholes, and they're putting the blame on us. Fatty Dong said breathlessly. Fuck that shit. Everyone in the program development department cursed in anger. Come on, let's go ahead. Su Hao said this and came to the operations department with Fatty Dong. The operations department is very busy at this time of year and everyone is anxious and busy. And Shi Dapeng and Yang Wanguang, the manager of the technical department, were arguing loudly. Manager Shi, this must be a problem with your program. It must be a bug in the program that caused the virus to invade. Yang Wanguang said through gritted teeth. I say Yang Wanguang, you're bullshitting. What can be wrong with our program? Your technical department is responsible for network security and didn't do a good job of network defense. And you're blaming us? Shi Dapeng coldly grunted. The top management of Hongsheng Group, under the position of president is the vice president of the company, and under the vice president is the executive director. Executive directors, on the other hand, are categorized according to the company's business areas. For example, Su Hao's program development department and Yang Wanguang's technology department belong to the Mobile Internet Business Group. The position of executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group, which has been vacant since the resignation of the previous director, Shi Dapeng and Yang Wanguang, as well as these middle management in other departments, are thinking of being promoted to director. So these middle managers, on weekdays, fought each other internally. Now the app client poisoning paralysis of such things. Of course, they do not want to take the responsibility. Once you become responsible for an accident, you are undoubtedly out of luck with the superintendent position. Snap! Xin Yuefei suddenly tapped the table, and these two people were immediately quiet. Seeing Shi Dapeng and Yang Wanguang arguing, she was very angry, but now in this situation, these two people even cared about shirking their responsibilities. Chapter 11 Solving the Corporate Crisis. What time is it now to be discussing whose responsibility it is? Don't you know that the primary responsibility now is to restore the app to normal operation? Xin Yuefei let out a bellow. Shi Dapeng and Yang Wanguang both had their eyelids flutter. Yang Wanguang, you said it's a program vulnerability, so let me ask you, what kind of vulnerability is it? Can it be patched? Xin Yuefei raised her eyebrows. This. Yang Wanguang stammered and couldn't answer. He was just shirking his responsibility. How would he know if there were really loopholes in the program? Also, wasn't it poisoned? What kind of virus was it hit with? Is there any specialized antivirus software? Xin Yuefei asked again. This may be a new type of virus. Yang Wanguang's cold sweat almost came down. The app has been paralyzed for half an hour, and now you two haven't even figured out what's wrong. Still have the nerve to argue here. Why don't you get your people to troubleshoot? Xin Yuefei said angrily. Yes. Shi Dapeng then told Su Hao and Fatty Dong to start lining up, while Yang Wanguang told his own technicians to do so. 10 minutes later, Yang Wanguang's face became very ugly when he heard the report from his men. How's it going? Xin Yuefei raised an eyebrow. Mr. Xin, it's a super worm virus. Now our entire server is all infected. We're in big trouble. Yang Wanguang said with a bitter smile. What? Xin Yuefei's beautiful eyes jumped. When she was the president, the board of directors of the group did not approve of her development of the news app, thinking that the prospects were not good and that there was a lot of competition in China. Xin Yuefei had almost made Quick Bird headline to its current achievement, with the number of downloads in the country exceeding 500 million, and the monthly active users reaching 80 million, only after encountering heavy obstacles. That's already a good score. Now that the 618 event is approaching, the major online merchants are going to open the pre-sale of goods tonight. At this critical time, the Quick Bird headline app crashes and paralyzes. then I'm afraid it will attract a lot of complaints from advertisers, and even lose the trust of advertisers. What advertiser would dare to place ads in this internet device where software crashes so often? Mr. Shin. Not only that, a lot of our software has also been implanted by a virus. We may have to restore the image files, in which case we will lose some of our data. Yang Wang said again. Shi Dapeng stood on the sidelines, like a little cutie. Couldn't understand a thing. Data should never be lost. What's the fastest solution now? Shin Yufa said seriously. Fast bird headlines are data that should never be lost, or I fear becoming the laughingstock of the industry. Not only that, but QuickBird Heads Up would mean the project would be a complete failure if it lost a lot of users and advertisers as a result. Once the project failed, Shin Yufa was afraid that she would also face losing some of her supporters with the group's shareholders. Mr. Shin, I'm afraid that if you want to completely remove the virus, you can only let the professional engineers from the 370 antivirus software company come over, but I'm afraid that their fastest response time will have to be tonight, and the app is expected to recover tomorrow at the earliest. Yang Wangguang had long ago contacted 370 antivirus software companies in advance. After all, they had cooperated many times before. Tomorrow? Are you all losers? Can't anyone solve the crisis at hand? Shin Yufa directly fumed and exploded. By this time the whole house was quiet. No one dared to make a sound anymore. They were all scared. No one had ever seen Shin Yufa so angry. Aren't you both vying to be superintendent? I'll make whichever one of you solves the problem the superintendent. Do you have what it takes? Shin Yufa didn't have the good sense to say. Shi Dapeng and Yang Wangguang both lowered their heads, not daring to squeak. Mr. Shin, I can fix the problem. Can I be the director? A sudden playful voice asked. Everyone followed the voice and the person speaking was clearly Su Hao. When Shin Yufa saw that it was Su Hao who said it, she was furious. What time is it? This guy is still messing up. Su Hao, who do you think you are? Bragging when it's time. Shi Dapeng immediately said with a dark face. Who said I was bragging? It's true that this virus is highly replicative, but I was able to get rid of all of them with a small program. Su Hao said confidently. He hadn't lied. Just now when Shin Yufa was talking, he had already done a thorough check of the server side. Su Hao had long since become a super expert level for network security at the moment. Are you kidding me? That's right. This kid is too cocky, isn't he? So many of us couldn't fix it, and he said a small program could remove it. There's no need to be like this if you want to make a splash. Is there? The tech department employees were all cynical, but Shin Yufa frowned and asked, are you really able to get rid of the virus? That's right. It's completely possible to get rid of the virus, and I can guarantee that in 10 minutes, our Fast Bird headline app will be back to normal. Su Hao said seriously. What about the data? Shin Yufa asked again. All data is normal and will not be lost. Su Hao was still very confident. He was now a man with a super brain. Su Hao, who do you think you are? A network security expert? Shi Dapeng grunted. Mr. Shin, do you dare to let me try? If I can't do it, I can roll up and leave. Su Hao said again. Mr. Shin, should we let him try? Shi Dapeng suddenly became interested once he heard that Su Hao was going to roll over. Su Hao was directly speechless. What kind of person is this Shi Dapeng? Su Hao, I'll give you 10 minutes. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth and made a decision. She didn't know if Su Hao could do it, but the current situation wasn't lacking those 10 minutes. The next moment, Su Hao quickly wrote an application on top of his computer and then copied it all to the server side. Immediately afterward, all the servers ran the application he had written for the removal of virus detection. At this moment, the operations department was quiet, and many employees began to constantly refresh the Fastbird headline app to see if it could be restored. Shi Dapeng looked at Su Hao, who was busy, and secretly smiled in his heart, as if he had already seen Su Hao rolling away. Okay, done. Su Hao suddenly snapped his fingers. Fixed? What did you fix? The Fastbird headline app, or the crash? Shi Dapeng took the cell phone and immediately said sarcastically, Manager sure, have some brains, can you quit the software and restart it? Su Hao shook his head breathlessly. Wow, Mr. Shin, the Fastbird headlines are back. Mr. Shin, our operational backend system has also been restored. Mr. Shin, all of our clients' function boards have been restored as well. At this moment, the staff of the operations department and the technical department were pleasantly surprised that Su Hao had really done it. Shin Yufa looked at her wristwatch and it only took 8 minutes. Chapter 12 Promotion to Executive Director. At this time, the employees of the technical department saw that the app was restored and looked at Su Hao with admiration. Like a great god. How is this possible? Shi Dapeng couldn't believe it. Then the technical department. The operation department and the program department made another comprehensive check, and the data was normal, and the operation was normal. Shin Yufa finally breathed a sigh of relief when she got this result, and this crisis was considered lifted. Mr. Shin, now that the crisis is lifted and the problem is solved, shouldn't you give me a promotion? Su Hao grinned. Kid, just now Mr. Shin was speaking in anger. How can you take it seriously? Yang Wanguang immediately said. That's right, Su Hao. Even if you killed the virus, you think you can be a director? Being a director not only has technical experience, but also management experience. Shi Dapeng also spoke out against it. Really? Manager sure. So you definitely won't be the director. Su Hao snapped. Why can't I be superintendent? Shi Dapeng grunted. You said yourself that the director needs technical experience, but you don't have it. Su Hao couldn't help but spit. Why I didn't? Shi Dapeng's face was gloomy. In front of so many people, his subordinate talked back to him. How could he not be angry? You have technical experience? Then you'll install a system for everyone to see? Can you do that? Su Hao directly disliked him. Shi Dapeng immediately blushed in embarrassment. Installing the system, the most basic operation and maintenance technology, he really did not know. At this time the whole house gloated to see Shi Dapeng's joke. Su Hao, although you got rid of the virus, do you know about network security? Young Wanguang stepped forward and said. In this current situation, he and Shi Dapeng were considered to be in the same camp, and of course neither of them wanted Su Hao to actually become their superior. I do not understand? The security system you deployed, simply unbearable. Firewall many policies are not open. Intrusion detection construction many functions are not used, not to mention the server above. Many patches are not upgraded in a timely manner. If it were me, I would build a set of perfect defense and protection system. Su Hao spoke directly, indicating the loopholes that existed in the current protection technology. This, Yang Wanguang was speechless. You were really able to perfect the protection system? Shin Yufa opened her mouth and asked. Of course, in addition to that, our software program language. I think there is a need for an upgrade. A lot of the codes and formats we are currently using are too old, not conducive to future software updates and functionality expansion. Soho again mentioned the problems with his program development. Good. From now on, you are immediately promoted to the position of director of the mobile business group. Shin Yufa made a decision. Today's crisis, she recognized the importance of high-end technical talent. Although she is not sure Su Hao can take up this director position, this heavy responsibility, but she is willing to give a chance, because in Shin Yufa's eyes, having the ability is the first element, not the so-called smooth worldliness in the workplace. And when she became president, she boldly enabled talent, attached to her style. Whoa! The employees in the house at the moment were in awe when they heard that Su Hao had really been promoted. According to the company's organizational structure, above the ordinary staff is the supervisor, above the supervisor is the department manager, and above the department manager is the business director. Su Hao was promoted from ordinary staff to director all of a sudden, which was completely the rhythm of 3 consecutive promotions. It was a total workplace miracle. Mr. Shin, how can a director position be so casual? What qualifications does he have? I object. Shi Dapeng was instantly anxious. Who are you to object to my hiring? I declare that from now on, you are fired from the company. Shin Yufa said with a serious and domineering face. Shi Dapeng was instantly confused. What's the situation? You've been fired? No, it must be a hallucination. It can't be. He's a man with hard connections. One of the company's shareholders is a relative of his. Yes, the president must have been angry at his own words. A moment of anger. Of course it doesn't count. Mr. Shin, you're joking with me, right? I just had a moment of baldness, and I'm certainly not qualified to object to your appointment, Shi Dapeng said in a hurry. No, I'm not kidding you. You can check in with personnel in a few minutes. This, Mr. Shin, how can you say fire me, just fire me? Shi Dapeng was instantly anxious. Don't worry, the company will give you all the compensation you deserve. Shin Yufa said it very directly. She had already made up her mind. Shi Dapeng is related to a company shareholder, but she doesn't care anymore, and she felt that she had still been too soft before. Even though she had offended the shareholders, she had to clean out such assholes, or else she would only destroy the company. Mr. Shin, I'm wrong. I'm a veteran employee of the company. I've made great achievements for our company. You'll chill the company's veteran employees like this. Shi Dapeng apologized in a hurry. He is a department manager with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, plus bonuses of more than 60,000 yuan. He mucked about in the company for a year. How much money would that be? He didn't want any compensation. Sweatshirt? What credit have you made? Sure da peng. Don't you know how much you weigh? Xing Yufa didn't have the good sense to say. Mr. Shin, you're going too far if you say that. Director Zhang is my cousin's uncle. At your cousin's uncle's? I'll explain in person. But the decision to fire you today will not be changed. Xing Yufa's tone was strong. Xing, Mr. Shin, if you don't give face to my cousin's uncle, you can't expect my cousin's uncle to support you on the board of directors in the future. Sure Da Peng gritted his teeth and said, then left with a black face. Xiao Meng, go and talk to the personnel department. Make an announcement on top of the company's office system today. Announce today's personnel appointments and dismissals. And from now on, Su Hao will be the executive director of the mobile business group. Xing Yufa said to Wang Meng. Wang Meng nodded and said, yes, Mr. Shin, Mr. Su, I'll leave the rest to you. Make sure the app is running properly. Xing Yufa admonished Su Hao. Good. Su Hao nodded. Xing Yufa and Wang Meng then left. Wow. Director Su. Congratulations. Operations Manager Tong Siu grabbed the opportunity to walk up and congratulate him. Superintendent Su. A technical guru like you. The director position is well deserved. Yes. Superintendent Su is the idol of our technicians. Superintendent Su will have to guide us more in the future. All at once these employees gathered around and congratulated them enthusiastically. Su Hao suddenly felt the enthusiasm of these people and was also a bit fluttered. Just at this time, the manager of the technical department, Yang Wanguang, walked up and smiled. Director Su is really young and talented. My old Yang is very impressed. In the future, my old Yang will be Director Su's most loyal subordinate. Chapter 13 Provision of Private Secretaries. At this time the whole room looked at Yang Wanguang with a surprised face. This guy really interpreted what is tendency. What is the workplace old grease? What is a lapdog? Yang Wanguang, who had just opposed Su Hao's promotion in front of the president, now claimed to be Su Hao's most loyal subordinate, which was really a great irony. Su Hao was also stunned. Is this the workplace storm? Old face don't want? That's right. In the workplace, like Yang Wanguang, this kind of flattery tend to influence the old grease is too much. Although Yang Wanguang knows a little bit of technology, but such a person, Su Hao will kick out sooner or later. Manager Yang, although the virus has been cleared for the time being, our technical department can't afford to slack off. This afternoon you will start reinforcing the defense system according to my technical requirements. Su Hao immediately said. Yes, Superintendent Su. Understood. Yang Wanguang nodded his head in a hurry. In the afternoon, Su Hao conducted a full inspection of the server and network layer, reinforced the defense for the network layer, and opened a full defense for the server side. Su Hao debugging. Of course, will also bring the technical department of the engineers to explain. These engineers then suddenly realized, the original their Su director, really is deep. After he had perfected the defense system, he then returned to the program development department. Wow. Ho, you're back. When the colleagues in the program development department saw Su Hao return, they were all surprised and gathered around to express their congratulations. Su Hao exchanged pleasantries with them for a while. Hey, fatty, where's my stuff? Only then did Su Hao realize that the office items at his workstation were, surprisingly, empty. Ha, you're the executive director now, but the one who owns the office, and all your office belongings have been moved to your office by your secretary. Fatty Dong explained. My secretary? Su Hao froze. You don't know it yet. Look at the latest document released by our office system. Fatty Dong took him to the computer and opened the company's office system, topped with a notice of appointment and dismissal of positions that had just been released in the afternoon. Su Hao clicked to take a look. The document did not mention the app paralysis accident in the morning, but only mentioned that he had outstanding performance and was directly promoted to the executive director of the mobile internet business group, equipped with a private secretary. Also announced later was the dismissal of Shi Dapeng as manager of the program development department. Ha, my grand superintendent. You're the one who has a personal secretary now, and it's a beautiful young girl at that. Fatty Dong was envious. Even if we were to have a secretary, the HR department would need to recruit. Right, so how did it happen so fast? Su Hao was a bit stunned. The HR department is stocked with people. Okay? Fatty Dong explained. That's right. Well then, I'll check out the new office. Su Hao came to be interested. However, he remembered one more thing and then brought Fatty Dong over. Fatty, I've decided to recommend you as the manager of the program development department in front of the president. Do you have any comments? Su Hao asked with a smile. Fatty Dong was pleasantly surprised. Which office worker doesn't like to be promoted? Only he didn't expect Su Hao to recommend himself. How? Brother, Fatty Dong didn't know what to say. Alright, there's no need to say thank you. Treat me to dinner when it's done. Suhao patted Fatty Dong's shoulder and left. He recommended Fatty Dong to be the department manager, in addition to his own good relationship with Fatty Dong. More importantly, Fatty Dong's programming skills are really good. The office of the executive director of the mobile internet business group was in the innermost Golden Horn location on the 3rd floor, but it used to be vacant, and Suhao had never been inside. In front of the office, there was a secretary's desk, though at the moment there was no one at the table. When Suhao pushed the door and walked into the office, he saw a girl with her back to herself, bent over, holding a rag in her hand to wipe the bookcase. Ahem. He coughed dryly. The girl heard even stood up and looked back. She had a white blouse on top and a black one-step skirt underneath, with a blue silk scarf tied to the collar, which matched her delicate melon face, and was a beautiful sight to behold. Director Su, you're back. The girl was a little nervous. Well, you know me? Suhao asked with a smile. Well, I've read your resume in the personnel department. Mr. Su, by the way, my name is Cui Xiaowan. I'll be your personal secretary from now on. Cui Xiaowan stood straight and opened her mouth to introduce herself. Well, Wanda, how old are you? Suhao walked to the table and sat down. Mr. Su, I'm 23 years old and just graduated last year. 23? I'm 2 years older than you, so you don't have to be so formal around me from now on. Suhao took the initiative and laughed. Cui Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was a little pleased. She did not expect her boss to be a young handsome man, and also so easygoing, not like those big leaders of the company. One and all of them had a stern face. The two men chatted in the office and grew acquainted. Cui Xiaowan was a big-hearted and very straightforward character, which was very much to Suhao's liking. Mr. Su, I'm really lucky to have a leader like you. Cui Xiaowan smiled happily. Xiaowan, don't be too happy. I'm rather strict about my work. You must be serious about your work in the future, or else I might punish you. A very serious punishment. Suhao couldn't help but tease her. Ha? A very serious punishment? Mr. Su, what kind of punishment is it? Cui Xiaowan asked curiously. Spanking. Are you afraid? Suhao joked. Ha? Cui Xiaowan's pretty face reddened and said generously. I'm not afraid of it. If I make a mistake in my work, Mr. Su, feel free to hit me. Ha ha. Xiaowan, your straightforward character is good. Have you got a boyfriend? Suhao asked curiously. No, I've been a single dog for 23 years since I was born. Good grief. Cui Xiaowan said in a depressed voice. No way? You're so pretty. Are all those guys around you and stuff blind? Mr. Su, you're teasing me again. Maybe I have a big personality. Those male students treat me as a buddy. Cui Xiaowan giggled. So what do you like? I like young, career-oriented men like Mr. Su. Gee, what a shame. Suhao had a sorry look on his face. Mr. Su, how is it a pity? Cui Xiaowan froze. I'm already a married man. Or you'd have a chance. Suhao grinned. Ha? Mr. Su, you must be teasing me. Cui Xiaoyuan had a sly look on her face and didn't believe what Suhao said at all. Jingle bells. Just then, the landline phone on the secretary's desk outside the office rang. Yikes, here comes the call. Cui Xiaowan hurriedly ran out to answer the phone. Not long after, she came back and said, Mr. Su, Mr. Shen said for you to come to her office at 5 o'clock. Chapter 14 Shen Yufa's Dictatorship. Suhao looked at the time. It was now 4 p.m. Well, there's an hour left. That's enough. Wanda, I'll make a program first. He finished and turned on his computer. Okay, Mr. Su. Cui Xiaowan nodded and walked out. At 5 o'clock, Suhao made an overall disaster recovery plan about the system and went directly to Shen Yufa with the plan. This time, when Wang Meng, the president's secretary, saw Suhao come over, she hurriedly stood up respectfully. Hello Superintendent Su. Wang Meng took the initiative to greet him. That's the difference when you get promoted. Every employee treats themselves differently. Is Mr. Shen here? Well, Mr. Shen said that you can go straight in when you come. Yes. Wang Meng took the initiative to push the door open for him, and Suhao walked in. Shen Yufa didn't sit in front of the desk, but held a bottle of red wine in her hand, patted on her toes, and stood in front of the wine cabinet, wanting to put the wine inside the topmost compartment. But the top layer of the grid was a bit high, and she couldn't reach it a bit. Yo, wife, I got a promotion and you're popping champagne to celebrate? Suhao walked up to flirt with a sentence, now in front of the ice beauty. This guy became bold and unrestrained. He figured out why he should be polite to this woman, who had even tricked himself into signing a $200 million contract of sale. In your dreams, help me. I can't reach it. Shin Yufa glared at him and shook the red wine in her hand. Aha! Su Hao nodded and walked up and directly bent down to pick up Shin Yufa's legs before lifting her up. Ha! Su Hao! What are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Shin Yufa's pretty face changed. This bastard dared to hug her leg. Why don't you say you can't reach it and let me help you? Su Hao deliberately pretended to be confused and put her down. Yes, he did it on purpose. I solved the cyber crisis for Ice Beauty today, and I can't collect some interest? This chick's legs, sheesh, they're nice. I asked you to help me put it up, not to lift me up. Shin Yufa's neck was red with shame and indignation, and she directly handed the red wine in her hand to Su Hao. Ever since I was a kid, no guy had ever hugged his leg. This asshole must have done it on purpose. Su Hao took the wine and looked at it. Ooh, Kanti the emperor of red wine, although it is a slag vintage, but how to be tens of thousands of dollars. He glanced at the other wines in the liquor cabinet, all of which were famous wines such as Petrus, Ripon, and White Horse. Okay, Ice Beauty, this wine cooler adds up to a lot of money. I mean, wife, I got a promotion and a raise and I can't have a drink? Su Hao took the wine and was a bit dumbfounded. This is a company. What a drink! And watch what you call yourself. Shin Yufa said with a cold face. You can't drink it. What are you setting out so much wine for? Who is it for? Su Hao was speechless for a while. It's all that someone gave me. Shin Yufa finished walking over to her table and sat down, still having palpitations from the leg-hugging incident earlier. Worthy of the upper class, the wine delivery is tens of thousands of dollars. President Shun, what do you want to see me about? Su Hao put the wine away and walked to the table and sat down directly. Shin Yufa frowned. This thick-skinned guy was really nonchalant. There hadn't been anyone so nonchalant when they arrived at their office. After work later, leave a half hour late and meet me in the parking lot. Do what? Overtime. I don't want to work overtime. Su Hao shook his head. He hated working overtime now. You don't have a choice. I'm your superior. Alright, go back. Shin Yufa completely ignored Su Hao's opinion. Su Hao had a black line on his face. Hell, it really is Wu Zetian dictatorship to no human rights. This is for you. I happen to be looking for you as well. He put the finished program in his hand in front of Shin Yufa. What is it? Shin Yufa picked it up and looked at it. This is a set of security programs I made. That is, on top of our current hardware foundation, add a part of the network equipment, servers, and at the same time there is the establishment of a virtual platform, to realize the system of multi-live disaster recovery program. Su Hao roughly explained. Although Shin Yufa was not really proficient in technology, she still understood what Su Hao was doing with this program. She is supportive of such a disaster recovery program, but she did not expect Su Hao to be so capable. Not to mention the technical content of this program, just program layout, are stronger than too many people. You can see that this program is very attentive. And the equipment inside is also for Hongsheng Group's Fast Bird headline app. You made this program? Honey, you doubt me. Shut up. This program is going to cost a lot of money, isn't it? Shin Yufa asked the key question. It's not much, almost $5 million, with my cost estimate on the back. Su Hao grinned. Of course he used just good hardware equipment. $5 million? That much? Shin Yufa was stunned. Mr. Shin, $5 million is still too much for a big president. Su Hao cried and laughed. I'm the president. Yes, but I can't spend money on anything. You've hit the nail on the head. It's very clear within the program that it's not spending money indiscriminately. I can approve this money, but I have to see the program first. Shin Yufa still takes her work seriously. No problem. By the way, Sher Dapeng has been fired. I propose that Dong Likai, Fatty Dong, take over as department manager. Su Hao took the initiative and said, Su Hao, I didn't see it. So soon you've started pulling in your own people. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes flashed as if she had read the other party's thoughts. I don't have so many messy ideas. Fatty Dong is a veteran programmer. His skills are unmatched. He's kind. We programmers are all honest people. He's very suitable to be the department manager. Su Hao explained. You programmers are all honest? Why didn't I see that? Aren't you pretty slick? And faceless. The corners of Shin Yufa's mouth rose. Wife, that's unkind. If I were slick, could I have been hoodwinked into signing a contract of sale? Su Hao snapped. Get it straight. I didn't hoodwink you. It was clearly you who couldn't resist the temptation of signing for $1 million. Shin Yufa glared. That $1 million wasn't in the contract, so who knows if you'll cheat me. What kind of person am I? Shin Yufa, to lie to you? Joke. Shin Yufa cried and laughed. She was famous for her promise in the shopping mall. Mr. President, don't give me a big pie. You first give the immediate sugar-coated message. Can Fatty Don's department manager position be resolved? Besides, I'm a new official. I have to have my own right-hand man. Su-hao stood up and sat directly toward the president's desk with a playful look. You get down there. Shin Yufa is usually a little bit of a cleanliness freak. This guy even contaminated his own desk with his butt. Chapter 15, I'm an old driver. Wife, give a face. Su-hao came forward and smiled playfully. Okay, isn't it just a department manager? You let Don Likai act as an agent for a month first, and then I'll turn him around. Shin Yufa couldn't stand this rascal anymore. And it's normal for an executive director to recommend promoting his own subordinates. That kind of thing. Okay. Only then did Su-hao go down from his desk. You still have something to do. Nothing to go out. Shin Yufa was a bit impatient. There's something important I haven't asked yet. Su-hao suddenly had a playful smile on his face. What is it? Shin Yufa looked at him curiously. It must not be a good thing for this guy to smile like this. How much do I, the executive director, make per month? Is there $100,000? Su-hao couldn't wait to ask. You're quite the moneymaker. Ask finance about the payroll. Shin Yufa said breathlessly. Honey, why are you so petty? You revealed it to me first. Su-hao cheekily continued to ask. Do you have something serious to do? Get out of here. Shin Yufa got angry. This guy always shamelessly called himself his wife. It was too much. Yo, when you remind me, I do have something important. Su-hao really remembered something else. If you have something to say it and fart it. Shin Yufa was so angry that she blurted out, but she regretted it after saying it. She'd never exploded before, and that must have been from this scoundrel. It must not be his own fault. Yes, it must be. Su-hao said breathlessly. You haven't offended anyone recently, have you? What do you mean? Shin Yufa's eyebrows furrowed. According to my troubleshooting today, it's not a coincidence that our app suffered a virus invasion today. Su-hao said seriously. You mean, someone inside the company did it? Shin Yufa's heart thumped. That's not true. It was a hacker who did it, and it was targeted. Su-hao was already very proficient in terms of network hacking. What? Hackers did this? Shin Yufa was shocked. In the competition between the big companies in China, there are indeed many commercial competition tactics. But something like this hacking to cause a competitor's server system to go down, that's pretty despicable. Shin Yufa's eyebrows knit up as she pondered. Hongsheng Group had many competitors. She didn't know who would use such despicable means. I've made reinforcements to the defenses, but I'm sure the hackers will make their next attack. Su-hao had long ago analyzed the hackers' attack method. An attack? So there's still a risk of our app being paralyzed? Shin Yufa asked worriedly. That's not going to happen. They'll never get away with it with me around. Do you want to catch them? I can get a cyber trap and do a counter-intrusion to lock them down. Su-hao proposed to say that he was still very interested in the hacker red and blue confrontation above the network. You have a way to catch them? Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes rounded in surprise. Sure, but what's in it for me to help you catch them? Su-hao grinned. Surname Su. You're an employee of Hongsheng Group. I'm the president of Hongsheng Group. I order you to catch these hackers for me. Shin Yufa said with a stern face. Oops, Mr. President, it's hard for me to do anything without favors. Su-hao shrugged, then shook his head. What favor do you want? Shin Yufa was completely speechless to this shameless guy. I want. Su-hao narrowed his eyes and looked Shin Yufa up and down. You let me have a kiss. The guy made a bold statement. What? Shin Yufa's pretty face instantly reddened. Not in shyness, but in anger. Surname Su. Get the hell out of here. She slammed the table in anger. At the moment outside the door of the president's secretary Wang Meng heard the sound of the table. Heart thumped. This is what happened. This Su-hao in the end, what kind of person even can provoke the president angry so big? He will be dead. Ahem. Ice beauty. Why are you still angry? Su-hao said cheekily. Alright you Su-hao. You dare to think ill of me? How dare you? Shin Yufa's tone was icy cold. What mischief? It's registered and legal and you can't get a kiss? Su-hao let out a cold snort. Legally? Get it straight you asshole. We're in a fake marriage. Shin Yufa was a bit speechless. The reason why she picked Su-hao was because she thought that he was an ordinary employee and very controllable. But she didn't expect that he would be a shameless scoundrel. And you knew it was a fake marriage? You tricked me into signing a contract of sale. And now I'm grossly unprofitable. Su-hao isn't convinced yet either. Cut the crap. What favor do you want? Shin Yufa didn't want to dwell on it and could only compromise. Well, every month's salary. And add another $20,000 to mine. Su-hao said quietly. Yoo-hoo. You're really rich. Getting into money. Shin Yufa's teeth itched with anger. You're a big president. Can you not be so stingy? Su-hao had a black line on his face. Damn this president. It is really not generous. Every employee's wage rate is regulated by the group. What if I raise your wage alone and everyone else comes to me? Shin Yufa said without a trace of anger. Su Hao thought about it. What this ice beauty said was reasonable. How about this? If I help you catch the hacker, you lend me a car to drive. How come I'm also an executive director now? I can't take the subway to work every day. How humiliating that would be. Su Hao remembered Ice Beauty's Lamborghini and got excited. What man doesn't love sports cars? Car? You have a driver's license. Shin Yufa's face was mocking. Don't look down on people. Just because I don't have a car doesn't mean I don't have a driver's license. I'm an old driver. Su Hao bragged. Okay, that's a request I can grant you. Shin Yufa nodded. She had several cars of her own and couldn't drive them anyway. It's a deal. Then, wife, I'll go first. Su Hao waved his hand, then turned to leave, but suddenly stopped when he walked to the wine cabinet. Clunk. Shin Yufa suddenly heard the sound of the office cabinet door opening and closing. Su Hao, what are you doing? Hey, wife, get 2 bottles of wine. What? Shin Yufa hurried over, but Su Hao had already walked out of the office, and when she looked at the wine cabinet again, 2 bottles of red wine were already missing. This scoundrel had taken 2 bottles of his own red wine by the scruff of the neck. Shin Yufa felt some brain pain. She chose this guy to get a license to get married. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Wang Meng, the president's secretary, was a little confused when she saw Su Hao actually carrying 2 bottles of red wine out. Just now, Su Hao obviously caused Mr. Shin to slap the table. Why did Mr. Shin still send him 2 bottles of red wine? Shin Yufa in the office shook her head helplessly, then took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Auntie, I'm coming home for dinner tonight. Chapter 16. Are you looking for a date? When Su Hao returned to the office, it was already time to get off work, but Cui Xiaowan was still sitting at the table and hadn't left. Wanda, not off duty yet. Ah, Mr. Su, you're back. I'm afraid you still have things to do in a while, and our company stipulates that the secretary of the company's executives, if the supervisor doesn't get off work, the secretary can't get off work either. Cui Xiaowan stood up. What a shitty rule. From now on you're off duty when it's time to go off duty, and if there's something that requires you to stay, I'll take the initiative to let you know ahead of time, Su Hao said with a smile. Ah, Mr. Su, you are too kind. Mr. Su, can I add your WeChat? It will be convenient for you to contact me in the future if there are things. Sure. The two of them then added WeChat friends, and Cui Xiaowan got off work. Su Hao returned to the office, and only then remembered that this morning, the 30,000 commission of Polygon Network arrived, and there was money to pay the rent. He found his landlord, Auntie Shue's WeChat, and then transferred the rent directly. Soon Auntie Shue collected the money. Auntie Shue, Su, you're rich so soon. You got paid? Su Hao, no, made some extra money. Auntie Shue, what kind of extra money comes in so fast? Tell Auntie. Auntie is interested. Su Hao, Auntie Shue, this is something that men are good at. You may not be able to do it. Auntie Shue, young people, be moderate, or the body is important. Do not do such stupid things in the future. Su Hao looked at Auntie Shue's reply and was directly confused. What kind of mess? Did this chartered lady misunderstand something? Shin Yufa asked Su Hao to go to the parking lot at 6 o'clock, and she didn't know what she wanted to do overtime by herself again. He looked at the time, there were still 20 minutes left, so he sat down in front of the computer and opened Polygon. I didn't expect that as soon as I logged in, I received several post message alerts. It turned out that many people had followed the post where I took the task, and I had become the subject of discussion among many members. After Su Hao took the task from the Gold Master, Xing Qingzi, last night, he ended up using 2 hours to deliver the results. This single task was surprisingly reported and complained about by a number of members, who thought it was an act of swiping. Officials at Polygon.com have verified and debunked the rumor that this single task is real and valid. That's what shocked a lot of IT members. Su Hao smiled, realizing that his member level was already LV2. He didn't reply to these people's followers and prepared to continue learning high-end hacking techniques. He found that advanced intelligence is not only strong in learning, but also very strong in inspirational thinking. For example, by looking at a case of hacking attack and defense, his brain was able to derive tens of thousands of different cases of attack and defense. Su Hao thought that this kind of inspirational thinking was what was really powerful, and it was equivalent to acquiring tens of thousands of real-world combat experiences. For example, if you are a newly practicing attorney, you may be proficient in only one type of case, but your brain derives tens of thousands of different types of cases that will become your practice experience. For example, if you are a newbie to the game, and you have obviously only played one game of LOL, you have tens of thousands of real-world experience in the game. Is that awesome? Scary or not? Ha! Friend ad request? Suhao found that Polygon received a friend ad message, and the ad person turned out to be last night's gold master, Xing Qingzi. Could it be that there was a problem with the results of the mission he delivered yesterday? He directly clicked agree, not realizing that just after agreeing, Xing Qingzi sent a message. King Qingzi, hello god of wine. The program you delivered is perfect. I have a friend who also wants to do a small program, but she is doing a small program for restaurants, which is more complicated than my shopping program. Can you take it? Golden Oldies LV2, no problem. But it's a little more expensive. King Qingzi, I understand. My friend quoted 80,000. I asked her to release the task demand you look at it. If there is no problem, you then take the task can? Golden Oldies LV2, yes. Then, King Qingzi sent a task link. And after Su Hao clicked on it, her friend called Blue Heart had posted a catering mini program task. This small program task includes both lobby dining and takeout inside. So the program is a bit more complicated. Su Hao for the industry or understand. This small program needs, if outside to find a professional company custom development, the minimum offer more than 100,000. The commission of the tasks on the top of the Polygon network is relatively cheap. 80,000 commission is also considered okay. And it is very easy for Su Hao to make a small program like this. It's just fast to earn commissions on this Polygon network. Su Hao directly took the quest, then added Blue Heart and communicated the need. Blue Heart, wine god. I've heard from Ayoko that you're very good and make very good applets, so I'm counting on you. Jin Old Wine LV2, how many days do you want results? Blue Heart, I'm not in a hurry. Is 2 months okay? Golden Oldies LV2, are you looking down on me? I'll send you the results in 2 days. Blue Heart, okay, then can the god of wine add your WeChat? To facilitate communication. Su Hao then directly sent the micro-signal over, and in a short while he received a friend ad. After Su Hao nodded in agreement, Blue Heart pulled a chat group by the way and pulled Xing Qingzi in. King Qingzi, god of wine. You were able to finish the food ordering applet in 2 days. Ha, do you have a team? Golden Old Wine, no. I'm alone. Blue Heart, you're just teasing us. Wine god. Golden Oldies, dog's head. King Qingzi, how old are you? Wine god. Golden Old Wine, what for? Why are you asking so much? Are you looking for a date? Blue Heart, haha, our King Qingzi is still single yo. Xing Qingzi, don't be ridiculous. Blue Heart, the wine god I'm just asking. Don't mind me. Bam. Bam. Su Hao was chatting with the two female netizens when suddenly Shin Yufa sent a video invitation. Su Hao looked at his cell phone time. It was already 6:10. I was so busy talking to my lady friend that I forgot to go to the parking lot. Su Hao hurriedly tapped answer. Surname Su, do you have any sense of time? Ahem. I'll be right down. Su Hao hung up the video and hurriedly packed up his things and went downstairs with his duffel bag. Not long after, he arrived at the parking lot and found Shin Yufa's parking space there empty. Her sports car was not there. Could it be that this aunt was unhappy and drove away by herself? Tick, tick. Suddenly a siren sounded from another part of the parking lot. Su Hao curiously walked over, and it was a jewel blue Bentley Mulsanne. At this time, the car window opened, revealing Shin Yufa's pretty face. What are you dawdling for? Why don't you get in the car? Shin Yufa glared at him. Oh, how many cars do you have in the end? You've replaced it with another Bentley. Su Hao was speechless for a while. He really didn't understand the world of tycoons. Ha, what's an ice beauty doing in the passenger seat? Did you let yourself drive? Chapter 17, A Man's Mouth Deceives a Ghost. Su Hao asked, honey, why are you sitting on the passenger side? I thought you said you had a license. You drive, Shin Yufa said directly, and as for Su Hao's address to his wife, she didn't bother. After all, a lot of anger hurts the body, and if you get angry with this scoundrel, sooner or later you will kill yourself. Okay, Su Hao is a little excited. This is a Bentley, the first time to drive such a good car. The palms of the hands are itching. He got into the car and fastened his seatbelt first. Honey, where are we going? What the hell are you making me do overtime for? Su Hao asked with some curiosity. Take you to meet the parents. Shin Yufa came in. Ha? Meeting the parents? Su Hao was a bit stunned. Then he smiled. He suddenly understood. So you faked your marriage with me to fool your family. Did your family force you to go on a blind date? Shin Yufa was speechless for a while. Was this guy an idiot? Who is she? Need a blind date? What an international joke. Don't get this look in your eye. I know you don't even need a blind date for your condition. But you don't have to get a license in order to fool your parents. Just get a fake one. Su Hao flirted with a sentence. Take a trip to the mall to buy clothes and change out of what you're wearing first. Shin Yufa didn't explain much. She sized up Su Hao. This guy had a plaid shirt on top and jeans on the bottom. plus a shoulder bag. A typical programmer's image. Still changing your outfit? Ha? What's wrong with my outfit? It's pure cotton. Suhao said indifferently. Cut the crap. Capital Trade Center. Shin Yufei said in a cold voice. All right. Suhao started the car. But the Bentley had just driven out of the parking lot. And when Suhao hit the turn signal, the car's wipers actually moved. Can you drive or not? Shin Yufei's beautiful eyes jumped and she hurriedly fastened her seatbelt as well. Look at you scared. I'm just not familiar with luxury cars. Suhao bragged. Yeah, well, there's no need to draw an S on the road. Shin Yufei couldn't help but spit. Ahem. Familiarize yourself first. Suhao's old face was red. After all, after taking the test for a long time without driving, some rusty, but when he was learning to drive for his license, his skills were very good and he soon took control with ease. Because of a bit of traffic jam, it took them half an hour to arrive at the Beijing Trade Center. Beijing Trade Mall is a very famous place for upper-class people to shop in Yanbei, because it's full of all kinds of luxury brands, what with clothes, bags, watches, cosmetics, jewelry and so on. Honey, let me ask before I get out of the car, do you reimburse me for buying clothes? Suhao said cheekily, although he had a bit of money in his card. I'm afraid he couldn't even afford a bag in the Beijing Trade Mall. Don't worry, I'll swipe my card. Shin Yufei glared at him. This guy was really quite resourceful when it came to money. The two went straight to the third floor of the mall, which was all clothing and shoes. Even though Suhao's dress was very ordinary, the security guards and service staff here had a very respectful attitude, and did not discriminate or look down upon anything, like in the novel. This is a high-end mall and the attendants are very professional. Suhao sighed darkly. Before it was all fooled by the urban novels written by those silkscreen authors, and how enthusiastic and polite the businessmen here are one by one. The two went to an Armani brand store first. Hello, ma'am, and welcome to the Armani boutique. The salesman offered to greet. Well, pick him out a proper casual suit. Shin Yufei didn't know much about men's clothes, so she directly let the waiter pick. Soon the salesman picked a gray-blue suit based on Suhao's height and weight. Suhao went to the fitting room and took a look at the price of the clothes. The unit price was more than $30,000. Damn expensive. Not to mention, it was very comfortable to wear, and he changed into it and walked out. Shin Yufei was also a bit stunned, not expecting Suhao to look like a different person after changing into a suit. The whole person was more handsome and more temperamental. Even for a moment, Shin Yufei doubted that this was still the original shameless guy. Ma'am, your husband is so handsome. The salesman next to me couldn't help but praise it. Shin Yufei's pretty face slightly reddened and said, okay, let's go with this set then, and pick another pair of shoes. Then after picking out another pair of leather shoes in the Armani store, Shin Yufei swiped her card before the two of them left. Suhao calculated. These pieces add up. A full $100,000. This ice beauty really want to put blood money ah. Honey, you're so good to me. You're not going to take your clothes back after meeting the parents, are you? Suhao asked tentatively. You think I'm like you? Shin Yufei shook her head breathlessly. So, then there's a Prada boutique next to the wife. Why don't we go shopping too? Suhao's eyes lit up and took the initiative to propose. What for? Shin Yufei looked at him warily. Don't worry, I'll just browse, not buy, Suhao said in a serious manner. Shin Yufei nodded, thinking that it must be because this guy had never been to this kind of luxury shopping mall and was curious about this place. Welcome. The Prada salesgirl bent over to welcome them. Suhao wandered around and immediately pointed to a set of casual shirts with a price tag of $30,000 and said, waiter, get me a 180 size wrap for this shirt. Now Shin Yufei was confused. Okay, sir. The salesgirl was overjoyed and wrapped it up in a hurry. Honey, just swipe your card. Suhao squeezed his eyes at Shin Yufei and said with a smile. Shin Yufei was so angry that she clenched her teeth. This bastard even took advantage of the opportunity to rip herself off. So hateful. On the other hand, she was still the one who wanted to save face, so she could only take out the card. My wife. Well, she's never mean to me. Suhao smiled and said to the salesman. Shin Yufei cried and laughed. There were bitterness. Two people paid the money to leave the store. Shin Yufei hummed, line IU. Bold and fat. You do not say just stroll around without buying? Oops. It's just that this shirt is so nice that I couldn't help myself. Suhao said cheekily. Seeing Shin Yufei's angry look, Suhao instead gloated a little. Just had to teach this woman a lesson. Men's mouths, lying ghosts, say they're just rubbing it in. Do you really believe it's just rubbing it in? Look how happy you are. It's just a few clothes. Shin Yufei did not have a good mood to say. Thinking by it, this guy's shirt for a new one. So better. Yeah, it's just a few clothes. Honey, the front is a Gucci brand store. How about buying me another belt? Suho continues to try to get an inch. Can I get you some more panties? Shin Yuefei's eyebrows raised, her beautiful eyes staring at him. Really? Honey, Suho's eyes lit up. One more word out of you and I'll return all the clothes you're carrying in your hand. Shin Yuefei threatened. Chapter 18, we're both licensed. Suho saw Shin Yuefei's icy face, and carried the clothes and shoes in his hand that he spent more than 100,000 yuan to buy. Or don't mess with this ant, or this clothes and shoes hit the water. It's not worth the loss. The two of them went out of the mall to the car, and Shin Yuefei said, you get in the car first and change your clothes. Yes. Suho nodded. Suho changed his clothes, and only then did Shin Yuefei pull open the car door and sit on it. I sent you a location on top of WeChat, and that's the destination. Shin Yuefei opened her mouth. Suho opened his cell phone and took a look. The corners of his mouth twitched. Hell, even in the suburbs, this drive is estimated to take an hour, and now it is still a traffic jam point in time. No wonder the ice beauty let herself drive it. When the president is the brain is good. Damn. Although the distance was long, Suho didn't find the drive boring. Nonsense. Try driving a luxury car for the first time and you'll be bored? And every time he encountered a traffic jam, Suho wildly honked his horn. Of course he was not urging the car in front of him, but by honking to attract other people's attention just. Needless to say, the Bentley's appeal is still strong, and most men cast envious glances. What's more, Suho's co-pilot was also sitting on a big beautiful woman who was pouring her heart out. When the car drove out of the city, Suho didn't have a chance to show off, which accelerated the speed of the car. By the way, when you arrive home, you shouldn't call me Mr. Shin Yuefei admonished. And what to call you? Don't you usually scream quite a bit? Shin Yuefei bristled. Wife, aha. Shin Yuefei whispered Although she was not happy about this title, she had to compromise when she went home and had to pretend in front of her family. And you have to act like we're in love, okay? Don't let my dad and my aunt see that we're pretending. She gave a word of caution. Gracious love? That's fine with me. But do you know what ennui is? Suho couldn't help but flirt. What is love? Isn't it just talking kindly and warmly? Suho was speechless for a while. Why don't you say something? Shin Yuefei's eyebrows furrowed. You've never been in love, but you've always watched rom-coms, or bubble dramas in your day? Haven't seen it. So what do you usually watch after work? Books on business administration, finance, or related news? Suho finally understood. No wonder people can be the president. The most terrible thing in the world is that the best people work harder than you. By the way, can I gossip and ask you a question? He said boldly. What's the problem? Shin Yuefei was stunned. Outsiders say you like women. Boring. Shin Yuefei directly ignored him, closing her eyes and leaning against the car seat. Suho smiled back and could only focus on driving. Finally at 8 o'clock, they reached their destination. And Suho got out of the car only to realize that it was a sanatorium. A very high-end kind. My dad isn't very well, so he's been living here. Shin Yuefei explained and led him towards the inside of the compound. Ahem. Suho immediately gave a dry cough. What's wrong? Shin Yuefei frowned. Do we look like a lovey-dovey couple who just got a license? Suho reminded. So what do I do? Shin Yuefei was at a loss. She really didn't know anything when it came to relationships. Never mind. I'll teach you. You reach out and take my arm. Suho directly walked forward, pulled up her arm and put it on his own arm. Although Shin Yuefei was a bit resistant to this action, it was true that it was like this when thinking about the young couple, but she drew her arm back again, just resting her wrist on it. Ha ha, my idiot wife, can you get closer to me? You're so far away from me. Is this escorting me? Suho laughed stupidly at Shin Yuefei's action. I don't need you to teach me. Shin Yuefei gritted her teeth, then wrapped her entire arm around Suho's arm. Yeah, that's it. Suho smiled and nodded his head, his heart snickering. It was a bit unbelievable to be leaning so close to the ice beauty. Not long after, Shin Yuefei led him to the innermost villa. Auntie, I'm back. As soon as Shin Yuefei entered the door, she saw her aunt Shin Sueping, who was watching TV in the hall. Phase back. Ha, this is? Shin Sueping stood up happily and suddenly froze when she saw the strange man next to her. Auntie, this is Suho, my boyfriend. Shin Yuefei pulled Suho over and took the initiative to introduce him. Boyfriend? Shin Sueping was obviously confused by this boyfriend who came out of nowhere. Hello, second aunt. I'm Suho. Suho politely said hello. When he was on the road just now, Shin Yuefei had already told him about it in advance. Her father's name is Shin Hongsheng. Because of poor health has been living in a nursing home. Usually her divorced second aunt Shin Sueping in the home care. Aya, the young man is so handsome. Quickly sit down. Xiao Fei. There are guests coming. You don't greet me in advance, so that I can let the home nanny aunt prepare in advance. Shin Suiping greeted Su Hao as she spoke and sat down. Auntie, he doesn't count as a guest anymore. We're both licensed. Shin Yufa headed straight for the sofa. Licensed? Such a big thing. Don't joke with Auntie. This startled Shin Suiping. Auntie, Su Hao and I are in the same company. We've been secretly in love for a long time. This isn't an impulse on my part, Shin Yufa explained. Shin Suiping didn't even know what to say. Auntie, where's my dad? How's his health these days? Shin Yufa asked. Your dad's upstairs in the study. He's been doing okay lately and still reads every day. Then I'll go up and see. Shin Yufa then went upstairs. Su Hao then surveyed the villa. Chinese decoration. Very luxurious. This is not like a sanatorium. Is clearly a private manor. Shin Suiping watched Shin Yufa go upstairs before she exchanged pleasantries with Su Hao. A bunch of questions ensued about where the family was from, how old they were, and what they belonged to. Just as Su Hao had a headache, Shin Yufa assisted her father, Shen Hongsheng, down the stairs. He only saw Shen Hongsheng wearing a pair of old-fashioned glasses, squinting his eyes with a kind and benevolent face. Although he was being supported by Shin Yufa, Su Hao could feel a powerful aura on this old man's body. Hello, uncle. Su Hao stood up in a hurry. Sit down. Shin Hongsheng walked to the sofa and sat down, warmly waving his hand at Su Hao. Only then did Su Hao sit down, still nervous even though he was a fake boyfriend. Young man, how much did Fei pay you to pretend to be her boyfriend? Shin Hongsheng suddenly opened his mouth and asked, his deep eyes staring at him. Chapter 19, Masters of the Game of Go. Su Hao's eyelids jumped. This old man can't be so god. Just met and knew he was a fake? Dad, why don't you still believe me? Didn't I tell you that Su Hao and I have been in an underground relationship before? Shin Yufa sat down next to her dad and hurriedly explained. Is it? I don't believe you. So how do you think I guessed right? Shin Hongsheng asked with a smile. Uncle, I'm to blame for this, Su Hao suddenly said. Shin Yufa frowned. Is it hard for this guy to show his cards? I was working inside the company before, and because of my low position I had some inferiority complex, so I didn't want to publicize my romantic relationship with Fei. I should have asked her to tell you a long time ago, Su Hao explained. Yes, Dad, you've always wanted me to get married soon, and Su Hao and I even got our marriage license, Shin Yufa said in a hurry. You two got a license? Shin Hongsheng was stunned. I knew you'd be skeptical. Let me show you. Only Shin Yufa took out the marriage license from inside her bag and handed it to her dad. Shin Hongsheng took the marriage license and opened it to look at it. Shin Suiping also hastened to come up to look at it, saying, it's really a marriage license, and there's a steel seal. Dad, Auntie, would I lie to you about something like that? Shin Yufa said seriously. You a girl, receive a license such a big event also do not tell dad in advance. Alas, the female is not big in the middle Shin Hongsheng exclaimed. Dad, look at you. This is what you've been waiting for, Shin Yufa said. Uncle, don't worry, I'll be good to little Fei for the rest of my life in the future. Su Hao suddenly grabbed Shin Yufa's hand and said seriously. Well, as long as you two love each other. Su Aping, have the servants prepare a banquet? We'll celebrate tonight, Shin Hongsheng said happily. Fine. Shin Suiping also nodded her head repeatedly. Su Hao smiled, looking at the two elders. This time he really believed it. Dad, you're not well, so don't drink, right? Shin Yufa said worriedly. That won't do. It's Su Hao's first time at the door. I have to have a drink with my son-in-law anyways, Shin Hongsheng said with a smile. Shin Yufa knew her dad's temper and didn't stop him anymore. So soon, Shin Hongsheng and Su Hao were drinking and chatting at the wine table. If Shin Yufa hadn't stopped him, old man Shin was afraid that he would have to drink endlessly with Su Hao. After the meal, the servants brought tea, and Shin Hongsheng and Su Hao chatted idly. By the way, Su, do you know how to play Go? Shin Hongsheng asked with a smile. Uncle, I know just a little. Su Hao honestly said that he really only knows a little bit of Go. Great, for so long, there has been no one to play chess with me. I've been holding it in for months. Su Aping, go and take out my Go. I'll play a few games of chess with Xiao Su. Shin Hongsheng suddenly became interested. Dad, chess drains the mind, Shin Yufa reminded. It's okay, your dad has a lot of energy after such a long break. Shin Hongsheng waved his hand. Not long after, Jiang Suiping took out the Go and set it on top of the tea table. Then Su Hao and Shin Hongsheng got down. Originally, Shin Hongsheng just wanted Su Hao to play with him, but as he played he realized that Su Hao's chess was very good. Shin Hongsheng has been in business for half his life, and his only hobby is Go. He was a master of the game of Go, with a very high level, not losing in the least to professional players. But today, he lost in a row under Su Hao's chess. Shin Hongsheng realized that this son-in-law of his was a little fox, pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. Xiao Su, you kid is not kind. You ate so many of my discs. Your chess skill is so high, but you even said that you would only know a little bit. You made me gullible. I'm going to lose this game. Shin Hongsheng couldn't help but spit. Ahem. Uncle. Maybe I'm just lucky, Su Hao said awkwardly. He really wasn't pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He did know only a little bit of Go before, but it was different now. He had advanced intelligence. That's why he became so good at playing chess. Because almost every attempt of Shin Hongsheng's move, he easily analyzed and judged it, and he was able to set a trap for the other party without knowing it. Don't you dare. There's no luck in Go. Let's play another game. Although Shin Hongsheng lost, he was extremely happy in his heart. For a Go gaming preference, it's a real thrill to meet an opponent. Ha, Dad, you lost? Shin Yufa was stunned. She knew a thing or two about her dad's chess skills, and she wondered if he had lost to Su Hao on purpose. In the next round, Shin Hongsheng became unusually serious, deliberating almost every step for several minutes. But in the end, one of Su Hao's pieces ate a large part of him. Oops, what a miscalculation. What a miscalculation. No, this move doesn't count. Shin Hongsheng saw that he was going to lose and patted his head in depression. Egu, uncle, we don't repent on the chessboard, Su Hao said with a smile. Right. Can't regret the game. Although I lost, this game was played. Painful. Too much fun. Shin Hongsheng clapped his hands straight in delight. When Shin Yufa saw her dad's happy appearance, she felt some emotion in her heart. Her dad hadn't been this happy for a long time. She then looked at Su Hao on the side, and immediately felt that this guy was still quite handsome, and her heart felt a little more grateful to him. Just how did this guy get so good at Go? Little Su, let's fight again. I don't believe I can't win against you. Shin Hongsheng was excited. Dad, it's getting late. Su Hao and I have to go back, and it's time for you to rest. The doctor doesn't let you stay up all night. Shin Yufa hurriedly stopped it. Well, you can't stay up all night. Fei, you two shouldn't go back tonight. Your room on the 3rd floor is cleaned every day, so you two can stay home tonight, Shin Hongsheng suddenly said. Su Hao and Shin Yufa were dumbfounded. Yes, it's after 11. It's too late. Stay at home. Su is still drunk and can't drive, Shin Suaping said from the sidelines. Shin Yufa said, Auntie, we have to work tomorrow. I can drive. Live at home? Wouldn't that mean you'd have to sleep in the same room as Su Hao? How can I sleep? If you don't sleep in the same room, it's not a direct exposure. I don't feel comfortable with you driving this late, so you guys can just get up a little early in the morning, Shin Hongsheng said. Yes. You quickly take Xiao Su up, take a shower and you two go to bed early. Shin Suaping nodded. Ha, that's fine. Then Su Hao and I will go upstairs first. Shin Yufa nodded helplessly and pulled Su Hao upstairs. Su, wait. Shin Hongsheng suddenly called out to Su Hao. Uncle, you say. Su Hao opened his mouth and asked. Silly boy. You two are licensed and you still call me uncle? Shin Hongsheng fainted. Gee, Dad, I was wrong. Su Hao hastily changed his words. Well, little Su, since you two are married, I have a task for you, Shin Hongsheng suddenly said seriously. Dad, you and Fei, you've got to get me grandchildren sooner rather than later. Shin Hongsheng came straight to the point. Chapter 20, Early Grandson. Su Hao was stunned, not expecting Master Shin to make such a request. Good. If your daughter is willing, I can definitely give you several litters of grandchildren. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can only think of myself and your daughter as a fake couple. Dad, what are you talking about? How embarrassed are you making us? And we just got our license. Shin Yufa's pretty face swished red, and it was red all the way to the root of her neck. It's really embarrassing. Your own dad is really in a hurry, isn't he? What's so embarrassing about this? It's all family, isn't it, Su? Shin Hongsheng asked with a smile. Yes, Dad. Don't worry. I will try my best to get Fei pregnant soon. Su Hao directly agreed with alacrity. Fine. Shin Hongsheng nodded in satisfaction. Shin Yufa looked at Su Hao with some grudges. What is this asshole saying? But also let yourself get pregnant early. Pregnant a hairline? You forget your own identity. The key himself actually brainstormed the image of himself with a big belly and Su Hao supporting him at the side. It's really a shame. Yes, I'll show you when you have the baby. Shin Suaping concurred. Geez, I won't talk to you guys. We'll go upstairs first. Shin Yufa hurriedly pulled Su Hao upstairs. After the two people went upstairs, Shin Hongsheng and his sister Shin Suaping sat down on the living room sofa. Suaping, get me a cigarette, Shin Hongsheng said with a grave expression. You're still thinking about smoking, brother? Do you think the two, Xiao Fei and Xiao Su, are really married or not? Shin Suweiping couldn't wait to ask this question. She had endured it for a night. What? Can't you tell? Shin Hongshang said. I didn't believe Fei at first when she came into the house, but when she took out her marriage license, I believed a few things. Shin Suweiping explained. Why else do you think I, let Fei stay at the house tonight? Shin Hongshang said with a smile. Are you trying to see if the two of them will sleep together? You say that you, in your old age, still like to calculate. Shin Suweiping shook her head breathlessly. How else would I know if Fei is fooling an old man like me? Shin Hongshang still had some doubts in his heart. Even if little Fei is really in love, there's no need to get a license so soon, right? And don't discuss it with us. Shin Suweiping looked puzzled. Fei, she must have another agenda. She's trying to keep the career I've fought for all my life. Shin Hongshang recalled an unwritten rule of the Hongshang Group's board of directors. Keep the company? I can't get my head around you guys with these things. Shin Suweiping shook her head breathlessly. At this moment, Shin Yufei and Su Hao, who were in the room on the third floor, were wide-eyed and didn't know what to do. It's reasonable and legal for a man and a woman to be in the same room together, and they're licensed. Su Hao gulped a mouthful of saliva as he looked at Shin Yufei's pretty face and her perfect figure. Honey, let's get started. He sat down on the bed and said quietly. Start what? Shin Yufei looked at him warily. That's what your dad is bugging us about. Su Hao couldn't help but tease her when he saw her nervous and rushed appearance. You are in my house and you dare to think ill of me? Who gave you the guts? Shin Yufei said through clenched teeth, instinctively taking a step back. Don't you listen to Dad? Come on, sit over here. Su Hao smiled badly and patted the bed. Surname Su, you'd better put away your non-thinking, bad thoughts, or I'll break your legs. The third one. Shin Yufei snorted coldly and grabbed the chair next to her. I'm afraid that if Su Hao really did any bold behavior, she would definitely pick up the chair and smash it over. Su Hao's eyelids jumped. Holy cow, this woman is so violent, so ruthless, cannot help but tightly close his legs. However, when he saw Shin Yufei's vigilant look, he couldn't help but laugh. But, ha ha ha, wife, look how scared you are. You're not going to pee your pants, are you? It turns out that the high and mighty Lord President can be scared too. You're the one peeing your pants. Shin Yufei then woke up. So this bastard is scaring himself. Too hateful. You asshole. You get off the bed. How can you go to bed without changing your pajamas? She immediately walked forward and gently kicked Su Hao. So I can go to bed when I change into my pajamas? Su Hao's eyes lit up. That's certainly not true. You can't go to bed even if you change into your pajamas. You sleep on the floor. Shin Yufei didn't have the good sense to say. Su Hao looked at the cold floor and said, sleeping on the floor? How cold the floor is. Why do you think you agreed to live at home? What do you know? Why is my dad keeping us overnight? He's trying to see if we're real. Shin Yufei sat down helplessly. Ha, you and your dad are playing infernal. By the way, did your dad forget something just now? Su Hao got off the bed and sat down at the table as well. Forget what? Forget what? Shin Yufei looked at him in disbelief. I changed my name to Dad. Why didn't he pay me for the change? Su Hao snapped. Shin Yufei was speechless for a while. What a mess. What is this guy full of thoughts? What? Don't you big families have this custom? Su Hao smiled cheekily. No. Shin Yufei gave him a blank look. You who? I didn't realize the ice beauty would roll her eyes. Su Hao waved his hand and said, all right, I'll sleep on the floor as long as I sleep on the floor. Then find me a set of pajamas. I'll take a shower first. I sweated a lot while drinking. Shin Yufei sighed helplessly. She could only make do with what she had tonight. She opened her closet and searched, then took out a very conservative nightgown and pajama pants and handed them to him. You wear this. Grand President Shun. You think I can wear it? Take, I'll get you another one. Shin Yufei found another pink one and handed it to him. It's a nightgown? Su Hao took a look and it was a lady's nightgown. What's wrong with the nightgown? It's new. I've never worn it. Don't worry about it. Shin Yufei explained. It's not if I've worn it or not. It's a lady's nightgown and it's still pink. I don't look good in it. I'm a guy. Su Hao said in a serious manner. Although he was usually very casual about his dress, he couldn't afford to be unimaginative. Could he? I don't have any men's pajamas here, so you don't have to wear them. Shin Yufei glared at him. Su Hao was somewhat crying and laughing. At this point in time, he couldn't go to find Master Shin to borrow pajamas, right? Just die. He took the nightgown then went to take a shower. You wait. This is for you. Shin Yufei took out another new towel and washcloth from the closet. Su Hao took it and walked into the bathroom, resulting in Shin Yufei following him in. By the way, don't use any of the towels and scrubs hanging in there. They're all mine, as well as those skincare products. I say, wife, do you want to wash with me? Suhao suddenly turned his head and smiled wickedly. Chapter 21. I was drunk last night. When Shin Yuefei saw an evil face of Suhao, she immediately ran out from the bathroom. This asshole. The hooligan gangster never changes. She was furious. Just then, she saw the cell phone on the table and had a plan. When this asshole comes out in his nightgown later, I'm going to take his picture and save his embarrassing picture. So I'll see if you dare to mess with me in the future. Shin Yuefei was calculating in her heart. 10 minutes later, Suhao walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Just as Shin Yuefei raised her cell phone to take a picture, she suddenly realized that Suhao was not wearing the pink nightgown, but her own plush bathrobe. Ha! Why are you wearing a bathrobe? Shin Yuefei was stunned. What's all the fuss about? You should have gotten your bathrobe out earlier if you had one. This doesn't fit any better than a nightgown, Suhao said while rubbing his hair. Ouch! You stinking rascal! Shin Yuefei had the heart to cry, because this bathrobe was kept inside the small closet in the bathroom, and the small closet held all of her intimate clothing. Just now, Suhao took this bathrobe from inside the cabinet. Wouldn't that mean that his own personal clothes were all seen by this asshole? Shin Yuefei hurriedly ran into the bathroom and opened the cabinet to take a look. She was instantly mortified, and sure enough, all of her intimate apparel was visible inside. Ahem! What's wrong? Seeing that Shin Yuefei reacted so greatly, Suhao asked in confusion. You went through my locker with my permission. It's full of my clothes, my privacy, okay? Shin Yuefei said angrily. It's just 2 Hello Kitties and 2 strawberry ones. Don't worry, I won't tell. Suhao snapped and laughed badly. Ha! Stinking rascal! Shin Yuefei was so angry that she almost fainted. This bastard even remembered so clearly. What? I didn't mean to, okay? Why don't I take off my robe? Suhao said helplessly. Shut up, I don't want to hear you talk. Shin Yuefei directly closed the bathroom door, and then put away all the clothes inside the small cabinet, all covered with a bath towel. She breathed a sigh of relief when she was done packing. Calm down, don't get angry. Being angry hurts your body, Shin Yuefei said to herself, stabilizing her emotions before locking the bathroom door. She also needed a shower. After all, there is a man outside their door. Shin Yuefei always feels strange, so simply rinsed, and then changed into a conservative pajama pants this before coming out. But she just walked out and saw the scene in front of her, and her anger rubbed off again, because at this moment, Suhao was lying on her bed, and it was also in a big position. Stinking rascal, you get down here. Who let you into bed? Shin Yuefei walked up and said with a dark face, but Suhao lying on the bed didn't pay any attention to her at all. She was even more furious. She immediately copied the pillow next to her and was ready to smash it at Suhao. Who? At this time suddenly came the sound of Suhao snoring. Shin Yuefei was directly speechless. This guy even fell asleep. This is too fast, right? He had just taken a 10-minute shower himself. However, she suddenly thought that during the evening meal, Suhao drank a few glasses of wine, and he seemed to say that he was not capable of drinking. Is this guy drunk? So-ho! Shin Yuefei pushed him and realized that he was already drowsy from sleep. I can't wake up even if I scream. What should I do? Where should I sleep? Can't you let yourself sleep on the floor? She's a girl. The floor is cold. If she sneaks off to sleep in the guest room now, her aunt will definitely find out the next day when she packs up. It's all your fault. Shin Yuefei raised her foot in anger and glared at Suhao. She could never tolerate herself sleeping with a guy. Even with her clothes on, she couldn't get past that point in her heart. Offhand, her bedroom didn't have a couch either, just a table and chair. Shin Yuefei could only put on her clothes, set her alarm clock, and then fall asleep on the table. At first, she couldn't sleep at all as she listened to Suhao snoring, but after the early hours of the morning, Shin Yuefei couldn't stay up any longer, and sleepiness hit her, falling asleep on the table. After about an hour, Shin Yuefei woke up from the pain as she pressed her arms. Phew! She was furious when she saw Suhao sleeping soundly. It's your own bedroom. Why should you suffer on the table by yourself? Shin Yuefei clenched her teeth, then walked to the side of the bed, because Suhao had rolled over, so the other side of the bed was empty. She immediately lay back down, too drowsy from the sleepiness to care. Jingle bells. The next day the alarm went off at 5:30 and Suhao was woken up. He would have moved, but realized his legs were numb and he couldn't move them. Then twisting his head, Shin Yuefei was actually lying beside him, and one of her legs was pressed against his own. Suhao was speechless for a while. Good guy. This woman is strong enough to sleep. Well, Shin Yuefei also heard the alarm clock, then opened her eyes and happened to lock eyes with Suhao right away. Ha! With a scream, she directly stomped Suhao off the bed. Clunk! Su Hao suddenly had a black line on his face and breathlessly climbed up. You rascal! What have you done to me? Shin Yuefei looked at her body in panic and realized that her clothes were intact, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. I say, Auntie, why are your legs so strong? What can I do to you? It's obvious that you're the one who's numbing my legs. Su Hao couldn't help but spit. Numb? Humph. I'm glad I didn't break it for you. You slept in my bed last night and I couldn't even wake you up. Shin Yuefei remembered last night's incident and picked up a pillow and threw it towards Su Hao. Su Hao caught the pillow as soon as he could and laughed awkwardly. This is really not my fault. I have a very small amount of alcohol. I was a little confused after I took a shower and I didn't expect to fall asleep. Humph. I see you did it on purpose. Shin Yuefei stretched and yawned. Su Hao was instantly mesmerized, attracted by this stretching action of Shin Yuefei. It's really so beautiful. How does this woman grow? Why is she so beautiful even in her veiled face? And it's even more feminine with this change into these pink at-home pajamas. At this moment, Su Hao was really a bit moved. If he could really marry such a beautiful wife, how good it would be. Shin Yuefei suddenly noticed Su Hao's infatuated eyes, and she hurriedly covered her upper body. Stinking rascal, what are you looking at? Look again and gouge your eyes out. Hurry to the bathroom and put on your clothes. There's a regular meeting at 9 today. I mustn't be late. She immediately snapped. Su Hao shook his head speechlessly. This woman, all dressed up, still not allowed to see. Chapter 22, Gaining Extraordinary Sight. Su Hao and Shen Yuefei got up and washed up before going downstairs. Little Su, little Fei, you're all up. Auntie Chiu has already made the meal. You guys should eat quickly. You need to pad your stomachs in the morning, Shin Suweiping said in a hurry. Aha! Shen Yuefei nodded, then went to the restaurant with Su Hao. Shin Suweiping hurriedly went up to the third floor, then quietly came to Shin Yuefei's bedroom. It seems that little Fei and little Su are a real couple. This time it looks like the two slept in the same bed last night. Shin Suweiping could easily see that there were traces of two people lying on the bed. She then went to the study and told Shin Hongsheng about it. When Su Hao and Shin Yuefei had eaten breakfast and were ready to leave, Shin Hongsheng called out to them to chat some more. Little Fei, don't feel too much pressure at the voting meeting of the board of directors in 3 months' time. Although the position of chairman is important, you don't have to be too obsessive, Shin Hongsheng exhorted. Dad, don't worry. I won't let the family business you've been running for half your life be easily won by the Kong family, Shin Yuefei said seriously. Little Fei, Dad is getting old. In this world, there are always some things that we can't control. Dad doesn't want you to carry too much on your shoulders. Dad wants you to live a happy life, Shin Hongsheng said seriously. Dad, I understand. Shin Yuefei's eyes were a little red. Well, it's getting late. Get in the car. Shin Hongsheng waved his hand. Su Hao was on the sidelines, and although he wasn't too clear about the specific matters here, he could hear a generalization. Afterwards, Su Hao and Shin Yuefei both drove away from the sanatorium. On the way, Shin Yuefei unexpectedly told Su Hao about the family. Her father, Shen Hongsheng, was a soldier when he was young, and then retired from the military because of multiple physical injuries. After retiring from the military, Shin Hongsheng chose the path of entrepreneurship and met Shin Yuefei's mother in the early stages of the business. A few years later, Hongsheng Group developed into a large company, and Shin Hongsheng also ushered in the peak of his career and family. But the good times didn't last long. Shin Yuefei's mom found out about cancer and eventually passed away. Since then Shin Hongsheng's health condition is also more and more not as good as before. 3 years ago when a company meeting fell ill, the company's business was also once in a state of chaos. It was also at that time that Shin Yuefei took over the position of group president, saved the day, stabilized the company's situation, and later successfully listed the company. After the listing, although the company's performance was good, Shin Hongsheng's shares were also diluted a lot. Because of Shin Hongsheng's medical condition, it was impossible for him to continue to serve as chairman, so he transferred all of his shares to his daughter, Shin Yuefei, in the hope that she would take over. But the company's other shareholders have their own small calculations. Many shareholders also want to compete for the position of chairman of the group. The company's shareholders Kong Xinghe is one of the most representative of this. Su Hao, the reason I got a license to marry you is one reason is to make my father happy, and the other important purpose is to compete for the chairman's seat. Shin Yuefei finally told the purpose of her fake marriage. Vying for the chairmanship? What does this have to do with getting a license to marry? Su Hao was a bit puzzled. There's an unwritten rule on the board that if a candidate for chairman is a woman, she has to be married, Shin Yuefei explained. Ha? What kind of weird rule is that? Su Hao was a bit surprised. Well, it's quite odd. And it's not the old codgers on the board who are worried about the potential for a lot of change and trouble in the future with a young single woman as the group's chairwoman. Shin Yuefei was helpless about this kind of regulation. A change of heart? Su Hao shook his head breathlessly. What kind of bullshit worry was this? The two chatted their way into the city. Still a bit stuck in traffic because it was the morning rush hour. It was 8:35 when they got on the company elevator. It's over. I'll be late again for clocking in later. 5 times this month. No bonus for perfect attendance again. Who came up with this bullshit rule? Su Hao couldn't help but spit out a sentence. I want to. Shin Yufa glared. Su Hao was speechless for a while. You seem a little silly. You're the executive director now. You don't have to punch a clock. Shin Yufa reminded. Oops, I forgot all about that. Su Hao was instantly happy again. When he came to the office door, Cui Xiaowan stood up in a hurry. Good morning, Mr. Su. Ha, Xiaowan. This blue professional outfit of yours is very pretty today. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Which is, ha, Mr. Su, are you wearing Armani? Cui Xiaowan was surprised. That easy to recognize? Su Hao was a bit stunned. That's for sure. This Armani must be over $30,000 a piece. Cui Xiaowan sighed. Su Hao was completely convinced that these women had some innate sense of smell for luxury goods. He then walked into the office and Cui Xiaowan immediately took the initiative to make him a cup of coffee. Something like making coffee is basically a must for every executive secretary. Mr. Su, today is Friday. There's a high-level company meeting at 9 a.m. That you need to attend. Cui Xiaowan handed over a company executive meeting sheet. Su Hao nodded and said, Xiaowan, you bring the company's personnel organization structure and related business field information for me to take a look. Yes. Cui Xiaowan quickly brought the information. Ding. System reminder, the host has pending evolution points to collect. Su Hao was stunned. Then opened the super evolution system. He found out that he could collect 600 evolution points for his junior position promotion achievement. Su Hao directly received the evolution points and currently had 1,200 evolution points. System, open I evolution. Ding. Congratulations host. ILV2 has successfully evolved. ILV2 possesses the ability, extraordinary reading plus extraordinary sight. Extraordinary vision? Su Hao immediately scanned the office, and he realized that his vision had indeed become much clearer. Not only that, because the office door was open, Cui Xiaowan stood in front of the table outside the door to send WeChat. He was actually able to see clearly the chat content above Cui Xiaowan's cell phone. Cui Xiaowan, hui, do you know? Today my boss wore an Armani. And with his handsome face, he finished off all those male celebrities you admire. Bikini BFF, really? Send me a picture so I can get high. Cui Xiaowan, I just don't. You less why my boss? I want to get high myself. Bitchy BFF, you slutty hooves are so petty. You're not a spring chicken, are you? Cui Xiaowan, oops, it's just a commotion. What to do? Bikini BFF, oof. Why don't you pounce on your boss and make him fall under your stone skirt? Cui Xiaowan, shame. Su Hao's old face blushed. Nonchalant. I didn't realize that Cui Xiaowan was very serious on the outside, but behind the scenes, she and her best friend were driving so fast. Chapter 23, You Can Listen to Your Heart. Su Hao opened the Super Evolution System virtual screen. Host, Su Hao. Brain LV2 possesses the ability, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2 possesses the ability, Extraordinary Reading plus Extraordinary Sight. Remaining evolution points, 700 points. Next evolutionary part, ears. Su Hao's eyes lit up as he wondered what ability the ear evolution would have. System, turn on ear evolution. Ding. Congratulations host. LV1 ear has successfully evolved. Keep evolving. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The LV2 ear has successfully evolved. Su Hao immediately couldn't wait to check it out. Ears LV2 possesses the ability, Extraordinary Hearing plus Eavesdrop on the Heart. For transcendent hearing, Su Hao could immediately understand that it must be his own hearing that had improved. What is this eavesdropping on the heart? Host, you can select the eavesdropper through your eyes, and then just meditate on the eavesdropping heart. Su Hao looked at Cui Xiaowan with curiosity, then silently chanted. Cui Xiaowan's voice, Mr. Su is such a handsome man. I'm sure I can't match him, but it's always okay to fantasize about rolling in bed with him shyly in your heart, right? At this time, Cui Xiaowan turned back to look at the office and happened to lock eyes with Su Hao. Yikes! Cui Xiaowan instantly blushed, and her eyes were somewhat evasive. Su Hao was stunned. Was he able to hear Cui Xiaowan's heart? There's something tawdry about this eavesdrop on the heart ability. It's too good to be true. Wanda, what's wrong with you? How come you're still embarrassed to look at me? Su Hao walked over and deliberately flirted. Ha, Mr. Su, no. Cui Xiaowan quickly pretended to be confused. No, why are you blushing? Su Hao continued to ask deliberately. Yes? It's probably too hot. That Mr. Su, I'm going to the bathroom. Cui Shaowan found an excuse to escape. Su Hao grinned. Go to the toilet? It can't be that the drunken warmth is not in the bar. He was very happy in his heart. It seemed that he would have to continue to struggle in the future and complete more life achievements before he could do so that he would have more evolution points. Ding! System task release. Enhance the host's influence and complete the $1 billion task of advertising investment. Quest reward, 1,000 evolution points. Su Hao froze. Advertising investment of $1 billion. This task is somewhat challenging. He is now in charge of the mobile internet business group. Want to make money? The fastest way is of course to solicit advertisers. Su Hao then took a quick look at the company's organizational structure and business operation related information. Before long, it was almost 9 o'clock, and he carried his laptop straight to the conference room on the 6th floor. Hongsheng Group, as a listed company, has a regular meeting every Monday and Friday morning, and the participating members are mainly the top management members of the company. Hello Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Along the way, Su Hao met quite a few company employees who took the initiative to greet him. There were also some young female employees casting admiring glances. After all, he was currently the youngest executive in the company. In the eyes of these ordinary female staff members, that's a dark horse with a great future. Soon Su Hao came to the 6th floor conference room. At this moment the conference room was already sitting a lot of people. On the conference table were placed the name of each executive. He sought his nameplate and walked straight over to sit down. This is Director Su, right? Hello, I'm Jiang Yunqi from Human Resources. That's when a beautifully dressed woman sitting next to her took the initiative to say hello. Hello, Mr. Jiang, admired for a long time. Mr. Jiang is not only good looking, but also extremely efficient. Yesterday the first time I was equipped with an assistant. Thank you Mr. Jiang. Su Hao took the initiative and said generously. No way. Mr. Su is the one who is young and talented. When Jiang Yunqi was praised, her vanity burst and she laughed happily. Soon the other executives in the conference room also took the initiative to greet Su Hao. After all, in their class, the Zhenghu is all about people. But a middle-aged man sitting opposite Su Hao snorted coldly. I see that the appointment of executives in our company is getting more and more casual. What ability does a milquetoast kid have to be a director? The middle-aged man said mockingly. Su Hao frowned and immediately recognized the man as Kai Yuba, the executive director of the Online Media Business Group. Online Media Business Group is the company's news media business unit, mainly facing the PC side of the computer. Was once the company's red-hot business unit, but with the development of cell phone mobile, computer PC side of the business withered. So Kai Yuba, the executive director of the position, is not as big as before. When Shin Ufa once advocated the establishment of a mobile internet business group, Kai Yuba strongly supported it and proposed to merge the mobile internet business into his own network media business. But this proposal was rejected by Shin Ufa, to which Kai Yuba's heart was certainly not happy. While the PC side of the online media business has fallen by the wayside, the sector's vast array of news content services remains very important. Even quite a lot of the news content of the Fastbird headline app currently under Su Hao's command came from the Online Media Business Group. A few days ago, the previous executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group resigned, and the company did not recruit a suitable person to take over for a long time. Kai Yuba thought he had another opportunity, but no one expected that Su Hao appeared out of nowhere and directly became the executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group. When Kai Yuba knew that Su Hao used to be a programmer in the program development department, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Su Hao could understand about Kai Yuba's resentment, but the fact that this guy called himself a milquetoast made him a bit upset. Mr. Su, don't mind him, he's just got this temper. Jiang Yunqi made a comforting remark from the sidelines. Just then, the door to the conference room opened. Shin Ufa and an extremely beautiful beauty walked in. This beautiful beauty had a convex front and curved back. Compared to Shin Ufa, hers was more of 1,000 dainties, setting off the word sexy to the fullest. Su Hao immediately recognized this woman who was a natural beauty. Ning Yusin, the financial director of Hongsheng Group, and Shin Ufa, known as the absolute pride of Hongsheng Group. Ning Yusin was Shin Ufa's college sister, and the two had a very good relationship, which was also the reason why Shin Ufa was relieved to give her such an important position as CFO. Ning Yusin walked into the conference room. The beautiful eyes of the regal heart then scanned, and finally her gaze rested on Su Hao's body. The corners of her mouth rose, and her red lips smiled slightly. Su Hao froze. What was this woman looking at herself for? And with such an expression. Eavesdrop on the heart. Ning Yusin's voice. This is the annoying guy that Xiao Fei said? Ha ha. Still quite handsome, but why are his eyes always staring at his, humph, stinky brother? Su Hao immediately had a black line on his face. Shin Yufa didn't know what bad words he had said about himself with this woman. Damn it! And who stares at your what? This woman is so self-absorbed. Bigger is better. Chapter 20 For the beautiful chief financial officer, Shin Yufa walked into the office, and all the executives in the conference room straightened their backs one by one, and the conference room immediately quieted down. Mr. Shin, everyone is here. Wang Meng, the president's secretary, reported. Well, let the meeting begin. Shin Yufa nodded. Wang Meng then sat at the side table behind the conference table to take minutes. The content of each regular meeting is basically a report and presentation of the week's work by the executives of each department, and the first person to report was none other than Kai Yuba of the Online Media Business Group. In the beginning, there were some routine work reports, but in the end, Kai Yuba proposed a new work plan. This guy proposes to add a new feature panel to the Fastbird Headlines app, which is Shake It. Now Kai Yuba's Network Media Business Group is vigorously developing dating and marriage services, so it is thinking of Fastbird Headline app. Open a portal to absorb users. Kai Yuba hopes that by shaking, more men and women nearby will add friends and interact and chat through their dating platform. Su Hao frowned. For the function of cell phone app shaking, it is very common on top of social software. Once this function appeared, but attracted a lot of young people's enthusiasm. It's just that Kai Yuba's hand is stretched out long enough to dictate the functional segments of the mobile internet business group. Shin Yufa frowned. For such a feature, it could indeed absorb a lot of users in a short period of time. Do you have any comments on the new feature board proposed by Superintendent Choi? Shin Yufa asked. All the executives in the conference room began to express their opinions. Most of them felt that Kai Yuba's proposal was good. I object. Su Hao suddenly spoke. That one sentence captured the whole idea. Kai Yuba was a bit displeased when he saw Su Hao singing against himself. Superintendent Su, what's your opinion? Tell us. Shin Yufa didn't expect Su Hao to directly oppose it. Fastbird Headlines is a news and information app, not a social software. I think adding this function, it is completely unnecessary, and it will only make users feel that our app is unorthodox. Su Hao said directly. Shin Yufa nodded. This was indeed her worry as well, but Kai Yuba was not happy. Grunted. Director Su, you are wrong. Have you done market research? Do you know how many users social apps, relying on this feature, attract? There are many ways to attract users. My new side app doesn't work. You want to use Shake to absorb users and then expand your dating and marriage services. Director Kai can launch a separate dating app. Su Hao said nonchalantly. You don't forget that I provide a lot of the news content here at Fastbird Headlines. Kai Yuba was furious. Director Kai, you have to put yourself in the right position. The news content is provided by the Network Media Business Group, not by you personally, and it is with the Fastbird Headlines as a display platform that those news contents of yours have value. And the two together would have been the strategy of the company's business. Su Hao said in a serious manner. Kid, you don't need to say this. You can't make the decision on this matter. Shin is the president. She has the final say. Kai Yuba said with a cold snort. Don't scare me with Mr. Shin. If Mr. Shin insists on letting me add this feature, I'll just resign. Su Hao responded in a domineering manner. You kid is so arrogant. Mr. Shin, is this the director you promoted? Kai Yuba slammed the table in anger. Shin Yufa's face was also a bit ugly, but she was still in favor in her heart of the questioning raised by Su Hao. But this guy was too direct in his words, and he was sitting here himself. Ning Yusin, however, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she was somewhat surprised at Su Hao's strength. Ahem, Superintendent Su, watch the way you speak, Shin Yufa said seriously. Su Hao nodded and smiled. All the executives here should know that there is an app called which shakes and has become a means of dating. Director Kai must learn from the experience if he wants to make a dating app. Kai Yuba's face instantly darkened and he almost jumped up in anger. The other executives couldn't help but gloat when they saw Kai Yuba's expression. Okay, let's talk about this later. Other departments will report back first. Shin Yufa hurriedly interrupted in time. If this continues, this guy Su Hao doesn't know what he'll say again. The other executive directors then began to report back. At the beginning, Su Hao also listened carefully, but the business content of other departments is really uninteresting, and some of the director of the report, and the teacher lectures like, listening to him drowsy, some doze off. Why don't you take a nap on the table? That's not very nice. After all, it is the company's executives' regular meeting, and besides, always have to give his wife a face-off. It was a pity that he had forgotten to bring a teacup when he came to the conference room. Otherwise some tea would have been fine. Su Hao decided to find something to do to refresh himself, so Su Hao took out his cell phone, and WeChat unexpectedly received a friend ad message. He opened it to see that the person who had added himself was actually the big mean girl, Ning Yusin, the beautiful chief financial officer. Just what was this woman doing adding herself as a friend? Su Hao nodded in agreement. And Ning Yusin on the other side of the conference table tapped her head down on her cell phone before the corners of her mouth rose. Director Su, I'm Ning Yusin. Squints and smiles. Well, I know. It turns out that I'm not the only one who wandered away from the meeting, dog's head. Ha ha, smelly brother. You were so domineering just now. There aren't many people who dare to dislike Director Kai. Yeah, I don't dislike him. I just purely dislike him. Ning Yusin at the conference table couldn't help but giggle when she saw this reply. As Shin Ufa, who was next to her, looked over, Ning Yusin hurriedly turned off her cell phone. Su Hao saw Ning Yusin paying attention to the meeting again from the far side of the conference table, and he helplessly clicked on the mobile game, King Pesticide. Since you're sleepy, why don't you play a game to refresh yourself? Turn off your cell phone music first, or you'll be embarrassed if you're exposed. Anyway, Su Hao's position was a bit far away from Shin Ufa, and she couldn't notice herself here. So Su Hao sat down at the table and played with his head down. Zhang Yunxi, who was in the seat next to her, casually glanced over and saw Su Hao who was playing the game, and she was so shocked that her beautiful eyes jumped. On weekdays, when regular meetings are held and Shin Ufa is present, these executives of theirs, not to mention playing the game, don't even have a snooze. Now Su Hao was even playing the game. It was simply too bold, wasn't it? At this moment, Shin Ufa, who was originally listening attentively to the report, suddenly had her gaze rest on Su Hao's body, because Su Hao kept his head down. Although he had a laptop blocking his view, the corners of his mouth were moving and cracking, so it was obvious that he was stealing a cell phone. Chapter 25, You're so bossy, asshole. Shin Ufa was furious when she found Su Hao who was secretly playing with his cell phone. Who dares to be so bold when she's having a regular meeting? This asshole is out of line. What executive would dare to challenge his authority on a normal day? By this time, the debriefing of the other department directors was over. Shin Ufa realized that Su Hao was still playing the game. She immediately yelled, Su Hao, what are you doing? Ha! This sudden growl startled Su Hao's eyelids, and he panicked and pressed his cell phone, trying to turn the screen off. But because of a moment of panic, he had pressed the wrong button, pressing it as the volume plus button, and the sound of the game instantly resounded in the conference room. Double kill. Triple kill. At this moment, the executives in the conference room all looked over in unison. Kai Yuba heard the sound of the game, and immediately gloated and laughed. This time the surname Su Miserable. Ha ha, dead. Even opened the regular meeting to play games. This time it must have made President Shin furious. Su Hao, that depressed, hurriedly pressed again and turned off his cell phone. Zhang Yunxi looked at Su Hao with some sympathy and shook her head helplessly. Ning Yusin even covered her mouth and snickered. Snap. Su Hao, get up. Shin Ufa heard the voice and immediately slapped the table in anger. Rubbing, Su Hao instinctively stood up, like he was being called by the teacher in class. Okay, Su director. Open regular meeting. You even play games? Eat chicken it. Shin Ufa said angrily. It's not chicken. It's King Pesticide. Su Hao explained. I don't care if you're a pesticide or a fertilizer. I think it's time for you to take your medication, right? Tell me, why did you play the game at the meeting? Shin Ufa raised her eyebrows. I'm a little sleepy and just wanted to play a game to refresh myself, Su Hao said cheekily. But, ha ha, the company executives couldn't help but laugh. What? Shin Ufa was confused by Su Hao's strange reason. Playing games because I'm too sleepy and refreshed. This faceless guy, does he think he wouldn't dare fire him? Sleepy? Why are you sleepy? Shin Ufa said angrily. You should know why I'm sleepy. Just a few hours of sleep last night, Su Hao said sardonically. The moment these words came out, everyone in the conference room, their eyes became strange. You should know why I'm stuck. That sentence sounds like it has another meaning yet. Mr. Shen should know? Is it possible that Mr. Shen and Mr. Su Hao were together last night? What can a man and a woman do together at night? Just one sentence that springs to mind. Shin Ufa immediately blushed and clenched her teeth in anger. What was this asshole talking nonsense about? Su Hao, it's not just that I asked you to work overtime last night to reinforce the security of the Fast Bird headline app. You've even learned to complain to me. Shin Ufa immediately thought of a reason. The executives in the conference room then realized that this was the case. When Su Hao heard Shin Ufa's words, he was first stunned and then understood. Yeah, I shouldn't complain. Aren't you sleepy? It's just as well. Aren't you going to make a disaster recovery program for the Fast Bird app? You come and report back to everyone. Shin Ufa immediately changed the topic. Ha, okay then. Su Hao nodded. then opened his laptop, connected it to the projection, and began to report. Kyuba was a bit confused. What's the situation? This guy's meeting to play games is just over? What's going on here? This isn't Mr. Shin's usual work style. Mr. Shin is a decisive and cold-faced Yama. How can he let the kid's surname Su go so easily? Kyuba is really puzzled. In fact, he is not the only one who is puzzled. Not long after, Suhao's debriefing was over, and of course there was the final point, the need for $5 million of financial support. I object. Kyuba immediately saying the opposite. You kids were against my proposal, now I'm against your program too. Director Kai, this is an internal program of our mobile internet business group. It has nothing to do with your department. Suhao directly disliked it. Kyuba was directly dumbfounded. Ning Yusin saw Kyuba's expression and squeezed her eyes at Shin Ufa. Shin Ufa was also helpless. What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? The Fastbird headline app has developed until now. Most of the advertising revenue is still the performance of our marketing department. Why do you say spend money, and also spend 5 million at once? Kyuba didn't have the good sense to say. It is true that the mobile internet business group, at present, does not have its own marketing department. Director Kai, I'd like to ask you, what is your share of the advertising investment task this year? Suhao suddenly asked. What about 500 million? Kyuba said with a straight face. His share of this annual advertising investment, although in the group revenue accounted for a small percentage, but it is also a large amount of income. Good. I announce that the mobile internet business group will start the advertising investment program today, with an annual task of $1 billion, Suhao said in a domineering manner. Everyone was stunned at these words. $1 billion a year in advertising revenue. Even in the domestic internet companies, the well-known company as Certain Hoa Certain Tooth a year advertising revenue are not yet $1 billion. Shin Ufa froze. How could she not expect Suhao to suddenly present himself with a mission test? The executives of the company were all shaking their heads breathlessly, thinking that Suhao was too impulsive. Wasn't this asking for trouble? And even if you're trying to get some results, be humble. And $1 billion. When Kyuba heard Suhao's words, he was immediately happy in his heart. Yada yada yada. Su director is really young and energetic. You set yourself a task assessment line. What if you cannot do it? Kyuba asked with a raised eyebrow. If the mission isn't accomplished, I'll resign and leave. Suhao said directly. Ugh. The company executive sighed. Still too young. Ha ha. Mr. Shin. Did you hear that? He made his own military order. Kyuba said happily. Pop. Suddenly Shin Ufa slapped the table. Kyuba shut up and stopped laughing, and everyone was quiet. Alright, today's meeting is over in the end. Adjourned. Shin Ufa left the conference room with a cold face after saying that. Kyuba was a little confused. Meeting adjourned. Only then did the company executives take their things and leave. In fact, everyone could see that Mr. Shin did not have a clear attitude, which was undoubtedly leaving room for Suhao. Suhao, let's see how you'll end up, Kyuba dejectedly said, then bloated and left. Suhao shrugged indifferently. Did these people have so little confidence in themselves? Superintendent Su, you're too impulsive, Zhang Yunqi said and left as well. In the end, only Suhao was left in the conference room, as well as the other one of the absolute double pride, the company's beautiful CFO, Ning Yusin. Stinky brother, you're so bossy, Ning Yusin said with a smile. Chapter 26, I'm your boss. Mr. Ning, you're making fun of me again. Suhao was a little confused as to why Ning Yusin was so enthusiastic about herself. With a self-conscious look. Why yes, I really think you're bossy, okay? But you're still the first time I've seen a man who adds assessment tasks to himself. Ning Yusin smiled delicately. Mr. Ning, as you can see, I seem to have upset Wu Zetian. Suhao had a helpless face. Wu Zetian? But, you're talking about Fei. Ning Yusin was stunned. Ahem, that, Mr. Ning, I'll go and get busy first. Suhao secretly screamed that it was not good. He almost forgot that this big fierce beauty in front of him and Shin Ufa were good girlfriends. Hey, stinky brother, don't rush off. Ning Yusin suddenly reached out and held the door of the conference room, blocking Suhao's way. Ha? Suhao was confused. I'm really shocked. What's this woman up to? Do you know her well? Ahem, Mr. Ning, anything else? Suhao asked with a dry cough. Are you free tonight? Join us for a beer? Ning Yusin raised her willow eyebrows and looked at him. Drinking beer? The three main hobbies of a royal lady? Suhao is not a little cutie. This woman may still be trying to dig some traps for herself. Ning Yusin must have been instructed by Shin Ufa to catch herself. He had seen leaning on the sky and slaughtering the dragon more than a dozen times. And the prettier the woman, the more likely she was to deceive him. He remembered it well. Ahem. I'm sorry, Mr. Ning. I have something else to do in the evening. What is it? My wife is having a baby. Ha? Having a baby? Ning Yusin was confused and withdrew her slender arm. Suha took the opportunity to walk out the door and slipped away. By the time Ning Yusin came back to her senses, Suha had already walked away. Stinky brother, I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. Sister is more interested in you. The corners of Ning Yusin's mouth rose, her beautiful eyes curving into a crescent moon. On this side, Suha had just gotten on the elevator, opened his phone, and found that he had received a WeChat from Shun Yufa. Come to my office. Suha could only go to the 5th floor first. What's the matter, wife? You miss me again so soon? He walked into the office and plopped down on the couch with reckless abandon. Shin Yufa was so shocked that her jaw almost fell off. What kind of person is this? Getting more and more licentious. You asshole, get up. What for? There are no outsiders here. Suha said cheekily. Surname Su. I'm your superior. If you continue to be so unruly, I'll deduct your year-end bonus. Shin Yufa growled. Ahem. Don't be angry, wife. Suha stood up in a hurry. This woman. She really grabbed her own key points and scared herself with the prize money. I'm not angry. You're playing games during a meeting. I take it you don't want to do your job? Shin Yufa glared at him. How come? Didn't I even offer to advertise for the company? I don't think you know how much you weigh. Do you? Just you. You're still a merchant. Shin Yufa was speechless for a while. Honey, don't you support me too? Just be honest and do your part in the department. No. I made a boast in front of so many people that I had to start an advertising recruitment program. Suha said in a serious manner. Fine. Go ahead and recruit. You have great ability. I'll wait for you to get your hands on $1 billion in advertising. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth. Honey, so what's your reward if I do complete the $1 billion mission? Suha asked with a smile. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes opened round. Am I a milkmaid? You want rewards every day. Tell you what, wife. If I really fulfill the $1 billion advertising task, you will accompany me. Suha had a bad smile on his face. What are you talking about, you stinking rascal? If you speak out of turn to me again, I'll waste you and make you a eunuch. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes glared, and her queen-like overwhelming aura instantly erupted. Look, what's your hurry? Just hear me out. Suha pretended to explain with an innocent face. So what do you say to accompany? Shin Yufa's anger dropped a little. I just want you to have dinner with me. Suha explained. Eat with you? Why should I accompany you for dinner? Let me tell you, even though we've got a license, don't have any unrealistic and non-consensual thoughts. Shin Yufa gave him a blank look. Don't worry, you're so cold. If you were really my wife, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Suha snapped. Shin Yufa was confused for a moment. It's like this. I'm going to find time to invite a few nice classmates to have a meal and get together, and then you'll pretend to be my girlfriend along to give me a facelift. How about that? Suha explained with a smile. Surname Su. I didn't expect you to have a strong sense of vanity, but you still want to borrow me and show off? Shin Yufa was stunned. This guy was as thick-skinned as a city wall. Who doesn't want to show off? Every time a few classmates have dinner, they all bring their girlfriends, and I'm the only single dog, and I don't want to be hurt 10,000 points more. Suha was telling the truth. After he graduated, he used to get together with his college buddies, but those old dogs all had girlfriends. Even that fat guy Niu Xiaojia had a girlfriend. How could he not be depressed? After graduation, work these years, Suha this handsome appearance. There are women to him, but he is a face control. Of course the main reason was that Suha had put all his energy into his career and studies. It's just a meal. Okay, as long as you can complete the 1 billion task. Shun Yufa agreed painfully. Why did she agree so painfully? Because she didn't believe Suha could complete the mission at all. So agreeing or not agreeing would have the same result for her. So you say yes, wife. Great. Suha nodded happily. He took a girlfriend like Shin Yufa to have dinner with his classmates. Thinking of the envious eyes of each of his old irons in the fire, he couldn't tell you how great he felt in his heart. With your asshole stirring things up, I almost forgot about business. What business? At 2 p.m. the company is going to receive an important foreign client. You as the executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group, attend with me. Remember not to run around. I will intranet the client information to you. Shun Yufa admonished. Aha. No problem. Suha nodded. And this for you. Shin Yufa handed him a folder. Chapter 27, The Feeling of Being Defended by a Woman. Suha took the folder, which was clipped with his yesterday's system disaster recovery program, which clearly had Shin Yufa's signature of approval and consent. Ha ha, wife, you finally signed. So isn't Kai Yuba against me spending money? I'm the president of this company. Honey, you're so good to me. Suha was a little touched. There was a feeling of being defended by a woman yet. Nothing, hurry up and get out. Shin Yufa glared at him. Okay. Suha took the folder and left. Not long after, Ning Yusin arrived at Shin Yufa's office. The two girlfriends make a cup of coffee each and talk. Sister Xin. You saw the regular meeting today. This guy Su Hao. He's too capable of messing things up. He's simply a shit stirrer. Shin Yufa said through clenched teeth. Yikes. Fifi, you can even say the word shit stirrer. Ha ha, laugh me to death. Ning Yusin laughed her head off. Sister Xin. You're still laughing. I'm so angry with him. Shin Yufa took a sip of coffee to suppress her anger. Fifi I do think this Su Hao is quite domineering. And didn't you say that his IT skills are very impressive? It's true that his skills are quite impressive. But Sister Xin, I'll tell you in advance that this Su Hao is a money grubber. So as the chief financial officer, watch over him for me and don't let him make any mistakes. Shin Yufa admonished. Fei, be honest with me. You don't have any special relationship with Su Hao, do you? Ning Yusin arched her willow eyebrows and asked tentatively. Cough cough. Sister Xin, what relationship can I have with him? I promoted him really because he has great skills. Shin Yufa said somewhat sheepishly. Although she and Ning Yusin were good girlfriends, competing for the chairmanship was a big deal. And she couldn't be honest with Ning Yusin about the fact that she and Su Hao were licensed at the moment. In that case, I'll try the depths of this Su Hao person later. Ning Yusin pinched her winks and said, try the depths? Aha! Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes suddenly opened round. Yo, my Fifi pure and good sister. Now her thoughts are dirty too? Ning Yusin instantly read Shin Yufa's expression. Not at all. Shin Yufa immediately denied it. A little shy and embarrassed in her heart. By the way, Su Hao, this person is still quite humorous. Just now in the conference room I asked him to drink beer in the evening. Guess what he said to me? He promised? He refused. He said he had something to do in the evening. His wife was having a baby. Ning Yusin cried and laughed. Having a baby? That asshole. He's the one having a baby. When Shin Yufa heard this, she didn't have the good sense to say. Ning Yusin looked at him strangely. Ahem. I mean, the guy is always full of shit. Shin Yufa said awkwardly. By the way, Fifi, don't forget to attend the birthday party of Elder Chu's youngest daughter at the Donyue Club tonight. Ning Yusin remembered this matter. I dislike this kind of socializing the most. On the contrary, Elder Chu was a senior in the business world. I can't avoid it this time. Why don't you accompany me? Sister Xin? Shin Yufa said helplessly. Ha ha, that's fine. This kind of socializing is my favorite. Being able to see a lot of handsome guys. Ning Yusin said arrogantly. Sister Xin, you talk about handsome men every day. Why don't you see you actually talk about a boyfriend? Ugh, maybe I'm just a picky person. On the other side, Su Hao didn't go back to the office directly, but went to the technical department. Mr. Su, you're here. Yang Wanguang saw him and greeted him respectfully. Well, Manager Young, take a look at the program. Su Hao handed the System Disaster Recovery Program to Yang Wanguang. Okay, Mr. Su. Yang Wanguang looked at the program. His eyes lit up. This is to purchase network equipment and servers, and it is still a large sum of money. He has another opportunity to eat some rebates. By the way, get me the information on the hardware vendors our department regularly works with. Su Hao suddenly said. Yang Wanguang froze when he heard Su Hao's words. On weekdays, he was the one who made these purchases. But now it seems that Su Hao is trying to take control. However, he was not discouraged. This kind of multi-million-dollar purchases qualified for just a few. He roundabout from a little bit of collusion, as well as from the supplier to get the benefits. Okay, Mr. Su. Yang Wanguang nodded obediently. Su Hao then went to the server room and inspected the server. Hello, Mr. Su. Engineer Song Heng saw him come in and hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Well, is the system running normally today? Su Hao asked. Well, Mr. Su, everything is fine. Song Heng reported. Su Hao nodded, then immediately used the computer in the computer room to log on to the network equipment. He then set up a network exploit, which of course he did on purpose. Exactly the kind of trap he'd use to catch a hacker. In addition to the network equipment, Su Hao also got a virtual distribution server. Mr. Su, what are you setting up? Song Heng was a little curious when he saw Su Hao tapping away at the profound code. It's a defense strategy, and by the way, I'll set up an early warning alert in a moment, and you'll report back to me in a timely manner when the alert appears, Su Hao said. Okay, Mr. Su. Song Heng hastily nodded his head. Su Hao finished his instructions with Song Hang before leaving the technical department. Yang Longguang hurriedly made a phone call, and the dialed-out phone number clearly displayed the name Ji Kai. Hello, Mr. Ji, it's Manager Yang. You're still polite with me. Just call me Xiao Ji. Well, Ji, then I won't be polite to you. Recently our group has to purchase a batch of hardware equipment. Really? Manager Yang? That's great. How big is the list? Almost close to $5 million. $5 million? Ji Kai over there was obviously pleasantly surprised when he heard it. Manager Yang, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to great healthcare. Let's talk? Ji Kai hastened to throw out an olive branch. Well, there's no hurry first. Recently a new executive director on our side has taken office. Although this matter is mainly my pat on the back, but after all, it still has to be signed by the boss. Turn around and I'll be the intermediary. You treat him to a meal, and this matter will be settled. Yang Longguang deliberately exaggerated his role in the procurement. Okay, Manager Yang, no problem. You let me know when the appointment is ready. Well, let's stick to the old rules then? Manager Yang, don't worry, I can't forget your share. Good. For now. The two men hung up then. Su Hao returned to the office. He now had a super brain. Of course he wouldn't let go of the opportunity to learn. He purchased a batch of books on Polygon.com. What big data? Artificial intelligence, cloud computing all in one set. Of course, in addition to his own professional-related IT field, Su Hao also bought some books in other fields, such as the field of financial investment. He then opened the Super Evolution System. Host, Su Hao. Brain LV2 possesses the ability, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2 possesses the ability, Extraordinary Sight plus Extraordinary Reading. Ears LV2 possesses the ability, Extraordinary Hearing plus Eavesdrop on the Heart. Remaining evolution points, 100 points. Next evolutionary part, hands. Chapter 28. You dare to criticize the female president? Su Hao was a bit surprised that the next part to evolve was the hands. 100 evolution points left. Evolve and try. In the next moment, he immediately completed the two-handed LV1 evolution. Both hands LV1 possesses the ability, Omnipotent Hands. Omnipotent hands with super strength, flexibility, dexterity, and creativity. Su Hao was a bit stunned and didn't quite understand the exact ability of the almighty hand. But he tried his fist and it had become so strong that he was confident that he would have no problem sending people flying with one punch. Gee, every part of evolution has its benefits. He checked the system's achievement page again. And one of the achievements at the top that needed to be lit was surprisingly completing his first kiss. This achievement is easier said than done. But the key is that there is no match. Su Hao was a bit depressed. At this time he looked towards Cui Xiaowan who was sitting outside the door. Should he discuss this with Xiaowan? Su Hao shook his head. He was still not treated as a pervert. He then stopped working on this and started taking care of the day-to-day business of the company. I almost missed my dinner. When Su Hao came to the company cafeteria with his work card, he found that there weren't many people eating. However, he unexpectedly found that Xin Yuefei was also sitting in the corner of the cafeteria to eat. Su Hao stunned. Usually Ice Beauty generally do not eat in the company cafeteria. Mostly Wang Meng to her order or go out to eat and so on. It is indeed rare for a big president to eat in the company cafeteria. The sun came out of the west this day. Why did you run to the cafeteria to eat? Old Mr. Shen. Su Hao originally wanted to address his wife, but once he thought that this was the cafeteria, he quickly swallowed back the latter word. Whatever. Why are you sitting across from me? Go eat on the other side. Xin Yuefei glared at him. Don't be so uninteresting. I'm not seeing you sitting here alone and lonely, so I'm talking to you. Su Hao grinned. Who needs your company? Xin Yuefei was somewhat speechless. At this time the cafeteria walked in a few employees. It was Fatty Dong from the program development department, a few people. They were all shocked when they saw Su Hao sitting with Xin Yuefei. Goo. It's still Su Hao who is bullish. Actually dining with the beautiful president. Fatty Dong said with a sigh. Yeah, it's like a model for us men. Another co-worker said enviously. At this time, when Su Hao saw that Xin Yuefei did not take care of himself, he began to pull rice into his mouth. Well, today's shredded potatoes are okay, just the tofu has no flavor at all. And this braised pork is good, but the cafeteria ant gave too little. Su Hao ate while commenting on the cafeteria's food. Right at this moment, he suddenly realized that Xin Yuefei's braised pork inside her dinner plate was left uneaten. Ha, Mr. Xin, why don't you eat braised pork? Su Hao froze. I don't like to eat it. I'm afraid of gaining weight. Xin Yuefei bristled. Red meat grows what fat not to mention just a few pieces. You do not eat, I eat for you. Cannot be wasted. Su Hao directly stretched out his chopsticks and took away a few pieces of braised pork from Xin Yuefei's dinner plate. This scene happened to be seen by Fatty Dong, who had finished his meal, and his jaw almost dropped in shock. When Shin Yuefei saw Su Hao's movements, her beautiful eyes jumped. What are you doing? That's my red meat. You don't even eat it. You have to dump it in the end. Don't be so stingy. Su Hao ate it with relish. Shin Yuefei instantly blushed, where she was being petty, but there were a few pieces of braised pork among them that she had bitten into, which meant that there might still be her saliva left on it. Su Hao even pinch over and eat it. Wouldn't that be indirect kissing? At the thought of this, Shin Yuefei became even more embarrassed. Eat, eat, eat. Choke on it. Shin Yuefei cursed in a small voice, then cleaned up her plate and left the cafeteria. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Fatty Dong then smiled and ran across to Su Hao with his meal. Wow. Ho, you're a cow. Did you just clip the president's red meat? Fatty Dong was in a bit of disbelief. Yeah, what's up? Su Hao nodded. What else? She's Shin Yuefei, the Ice Beauty, the Hongsheng Group's Queen Lord. How dare you snatch her from the tiger's mouth? Fatty Dong was shocked. Su Hao was amused by Fatty Dong's description, but it is not a tiger's mouth. Women are tigers. What's wrong with her being the president? She's a human being too. I just criticized her. The guy bragged. What? Ho, you criticized Mr. Shen? Fatty Dong's eyelids fluttered. Well, she won't eat her red meat. Isn't that a waste of food? I chucked it over and ate it for her. Criticized her a couple of times, and she got upset and left. Su Hao was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Hiss. Fatty Dong sucked in a breath of cool air. By the way, Fatty, in the future, the manager position of the program development department, you first act as an agent, and then you will be transferred after a month. Su Hao remembered this matter. Ha, brother Hao, you're really my own brother. Let's do it this way. I'll substitute soup for wine and toast you first. Fatty Dong picked up his hot and sour soup. Come on, try to fool me with soup. No. Su Hao grinned. At 1:50 p.m., Su Hao came to the president's office. In addition to Shin Yuefei in the office, there was also Ning Yusen, and the company's vice president, Lei Jianshu. Lei Jianshu was mainly responsible for the company's corporate development and public relations department, receiving important customers. Usually he is responsible for approaching. Hello Vice President Ray. Su Hao greeted him. You're Su Hao? So young. Lei Jianshu traveled a lot and didn't have much of an impression of Su Hao. Alright, stop chatting. Let's a few of us hurry up and wait in the hall. Shin Yuefei said directly. A few of them then went straight downstairs. A new business area channel was launched 6 months ago on the Fastbird Headlines app, which is called Know Your Cars. Understanding the Car Family is an automobile information platform. Shin Yuefei's goal is to become a first-class automobile sales and trading platform. This channel has been online for some days now, and so far it's pouring with a decent amount of daily activity. But what the channel lacks most at the moment is the presence of well-known automakers. After all, without well-known automakers in the channel, there is not enough authority for car-savvy people. The customer who came to visit and communicate with the group this time was none other than Dussel, the regional president of China of the globally renowned automobile manufacturer Bauchi Group. The Bosch Group owns a number of automobile brands. If we can promote the cooperation between Hongsheng Group and Bauchi Group, it will be a qualitative leap for the car-savvy. It was because of such an important client that Shin Yuefei personally came downstairs to greet him. Vice President Lei, our interpreter is here, right? Shin Yuefei opened her mouth to ask. Well, don't worry, Mr. Shin. The interpreter is already waiting in the lobby for reception. Lei Jianshu nodded. Still need a translator? Su Hao was a bit surprised. This Dussel is an Arab who has always spoken his mother tongue in the country, so an interpreter must be present, and a high-level one at that. Ning Yusen whispered to him. Chapter 29, This is a Savior. Su Hao had read Dussel's information, which reminded him that this guy was an Arab, and it was a bit of a surprise that just a president of the Chinese region didn't know Chinese. Soon Shin Yuefei's few people arrived at the company's first-floor lobby. At this moment, there were already quite a few people standing inside the hall, all of whom were in charge of ceremonial reception. Mr. Shin, this is Ms. Wang, the interpreter in charge of this approach. Lei Jianshu saw the interpreter and took the initiative to introduce him. This translator hurriedly greeted Shin Yuefei, but just then, Ms. Wang suddenly became misty-eyed and stumbled to the ground. What's going on? Quite a few people gathered around when they saw that she had fainted. Ms. Wang, are you okay? Shin Yuefei squatted down and asked in a hurry. I have a bad heart. I can't move. Ms. Wang blushed a little. Vice President Lei, quickly have someone take her to the hospital. Shin Yuefei immediately said. Okay, Mr. Shin. Lei Jianshu immediately had the company's people carry Ms. Wang to the car and send her to the hospital. Oops, That's bad. Dussel will be here soon and we don't have a translator. It was only then that Ning Yusin remembered this matter. Oops. Lei Jianshu's face also changed. Shin Yufa frowned and immediately said, Vice President Lei, don't you know a little Arabic? Mr. Shin, I only know a little. Lei Jianshu was a little embarrassed. Just then, 2 commercial vehicles drove up and parked in front of the company. Here it is. Dussel's here. Ning Yusin hastily reminded. VP Ray, you deal with it, see if Dussel has a translator with him. And let's grab a friend and ask them if they know Arabic. Shin Yufa said in a hurry. Okay then. Lei Jianshu was depressed, but now in this situation, he could only go on with his head. They all then walked out to greet Dussel, only to see quite a few people coming down from the car. All of them were representatives of the Bauchi group. Dussel was dressed in a blue suit, which was very stylish. Hello, Mr. Dussel. This is Mr. Shen from our Hongshan group. Lei Jianshu stepped forward to initiate the introduction, but not realizing that he was speaking the Arabic language at all. Dussel listened in disbelief. What's the situation? I don't understand what you're saying in Arabic. Dussel visibly flinched. Shun Yufa, Ning Yusin and a few others didn't know what Dussel was talking about, and the scene was a bit awkward for a while. That our Mr. Du said that he couldn't understand the Arabic you were speaking, that your Arabic wasn't authentic, and didn't you guys have an interpreter prepared in advance? The female assistant behind Dussel spoke up. Shin Yufa's face was a little unsightly when she heard the other assistant's words. Normally for this kind of business exchanges, both sides must be ready with translators. Not to mention that Hongshan Group is still the hosting party, even though Dussel has his own interpreter. If you don't prepare ahead of time, that means slackness and contempt in the eyes of the other side. That you talk to Mr. Du. We prepared an interpreter, but just now the interpreter was unwell and sent to the hospital, so we may have to trouble the personnel on your side to help with the interpreting today. Lei Jianshu had a smile on his face and told Dussel's assistant. At this moment, in one place, the faces of the staff of Bauchi Group all showed unhappiness. Hapless Dussel's assistant told Dussel what he meant. No, I think this state of affairs is a waste of time, and since my personnel are not at your service, I think we can call it a day for today's exchange. Dussel waved his hand with a haughty look. The female assistant immediately spelled out what Dussel meant. Now Shin Yufa's face became very ugly. I had thought that I would be able to realize cooperation with Dussel through communication and negotiation, but I didn't expect what happened today to happen, and the cooperation is obviously going to fizzle out. Not only that, but if this matter spreads out, I'm afraid that Hongshan Group will become the laughingstock of the industry. Hey Mr. Dussel, you really are a very humorous person. In fact, we were just joking with you. I'm a professional interpreter from the Hongshan Group. Suddenly Soho spoke Arabic and smiled as he stepped forward. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Su Hao. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. This was a savior. So Superintendent Su speaks Arabic. Lei Jianshu was pleasantly surprised. Shin Yufa was a little surprised. How could she not expect Su Hao to speak Arabic? This guy would not just this sentence? Wow. This gentleman, your Arabic is so pure. It's almost like you've met a native friend. What's your name? Dussel's eyes lit up. Although the country boasts many Arabic translators, Arabic, like English, is a language that many people have only mastered the appearance of, but cannot speak the flavor and soul of Arabic. The feeling is the same as when you hear a foreigner speaking Chinese, and although you can understand it, the tone is hilarious. Dussel had long been accustomed to the so-called Chinese Arabic colloquialisms for these interpreters around him, but now Su Hao came out with a mouthful of native colloquialisms, much to Dussel's surprise. Mr. Dussel, my name is Su Hao. You're so handsome. You won't care about the joke just now, right? Su Hao humored him. Of course Mr. Su, it's a pleasure for me to talk to a purely colloquial person like Mr. Su. Dussel couldn't help but laugh. Shin Yufa was all relieved to see Dussel smile. Our general manager Du is very pleased with Mr. Su's pure spoken Arabic, the female assistant said. Su Hao immediately proudly squeezed his eyes at Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa was happy, but in her heart, she was a little bit grumpy. This bastard can speak Arabic. Why didn't she take the initiative to report earlier? Su Hao then began some introductions, and then everyone went to the upstairs conference room. At the beginning, Shin Yufa and the content director of Car Knowledge introduced about the car channel. Su Hao was acting as a translator. Dussel seemed a little rambunctious, though, and kept staring at his clothes. Su Hao could see that this Dussel had a haughty face and didn't care about what was being said. Did he have other ideas in his mind? By the way, don't you have an eavesdropping heart? Su Hao then immediately looked at Dussel before silently chanting eavesdrop heart. Dussel heart, alas. Speaking of these data and so on, it is a waste of time. I cooperate or not. This group of Chinese people do not know. it is all entirely based on my mood. Suha was directly stunned, not expecting that this foreigner, the president of Baoqi Group Greater China, the real idea in his heart was actually like this. He then looked at Shin Yufa, still looking like she was seriously explaining, and sympathized somewhat. Suha continued to eavesdrop. Dussel's voice, I'm so bored. I'm a little thirsty, but I don't even like the coffee that's being prepared for me. So if anyone can get me a glass of Conti at this time, he's my god. Chapter 30, do you think this is a bar? Suha burst of speechless. This Arab good personality, now business exchanges it. He even wanted to drink red wine, but also want to drink Romane Conti. Good boy. As he continued to translate for Shin Yufa, a bold idea suddenly came to his mind, then quietly took out his cell phone and sent a message to his secretary. Chui Shaowan. Suhao, Shaowan. Jianghu Rescue. Chui Shaowan, Mr. Su, what's wrong? You command. Suhao, you now immediately go to the president's office, and then take out the bottle of Romane Conti from her wine cabinet, open it with a wine opener, and send it to me, and don't forget to bring a few glasses. Chui Shaowan, Mr. Su, aren't you having a meeting in the conference room on the 6th floor? Soho, that's right, it was sent to the conference room. Chui Shaowan, Mr. Su, you're in a meeting and you still want to drink? And you want to drink the president's wine? Soho, yes. Speed. Chui Shaowan, Mr. Su, are you dissatisfied with me and want to find a reason to fire me? Soho? Chui Shaowan, you asked me to get wine from the president's liquor cabinet. How dare I? You must be teasing me. Su Hao, didn't tease you. It's what Mr. Shin ordered. You just go and do it. Chui Shaowan, really? Soho, it's really, dog's head. So 10 minutes later, the content director of Know Your Cars was explaining the PPT when the door to the conference room opened. Chui Shaowan was carrying a tray in her hand, and on top of the tray was a bottle of Conti red wine and a few tall wine glasses. Ha! Shin Yufa was directly confused when she saw this scene. This, Ning Yusin was also dumbfounded. Lei Jianshu immediately had a black line on his face. What's going on today? Why are there so many situations? The content director stopped in mid-sentence, but they didn't notice that Dussel, who was originally careless, had his eyes lit up. Can't see there's a meeting here. Get out. Shin Yufa immediately said coldly. Ah, Mr. Shin, wasn't it you who asked Mr. Su to have me send the wine over? Chui Shaowan froze. Mr. Su, Shin Yufa looked at Su Hao. What was this asshole up to? Only Su Hao stood up with a smile and said, well, Mr. Shin, it was me who asked Shaowan to send over the red wine, and it's still your bottle of Romane Conti. What? Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes jumped, or her own bottle of good wine. Ning Yusin directly slapped her head. Over and out. This exchange meeting today was too much of a failure. Lei Jianshu was speechless for a while. This director Su is a little cute. What? This side of the meeting, you serve the wine. Do you think this is a bar? We've been having a boring meeting, and I'm sure Mr. Dussel must be thirsty too. Why don't we have a drink? Su Hao ignored the skepticism of Shin Yufa and these people and directly asked Dussel. It's over. It's over. This big client is kind of offended. That's what Shin Yufa and the others really thought. But a surprised sight appeared as Dussel stood up with a happy grin. Wow. Mr. Su, you really are the most emotionally intelligent person I've ever met. And I would very much like to have a drink with someone like Mr. Su, Dussel said with gusto. Ha? Shin Yufa was confused. That our general manager Do said that he wants to have a drink with Mr. Su. The female assistant translated. Everyone was stunned. Why was this? Why was Dussel so happy? Ning Yusin raised a willow eyebrow and looked at Su Hao, thinking to herself that this stinky brother couldn't be having some kind of social awesomeness, right? Or the kind that comes with a halo. Here, let me pour one for Mr. Do. Su Hao poured a glass of wine for Dussel and the two clinked glasses. Ahem. Shin Yufa cried and laughed. What was this all about? I didn't realize that a business networking meeting was now drinking. Dussel took a sip of his drink with an expression of great enjoyment. Su Hao immediately took the opportunity to eavesdrop on the heart again. Dussel's heart voice, well, the wine is not bad. This Mr. Su and I are very much in tune with each other. It is possible to develop into a good personal relationship, so that we can jerk off together in the future, and just eat a big stall. Su Hao was a little surprised. I didn't realize that Dussel still liked to eat big stalls jerking off. Hairy beans with peanut rice? In his excitement, he forgot to use Arabic and said, Mr. Dussel, if you're willing, we're friends. I'll treat you to a barbecue jerk someday and try the Chinese specialties. Now everyone in the conference room's eyes popped open. Gah! When Shin Yufa and the girls heard Su Hao's words, their mouths opened wide in shock. Lei Jianshu shook his head somewhat speechlessly. Director Su was still too young. Drinking red wine, how high things. You now even propose to invite foreigners to go to the street to jerk. This is not funny. Dussel looked at Su Hao with a puzzled expression. Su Hao then realized that he had forgotten to speak Arabic, and he said it again. Wow, that's great. I'd love to. Su, we're going to be good friends from now on. Let's add a WeChat. Dussel was pleasantly surprised and actually answered Su Hao in a raw Chinese language. No one expected this outcome. Even Dussel's female assistant was confused. I announced that Baoqi Group agrees to carry out cooperation with Hongsheng Group, and the subsequent detailed matters of cooperation will be discussed between my technical director and you. Dussel said to Xin Yuefei in Arabic. Xin Yuefei stood up in a hurry. Although she didn't know what Dussel said, she knew it must be an expression of friendship. Mr. Xin, our Mr. Du said that Baoqi Group agreed to cooperate with Hongsheng Group. The female assistant hurriedly translated. Agree to cooperate? Xin Yuefei's beautiful eyes opened wide and round. Ning Yusen's mouth was also wide open. My goodness. I'm not dreaming, am I? Vice President Lei Jianshu pinched his thigh. The content director of Know Your Cars is confused. What's going on? You're talking about loneliness? Not as good as Director Su's glass of wine? That's when Dussel said to Su Hao. Su, but I don't have time this weekend. We can make a date next week. No problem. Su Hao nodded. It's been a very pleasant day. Su, and I'm glad to know you as a friend. Dussel offered his hand. Me too. Su Hao handed over his hand and the two of them shook hands. Dussel then left Hongsheng Group with his own company and the two groups reached a partnership. Xun Yuefei and Ning Yusen, the executives, were still in a bit of a trance after seeing Dussel's car leave. With a glass of wine and treating a foreigner to jerking a skewer, Su Hao managed to take down a big client and immediately spread the word in the company. For a while, Su Hao was filled with a mysterious legend in the eyes of all the employees of Hongsheng Group. Awesome, that's awesome. All the departments of the group were talking about Su Hao, one after another. But in the president's office, Xin Yuefei was launching a series of forced questions on Su Hao. Chapter 31, The Maker's Perfection. At this moment, in the president's office, Xin Yuefei stood in front of Su Hao while Su Hao sat at the table. That's right, the guy is sitting and the president is standing. And Su Hao is still fiddling with the bottle of Conti red wine. Cannot be wasted. Poured himself a cup. This is tens of thousands of dollars a bottle of red wine. Gee, this wine just tastes good. Su Hao sighed. Of course it's good. I've got tens of thousands of dollars worth of red wine here. You're a good kid, drinking my red wine without telling me. Xin Yuefei didn't have the good sense to say, hey, wife, you're not being fair. I helped you negotiate a cooperation, and you're still heartbroken over a bottle of red wine? Su Hao bottomed out. Who said I was heartbroken? Why didn't you tell me in advance what I meant? A word in advance and you'll agree? Of course not. Then it's not over. Xin Yuefei was really puzzled as to which part of the process was at fault. And why did Dussel and Su Hao talk about cooperation after drinking a glass of wine? TSK, wife, would you like one? You drink shit during work hours. So tell me honestly, how did you figure out Dussel's temperament to think of drinking with him? Xin Yuefei immediately raised her eyebrows and asked, you really want to know? Su Hao deliberately asked. Well, you tell me. You let me touch the little hand. Stinking rascal, you're so bold. Do you have any integrity? Xin Yuefei raised her eyebrows. Just kidding you. The only reason I had my secretary bring the wine over was because I thought Dussel was thirsty. Su Hao said quietly. Thirsty? Even if he is thirsty, why don't you get him a drink? Xin Yuefei was speechless for a while. Honey, didn't you send me information about Dussel? Then I looked up Dussel's information online, and from what I can tell, he prefers red wine. Su Hao started talking nonsense. You're relying on guesswork and bringing the wine. Aren't you afraid that the cooperation will fall apart? Honey, as you saw at the beginning, even if I don't take the red wine, do you think there's a chance of cooperation? When Xin Yuefei heard Su Hao's words, she couldn't help but agree in her heart. Because at first, when she and the content director were explaining the exchange, it was clear that Dussel's attention was not on the business, and there was even some impatience. Okay, you're lucky to have been right about Dussel's temper this time, but next time you remember, don't mess around. Xin Yuefei immediately admonished. Aha, okay. Su Hao nodded, thinking, do you really think I'm lucky? He looked at Xin Yuefei and realized that Xin Yuefei seemed to be thinking about something on her mind, eavesdropping a bit. Xin Yuefei thought to herself, today is really thanks to Su Hao. This guy is really shit out of luck. Su Hao was somewhat speechless. By the way, how come it's not on your resume when you speak so well in Arabic? Xin Yuefei remembered this. Arabic is nothing. I know a lot of foreign languages. Su Hao said arrogantly. It's not easy for him to learn a language right now. Just at this time, Shin Yuefei's cell phone suddenly rang, and she took a look to see that it was actually Ning Yusin who had called. Hey, Xin. What's wrong? Fei, I need to take a vacation from you. My dad called and said his stomach was a little upset. I'm taking him to the hospital for a checkup. Well, hurry up then. And there's the party at the East Hyatt Club tonight. I probably won't be able to keep you company. Ning Yusin's tone was apologetic. Sister Xin. It's fine. It's important to give uncle a checkup. Shin Yuefei then hung up the phone. At the evening party at the Dongyue Club, since Ning Yusin couldn't go, Shin Yuefei planned to find another companion, and her gaze suddenly went to Su Hao, who was shaking his red wine glass. Might as well take this guy to see the world. And isn't this guy mouthing off about advertising for business? So take him to expand his network. The Dongyue Club birthday party was organized by Chu Wenhan, the helmsman of the Chu Group, Elder Chu, for his youngest daughter. Chu's group was a well-known big enterprise in Yanbei, and Chu Wenhan was a general figure in the business world. There will surely be a lot of upper-class celebrities attending the party in the evening, which is an opportunity for ordinary people who can't even be among them. Come on, you don't want to drink. Do you have time tonight? Shin Yuefei dodged the red wine glass in Su Hao's hand. What's up, wife? Jerking off tonight? Su Hao's eyes lit up. You're a rice bucket. There's a party tonight. Why don't you come with me? A party? Is it the kind of party with lots of ladies in bikinis? Su Hao came to be interested. What are you full of? It's the birthday party of the youngest daughter of the chairman of the Chu Group. Not the kind you're thinking of. Shin Yuefei was speechless for a while. This guy was full of filth. Fine, tomorrow's the weekend anyway. Su Hao smiled and nodded. Okay then, the usual rules. I know. See you in the parking lot. Su Hao guessed. That's right. Shin Yuefei nodded. Su Hao returned to the office, busy writing a little bit of program. After all, he also took over the small program task of Polygon Network, Blue Heart. At 6 o'clock in the evening, he went directly to the parking lot, and today, Shin Yuefei's car was still a sapphire Bentley. At this time, Shin Yuefei also came downstairs and appeared with her high heels on gata gata. Su Hao was instantly dumbfounded when he saw her appear, because Shin Yuefei had actually changed her OL professional suit into a light blue dress corseted gown. Her long and straight jade legs, with her black high heels, and her tilted face, this was too good to be true. Su Hao looked mesmerized for a moment. This woman is really a demon, so lethal to men. This face, this body, is really a perfect masterpiece of the creator. What are you looking at? Get in the car. Shin Yuefei glared at him. Su Hao pulled open the co-pilot and sat on it. Damn, the hala almost did not hold back the flow out. Shin Yuefei knew that Su Hao had drunk at noon, so she didn't ask him to drive. Honey, your dress is so pretty. It's just a bit of a shame that you're wearing black bottoms. Otherwise you'd have charmed a bunch of men when you got there. Su Hao snapped. It's cold at night and I'm freezing with my bare legs? Shin Yuefei said while taking out the flat shoes under the car seat to change into them first. After all, she still had to drive. Yes, you can't freeze. Honey, let me try to see if your legs are cold. Su Hao shamelessly stretched out his hand. I think you're tired of living, aren't you? Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes suddenly glared with a murderous aura. I'm being kind. Put my jacket over you if you're cold, Su Hao said in a serious manner, never admitting that he just wanted to try his hand. By the way, when you get to the party, don't run around, and don't talk with your mouth full. Don't embarrass me, Shin Yuefei admonished in advance. Chapter 32, I'm a married man. Chu's Group, a company founded by Chu Wenhan once he was out, is now a $100 billion empire. Chu Wenhan was very famous in Yanbei and even the entire country of China. But life isn't perfect, and Chu Wenhan has 5 children, but all of them are daughters, no sons. His wife was so ashamed that she once thought of asking Chu Wenhan to find a young wife, but she was rejected by Chu Wenhan. Now in his 60s, Chu Wenhan has also publicly let it be known that his family business will be left to his daughter in the future. So attracted a large number of male compatriots coveted, are scrambling to want to become the son-in-law of the Chu family, because once become the son-in-law of the Chu family, that means that in the future we'll have tens of billions of family property. Now that several of the Chu family's eldest young ladies had gotten married, only the youngest daughter, Chu Shangxiang, was left, and now that she had just reached adulthood, she was bound to become a hot pursuit for men. On the way, Shin Yuefei and Su Hao spoke about the situation of Chu's Group, TSK, $100 billion empire, $10 billion family fortune. Su Hao had a sigh on his face. What? You got your heart set on it too? Shin Yuefei raised her eyebrows. Me? Of course I won't. I'm a married man. Su Hao immediately shook his head. Yo, you don't have to take this to heart. If you're up for it, I won't stop you. We're a fake couple anyway. Shin Yufa said quietly. Honey, you're not being generous. You're clearly mocking me for not being qualified. Su Hao didn't have the good sense to say. Yeah, you're overthinking it. Shin Yufa didn't admit it. Don't worry, wife. I'll be faithful to you. I love only you. Su Hao said in a serious manner. Scram. Shame on you. Who wants your love? Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. The two bickered along the way. Like a real couple. Dongyue Club, the property of Choose Group. The environment here is elegant. Just like a resort. The people who come to the club to spend money on weekdays are also the upper class. Just after Shin Yufa's car stopped, there was an etiquette lady who received them and then led them into the venue. Just after arriving at the venue, Su Hao was stunned by the scene. In front of a curved pool of water, beside the pool of water, stood a lot of men and women, one by one holding a high glass of wine and chatting. Beside the pool of water is a wide green meadow. In the middle of the green grass, there was a luxurious orchestra, and a pianist was playing the piano. The beautiful and moving sound of the piano filled the entire venue with elegance. In front of the piano, there are some men and women dancing socially, enjoying the atmosphere and the environment. Su Hao sighed darkly. This was probably the world of the rich. They enjoyed the world's top material and spiritual sustenance at all times. The women at the party scene, all of them were flamboyant and dressed up, revealing their white and slender legs. So in comparison, Shin Yufa was indeed a bit conservative. But Shin Yufa's face and body still hangs over all women, because she's recognized as one of the four great beauties of the capital. As expected, Shin Yufa had just walked into the venue and immediately attracted the attention of many people. The men's eyes are all admiration. The women's eyes are all envy. At this moment, Shin Yufa made the women present instantly eclipsed. But soon many men saw Su Hao standing beside Shin Yufa and cast envy and jealousy. Who's this guy? Surprisingly, he came with Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa used to participate in various public occasions with fellow travelers, all of whom were previously female. But today there is an exception. Who is this man? For a while, many people carried doubts. Can it be that this is Shin Yufa's boyfriend? This was very possible, because after all, Su Hao was wearing a casual suit today, and his handsome face was equally eye-catching. Then there were quite a few people who took the initiative to walk up and greet them, and there were also some people who introduced Shin Yufa to their friends. Shin Yufa would also introduce Su Hao to her friends at the same time, and it was only at this moment that everyone realized that this handsome man was an executive of Hongsheng Group. So there were quite a few ladies who took the initiative to talk to Su Hao. It was always right to get acquainted on such occasions. Ha ha, Mr. Shin deserves to be a celebrity in the capital city's beauty industry. Just appearing has attracted a star-studded crowd. Suddenly a young man, smiling, came over with 2 glasses of red wine in his hand. Hua Tianhao? Shin Yufa frowned and ignored the man, so she wanted to leave with Su Hao. Hey, Mr. Shin, don't go. I'll buy you a drink. Hua Tianhao suddenly stepped in front and raised a glass of wine to Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa was obviously a bit displeased, and just as she wanted to refuse, Su Hao next to her suddenly snatched the wine in Hua Tianhao's hand. I'm sorry, our Mr. Shin is the driver today and can't drink. Su Hao opened his mouth. Hua Tianhao was a bit displeased. Who are you? I'm Su Hao from the Hongsheng Group. Oh, Mr. Shin's subordinate. Ah, why boy, you want to drink this glass of wine for your boss? Hua Tianhao sneered. Not really, I'm just turning you down for the boss. Su Hao shrugged his shoulders and directly placed the wine on the table next to him. Kid, do you know who I am? Hua Tianhao coldly snorted. I don't know. Su Hao shook his head. You. Hua Tianhao was so angry that he almost spat out blood. An insignificant character who dared to disrespect himself. Who is he? Who doesn't know him? It was a complete insult for this guy to say he didn't recognize himself in this setting. Hua Tianhao, do you have a problem? Nothing, don't block the road. Shin Yufa said coldly. Of course there's something. Mr. Shin, how are you considering the acquisition of Hongsheng that I mentioned to you earlier? Hua Tianhao had an arrogant face. This is something I remember having rejected at the time. Could it be that you're forgetful? Mr. Hua. Shin Yufa finished speaking and directly pulled Su Hao away. When Hua Tianhao saw that Shin Yufa was actually pulling on that kid's wrist, his eyes were like spitting fire and his face darkened. Humph. Stinking bitch. What are you pretending to be noble for? You're still raising a little white boy. Just you wait. After offending me, sooner or later, I'll make you lose your reputation. Hua Tianhao's face was hostile. In Yanbei, the Hua family was likewise a very powerful family. And although the family's financial strength was slightly inferior to that of the Chu group, it was still a giant with tens of billions of dollars in family business. A year ago, Hua Tianhao, the third generation of the Hua family, had represented the Hua family and came to negotiate with Shin Yufa. wanting to acquire the Hongsheng group so as to grow the Hua family group, but was rejected by Xin Yufa. The same Hua Tianhao also coveted the beauty of Xin Yufa for a long time, originally wanted to take all the people and companies through the acquisition, but did not expect to touch a nose. Hua Tianhao is completely a playboy style, his private life is chaotic, and he is notorious in the Yanbei male circle. Xin Yufa had never had a good impression of this person either, and was very nasty. Chapter 33 Acquiring Hongsheng Group? Xin Yufa pulled Su Hao to the other side of the room before her face turned softer. Who is this kid? Still thinking of acquiring Hongsheng Group? Su Hao asked curiously. Dude, you were pretty brave just now, turning down my drink for me, Xin Yufa said. I just don't like to see him pretending to be B, and treating you to a drink. This is the Chu family's party. This wine is clearly the Chu family's. To say treat is also the Chu family's treat. Su Hao didn't have the good sense to say. Put. Xin Yufa couldn't help but smile. Phew, honey, I can't believe you're smiling. Su Hao was stunned. Shut up and watch what you call yourself. Xin Yufa glared at him. Understood, Mr. Shin. Su Hao nodded. Just then, there was a flurry of activity at the front of the party venue, only to see an older gentleman in a suit walk out, and a number of people greeted him. It's old Mr. Chu coming out. Let me take you to say hello, Xin Yufa said. Su Hao froze. This is Chu Wenhan? No wonder he walked with an imposing presence. Uncle Chu. Hey, Fei's here. How's your dad's health these days? Chu Wenhan asked amiably when he saw her. Shin Hongsheng and Chu Wenhan are of similar age, and both are prominent figures in Yanbei, and their relationship has always been good. Well, my dad has been in good spirits lately, thanks to Uncle Chu's concern, Xin Yufa replied. Ha, who's this handsome little man? Chu Wenhan noticed Su Hao beside her. Uncle Chu was just about to introduce you. He's our company's executive director. Su Hao, Xin Yufa said in a hurry. Hello, Mr. Chu, long time no see. Su Hao took the initiative to extend his hand. Well, little friend Su is a talented man. You two are truly a talented man and a talented woman. Chu Wenhan passed his hand and couldn't help but joke. Ha, Uncle Chu, you've misunderstood. Xin Yufa was a little embarrassed. Fei, you, don't put all your energy on work. You should fall in love at a young age and enjoy the good years. I told Shangxiang today, after this birthday, when she turns 18, she can have a boyfriend. Chu Wenhan said very openly. Su Hao was a bit stunned. This Master Chu was not quite the same as many rich old fathers. Well, Uncle Chu, I remember your teachings. Right, where is Xiang? Xin Yufa hurriedly changed the topic. This girl, all adult, still in the room and friends play that what? What to play pesticide? I also can't figure out. It's just right that you go to call her out. She has forgotten that she is the main character of today. Chu Wenhan had a helpless look on his face. Although his mouth said so, it was obvious that Elder Chu doted on this little daughter of his very much. Okay, Uncle Chu, I'll go check it out. Xin Yufa nodded. Chu Wenhan then went back to chatting with the others. Xin Yufa and Su Hao walked into the villa, only to see that inside the hall there were several young people sitting on the sofa, each holding a cell phone in their hands, playing King Pesticide. Ouch, ouch, you guys are too pitiful. Lost again. An innocent-looking young girl complained depressingly. Xiang, Xin Yufa shouted. Ha, Sister Fei, you're here. When Chu Shangxiang saw Xin Yufa, she threw away her cell phone and ran over. She was seen wearing a white casual t-shirt, a goose-yellow knee-length skirt, and a pair of white and slender jade legs, which showed off the perfect and stunning figure. But Uncle Chubby gave me a mission to get you out of here, Xin Yufa said with a smile. I don't recognize any of those people outside, saying it's my birthday party, but in fact it's not all Dad's friends. It's no fun. He, who is this little brother? Little Fei's sister your boyfriend? Chu Shangxiang curiously sized up Su Hao. What boyfriend? This is my co-worker, Xin Yufa explained. Hello Ms. Chu, my name is Su Hao. Su Hao said in a serious manner. Little brother you're so handsome even if it's not Sister Xiaofei's boyfriend, so you're single? Chu Shangxiang asked curiously. Well, yeah, Su Hao nodded. Then you fall in love with me. Chu Shangxiang's beautiful eyes turned bone deep, ghostly and elfin. Ahem. Su Hao sweated for a while. Xiang, stop it. Xin Yufa cried and laughed. Ha ha, Xiaofei's sister, you still say not your boyfriend, then you so nervous to do what? I'm not teasing the little brother well, besides, to do my boyfriend cannot be so easy, at least the king of pesticides on the king. Christina Chu giggled. Su Hao was speechless for a while. This condition for getting a boyfriend was so random. By the way, little brother, do you know how to play king? Chu Shangxiang asked curiously. Well, I'm a king, okay? Su Hao said proudly that this was his area of expertise. Shin Yufa speechless shook his head. This guy still have the nerve to say, work to open the regular meeting are playing, you may not be on the king. Little brother you're a king. Geez, come jerk off with us for a game. Chu Shangxiang was excited. Su Hao was a little hesitant. Geez, come on. So Su Hao was pulled into the game squad by Chu Shangxiang. Shin Yufa was really stunned. Is this even possible? Is the game that much fun? And soon Su Hao became an idol in the eyes of these young boys and girls with his superb hand speed. While everyone was playing this game, Chu Shangxiang's little best friend suddenly had her cell phone ring, and she hurriedly stood up and ran out to answer the phone. Oops, I can't believe Mei went to answer the phone. Chu Shangxiang couldn't help but spit. Su Hao also raised his head towards Xiao Mei outside the door, not realizing that a sound suddenly came from his ears. Mei, have you arranged it or not? Come over here. I made a deal with Xiang Xiang today. After the birthday party is over tonight, we'll drink all night and play games all night. When I get her drunk, you'll take the opportunity to take her down, and then you'll be the Chu family's dragon son-in-law. Well, that's a good way to do it. Mei then hung up the phone and returned to the villa hall. Su Hao was a little stunned that he had heard what Xiao Mei was calling from outside the door. It must have something to do with his super hearing. Just what I didn't expect was that Chu Shangxiang, this bosom friend Xiao Mei, at such a young age, was still a scheming bitch, so vicious. Next, everyone played another game, because the birthday party was going to cut the cake. Chu Shangxiang, the main character, had to appear, and that's when everyone came to the party. After the cake was cut, the partygoers played games and danced socially. Su Hao also chatted with a lot of women, a time to add a lot of WeChat friends. After all, young handsome man, which girl paper does not like? Hey, keep your head down. You're married. Shin Yufa couldn't stand to look at this guy. This guy totally treats this place as a blind date scene, right? Chapter 34 Honey, are you jealous? Su Hao was a little drunk and said with a smile. What's wrong? Are you jealous? What am I jealous of? You can't hold your liquor. I'm afraid that if you get drunk later, I won't be able to move you. Shin Yufa didn't have the good sense to say, okay, I can't hold my liquor. I'll pass. Only then did Su Hao nod his head. It's 10 o'clock now. We should get back too. Shin Yufa looked at her wristwatch. Go. Su Hao was stunned, then nodded and said, wait for me then. Su Hao then went directly to the other side and found Chu Shangxiang. At the moment, Chu Shangxiang is playing with her classmates and girlfriends by setting off fireworks. Xiang, Su Hao shouted. Hey, little brother, come set off fireworks with me. Christina Chu ran over with a firework stick. No, I'm going to go back and tell you. Su Hao smiled. Go back so early? Don't little brother. We did not say that we want to play a few more games together. Chu Shangxiang was a bit reluctant. Ahem. Xiang, my boss gave the order. Do I dare disobey? Su Hao pointed at Shin Yufa behind him. But, look at you wimpy, that's how you listen to your boss. Christina Chu giggled. By the way, before I go, I'll whisper something to you. Su Hao said seriously. Whisper? Yeah. Chu Shangxiang looked a little excited. Su Hao immediately approached Chu Shangxiang's ear, then whispered, are you planning to drink all night tonight and then play games? Aha, I've been talking to my classmates. Chu Shangxiang nodded her head. Someone is against you. Be careful who you surround yourself with. And remember, don't drink, Su Hao said in a very serious tone. Christina Chu froze. Su Hao heard what her best friend Xiao Mei said on the phone before, and spent the night thinking about whether to tell Chu Shangxiang. After all, he and Chu Shangxiang weren't considered to be very familiar, and had only played a few games. In the end, he made up his mind to remind Chu Shangxiang. If he hadn't heard it, it would be fine, but hearing it and pretending to know nothing about it himself didn't fit his temperament. And after all, Chu Shangxiang was a girl who had just reached adulthood. If something like that really happened, it would be fatal for a girl. Well, Christina, happy birthday, I'm off. Su Hao waved his hand and left. The corners of Chu Shangxiang's mouth rose as she waved her hand at Su Hao. Bye little brother. Shin Yufa and Su Hao then left the party venue. What did you tell Xiang? Shin Yufa started the car before asking curiously. Yo, curious, I won't tell you. Su Hao headed for the back seat to lie down. Not a word. Shin Yufa didn't have the good sense to say. Who? I didn't expect the sound of Su Hao snoring to come just a few minutes into the conversation. Bad. So don't you sleep. You wake up. Shin Yufa secretly screamed that it was bad. This bastard hadn't told him where he lived yet, and now it was good that he had fallen asleep. But after calling out many times, Su Hao didn't respond at all. This asshole. What kind of drinker? Sleeps as soon as he arrives. If you can't drink, don't drink, okay? Shen Yufa was exasperatedly familiar with the situation. What should we do now? Is it hard to take this guy to a hotel room? Let's forget it. He's such a bear. Send him to the hotel and leave him alone. What if something happens? Unable to do anything else, Shen Yufa could only take Su Hao to his own villa. Dragon City Villa. A very famous rich man's villa neighborhood in Yanbei. Shen Yufa drove her car and quickly arrived in front of her villa, where the family lived before, but now the villa was only left for her to live alone. Hey, wake up to the house. She pulled Su Hao's arm. Arrived. Su Hao got out of the car in a daze and staggered to look east and west. Shen Yufa hurriedly walked up to support him, fearing that the guy would sprawl on the ground. Su Hao was not polite, and directly put his arm on top of Shen Yufa's shoulder, that hand paddling haphazardly. Stinking rascal, if you move your hand again, I'll unload it for you, Shen Yufa scolded with a dark face. This asshole was drunk and he didn't forget to mooch. What a guy. She hurriedly dragged Su Hao into the door of the villa and came to the sofa, ready to throw him onto it, but as soon as she shook it off, she didn't realize that she slipped feet first and laid down on the couch. Shen Yufa was caught off guard when she fell down, and then she saw Su Hao's entire body smashing over. Oops. Barf. By coincidence, Su Hao's mouth covered Shen Yufa's mouth. Shen Yufa was instantly confused. Is this a forced kiss? No, I should say accidentally kissed. Rascal, get up. Shen Yufa immediately pushed Su Hao away from herself. You asshole. Shen Yufa looked at Su Hao's drunken appearance and was so angry that she almost cried out. It was his first kiss. The first kiss she had kept for so long was taken away by this asshole. It's an abomination. It's almost as if I want to cry. There's no place to talk about it on the side. Well, thirsty, get me a glass of water. Su Hao was actually confused and wanted to drink water. And I'll pour you a glass of water. Pour your ass. Shen Yufa really exploded with anger this time, walking over to Su Hao and punching and kicking him. After venting, Shen Yufa immediately ran upstairs. She had to hurry and brush her teeth before she could do so. After brushing her teeth, Shen Yufa took a long sigh of relief, thankful that no one knew about this. Although Su Hao kissed himself, I'm afraid he didn't know anything. After all, it was just a poke for a few seconds. She ran the bath water and prepared to soak first. Inside Shen Yufa's bathroom, there was an independent bathtub, soaking a bath every day. Not to mention how comfortable it was. It had become her bedtime habit. When she finished her soak, Shen Yufa walked out with nothing on. Ouch. As a result, Shen Yufa let out a shriek because there was actually a person lying on her bed. Who else could it be? It was none other than Su Hao. How did this asshole get up here? Shen Yufa was completely speechless. She could only come out dressed tightly again. With the experience of the last time, Shen Yufa didn't bother to pay attention to Su Hao. This asshole is willing to sleep here as long as he wants. Anyway, he has several rooms at home. So Shen Yufa went directly to the third floor bedroom. The next day, Su Hao woke up to a burst of blinding sunlight. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pink sheet and the particularly nice scent of a bath. Where is this? Su Hao got up from the bed and realized that it was a girl's room. At once, he saw a photo placed on the desk in the room, and it was none other than Shen Yufa. Ahem. This is the room of the tigress Shen Yufa? Su Hao rubbed his head and sat up. He tried to think about last night's events, and it seemed he'd been disconnected since he'd gotten into the car. Looks like he's been picked up by the ice beauty himself. Su Hao smiled awkwardly. He then observed Shen Yufa's room, not to mention, dressed up very cozy, especially this bed. Fragrant, lazy pig, get up. Suddenly the bedroom door was kicked open, and Shen Yufa stood in front of the door with her arms crossed. But at this moment she was dumbfounded, because at this moment Su Hao was naked. Not even a stitch. Chapter 35. Are you making extra money outside? Shen Yufa woke up early every weekend morning to exercise, which was a good habit she had developed. Today was the same. She got up at 6 and went to the neighborhood sports field to run, and when she came back it was already 7. She didn't expect Su Hao to get up yet, so she got angry. So walking to the bedroom, she kicked the door open. But what she did not expect was that at this moment Su Hao was sitting on the bed, as slippery as a loach, wearing nothing. Stinking rascal you. Shen Yufa hastily covered her eyes. Who's a hooligan? It's clearly you who are the rogue. Why did you rush in without knocking? Su Hao hurriedly pulled the quilt over his body. Didn't you sleep with your clothes on yesterday? Why are you still naked in the morning? Shen Yufa turned around and huffed. It was really too embarrassing. It was the first time she had ever seen a male without clothes. Not to mention, Su Hao. This asshole even has 8-pack abs. Really didn't expect it. Ahem. How could I think about this nonsense myself? Shame on me. The saying that women are as astringent as men is true. What young man in his prime isn't curious about the opposite sex? Although Shun Yufa was an outwardly cold personality, it didn't mean that she was also cold in terms of feeling in terms of men and women. After all, she was also a human being. At the moment, her heart was racing and she was blushing. The first kiss was taken by this asshole accidentally last night, and I didn't expect this embarrassing thing to happen again this morning. This guy is definitely here to torture himself. I've been drinking and how hot it is to sleep in my clothes. I must have given them off in my sleep. Suhao explained breathlessly. Humph, then you didn't have to strip so naked. Rascal, Shen Yufa said through gritted teeth. I've always had a fruit sleeper. Okay? Exposure freak. Come on you. It's obvious that you looked at me and I suffered a loss. And you're still calling me a hooligan. Suhao said cheekily. Humph. Hurry up and get your clothes on and come down for dinner. Shen Yufa hurried downstairs after saying that. Suhao grinned. So the ice beauty also had shy moments. He put on his clothes and went downstairs. At the moment Shen Yufa was in a sports outfit. There was an illusion of a neighboring sister. It really looked better and better. Yo, you made breakfast. Ha, bought it. Suhao had thought of praising a few words, but he didn't realize that the breakfast on the table was all bought from outside. What with the soy milk and donuts and pancake fruits and millet porridge and all that? What? You have a problem with that? Shen Yufa's eyebrows jumped. Ahem. No comment. Suhao hastily shook his head, then sat down at the table and reached for the donuts. Pop. Shen Yufa directly punched his arm. Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face? Just think about eating. Still brushing your teeth. Ha, I don't have a toothbrush. I have a spare. In the first floor restroom. Okay. Surprised, Suhao ran to the first floor bathroom to wash up. After a few minutes of washing up, he ran back, which is when he picked up the donut and ate it. Shen Yufa was a bit speechless when she saw a wolfish look. Hey, wife, you're so nice. My stomach is long empty from just drinking last night, Suhao said with a smile. Hurry up and eat and get out. Shen Yufa glared at him. Rant, I'll eat and go. Suhao nodded. After Shen Yufa finished eating, she made herself a cup of coffee and then sat down in front of the sofa, holding a famous book in pure English and looking at it. Claptrap. Just then, coincidentally, it was raining heavily outside. Gee, looks like God won't let me go. Suhao burped. Shen Yufa was speechless for a while. Seeing that Shen Yufa was ignoring him, Suhao asked, by the way, wife, is it okay if I go upstairs to play with your computer? No. Why? Why did I give you my computer? Shen Yufa hummed. Look, I have nothing to do here, and I'm interrupting you from opening your book if I play with my cell phone here, right? Suhao smiled and explained. That's fine. Just play with the computer and don't touch it anywhere you know? Shen Yufa said seriously. She thought about it and agreed. Could she read in peace with this guy on the sidelines? It's fine to let him go upstairs and play on the computer. Out of sight, out of mind. And when the rain stops, immediately tell him to get lost. Don't worry. I don't go through your closet. I don't have that kind of fetish. Suhao snapped. He made his way to the second floor and turned on the computer on his desk, though he wasn't planning on playing the game, but rather doing the program. He hadn't finished the commission assignment he had picked up at Polygon, so he took advantage of the weekend to work extra hours. Suhao first installed the software for programming, and then quickly tapped the code. At noon, Shen Yufa quietly went upstairs, and hearing the sound of snapping keyboards in the room, she curiously walked in. Yo, I didn't think you didn't play games in writing programs line you, really dedicated, working overtime at home. Shen Yufa was a bit surprised. Hey, not really overtime. I took an assignment on Polygon. Calm to make some extra money. Suhao laughed. What? You assholes aren't doing corporate programs? You're even out there making extra money? Shen Yufa was stunned. What's wrong with earning a little extra money? If it wasn't for earning extra money, I wouldn't be able to pay my rent. Do you think I'm you? Living in a big villa and driving a sports car? Suhao said helplessly. You've got a point. Can't the company feed you? Shen Yufa didn't have the good sense to say. Indeed can't feed enough. Or old boss you feed me. Suhao laughed badly. Shameless. Bah. Shen Yufa's pretty face blushed and left the bedroom. Suhao grinned. It was still quite interesting to flirt with this ice beauty sometimes. He continued to tap the code, and after 10 minutes, he didn't expect Shen Yufa to come again. Suhao cried and laughed. What's wrong with this woman? She doesn't go to bother her. Why does she always come to bother herself? It's noon then, so order your own takeout if you want anything, Shen Yufa said coldly. Ordering takeout? Don't you have any food at home? Suhao was stunned. There's food. But I don't know how to cook, Shin Yufa said awkwardly. Do not know how to cook? So there's also a wife you don't know how to. Su Hao flirted. Shin Yufa lazily ignored him and prepared to go downstairs. Hey, wife. You don't know how to cook, but I do. So I'll reluctantly show you a hand today. Su Hao stood up and clapped his hands. You can cook? Shin Yufa was a bit surprised. Alas, children of poor families are born early. Don't you understand? Cooking is nothing. Lead the way ahead. I'll see what's in your kitchen, Su Hao said with a proud face. Okay then. Only then did Shin Yufa lead him to the kitchen on the first floor. Su Hao opened the refrigerator. Saw full of ingredients, also stunned. What fish? Meat? All kinds of green vegetables. All kinds of complete. Ahem. Why did you buy so many dishes for someone who can't cook? Su Hao was directly speechless. Chapter 36. Who wants to be your screensaver? Shin Yufa gave him a blank look and said, this is not the food I bought. You didn't buy them? Then where did you get these dishes? Su Hao was a bit puzzled. It's all distributed by the neighborhood property, Shin Yufa explained. What? The neighborhood property delivers it? Subdivision property is still responsible for buying groceries? Su Hao was stunned. Yeah, every 3 days I get a shipment of fresh vegetables and meat and eggs and stuff. TSK, it's really a high-class neighborhood. The property is really willing to spend money. Shedding money, that's because homeowners have a significant annual property fee, Shin Yufa explained. That's true. The wool comes off the sheep's back. But you don't cook. And what a waste if all this food doesn't go bad. Su Hao was somewhat speechless. No, every time fresh vegetables are given to Wang Meng to take home and eat. Well, it's nice to be your assistant. Su Hao heart that envy. Damn, Wang Meng is not at all do not have to buy food. Here chickens, ducks, fish and meat, all kinds of vegetables are complete. No, not only Wang Meng didn't need to buy groceries, but I'm afraid her family didn't need to buy groceries. Hey, that wife. That little girl Wang Meng can digest so many vegetables by herself. Why don't I come and get some every time? Su Hao offered with a smile. No, Shin Yufa directly shook her head. Look at you being petty. That's how much you love your little secretary. Su Hao was instantly displeased. That's not being petty. You're a big man going in and out of my villa every time. What's the decency of it? If people see you like this, they'll think I've raised a little white boy. Shin Yufa didn't have the good sense to say. That's not right. You don't care about gossip and rumors. Su Hao was somewhat speechless. I don't care, but why wouldn't I avoid it when I clearly could? You're just being petty. I don't care what you think. It just won't work. Shin Yufa shrugged. Su Hao huffed and puffed and took out the ribs inside the refrigerator and took out the fish, saying viciously, if you don't give it to me, I'll eat it all for you today. Okay, eat it all if you can. Shin Yufa couldn't help but giggle. Geez, honey, you look so good when you smile. Geez. So you can smile too. Su Hao was stunned. This smile was really too damn charming, and he immediately took out his cell phone, ready to take a picture. What are you doing? Shin Yufa frowned as she watched him raise his cell phone. You really do look so good when you smile. Come on, smile again. I'll take a picture of it for my cell phone screensaver, Su Hao said shamelessly. Fuck off. Who wants to be your screensaver? Shin Yufa glared at him. You don't usually smile, and you won't let me keep one. Seeing that she wasn't cooperating, Su Hao had no choice but to put his cell phone back in his pocket again. Why don't I usually smile? Yes, it's rare to see you smile in the company. I'm in the company and I have to maintain my authority. Su Hao was speechless for a while as he began to take out the vegetables, then prepared to pick and wash them. Is there anything I can do for that? Shin Yufa asked. What would you do? I can boil water. You might as well go out and wait for the food. Su Hao waved his hand. Shin Yufa was a little embarrassed, then left the kitchen and continued to read. Su Hao finished washing the vegetables and then quickly cut them. He suddenly realized that he was very good with a knife and shredded the potatoes very thinly and beautifully. Could this be the power of the almighty hand? Su Hao was stunned. His knife work was not bad before, but now it was completely out of this world. And he realized that all the cooking he had learned before, the knowledge that existed only in books, was something he controlled with ease. Even when it comes to cooking, you become comfortable with what ingredients to use and how much salt and soy sauce to use. TSK, all-around hand. Not only flexible, but also creative. Su Hao couldn't help but sigh. After an hour and a half, Su Hao finally finished cooking. Dinner is served. Su Hao clapped his hands, then brought all the dishes to the table. Braised spare ribs, sweet and sour fish, peppery chicken, hot and sour shredded potatoes, garlic broccoli, mapo tofu, and a side order of pimple soup made for a really hearty table. Is this all you did? Shin Yufa was dumbfounded. What? I cooked it myself and you're still skeptical? Ahem. No. I just can't believe some of it. Come on. Try my cooking. Suhao left over a bowl of rice and handed it to her. Shin Yufa took the rice, then tasted the ribs. The flavor was fragrant and salty. The ribs were crispy. The color was golden red. It was really delicious. Another bite of sweet and sour fish was tender. Sweet and sour without a hint of fishy flavor. Gosh, this is too good to eat. Shun Yufa was pleasantly surprised. She had been to many high-class restaurants, but the taste and color of these dishes made by Su Hao did not belong to a five-star restaurant chef at all. Is it really that good? Seeing Shin Yufa's expression of enjoyment, Su Hao took a bite himself. It's surprisingly delicious. Su Hao himself didn't expect it. Could this be the hand of the Almighty? It's amazing how this ability has skyrocketed your own cooking skills. So Shin Yufa ate there with abandon. Ahem. Old boss, don't you not eat meat? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Su Hao couldn't help but flirt. A meal is not so bad. I didn't realize you were a two-timer at cooking. You're not useless. Shin Yufa ate with gusto. Su Hao was sweating a bit. He had a lot of skills. Okay? After this meal, Shin Yufa was very satisfied. And if it wasn't for the fact that her stomach was a bit full, she didn't want to stop at all. Honey, is my cooking good? Su Hao asked with his eyes raised. Well, that's good. I'm tempted to make you a spooner in the company cafeteria. Shin Yufa nodded. Ahem. I'd rather be the superintendent. Su Hao was a little embarrassed. See how scared you are. I'm teasing you. Shin Yufa smiled faintly. How about I don't leave? Okay? Su Hao suddenly said. Not leaving? What do you mean? Shin Yufa frowned. You have such a nice environment here, close to the company, and the villa still has several empty rooms. How about I move in here? Su Hao took the initiative to propose, thinking that if he could live here, not only would he be able to save on rent, but he wouldn't have to get up early in the morning to take the subway. What are you dreaming about? It can't be. I'm telling you, don't try to get an inch when I give you a little bit of good face. Last night you got drunk and took my. Shin Yufa stopped here in a hurry and almost told the story about being kissed last night. Took what from you? Su Hao froze. Shut up and finish eating and scrub the dishes. Shin Yufa glared at him, then went to make coffee. Su Hao was confused. What is the temper of this ant? Is it a bit irregular, ant? Chapter 37, Do you still play the role of president? Su Hao shook his head helplessly and threw the bowl into the dishwasher after finishing his meal. His heart still thinking about Shin Yufa's unfinished words. This woman says she took something from her. What exactly is it? Su Hao shook his head and went directly upstairs after packing up his things to continue programming. An hour later, he finally finished compiling the small program and delivered the results, then sent another WeChat to Blue Heart to inform him. Just at this time, the bedroom door opened and Shin Yufa unexpectedly walked in with a cup of coffee. Are you tired? I poured you a cup of coffee. Shin Yufa suddenly said. Su Hao was confused. Is this woman alright? What are you looking at me like that for? Shin Yufa bristled. I say, Mr. President, you have something to say, and I'm terrified that you're pouring me coffee. Su Hao said in a hurry. You're pretty smart. Here's the thing. I have a tablet here. Shin Yufa took out a tablet from behind her and handed it to him. What's wrong? This tablet has some information stored in it that I want to look at, but it's set with a password that's a bit old and I've forgotten it. Can you crack the password? Shin Yufa asked tentatively. Crack the code? That's easy. Trivial. Su Hao thought how difficult it was. Really? Great. I've been depressed for a long time. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes lit up. Cracking passwords is easy for IT practitioners, Su Hao said, and then took out the USB flash drive that he had installed the miniature system on, and then quickly cracked it with the built-in software to open the tablet desktop. That fast? Shin Yufa was surprised. But this tablet of yours is a bit old, and the system is a bit stuck. Su Hao continuously tapped the desktop album a few times, but there was no response. As a result, the album suddenly reacted and a playback video popped up. Su Hao's eyes instantly glazed over. Holy shit, it's actually a movie suitable for one person to watch. Surname Su. What is this you are turning on? Turn it off. Shin Yufa hastily covered her eyes. Su Hao turned it off in a hurry, but it was a bit unfulfilling, and it still had subtitles. Turn it off. What are you messing up ordering? What I messed up? Old boss. This is the video of your photo album. I didn't expect Old boss, you are quite open-minded. Su Hao couldn't help but flirt. You shut up. Why would I have a video like that in my album? Shin Yufa didn't have the good sense to say. How come there aren't any? Look at the album, there are still a few of them. There is a date on it. Downloaded last year. Okay, old boss. This kind of thing is nothing to be embarrassed about. All adults. Normal. Su Hao pointed to the photo album. Bullshit. Shin Yuefei snatched the tablet and looked at the album. And sure enough, there were several videos in it. This can't be right. Her beautiful eyes struggled round in disbelief. Ha ha, old boss, don't pretend you've seen it. Su Hao grinned. Roll. You're the one who watched it. It sure as hell wasn't me who watched it. Shin Yuefei said through clenched teeth. You didn't look at it. How did it end up in your tablet? Shin Yuefei didn't even know how to answer this question. Well, can't explain it, can you? You don't have to explain this kind of thing. Su Hao gloated. I'll say it again. I didn't look. Shin Yuefei was instantly anxious. Fine. You didn't look. I believe you. Su Hao immediately said in a serious manner. Shin Yuefei wanted to cry. This guy's eyes were clearly disbelieving. Honey, look at your face. No need to be embarrassed. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Su Hao hurriedly assured. Humph. You're still talking. It stopped raining outside, so get your ass home. Shin Yuefei said with a dark face. Ahem. Boss, kicking me out so soon. I helped you crack the code. Do you just want to watch this alone? You shut up. Watch it together. Get out. Shin Yuefei growled. Su Hao was directly kicked out and had no choice but to go home. After he left, Shin Yuefei was so ashamed that she took the tablet and looked at it again. And sure enough, she had saved several movies, which she deleted in a hurry. This is really embarrassing. She really couldn't figure out how she could have such a video in her tablet. Shin Yuefei thought hard for a moment and finally came up with something. Last year, cousin Xia Yuyu stayed at his house for a while. It must have been this niece who downloaded it. Shin Yuefei immediately dialed her cousin's phone. Hey, cousin, why did you remember to call me today? Did you miss me? A grinning voice came from over there. Yo, what have you been downloading nonsense in my tablet? Shin Yuefei said angrily. Flatbed? What tablet? Xia Yuyu was a little confused. It's what you downloaded on my tablet last year, when you were staying at the house. Ha, I remember. It's just a few good movies. What? Why are you a ninny watching this? And you don't even delete it after reading it. Why did you delete it? I'm not leaving it for you to see. Cousin, leave it for me to read? Why am I looking at this? It's all your fault. I'm misunderstood now. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Cousin, tell me quickly. Xia Yuyu over there was clearly excited in tone. When Shin Yuefei thought of her cousin being a loudmouth, she grunted. I'm not going to talk to you. Hang up. Only then did she hang up. As expected. I guessed correctly. It is the cousin who did it. But this thing cannot be honest with Su Hao. And besides, if I tell the truth, this guy does not believe. That's not right. Why am I explaining to him? It took Shin Yuefei a moment to realize this. Ding dong. Just then, Shin Yuefei's WeChat received a message. She opened it and saw that it was definitely sent by Su Hao. Su Hao, wife, you exist that a few video quality is good. From where to download? Can you come to a URL? Shin Yuefei was so angry that she almost dropped her cell phone. Su Hao, who was currently sitting on the subway, stroked his chin with a bad smile. Soon he received a reply. Shin Yuefei, you go to hell. Su Hao raised an eyebrow, the heart complacent up. This time the difficult secret have been discovered by themselves. See what you still pose with yourself in the future the president of the spectrum does not? Ding! The system reminds that you have yet to receive your evolution points. To be collected? Su Hao opened it up and suddenly realized that he had completed the achievement of the first kiss. How is this possible? How can you not know when you've accomplished your first kiss? Su Hao suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, suddenly remembering Shin Yuefei saying that he had taken her. Could it be a first kiss? Chapter 38 Playing Games with Clients? When Su Hao arrived at the company on Monday, he saw several receptionists whispering. After they saw Su Hao, they hurriedly shut their mouths. Good morning, Mr. Su. Su Hao nodded and then went upstairs. When he came to the office, he saw Cui Xiaowan holding her cell phone and chatting. Good morning, Mr. Su. Cui Xiaowan saw him and stood up in a hurry. Well, Wanda, I see a lot of people are secretly talking today. What are they talking about? Su Hao was a bit puzzled. Mr. Su, you're also nosy. Cui Xiaowan puffed and laughed. What gossip? Su Hao raised his eyebrows. I also heard when I came to the company today that it's rumored that our general manager Shin has gotten married. Cui Xiaowan came up and whispered. Married? Su Hao's eyelids jumped. Could it be that the matter of himself and Shin Yuefei getting a license had been exposed? Mr. Su, you don't believe it either. Cui Xiaowan laughed. How could there be such a rumor? Who is Mr. Shin married to? Su Hao deliberately asked. It's not clear exactly. It seems that a friend of the company saw our general manager Shin and a handsome man walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau a few days ago. Is there a picture? No, it wouldn't be gossip if it was. Chui Xiaowan shook her head. Su Hao nodded, then suddenly notched Chui Xiaowan's head and said, "Go to work properly. No gossiping." "Ha, it was clearly you, Mr. Su, who asked me." Chui Xiaowan pouted and muttered a grudging sentence. During the regular meeting in the morning, Su Hao observed Shin Yufa and she didn't seem to have any anomalies. After the meeting, Su Hao returned to the office, not expecting Yang Wanguang, the manager of the technical department, to come to find himself. "Mr. Su, are you busy?" Yang Wanguang stood in front of the door and asked respectfully. "Not busy. What do you want?" Su Hao asked as he sat down. "Mr. Su, it's like this. About our group wanting to purchase a batch of hardware. Some suppliers have heard the news, so they want to invite you to have a meal in the evening. So they asked me to make an appointment to ask you if you have time." Yang Wanguang spoke. "Tonight?" Su Hao was stunned. "Right." Yang Wanguang nodded. Su Hao thought for a moment. For the hardware procurement thing, he did need to talk to the supplier in detail. After all, there are a lot of technical parameters in it, and they must meet the requirements. "Okay, send me the address later." "Okay, Mr. Su." Yang Wanguang nodded happily before leaving. Just at this time, Su Hao's WeChat suddenly rang, and someone sent a video invitation. Christina Chu? When Su Hao looked at it, it was actually the Chu family's eldest daughter, and only then did he tap to answer. "Xiang Xiang, why are you sending me a video this early in the morning?" "Wow, brother Su, what are you doing?" Chu Shangxiang over there asked with a smile. "I'm at work. It's Monday, don't you have class?" "Ha ha, I skipped class." Su Hao burst of speechless, but Chu Shangxiang just on the first year of college. Skipping classes is indeed also normal, to go to college which has not skipped classes. "By the way, brother Su, are you free tonight?" Chu Shangxiang suddenly asked. "Oops, not coincidentally, I have something else going on tonight." Su Hao replied. "Ha, I was going to ask you to dinner tonight." "Buy me dinner?" "Well, I wasn't trying to thank brother Su in person for the reminder," Chu Shangxiang suddenly said seriously. Of course Su Hao knew she was talking about the birthday party. He said, "A small thing, no need to thank you." No, this is something I have to thank," Chu Shangxiang immediately said seriously. "Okay, Xiang Xiang, do you really want to thank me?" Su Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. "That's for sure." Chu Shangxiang nodded her head. "I've heard that several of your sisters are CEOs within your family group, aren't they?" Su Hao asked with a smile. "Yeah, so can you introduce them to me?" Su Hao took the initiative and said, "Ah, brother Su, you want to get to know my sisters? I can remind you, my several sisters have husbands, although you are handsome, but also certainly will not engage in extramarital affairs with you," Chu Shangxiang said quietly. Su Hao immediately cried and laughed. A burst of headache. This Chu Shangxiang little girl really dares to say anything. "But if you really have an idea, brother Su, then choose my third sister. I don't like that third brother-in-law. Human-like," Chu Shangxiang said again. Cough cough. "Xiang Xiang, you've misunderstood. Brother Su is not such a person," Su Hao hurriedly explained. "Ha ha, I knew brother Su wasn't like that. I was just teasing you." Chu Shangxiang over there suddenly giggled. Su Hao was a little sweaty. Was he being teased by a girly girl? "It's like this. I now have the task of advertising investment in my hands. You introduce your sister to me. I have the opportunity to talk about cooperation." Su Hao spelled out his purpose. He understood the information of Chu's group, which owns clothing, daily necessities, skincare products and other brands, and invests up to more than $1 billion in advertising and promotion every year. If they could get acquainted with the Chu family, they might have a chance to pull in some advertising dollars. So that's how it is. This is something you can't do if you look for me. I can help you too, Chu Shangxiang said with a smile. "Hey, this is business. Xiang Xiang, you are still a child." Su Hao couldn't help but flirt. "Okay, but this thing? I'll just talk to dad directly. But brother Su, you have to promise me a condition." "On what terms?" "Brother Su, you have to take me to the king." Ahem. Su Hao was shocked by this condition. Is this considered playing games with the client? "Brother Su, do you promise?" Okay, promise." Su Hao agreed with alacrity. So the whole morning, Su Hao was busy playing King Pesticide. Moreover, he realized that he had an all-powerful hand, and became very powerful in playing games. Basically every game victory became a foregone conclusion, and Chu Shangxiang's segment level had a rubbing up. In the afternoon just went to work. Shin Yufa finally heard the company gossip news, so she sent a few messages of inquiry to Su Hao, and did not expect to receive Su Hao's reply all the time. So Shin Yufa went downstairs, coinciding with the fact that Chui Xiaowan wasn't there. She directly pushed open the door and walked into the office. I didn't expect to see the scene of Su Hao holding his cell phone and playing games. Ha ha, another 5 kills. Su Hao happily slapped the table in a row, but suddenly saw Shin Yuefei walk in and was dumbfounded. Okay you, Superintendent Su. This is work time. You're playing games again. I think you're really a jerk at work and don't want to do it anymore. You'll have to pack up and leave immediately. Shin Yuefei's anger exploded all of a sudden. Ahem. Come on, honey, I've had a busy morning at work, so I'm just taking a break for a couple of games. Su Hao brazenly spouted nonsense. Chapter 39, The Hacker Takes the Bait. You amuse me my ass. I didn't promote you to director so you could go to work and play games, Shin Yuefei said in exasperation. Yo, really angry I'm not just playing a game, and did not watch a movie, Su Hao said meaningfully. Shin Yuefei of course knew that Su Hao must have done it on purpose, and it seemed that she couldn't explain herself. Don't be angry, Mr. President, what did you want to see me about? Su Hao hastily changed the topic. Of course something's up, you know the company gossip rumors, right? Shin Yuefei asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, I heard about it this morning, too. Did you reveal it? Old boss, you're wrong. Am I a loudmouth? If I were a loudmouth, I'm afraid that the matter of you watching the movie would be known throughout the company by now. Su Hao was instantly displeased. It turned out that Shin Yuefei came to find herself in an aggressive manner. This is to suspect that she leaked secrets. Not you? Shin Yuefei froze. Of course it's not me, Su Hao said breathlessly. Just at this time, the phone above Su Hao's desk suddenly rang. Hello, is this Mr. Su? I'm Song Hang from the technical department. The defense strategy you set up is now starting to warn. Great, the enemy has taken the bait. Ha, an enemy? Song Hang over there was a bit stunned. Su Hao immediately hung up the phone. What enemy? Shin Yuefei looked at her in disbelief. Ha ha, wife, the enemy has taken the bait. Su Hao clapped his hands straight in delight. Tell me clearly, what kind of enemy? You're forgetting. Hacker. Hackers again? Shin Yuefei's face changed. Ha ha, wife, don't be nervous, I set a trap for the hacker. Come on, follow me to the tech department, Su Hao said proudly. So Shin Yuefei followed Su Hao to the server room of the technical department with curiosity. Mr. Shin, Mr. Su. Song Hang hurriedly stood up respectfully. Su Hao immediately sat down in front of the computer, then logged on to the network device and observed it. Sure enough, starting this afternoon, the gang of hackers started attacking the Fastbird headline app again, and this time the attack was obviously even more ferocious than the last one. This one not only tried to plant the virus several times, but it was defended. But they must be very proud of themselves for finally breaking the line and distributing the servers. Only this group of hackers did not know that the distribution server they captured was just a virtual server, which was a trap left for them by Su Hao. Su Hao quickly tapped the code and then started to counter-invade. While these hackers kept sending out viruses, they didn't know that Su Hao had already figured out their path step by step, and then started to invade on top of their computers. In a short while, Su Hao cracked the other party's IP address and locked the geographic location through the address. Done. Su Hao immediately sent the location information to the top of his cell phone and walked out of the engine room. Found it? Shin Yuefei asked excitedly. Well, so far I've locked on to the other side's location. I didn't realize the gang was in Yanbei. This is towards the northern district, right? Su Hao looked at it. Just north of Yen? Shin Yuefei was surprised. Boss, let me borrow your car. Su Hao's eyes lit up. What are you going to do? Are you going to get them? Shin Yuefei raised her eyebrows. Well, this kind of opportunity is rare, and you must see it for yourself to be sure. Su Hao nodded. That's fine. I'll go with you, Shin Yuefei immediately said. You're going to? Well, when the time comes, if it's really a hack, we'll call the police. That's fine. Su Hao didn't refuse. And then the two of them went to the underground parking lot with Shin Yuefei. Half an hour later, Su Hao and Shin Yuefei arrived in an old mansion neighborhood in Chaobei district. Su Hao followed the location and finally determined that it was in building 23. However, this 23rd building has 6 floors and is a unit of 3 households, so there's a bit of sifting to be done to determine which household is harboring the hacker. I'll go up and check it out. Old boss, wait for me in the car. Su Hao opened his mouth. Can you be sure it's here? How are you going to find it with so many households? Shin Yuefei asked with a raised eyebrow. I have my own way of doing this. Just take my call. If I'm sure the hacker is here, I'll call you and then you call the police, Su Hao said directly. Good, then be careful, Shin Yuefei admonished. Su Hao nodded and then went upstairs. For anyone else, I'm afraid you'd have to knock on doors and check them out if you wanted to find the hacker. But for Su Hao, who was a person with extraordinary hearing, This was very simple for him. The three households on the first floor, for example, did not have anyone at home at first glance, as there was no movement in their rooms. Su Hao directly went up to the second floor, and then he heard one household that was washing clothes again, and another household that was watching TV. He then continued up the stairs and soon came to the sixth floor. Barbara. Su Hao stood outside the door, and very clearly heard the sound of keyboard tapping coming from room 601. Su Hao immediately approached the room door. He realized that with his extraordinary hearing, he could extend his range distance exactly like sound waves, and as he concentrated mentally, he heard the sound even more subtly. There were about 5 people in the room, 1 sleeping in the bedroom, 4 people in the living room knocking on the computer, 2 of them smoking and the other 2 stoned. Su Hao could already tell what the gang was doing through their voices. Ha ha, brother Sean. The other party's distribution server is currently completely under my control, and I've already released a large number of worms. Suddenly the stoner said smugly. When Su Hao heard this, his eyes lit up. It's really these guys. I finally caught you. Only to see Shan's voice coming from the room again. Distributing servers isn't enough. Our goal today is to destroy his entire service group. Keep up the good work everyone. Brother Sean, do you think the Gold Master will keep his word on this one? Another asked. Don't worry. Most of the Gold Masters in the Dark Realm are still reliable. And didn't we already get an advance of 1 Bitcoin? As long as we finish this one, we'll still get 5 Bitcoins. Sean spoke with arrogance in his tone. Su Hao heard their conversation outside the door and was secretly shocked. How could he not realize that the gang had taken the quest in the Dark Realm, and that the Gold Master had spent 6 Bitcoins on the bounty? The current price of Bitcoin has skyrocketed, and 6 Bitcoins are equivalent to more than 2 million Chinese coins. This Gold Master is really big, Su Hao said with a sigh, since he was already sure it was them. Su Hao immediately took out his cell phone and prepared to WeChat Xin Yuefei and ask her to call the police. But suddenly his own cell phone vibrated and rang. Who's out there? The rune's Sean suddenly shouted. Chapter 40, is this Superman? When Su Hao looked at his cell phone, it was Chu Shangxiang who called. Clunk! Just then, the door to room 601 opened. A bald man with a dark face suddenly asked, Kid, what are you doing? I'm upstairs, Su Hao said in a hurry. Upstairs? You're farting. It's Big Mama who lives upstairs. The bald man grunted. Who is it? Bald 3. Sean, who was in the room? Suddenly asked. Brother Sean. This kid is sneaky. There must be a ghost. Bald 3 immediately grabbed Su Hao's arm. Get the hell off me. Su Hao's face stared, narrowed his eyes and said, Let go? Kid, did you hear what we just said? The bald man's eyes were fierce. I'll fuck you up. Su Hao shook off the bald man's hand, then kicked out, directly kicking the bald man to the ground. Asterisk. Guys, fuck him. The bald man shouted. Su Hao knew that he couldn't wimp out at this time, and couldn't let these boys run away. Rubbing. In the next moment, several names that had been sitting in front of the computer rushed forward. Little bastard. You seek death. Sean suddenly rushed over, carrying a steel pipe in his hand. Su Hao was a little nervous when he saw the steel pipe, and he instinctively swung out with a fist. Bang! That was a surprisingly fast punch that landed directly on Shan's nose. Ouch! Sean flew directly backwards and fell onto the computer desk, and in an instant the monitor smashed to pieces. Several of the other men's eyelids fluttered, shocked by the punch. Su Hao also didn't expect this punch power to be so strong. It seems that his own omnipotent hand has a bonus in strength and explosive power as well. Asterisk. The man who had been sleeping in his room walked out and was stunned by the scene before him. Get him! Sean grimaced in pain and growled through gritted teeth. The next moment, several men rushed up together, so the room clanked and crackled with the sound of a fight. At this moment in the car downstairs, Xin Yuefei waiting a little anxious, and do not know Su Hao in the end to catch the hacker? Just then, suddenly there was the sound of something being smashed upstairs. Pop! In a room on the 6th floor, the glass was suddenly smashed by a sharp object. Xin Yuefei's face changed. It suddenly occurred to her that the hacker might not be alone. What if it was a team of punks? Wouldn't Su Hao be in danger if he was discovered and a fight broke out? What if something happened to Su Hao? Xin Yuefei had some regrets. She shouldn't have let Su Hao risk his life alone. Xin Yuefei quickly got out of the car and then ran upstairs. Before long, she reached the 6th floor and saw 601 open door with the sound of a fight coming from inside. She rushed in, only to be dumbfounded by the scene inside the room. Only Su Hao was seen sitting on a chair in the living room with a steel pipe in his hand, and in front of him crouched 5 men, cowering with their hands clasped over their heads, and a couple of others who were obviously bruised and battered. Pop! Su Hao picked up the steel rod and slammed it on the table. A few of you just now is not very catalyt. Not to beat my mother do not recognize me it. Come on. How not on it? Suhao pointed at a few of them and said teasingly. Ha, dude, we wouldn't dare. The bald man showed his teeth and said that he was the worst, beaten into a pig's face. Seeing this scene, Shen Yufa was directly confused. What the hell? Looking at the mess in the living room, it was obvious that a fight had just taken place. Suhao overpowered 5 guys by himself? 1 against 5. For a moment, Suhao subverted the image in Shen Yufa's heart. This guy is so tough? Brother Shan held his head and said, Brother, no, big brother, we have no grudges in the past. We have no grudges in the recent past. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Misunderstanding your sister. Suhao was just about to speak when he saw Shen Yufa froze. What are you doing up here, old boss? I heard the smashing and was a little uneasy, so I came up. Are you okay? Shen Yufa explained. I'm fine. Call the police. It's these buggers. Just tell the police uncle that we've caught a bunch of illegal hackers. Suhao said directly. Fine. Shen Yufa immediately pulled out her cell phone. Brother Shan and the bald man looked at each other. Both of their faces changed, secretly screaming that it was not good. They had just fought with Suhao and originally thought that it was just a misunderstanding, but now it seemed that the other party had obviously come prepared and knew about what they had done. Shan immediately gave the bald man a wink. The bald man's face suddenly turned black, picking up the chair next to him and smashing it towards Suhao. Suhao's face stared, and he directly met him with a fist. Bang! A chair was instantly shattered by Suhao's punch. The bald guy was straight up dumbfounded. Was this Superman? Brother Shan's eyelids also jumped as he clenched his teeth and suddenly pulled the computer desk drawer, pulling out a dagger from it and rushed towards Shen Yufa. He wanted to control Shen Yufa and take the opportunity to blackmail Suhao and escape. Shen Yufa saw the white flowery dagger and was scared out of her wits. Even though she was a murderous and domineering president, she was still a woman after all. What woman wouldn't be scared to face such a scene? Right at this critical moment, Suhao quickly rushed over and grabbed Shen Yufa's hand before pulling it into his arms. Shen Yufa then saw Suhao blocking in front of her. Snap! Suhao's other hand quickly grabbed Shan's wrist. As he exerted force, the dagger in Shan's hand instantly fell to the ground. Shan screamed in pain. And fucking play with knives you. Suhao directly slapped him, sending Shan 5 meters away and losing several teeth. This time a few companions were scared to death. This is too raw, right? Suhao directly picked up the dagger and said with a black face. I'm most annoyed with men who make a move on women. If you guys aren't honest, I'll fucking castrate you. Don't dare. Several people shook their heads in fear. Only then did Shen Yufa let out a sigh of relief. And only then did she continue to dial the alarm number, which had just been disconnected halfway through the call. 10 minutes later, several police officers finally came. The Mountain Brothers, several gangs all handcuffed. At the same time the computer and other evidence all to take away. When they arrived at the station, Shan and these several hacker dealers directly explained all of them. As expected, just as Suhao had heard, they had picked up the mission in the Dark Realm, and the mission was to invade Quickbird Headline and paralyze the app during the 618 event. After making a statement at the bureau, Suhao and Shen Yufa left, but Shen Yufa was still in a trance, her heart palpitating. Old boss, look at your face. It's not like you're scared of peeing your pants, is it? Suhao couldn't help but ask. Chapter 41, A Wife Pandering to Herself. Shen Yufa directly glared at him and said, You're the one who wet your pants. I'm a little scared. Do you know that you're a little too impulsive today? What if something happens? Honey, are you worried about me here? Suhao asked with a smile. Less narcissistic. Shen Yufa hummed. The two people said came to the car. Suhao grinned. Hey, by the way the old boss, I now help you catch the hacker. That car thing. Look at you like that. This Bentley, you can have it. Shen Yufa handed him the key. This one? Don't you have a Lamborghini at home, Mr. President? Suhao thought about it. You still want to drive a sports car? Just this one. Can you drive it? Shen Yufa glared at him. Drive. I'll drive. Suhao hurriedly took the key. Although this Bentley is not as racy as a Lamborghini, but after all, it is still a few $1 million. Very good. By the way, at the station, what was that dark realm they were talking about? Shen Yufa asked curiously. It's actually a kind of dark net. The Dark Realm is a mysterious website abroad. This mysterious website is said to be established by a mysterious organization that has servers all over the globe, specializing in hacking for hire deals. Hire deals? That's right. Goldmasters can post missions on the Dark Realm and hackers can take missions from it. Can't we catch them? Shen Yufa frowned. Suhao shook his head and said, It's very difficult. The unique way of running the Dark Domain website, the onion routing used, each node is separate. Can't find all the links. Too many false servers worldwide. It's a huge hacker organization. Damn. Shin Yufa was a bit angry. Not only that, even if you find it, it's pretty much the information of the employing gold owner inside, because Dark Realm doesn't save any information about all its users, and the transactions are made using virtual digital currencies such as Bitcoin, and you can't find the person who made the transaction in terms of funds. Su Hao explained. I don't know who's behind this, trying to deal with the Hongsheng group. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth. I think someone wants to paralyze the Fastbird app, then naturally has his purpose. If the Fastbird headline app is paralyzed, then who is the beneficiary? Su Hao reminded. Shin Yufa froze, and then had a few guesses in her head, but conjecture after all conjecture. Within the company, the shareholder Kong Xinghe, this old man, has always done things unscrupulously. In order to compete for shareholders, it is likely to do this kind of thing. After all, paralyzing the Fastbird Headlines app before the AGM will surely be a major work accident for Shin Yufa. Apart from within the company, there are also possibilities from outside, such as Hua Tianhao of the Hua family. This guy has been trying to acquire Hongsheng Group, and behind his back, he has made Hongsheng Group have a crisis, which is favorable to him. In addition to this, there are several other large groups that have expressed their thoughts to Hongsheng Group about acquiring the Fastbird Headline app. Meanwhile, there are a lot of competitors for newsite apps that are similar to the QuickBird Headlines app. Shin Yufa shook her head helplessly as she thought about this. It was 5 o'clock when the two returned to the office. Cui Xiaoan smiled and looked at Su Hao with a bad smile on her face. Wanda, what are you looking at me like that for? Su Hao was a bit puzzled. Mr. Su, you wouldn't be Mr. Su's rumored husband, would you? Cui Xiaoan guessed. Ahem, who are you listening to again? Su Hao's old face was red. Had he been exposed again? Everyone in the company knows you went out with the president this afternoon. Cui Xiaoan explained. I went out with Mr. Shin. That was to talk about business. You people are too gossipy. Su Hao shook his head. No gossip, I think in the company. Mr. Su, you are the most like Mr. Shin's husband. Cui Xiaoan sighed. Why? Su Hao was curious. Mr. Su is so handsome and talented. He's a perfect match for Mr. Shin. Cui Xiaoan stated her reasons. Really? Then Xiaoan, I'll beg you for one thing. Su Hao suddenly laughed badly. What is it? Cui Xiaoan was stunned. You go and be a matchmaker. You go and tell Mr. Shin. You say that she and I are a good match. You give a match. Su Hao couldn't help but flirt. Ahem. Mr. Su, you're making fun of me again. I still want to live a few more days. Cui Xiaoan escaped. Su Hao couldn't help but grin, which led him back to the office. He opened his cell phone to see that WeChat had received 2 messages. One was from Yang Wanguang, a private room number at the Galaxy Hotel. Su Hao froze. He didn't know which supplier Yang Wanguang had introduced this to, but it was a bit of a surprise that he had chosen such a high-end 5-star hotel as the Galaxy Hotel. The other WeChat was from Chu Shangxiang, meaning for him to call back. Su Hao then remembered that when he was catching the hacker, Chu Shangxiang opened the phone and hung up herself. He directly dialed Chu Shangxiang's phone number. Hey, brother Su, you finally called me. Xiang, what's the matter? I told Dad that my second sister will come to see you at the office tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to talk about the partnership. Chu Shangxiang laughed. Really? Su Hao was pleasantly surprised. Well, but I can't guarantee if we can work together. But my second sister is very pretty. Oh, brother Su, you have to keep it yo. Chu Shangxiang said with a smile. Ahem. You girl, don't flirt with me. Ha ha. Well, brother Su, no flirting, and by the way, I'm not a kid anymore. I've had my 18th birthday. I'm an adult. Chu Shangxiang said seriously. Okay, you're an adult. Su Hao nodded. Well, then brother Su first, not to talk to you. I'm going to go to dance lessons with my classmates. Only then did Chu Shangxiang hang up the phone. After getting off work, Su Hao directly drove his Bentley to the Galaxy Hotel, and Shin Yufa realized that she didn't have a car to go home today, so she weighed in on Su Hao. Shin Yufa, I don't have a car to go home today. Do you want to drive me home first? Soho, no way. Shin Yufa was stunned when she saw his reply. This guy took his car, and he was not even happy to give himself a ride home. So damn it. Shin Yufa, snappy. Soho, I'm no longer with the company. Shin Yufa, where's the car? Soho drove away. Shin Yufa, what have you been doing? Soho, there was a social call. Shin Yufa gasped and slammed her cell phone, saying that this bastard had a bullshit social gathering, and must have driven his car out to fool around. That's when Su Hao sent another message. Su Hao, your home is so close to the company. You take the subway 3 stops away. Shin Yufa, bah, you have the nerve to make me take the subway? Humph. Ignore you. Su Hao looked at the reply and grinned. Still ignoring himself. How is it like pampering himself? Chapter 42, Silly Classmate Ji Kai. Yanbei Galaxy Hotel. A very well-known 5-star hotel. Inside a box on the 17th floor sat 3 people, one of whom was Yang Wanguang, the manager of the technical department. There were 2 others. One was Ji Kai, and the other was his girlfriend, Sasha Wang. Manager Yang, thank you very much for this. Ji Kai offered his thanks. You're welcome. We've also worked together for so long and built mutual trust. Of course I would recommend you as a supplier first. Jan Wanguang smiled. Ji Kai nodded with a smile on his face and said, bullshit trust. It is still not every purchase to give you a kickback. By the way, Manager Yang, what do you call this newly appointed executive director of yours? What's his origin? Tell me about it first, so that I can know what to talk about when people come in a while. Ji Kai volunteered to ask. Well, let me tell you. Ouch. I can't. I have a bit of a stomach ache. I have to go to the bathroom first. I'll come back and tell you more about it. Yang Wanguang frowned. He'd had diarrhea all day today. That's fine. Manager Yang, there's no rush. You go first. Ji Kai nodded. Yang Wanguang then went to the toilet. Honey, this Manager Yang is a middleman and takes kickbacks. Can't we just contact my new director directly? Wang Shasha didn't have the good sense to say. Well, but not this time. We still need Young Pickpocket to pull a string before we can do it. And when we get acquainted with the new superintendent for this purchase, we'll kick Young Pickpocket out. Ji Kai has been counting for a long time. By the way, Hongsheng Group, wasn't that college friend of yours in this company before? Wang Shasha remembered this incident. That poor classmate of mine? He's just a programmer who can't help with anything. A loser. Ji Kai couldn't help but taunt. Ha ha, it's not because you're too good. And in comparison, those classmates of yours are poor. Sasha Wang pinched Winks and said, well, come on, no one's here now. Baby, let me have a sip. Ji Kai pulled his girlfriend over as soon as he could. I hate it. What if young Pai Pai comes back later? Wang Shasha said shyly. Come back? I'm not afraid to come back. I envy him to death. Ji Kai hugged and kissed her. Just as the two were hugging and nibbling each other, suddenly the door to the box opened. Su Hao walked in and suddenly froze. Wrong compartment? No, the name of the box is right. 4 Seasons. Ji Kai and his girlfriend saw someone come in and hurriedly got up and sat down. So-ho? Why are you here? Ji Kai frowned when he saw the person who came in. Why are you here? I'm curious too. Su Hao opened his mouth. You're curious my ass. I'm having a VIP guest here. Get the hell out of here. Ji Kai stood up, towing the line. Inviting your guests? Such a coincidence that I was also invited to eat here. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and said, someone invited you here for dinner? You're dreaming, right? With all your connections, who would invite you? You don't come here from work to work part-time as a dishwasher, do you? Ji Kai burst out laughing. Ha ha, serving dishes, or maybe as a duck. I heard the ducks at the Galaxy Hotel are quite profitable. Wang Shasha also giggled. But, baby, you're so funny, but this poor little white boy, being a duck kinda suits him. Ji Kai laughed out loud. Clunk. Just then, the door to the box opened and Yang Wanguang returned from the restroom. Director Su, you're here. When Yang Wanguang saw Su Hao, he hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Ji Kai and his girlfriend were directly dumbfounded. Manager Yang, what did you just call him? Ji Kai thought he'd heard wrong. Mr. Ji, let me introduce you. This is Su Hao, the executive director of our Hongsheng Group's mobile internet business group. Yang Wanguang hurriedly introduced it. What? He's the new superintendent. Ji Kai was outright dumbfounded. Ha! Wang Shasha's face instantly turned into a bitter melon. Su Hao looked at these two people's expression change. Also finally understood. Feelings Yang Wanguang old man said the supplier. Actually is his old classmate Ji Kai. You are. Yang Wanguang was a bit confused. Ji Kai instantly turned ashen, hating to find a crack in the ground, although he did not believe that this was true. But Yang Wanguang would not lie. How could he not expect the new director to be Su Hao? Ji Kai at this moment cannot wait to give himself a few slaps. His own mouth is owed. Open and close his mouth to hang poor students in the mouth. I did not expect that the clown is actually himself. Mr. Su, have a seat. I really didn't expect you to be the newly appointed director. Ji Kai rushed forward and pulled the chair out. Su Hao was not polite and directly walked up to sit at the table. You know each other? Yang Wanguang was stunned. Manager Yang, you didn't tell me earlier. Superintendent Su and I are college classmates and have a good relationship. Ji Kai said in a hurry. College friends? Yang Wanguang dumbfounded. Heart screamed bad. I am afraid I cannot eat this time buckle. Ji Kai. I didn't realize that you have a thick skin. Are the two of us on good terms? You two were sarcastic just now. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. Mr. Su, I wasn't joking with you just now. Ji Kai hastened to explain. Yeah, just kidding. Sasha Wang concurred. A joke? A joke can flirt with me being a duck here? Su Hao let out a cold snort. Ha? Yang Wangguang was a bit confused. What was going on? Oops. It's all my fault. This broken mouth of mine. Su Hao. I'll pour you some wine to make amends. Ji Kai slapped himself and hurriedly stood up to pour wine for Su Hao. It's all he can do now. It's a $5 million business and he has to lower his stance. No need. Since the supplier is you, I don't see the need to continue chatting down. After all, I'm well aware of who you are. Su Hao simply and directly said. Don't Su Hao. No, Mr. Su, we are at least old classmates. Sasha, you quickly apologized to Mr. Su. Ji Kai panicked. I'm sorry Mr. Su, I was wrong. It's all my fault. Wang Shasha hurriedly bent down to apologize. No need. There's no need. Su Hao waved his hand and stood up, ready to go. Mr. Su, it's my fault. You say, how can I apologize for you to be satisfied? Whatever you want me to do, Ji Kai said in a hurry. How? Su Hao's eyes raised. Yeah, whatever. Ji Kai nodded with a compensatory smile. Su Hao suddenly looked at his girlfriend. This pretty girl with an alluring figure. Not long ago, Ji Kai had his arm around this woman, showing off in front of himself, and mocking himself as a single dog. Ji Kai, this girlfriend of yours looks good. Quite watery. Very moist. This face, this waist. Su Hao squinted his eyes with an evil face and came with a deep meaning. Chapter 43, Shin Yufa is drunk. The corner of Su Hao's mouth rose. Of course he wouldn't really hit on Ji Kai's girlfriend. He said this on purpose. I wonder how Ji Kai, the scum of the earth, will choose. Yang Wenguang sort of saw that Ji Kai must have said something cheap. It was simply asking for it. Ji Kai's face stared when he heard Su Hao's words. Then he looked at his girlfriend Wang Shasha. What? Hooligans. Wang Shasha clenched her teeth in anger. But Ji Kai suddenly walked over to her with a strange look in his eyes. That's Sasha. This is a $5 million business. Help me out. How about you keep Mr. Su company today? Ji Kai said in a hurry. What? Wang Shasha's eyes rounded in shock. Obviously not expecting Ji Kai to be able to say such words. Ji Kai, how can you say such things? Are you even willing to sacrifice your girlfriend for once business? Wang Shasha said angrily. What sacrifice? This is a $5 million business. Have I spent less on you? Why can't you just condescend? Ji Kai said shamelessly. Su Hao is really stunned. Today is really open eyes. I did not expect that Ji Kai is really a great man. Can bend and stretch really fucking slag to the extreme. Pop. Wang Shasha slapped Ji Kai across the face. You're shameless. I'm shameless. What are you pretending you bitch? You've been slept with by I don't know how many men before me. Ji Kai said in a nonchalant manner. You. Wang Shasha was so angry that she couldn't speak. Snap. Su Hao directly clapped his hands and laughed. Girl, this time you know how scummy this guy beside you is, right? Ji Kai. We broke up. Wang Shasha left the box after saying that. Su Hao. What do you mean? Ji Kai froze. Ji Kai. You don't really think I would look at you to fuck my girlfriend, do you? I just wanted to see how shameless you could be. I really didn't expect that you opened my eyes. Su Hao shook his head with a sigh. You. Su Hao. Don't tease me. Ji Kai looked embarrassed. Teasing you? I'll tell you clearly that Hongsheng Group will never do business with you. Su Hao left a sentence and also left. Only Yang Wenguang and Ji Kai were left staring wide-eyed. Manager Yang, why didn't you tell me earlier that the executive director is Su Hao? Ji Kai was full of resentment. Ji Kai. You deserve this. Even your girlfriend can take it out and share it. You're really not a fucking thing. Yuck. Yang Wenguang cursed and left as well. You Yang pickpocket. You have the nerve to talk about me. Just you wait. Tomorrow I'll report you for taking kickbacks. Ji Kai said in exasperation. Su Hao left the Galaxy Hotel and had no choice but to find a noodle shop to casually eat a little. He had wanted to go home after the meal, but realized he had left his keys at the office and had to make a trip back to the office in his car. Why are the lights still on in the president's office on the 5th floor? Su Hao looked at the time. It was now more than 8:30, and the other rooms in the company had long since turned off the lights. He went up to the 3rd floor to get the key, then went to the 5th floor. At this time, the lights on the 5th floor hallway had been turned off, and Su Hao came directly to the president's office. Did you forget to turn off the lights? Su Hao opened the door and found that there was no one inside the room. He was just about to turn off the lights and leave when he suddenly heard someone singing in the room. I'm a little bird. Want to fly? Fly. Suhao froze as he realized that the voice came from underneath the president's desk. He curiously walked over, and suddenly realized that Shin Yufa was actually sitting on the floor, and was holding a bottle of red wine in her hand, with a pretty face that was flushed, and her mouth was muttering, asterisk 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 asterisk. Honey, I can't believe you're hiding out here drinking. Suhao was stunned. Ha? Suhao, why are you back? Shin Yufa raised her head to see her and asked with misty eyes. Come on, get up. You're sitting on the floor. It's so cold. Suhao walked over and tried to pull her up. I just won't. I'll just sit on the floor. Shin Yufa said stubbornly. That's a lot of booze you've been drinking. Suhao cried and laughed. He grabbed the red wine in Shin Yufa's hand. Only a little bit was left. The ground isn't just cold. It's dirt. And you're rubbing it all over your clothes. You know? There's dirt? Heck. I'm not afraid. I'm still rolling on the ground. So Shin Yufa unexpectedly raised her hands happily, laid down on the ground, and rolled on the ground. Ahem. This is still the noble and beautiful president. Suhao had a black line on his face. The guy unkindly took out his cell phone and then tapped on record video. The video is proof. I didn't take advantage of it. Suhao walked up and picked up Shin Yufa in one go. Ouch. Get off me. Shin Yufa disobeyed and broke free. So beautiful women are the same when they're drunk. Suhao directly threw Shin Yufa onto the nearby sofa. Ouch. You're hurting my ass. Rub it. Shin Yufa suddenly furrowed her eyebrows and glared at him in a grudging manner. Ha? Suhao was stunned. There was this good thing? But he definitely couldn't take advantage of the opportunity to mooch off of him, or the ice beauty would definitely kill herself the next day. What do you think you're doing drinking so much alone? And there you go, asking you to take me home, and you're not even happy about it. Shin Yufa didn't have the good sense to say. Suhao shook his head breathlessly and found that above the president's desk, there was a pile of information. He picked it up and looked at it. These information were all the information of the group's shareholders, as well as the percentage of shares of all the group's shareholders. Suhao saw the several shareholders on it, obviously ticked by Shin Yufa with a pencil. Finally, I understood why Shin Yufa drank. Perhaps the matter of catching the hacker today had made Shin Yufa feel a huge potential crisis. She was looking into the matter of the group's shares, and it was clear that the matter of vying for the chairmanship was not a safe bet. Suhao looked at the drunken Shin Yufa. This moment was very heartbreaking for this woman in front of him. She is the indeed group president of how many people? How much glamorous appearance? But who knows? She also has her own huge pressure and trouble. Well, old boss, I'll take you home, Suhao said in a hurry. Phew. Shin Yufa, however, had already fallen asleep with a huff. Shit, sleeping so fast. Suhao had no choice but to rummage through Shin Yufa's clothes and look for their family villa key. But after rummaging around, I couldn't find it. So I was ready to rummage through her desk drawer. But suddenly thinking that Shin Yufa, this person, very much hated people rummaging through their things, he gave up again. What's to be done? How about taking her back to her place? Suhao thought about it and directly picked up Shin Yufa and took the elevator to the parking lot. It would have to do for now. We can't just leave her at the office. Shin Yufa even hugged Suhao's neck in a daze. Chapter 44, A Thief's Heart but Not His Guts? Suhao carried Shin Yufa to the parking lot and let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing the elevator goes straight to the parking lot, or else the security guards would have seen it and this would have had to be a big scandal. He threw Shin Yufa into the back seat before starting the car to go home. After arriving home, Suhao opened the car door and prepared to hug Shin Yufa. I did not expect Shin Yufa actually vomited, and vomited all over his own clothes, so that the car has. I'm driving a pretty steady car. Suhao had no choice but to carry her out. I didn't expect to just hold it out, but suddenly it happened that the landlord's daughter, Meng Chichi, was passing by. Brother Su. Munchkin ran over. It's Kiki. Suhao froze. Yeah, Brother Su. Who are you hugging? Meng Chichi asked curiously when she saw the beautiful Shin Yufa. This is our company president. Drunk. Suhao explained. Brother Su. You brought her back when she was drunk. You don't have any ill intentions, do you? Meng Chichi looked at him with a skeptical face. Ahem. Kiki, am I that kind of guy? Suhao cried and laughed. Brother Su. You're not that kind of person, but can't help that she's pretty looks so good. I'm afraid that you can't hold it Meng Chichi looked at Porkboy's pretty face and became envious and jealous herself. Stop it. How could I possibly not be able to hold it? Besides, she's my boss. If I have any ill intentions, then tomorrow when she wakes up, I won't be dead. Suhao snapped. That's true, Brother Su. You've always had the heart of a thief but not the guts. Munchkin nodded approvingly. Suhao cried and laughed. Is this complimenting me or damaging me? By the way, Kiki, you're just in time. Do me a favor. What favor? You come upstairs with me and help me get her clothes off. What? Brother Sue, you want to do that kind of thing, and you're asking me to help you? You're not dragging me into the water. I won't. Meng Qiqi shook her head in a hurry. What? Kiki, look at her clothes. She's drunk and throwing up. I can't take them off for her. Can I? Su Hao hurriedly explained. That's true. It's a bit dark. I can't see well. So okay. Munchkin agreed. She then followed Su Hao upstairs, and Su Hao put Xin Yufa on the bed in the bedroom. You take her clothes off and cover her up, and take the clothes out and I'll throw them in the washer later. Su Hao admonished. Okay. Munchkin nodded. Su Hao then came to the living room, and Meng Qiqi took out the dirty clothes she took off in no time. Brother Su, I'm going home, but you have to promise to suppress your mischievous thoughts, Meng Qiqi said with a serious face. Sure. No, I don't have bad intentions. Su Hao shook his head breathlessly. Brother Su, I was teasing you. Munchkin giggled. Then after she left, Su Hao threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine and washed them. Bored, he sat down towards the sofa. TSK, it was indeed a bit of an ordeal to have a stunning beauty lying in the room. Su Hao made himself a cup of instant coffee. It's not even 10 o'clock. Read the book. He is currently but in love with reading and has a lot of financial rune books at home. It was a 2-hour read, and he was well versed in the theoretical aspects of finance. But Su Hao knows that financial knowledge is not the same as programming knowledge. Theoretical knowledge of finance is only the basis. Practice is another matter. Because the financial market is full of so many possibilities, the different financial products are even more complex. Su Hao stretched his back and sat at the table for a while, suddenly remembering the fight he had with the 5 hackers during the day. How could he be the one to beat 5 people if he didn't have the all-powerful hand? All-powerful hands. He suddenly remembered that he got 500 evolution points for completing the first kiss achievement. Why don't we evolve both hands to LV2? It might be even more powerful. Su Hao was a little excited. System, upgrade both hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The two-handed LV2 upgrade has been completed. Su Hao couldn't wait to open the system. Host, Su Hao. Brain LV2 possesses the ability, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2 possesses the ability, Extraordinary Sight plus Extraordinary Reading. Ears LV2 possesses the ability, Extraordinary Hearing plus Eavesdrop on the Heart. Both hands LV2 possesses the ability, Hands of Omnipotence plus Hands of Overdrive. Remaining evolution points, 0 points. Su Hao suddenly froze. Hands of Overdrive? What did it mean? Did your own hands possess super hand speed? Ahem. What's the point of this ability? Su Hao waved his hands and tried it out. And sure enough, he could play super speed by himself. It was almost like using shadowless hands to describe it. At this speed, I'm afraid that if you slap someone, no one else can see who hit you. It suddenly occurred to him that at this rate, wasn't he knocking out code very fast? Su Hao immediately opened the computer and then tried it. I saw my hands whirring on the keyboard, so fast as a phantom that I startled myself. Su Hao opened Word again to try typing speed. Swish swish swish. A minute later, Su Hao was shocked to realize that he had typed more than 2,000 words in a minute. Hiss. It's too anticlimactic. Su Hao knew that the current Guinness record for the fastest typing in the world was just over 400 words per minute. Nowadays you can type 2,000 words per minute on your own. So it's not a tentacle monster. His college nemesis, Niu Xiaojie, writes novels at Tomato Novels, and only updates 4,000 words a day. If you were to write a web novel yourself, wouldn't it be easy to write tens of thousands of words a day? Writing a novel? Su Hao was stunned and suddenly felt that this idea was good. He had read a lot of online novels and could totally try the water. And currently having advanced intelligence, he's super inspired thinking, so he might as well write for fun. So Su Hao opened the Tomato Novel Network, registered as a writer, and logged into the writers area. I once conceptualized a really good fairy tale, so let's write about that. Su Hao named his novel, Subterranean Dragon. He then immediately began to code, and he realized that he was thinking very fast, matching his super hand speed perfectly. Snap! Half an hour later, he uploaded 50,000 words straight away, then made another random cover. I just don't know if the handsome men and women of tomato fiction calm like their writing. Perhaps Su Hao's hand speed was too fast, and the sound of the keyboard tapping was a bit noisy. So Shen Yufa, who was asleep in the bedroom, woke up. Shen Yufa rubbed her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling and the outdated closet next to her. Where is this? She frowned, trying to think. Didn't she drink with the office? Shen Yufa pulled the quilt and suddenly realized that she was naked. Not a single thing on her body. She squealed in shock. Chapter 45, Fear of Cockroaches Since Childhood. Su Hao heard a flash, then pushed the door and walked in. Ha! When Shin Yufa saw him, she hurriedly covered herself tightly with the quilt. What's wrong? Su Hao asked curiously. You stinking rascal, what have you done to me? Shin Yufa had a bad premonition in her heart. Could it be that she had already been given raw rice by Su Hao? What? You can't even remember? Su Hao froze, then with a bad smile on his face, he took the opportunity to tease her. You tell me. I'm drunk and I don't remember anything, Shin Yufa said through clenched teeth. Oops, you were drunk, so I brought you back to my place. Then I have to dress. What have you done to me? You really forgot? You tell me. Su Hao flirted. Alas, you're drunk and alone, and you don't know what's going on, saying that you want me to give you a good pain. How can I refuse you? What? Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes opened wide and round, and it happened. Su Hao snapped. You asshole. You rascal. I'm going to kill you. Shin Yufa grabbed a pillow and threw it towards Su Hao. She'd probably jump off the bed if she wasn't wearing nothing underneath. Su Hao hurriedly caught the pillow. As a result, Shin Yufa picked up the water cup on the bedside table again and prepared to smash it. Alright, don't yell and scream. Just kidding with you, Su Hao said in a hurry. He'd better not tease the woman, in case the woman got any more irritated. Kidding? Shin Yufa froze. Nonsense. What can I do to you? You have some brains, okay? If I did something to you, my body is yours. Can you not feel it? Su Hao didn't have the good sense to say. Shin Yufa was stunned, and after thinking about it, she was right. She didn't seem to be unwell. So what's going on here? Why are my clothes naked? She asked through clenched teeth. All light? You crap! Su Hao cried and laughed. This Meng Chi-Chi, how did she still strip Shin Yufa naked? You were drunk at work. I brought you back and... It was then that he told the story of the night. So, it was your landlord's daughter who helped me undress? Shin Yufa asked in confirmation once again. Or what? Or do you expect me to do it? Su Hao grinned. Go to hell. Shin Yufa gave him a blank look. Alright, things are clear, and it just so happens that I'm sleepy. So wife, make room on the bed and I'll lie down for a while, Su Hao said cheekily. You wish. Get the hell out of here, Shin Yufa said coldly. Cut. Who cares? Su Hao shook his head, then went to the living room. Only then did Shin Yufa let out a sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. The wine hadn't completely passed and she was still a little dizzy. She picked up her cell phone that was sitting on her nightstand. It was now the wee hours of the morning and there was no telling what time she would be tossing and turning until she got home again. We'll just sleep here tonight. Shin Yufa turned on her side, then fell back to sleep. But suddenly I realized that there was suddenly something under my face. She picked it up and took a closer look, and it was a sock. Ugh, bah. Shin Yufa hastily wiped her mouth. This asshole is too sloppy. Right. Even put the socks next to the pillow. She tossed the sock straight to the floor and turned on her side, facing the other way. That's when she quieted down, but suddenly felt something crawling on her pillow. Shin Yufa had no choice but to turn on the light and look down. Cockroaches. She rubbed her nose in it. I just saw this cockroach crawling unchecked on the bed. Although Shin Yufa was a domineering president, she was still a woman at heart and had been afraid of bugs since she was a child. Su Hao, come here quickly, she yelled anxiously. I say, auntie, what's wrong with you again? Su Hao was somewhat speechless. He had just laid down on the sofa and was preparing to sleep. He heard Shin Yufa shouting helplessly and walked in, only to see Shin Yufa wrapped in the quilt, standing on the bed with a scared look. You get over here quick and grab the cockroach. It's on the pillow. Shin Yufa pointed to the pillow and said, it's just a cockroach. Su Hao walked over, only to pinch the cockroach to the ground and stomp it to death. Why are there cockroaches in this bed? Shin Yufa was still a little worried. It's an old neighborhood. It's normal to have cockroaches. Why don't you go sleep on the couch? No roaches on the couch? Also, then you say shit. Shin Yufa puffed up her mouth in anger. Okay, just make do with what you've got and sleep in your big villa tomorrow, Su Hao said helplessly. No, I'm scared. I've been afraid of bugs since I was a kid, Shin Yufa said quietly. What then? Why don't I go to sleep and you watch over me from the sidelines? Su Hao straight rolled his eyes. Well, you also have the nerve to mention this kind of request. I'll watch it for you. Do you want me to lie down next to you and sleep with you? The guy said breathlessly. What are you thinking? How can that be? Shin Yufa glared. Then hold on to it. Su Hao turned around and left. You come back. Shin Yufa was anxious again. What for? Tell you what. You can lie down and sleep on the other side, but you'll have to keep your clothes on. Shin Yufa bit her lip. She's really afraid of bugs, and she can't sleep at all if there are bugs. In that case, it would be fine to have Suha lie down next to him. It wouldn't be the first time the two had slept in the same bed anyway. Yo yo yo, old boss, you really let me lie next to you ah? You are not afraid of my bad thoughts together. Cannot hold their own. Beast sex? Suha said with a smile. If you want to go to jail, you try it. Shin Yuefei's pretty face froze and said with a stern face. Suha shivered. Although it was just a simple sentence, he had no doubt about this woman's words. Actually, Shin Yuefei wasn't a little cutie. What might happen when a lone man and a woman lie together? Would she not know? But for such a long time she had also observed that although Suha was usually very thick-skinned and roguish, with a bitchy mouth, his character was still good. Otherwise, when she was drunk tonight, if Suha wanted to do something to herself, it wouldn't be easy. Suha happens to not want to sleep on the sofa. Sleeping all night will not be sore neck pain. Okay, since you strongly requested it, I'll be polite. Suha directly walked to the edge of the bed and lay down. Shin Yuefei hurriedly wrapped the quilt tightly, afraid of showing a little. But it was still Suha who saw the white neck and collarbone. You turn around. Shin Yuefei's eyes were flustered and she hurriedly ranted. Suha couldn't help but smile when he saw her wrapping herself up like a chrysalis, the corners of his mouth rising. This mesmerizing woman. Finally he turned away, staying awake and suppressing his nature. With Shin Yuefei's character, if he really does something, that guy, the small life may have a judgment. Chapter 46, Your girlfriend is so pretty. Shin Yuefei woke up at 6 o'clock the next morning. She opened her eyes and realized that she was actually resting on Suha's body with one hand and one foot. Shin Yuefei was so ashamed that she hurriedly retracted her legs. However, Suha's back was turned to her and he was still huffing and puffing as he slept, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Shin Yuefei blushed. It was fortunate that he had not woken up, otherwise how embarrassed she should be. She came into the living room wrapped in her blankets and saw her clothes hanging on the hanger. She touched them to see that they were dry, which made her put them on. Shin Yuefei stretched her back and observed the old house, which was decorated with old decorations. What surprised her was that the top of the computer desk in Suha's living room was filled with books. All books on finance? I didn't realize this guy loved learning so much. Shin Yuefei was a bit surprised. Just then, she suddenly felt some pain in her stomach, and she screamed that it was bad. She might be having her period. She rushed to the bathroom, then opened the toilet and sat down. I was right. It's really my period. What can I do? Just as she was getting anxious, she suddenly heard the bedroom door open. Suha was wearing slippers. His eyes were hazy as he pushed open the bathroom door and was about to unzip his pants to pee. Hey, what are you doing? There's someone, Shin Yuefei exclaimed. Ouch, scared the hell out of me. Why don't you lock the door? Suha retreated in a hurry. And you didn't knock. Nonsense, I'm going to the bathroom. What's the point of knocking? Suha was speechless for a while. Suha, can you do me a favor? Shin Yuefei had some difficulty speaking. What favor? You're not constipated, are you? Need a corkscrew? Suha asked curiously. You're the one using corkscrew. I'm on my period. Shin Yuefei didn't have the good sense to say. Getting your period? Could you go get me a couple packs of tampons? Shin Yuefei bit her lip. There was no other way now but to ask Suha to help go buy it. After all, there was no one else here. Ahem. This isn't very good, is it? Suha's old face blushed. I'll pay you, Shin Yuefei said in a hurry. It's not about the money, okay? I'm not going to buy it. Suha was telling the truth. He hadn't even been in love. Where would he buy this? I'll send you the brand and specs on WeChat. Just buy it accordingly. That's fine. Suha nodded helplessly, then changed his shoes and went downstairs. Not long after, he received a message from Shin Yuefei. Octave. Daily. Cotton. Soon. Suha bought it back according to the brand. Here. He opened the bathroom door and reached in. Shin Yuefei took the plastic bag and found that there was also a brand new pack of toothbrushes inside. She didn't expect Suha to think of this, and was a little touched, but at the same time, she was ashamed to think that she had let a man buy sanitary napkins. A short while later, she changed and walked out from the tampon. Old boss, are you alright? Why is your face so red? Suha asked suspiciously. It's okay. Shin Yuefei bit her lip. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Suha suddenly teased. Get out. Shin Yuefei was originally a little touched, but when she saw Suha's playful appearance, she glared at him with a grudging glance. Okay, let's get cleaned up and then go downstairs for breakfast. Suha finished and went to wash up. Shin Yuefei followed in, then unwrapped her toothbrush and squeezed on the toothpaste. You gargle in this cup. Suha handed her a glass. With that, the two stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom cabinet. brushing their teeth. When Shin Yufa saw the two people in the mirror, she was suddenly in a bit of a trance. A married young couple should be in this kind of picture. The two shuffled downstairs to the breakfast stand. Old boss, why don't you have a bowl of goat soup to make up for it? The goat soup in this house is delicious, Suhao said with a smile. Ha, I'm afraid to eat. Haggis and all. Shin Yufa hastily shook her head. Ahem. You can't do that. You have to eat the earth to do that. Suhao didn't care. He directly came to the sheep soup stall and asked for 2 bowls of sheep soup. Boss, 2 bowls of goat soup. Okay. The owner grabbed a bowl and started grabbing the haggis. Shin Yufa was thinking of refusing, but thought that it would be fine to taste it herself. The big deal was that she didn't eat the meat and only drank the soup. Not long after 2 bowls of goat soup were served. Here's the goat soup. Young man, your girlfriend is so pretty. You two are really a talented couple, the owner quipped. Shin Yufa immediately blushed. Hey boss, you don't know. My girlfriend is good looking but has a big temper. This guy Suhao shamelessly said. Ha ha. The goat soup owner burst out laughing. Shin Yufa immediately reached out and pinched Suhao's arm. Hiss. Okay, I'll stop. Suhao hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Only then did Shin Yufa lower her head and pick up a spoon to drink the goat soup. After she took a few sips, she realized that it tasted really good, but she still didn't dare to eat the haggis. Suhao shook his head helplessly and handed her a dime cake. Old boss, haggis is all essence you do not eat a moment I help you eat, Suhao suggested. Ha, Shin Yufa was startled, thinking of the last time Suhao had eaten his own braised pork in the company cafeteria. I can't believe I'm thinking of eating my own haggis this time. But this goat soup has its own saliva in it, so how can that be? No. Who says I don't eat it? I do. Why should I leave it for you? So Shin Yufa gritted her teeth and tried to eat it. Suhao cried and laughed when he saw the hard look on her face as she ate. Yeah, brother Su, drinking sheep soup here. Suddenly a voice came. Suhao looked up and saw that Meng Qiqi was standing next to her carrying millet porridge. Kiki, the old boss. This is the landlord's daughter I told you about last night. Suhao hurriedly introduced it. Hi sis, how are you? I'm Kiki Meng. Munchkin waved. You're Kiki. I heard from Soho. Thanks for helping me change last night. Shin Yufa stood up and said. You're welcome sis. By the way sis, last night brother Su didn't do anything worse than beastly things to you right? Meng Qiqi asked thievishly. Ahem. Kiki, say something. Suhao fainted. But he dares. I'll lend him 100 dares. Shin Yufa laughed. Ha ha, I told you that brother Su has the heart of a thief but not the guts. Munchkin giggled. Shin Yufa couldn't help but look at Suhao, who was stuffily drinking sheep soup. By the way sister, can I add you on WeChat? Can I be your friend? Meng Qiqi said bashfully. Sure. Shin Yufa directly took out her cell phone. The two scanned the code and added their friends. Suhao is somewhat speechless, saying that the two of you are a few years apart. There is a generation gap plus what friends are. Chapter 47A knows for the stock market. After the two arrived at the company, it was the same old rule. Shin Yufa went up first, and Suhao went up 10 minutes later. Because this morning Chu Xiangxiang's second sister Chu Lianxiao will come to the company, so Suhao told Cui Shaowan in advance to receive. Ding dong. Just then Suhao received a text message, which turned out to be the arrival of his 80,000 commission in Polygon. Suhao looked at the balance, and at the moment, he could completely take out 100,000 for financial management. Since finance lies in practice, why don't we see how well I analyze and judge the market? Suhao smiled, then opened the computer's stock speculation software. He had opened a stock account with a securities company long ago, but he hadn't speculated in stocks since the last time he got caught with a few $1,000s. But now it's different. He has a good knowledge of stocks, and these days he has been paying attention to various sectors of various industries, as well as a lot of individual stocks. Because of his own advanced intelligence, he had a very sharp sense of smell for the analysis and judgment of the industry. Just how accurate this sense of smell was, Suhao also needed to verify it. When the market opened at 9:30, Suhao directly followed his own analysis and selected 10 different stocks, buying 10,000 yuan per stock. At 10 o'clock, Chu Lianxia of Chu's group came to Hongsheng Group with 2 assistants. Cui Shaowan had long been receiving in the lobby and brought a few people to Suhao's office. When Suhao saw this Chu family's second young miss, he was still stunned by Chu Lianxia's face value. In Yanbei, it was said that each of Chu Wenhan's 5 daughters was like a flower. Suhao was a bit skeptical at first, but now it seemed that the rumors were true. Chu Lianxia was dressed in a white professional suit, and her entire body exuded the charm of a mature woman. Hello Ms. Chu. Suhao took the initiative to extend his hand. You're the brother Su Xiangxiang said. I didn't expect to be so young and really handsome. Chu Lianxia passed her hand and spoke very atmospherically. Miss Chu, please sit down. Su Hao hurriedly greeted and sat down. After all, people are in talk about cooperation. Mr. Su, before we talk about cooperation, I have to express my gratitude to you on behalf of my father. Chu Lianxia suddenly said. Su Hao was stunned. He thought that Chu Wenhan must have known about the words he said to Chu Xiangxiang. Miss Chu is polite. Xiang, this child is very cute. I just don't want her to get hurt. And Miss Chu, you'd better call me by my name. Su Hao was honest. Well, Su Hao, I'm not going to be polite with you. Xiang, this child is the living treasure of our whole family. None of us want her to suffer a single bit of harm. And father has also said that Mr. Su's character and doing business must also be a very good partner. Chu Lianxia said with a smile. After the two men exchanged pleasantries for a while, they began to discuss cooperation in terms of advertising and investment. Because the Chu family's industry is involved in a very wide range of industries, so the advertising investment is also very large. So for the Fast Bird headline apps, data of various channels have to be carried out to understand a little. Sister Xia, at present, all the data of the Fast Bird headline app is growing steadily, and I believe that Chu's group's advertisement investment will definitely have a remarkable effect. After getting acquainted, Su Hao's name for Chu Lianxia all changed to Sister Xia. After some exchanges with Su Hao, Chu Lianxia was very happy, feeling that Su Hao not only had a high emotional intelligence, but also knew a lot, and was always able to guess right in her own mind. How could she know that Su Hao had used several times of eavesdropping on her heart during the exchange? Su Hao also sighed in his heart. This ability to eavesdrop on the heart is simply too strong. Isn't there a saying that you don't guess a girl's mind? With this ability, Su Hao was certainly able to accurately guess Chu Lianxia's mind, which was very effective when communicating and negotiating. Well, Su Hao, according to my preliminary understanding, I intend to place 5 of the billions of advertisements in the Fast Bird headline app in the coming year. Chu Lianxia uttered the decision. 500 million? Su Hao sucked in a breath of cool air. Although he knew that Chu's group was rich and powerful, he did not expect to be so bold and generous, which is $500 million of advertising fees. Of course, Su Hao, we advertise in 5 phases, and we have certain return requirements for each phase of advertising benefits. If we are too far away from our benefit target, we will interrupt the next phase of advertising at any time. Chu Lianxia said seriously. Sure, that's no problem. Su Hao readily agreed. After all, this is business and needs to be rigorously guarded. Chu's group is doing business. Business is definitely profit first. It is impossible to spend money on water. A contract of initial intent was then signed by both parties. Sister Xia, it's already noon. I've already asked Xiaowan to book a private room in the hotel next door. I'll treat you to a casual dinner. Su Hao immediately issued an invitation. It's a $500 million contract, so how can you not treat someone to a meal? Su Hao, I really don't have time at noon. I have to fly to Donghai City in an hour. There's a business to talk about. Chu Lianxia explained. In such a hurry? Well, Su Hao, I'm not being polite to you. We'll have plenty of time in the future. Okay, next time then. Su Hao nodded in agreement, sending Chu Lianxia away. Su Hao was a little excited, not expecting that he had accomplished half of his 10 billion investment mission, which was simply great. This kind of good news how to go to Xinyufa to show off a bit. Su Hao was about to go upstairs. Suddenly the phone rang. Dussel? Su Hao was a bit stunned, not expecting it to be a call from Dussel, the president of Baoqi Group China. He answered it immediately, and it turned out to be Dussel surprisingly asking himself to go to lunch at noon. Su Hao certainly couldn't refuse a big customer of Dussel's level, not to mention the fact that a partnership had just been reached between the companies. Mr. Dussel, I'll be there in a minute. Su Hao agreed, and before he left, he told Shui Xiaowan that he might return to the company a little later in the afternoon. I did not expect that in the afternoon. Hongsheng Group had a big event. The Ministry of Finance received a report material. This report material allegations of the person is clearly the manager of the Ministry of Technology Yan Wenwon. Finance Director Ning Yusin immediately approached Xin Yufa to discuss the matter. After Xin Yufa read the material, she immediately slapped the table in anger. This Yan Wenwon, a small department manager, has actually eaten nearly $1 million in kickbacks over the years combined. Eating out, corruption and bribery are the workplace behaviors that Xin Yufa hates the most. Mr. Xin, what do you think about this matter? Ning Yusin asked. What to do? Bring it to justice. Also, organize a meeting for all management above the company's department heads at 3:30. I'm going to announce this in person to give all management a wake-up call. Xin Yufa said seriously. Okay, the finance department will organize the meeting, and I'll send out the notices. Ning Yusin nodded. Ugh, That's pissing me off, Shen Yuefei said angrily. Xiao Fei, don't be angry. There are too many such people above the workplace. By the way, have you heard? This morning our company came to a big beauty, Ning Yusen suddenly said. Chapter 48, Drinking During Work Hours. Big beautiful girl? What big beauty? Shen Yuefei froze. I asked the front desk. This big beauty is the second miss of the Chu group, Chu Lianxia. Ning Yusen explained. Sister Xia? Shen Yuefei and the Chu family's several big misses were considered quite familiar with each other, and it was said that Chu Lianxia should have contacted herself when she came to her company. Sister Xin. Are you mistaken? If Sister Xia she comes to the company, can she not call me? Shen Yuefei shook her head. There's really no mistake. I asked and she went to Suo's after she arrived. So ho there? In Chu's group, Chu Lianxia is mainly in charge of planning and marketing. Could it be that Su Hao wants to attract business? Just how did Su Hao know Chu Lianxia? The night of the birthday party? It's not right. She is even more confused. Even if Su Hao wants to advertise investment, should also be the initiative to visit Chu group. Chu Lianxia as a customer how to take the initiative to pay a visit? This is completely illogical. Since it's illogical, it's probably not business, is it? Shen Yuefei's beautiful eyes jumped. It cannot be Su Hao. This smelly rascal. It will not be a messy hookup. If that was the case, it would be bad. After all, it was the birthday party that he took Su Hao to himself that day. Little Fei, Su Hao is awesome. He was able to recognize the Chu family's second miss, Ning Yusen said with a sigh. He's awesome my ass. I took Su Hao to the birthday party that day. He must have met Sister Xia through this session. Shen Yuefei explained. What? You brought Su Hao there that day? Ha ha, Su Hao is good. Quite good at seizing opportunities. Ning Yusen couldn't help but laugh. Catch a fucking break. He's lucky he doesn't cause trouble. Shen Yuefei expected in her heart that nothing would go wrong. Ning Yusen said, whatever it is, when you see Su Hao at the meeting this afternoon, just ask him. At 3:30 in the afternoon, in the large conference room on the 6th floor, all the management of Hongxing Group came. Hundreds of people. All management meetings like this one are usually only once a month. Plenary sessions are usually held only when major events are announced. Vice President Lei, what is it? Reveal it to us. Kai Yuba asked Lei Jianshu, who was beside him. Lei Jianshu shook his head and said, I don't know. You don't know either? How can that be? You're the vice president. Kai Yuba was a bit unconvinced. I'm the VP yes, but I'm always out on business. Lei was honest. At this time, Zhang Yunxi, the human resources director, said, I heard that the finance department received a whistleblowing material today, and Mr. Shen is furious. Whistleblower material? Hearing her words, many of the executives in the conference room looked a little less than normal. Director Kong, do you know who it is? Kai Yuba asked curiously. That I really don't know. Zhang Yunxi shook her head. Just at this time, the door of the conference room opened. Shen Yuefei walked in, and the management who were originally exchanging words quieted down. Before we meet, let me make an announcement. Shen Yuefei walked to the front of the conference room and spoke. Yang Wanguang, manager of the technology department of the Mobile Internet Business Group, was suspended from his duties and subjected to a financial review. Many of the executives were stunned at this statement. In fact, the meaning is very obvious. A financial review. There must be financial indiscipline. Mr. Shen. Why? Yang Wanguang was dumbfounded and stood up from the back of the conference room. Why? These materials in my hand are evidence of your kickbacks. What do you say? Shen Yuefei raised her eyebrows and looked at him angrily. Mr. Shen. Isn't that a mistake? Yang Wanguang's face changed, but he guessed in his heart that it was most likely that bastard Ji Kai who reported it. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. You'll wait for the law. Shen Yuefei glared at him. Don't, Mr. Shen. It must be a misunderstanding. Yang Wanguang began to act pitiful. Security. Get him out of here. Shen Yuefei slapped the table. The two security guards immediately pulled Yang Wanguang out. All the executives in the conference room looked at him with some sympathy. Shen Yuefei then scanned the people in the conference room, preparing for a meeting to give all the management a wake-up call. But she suddenly realized that the seat of an executive in front of her was empty, and the sign on the table was clearly Su Hao. Where's Director Su from Mobile Connections? Shen Yuefei frowned. That, Mr. Shen. I contacted Superintendent Su's secretary and said that Superintendent Su had some business out. Wang Meng, the president's secretary, replied. Out? Wasn't he told that this meeting required everyone to attend? Shen Yuefei was a bit displeased. Said he already called and told Superintendent Su. Wang Meng explained. Shen Yuefei immediately took out her cell phone angrily, then called Su Hao, and also pressed the speakerphone. She was ready to scold Su Hao in pieces. Hey, wife, what's up? Su Hao over there said jokingly. The conference room was instantly dumbfounded when they heard Su Hao's address. What the hell? How dare Su Hao call Mr. Shen his wife? Is it hard to? Put. Lei Jianshu took a sip of tea and sprayed it straight out. Shen Yuefei's beautiful eyes jumped. This bastard, getting more and more lawless, even openly calling his wife. She somewhat regretted turning on the speakerphone, but if she turned it off again now, wouldn't that be a mistake? Su Hao, I'm Shen Yufei. Who are you calling your wife? Are you out of your mind? The company is having a meeting this afternoon. Do you know that? Where are you? A meeting? I'm busy. What are you busy with? Get your ass back here. Okay. I'll be right back. Su Hao hung up the phone after saying that. This now made Shen Yufei angry enough. This bastard even dared to hang up on her phone. Too hateful. At the moment everyone's heads were still wandering around that epithet of Su Hao's. Pop. Shen Yufei suddenly slapped the table and said, meeting. An hour later, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and Su Hao walked in with a breath of alcohol in his step. Everyone was confused when they saw him. What a drunken stench. Superintendent Su, is this drinking during work hours? Awesome. It's almost the end of the day, and you've been drinking all afternoon. No wonder he called his wife when Mr. Shen called him just now. He was emotionally drunk and confused. It's over. The executive director looks to be replaced. The mobile internet business group is ill-fated. We've lost our program and technology managers, and now we're even losing our executive director. The crowd was in an uproar. When Ning Yusen saw the drunken Su Hao, she also shook her head speechlessly. Shen Yuefei's pretty face gradually became ironic. Originally today came the great aunt. The mood ups and downs, but this bastard also loaded to the gun. Yo, it's all there. Su Hao looked at it and grinned. Su Hao, as a company executive, you stole out to drink during work hours and got drunk. You're simply lawless. Shen Yufei said sternly. Chapter 49, taking $1 billion in one day. That's right, Mr. Shen is right. Su Hao, you really don't put the company's rules and regulations in your eyes. Mr. Shen, how does such a person deserve to be in management? I suggest immediate dismissal. Kai Yuba immediately chimed in. When he saw Su Hao like this, he was of course the happiest, and with the collapse of the mobile internet business group, he could just as well collect it all into his own network media business group. Ning Yusen was somewhat speechless. What kind of person was this Kai Yuba? I think Uncle Kai's right. Such a person is recommended to be fired immediately. Suddenly a middle-aged man sitting at the front of the conference room spoke. Shen Yufei frowned. This middle-aged man was also the vice president of the company, and he was the son of the company's shareholder Kong Xinghe, Kong Junjie. If Kong Xinghe captured the chairmanship in the future, then the position of group president would definitely be Junjie Kong. Vice President Kong, you just came back from East China Sea today. You don't know that this kid can be arrogant. He directly disliked me in the last regular meeting. Kai Yuba immediately said with a cold snort. And this? How did someone like that get to the director's position? John Kong said in a conspiratorial manner. Which one of the people here didn't know that Su Hao was personally promoted by Mr. Shen? And now when Kong Junjie said this, it was undoubtedly an embarrassment to Shen Yufei. Shen Yufei frowned, looking at Su Hao even more angry. This bastard too not give himself face. Su Hao frowned and ignored them, directly saying, Mr. Shen, I'm not sneaking out to drink. I'm doing it for a social occasion. Socializing? Ridiculous. What entertainment could you possibly have? Kai Yuba didn't have the good sense to say. Director Kai, Mr. Dussel, the president of Baoqi Group, asked me out at noon. Does that count as a social engagement? Su Hao immediately asked. This, Kai Yuba was dumbfounded. A big customer of Dussel's level. Even the president couldn't afford to slack off. Even so, you can't delay the company meeting, can you? Drinking all afternoon? Kong Junjie coldly grunted. Who said I drink all the time? Drinking is just a cheer. I mostly talk business. Su Hao looked at Kong Junjie and said, Oh, I wonder what the business is. Tell us all about it. John Kong looked at him somewhat playfully. Needless to say, it's all under contract. Su Hao suddenly opened the file bag in his hand and took out a contract from it, then put it on the table. Kong Junjie picked it up and was dumbfounded. Because this is a contract of intent that Baoqi Group is going to advertise in Hongsheng Group's Fast Bird headline app, which has Dussel's signature on it, and the total advertisement investment is $500 million. Vice President Kong, what kind of contract? Kai Yuba also stood up and took a look. Hiss, a $500 million advertising contract. Kai Yuba was directly confused. $500 million? An advertising contract? Everyone in the conference room was stunned. At this time, Kang Junji's face was a bit ugly and he no longer spoke, then handed the contract to Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa looked at it and was just as shocked. It was really Dussel's signature, and with the seal of the Botch Group on the back, the contract was obviously genuine. Ning Yusin also came over to take a look. Oh my god. Su Hao, you actually took $500 million of advertising from Bauchi Group's cars, Ning Yusin said with a sigh. At this time, everyone in the conference room looked at Su Hao with shock and admiration. That's $500 million in advertising, which is something many well-known internet companies can't do. I didn't realize Superintendent Su was powerful. I've heard that the president of Bauchi Group Greater China region is an Arab, with quite a strange temper. Director Su can even handle this kind of client. Miracle. What's wrong with having a drink when you get $500 million in advertising? That's right, it's a credit to the company. For a moment, the words of the executives in the room turned sharply. Shin Yufa felt a sense of relief. The anger just now instantly dissipated. And even in her heart there is some small touched. This is, after all, a large amount of company benefits. You should have told me in advance if you were going out on business, she said to Su Hao. Her tone of voice was much gentler. TSK, Director Su, you're too good at this business, taking $500 million in advertising contracts in one day. Ning Yusin gave a thumbs up. You know, in the business world, talk about the contract to talk about cooperation. $500 million of the contract generally need a series of business negotiations, exchanges. The general cycle is very long, a few months or even half a year. But to get a $500 million contract in one day is indeed a business miracle. $500 million? No. Su Hao suddenly shook his head. What's wrong? Ning Yusin froze. Everyone in the conference room looked surprised. It's supposed to take $1 billion a day, and I negotiated a deal this morning. Su Hao took out another contract from the file bag, which was clearly an advertising contract with Choose Group. That's when all eyes looked over. Shin Yufa took the contract and looked at it. Her beautiful eyes directly opened and rolled round. Surprisingly, it was another $500 million contract. What's wrong? Everyone was shocked to see the always steady and calm president. What was going on? This is the advertising contract with Choose Group, is also $500 million. Ning Yusin exclaimed out in shock. What? Really? It can't be, can it? $1 billion contract all at once. Is this a joke? The next moment, the conference room exploded. Kang Junji frowned. He was instantly a bit skeptical. Signing $1 billion advertising contract in one day was something he had never heard of in the industry. Superintendent Su, you pulled out two $500 million contracts in a row. You're not teasing everyone, are you? He asked tautly. Yeah, how is this possible? It must be this kid who made the fake contract. Kai Yuba hastily agreed. At this point the other executives in the conference room were also a bit skeptical. After all, this is $1 billion. Vice President Kong, am I teasing? The contract has the financial phone numbers of Bauchi Group and Chu Group. You can call to confirm, Su Hao said in a serious manner. At this time, Shin Yufa looked towards Ning Yusin. Our finance and Bauchi Group, Choose Group have worked together. I have their finance director contact information. I personally verify. Ning Yusin immediately took out her phone to verify. Soon after the phone call, Ning Yusin said excitedly, I've verified it all. The contract is fine. It's true. Wow. The conference room was abuzz. Put. Kai Yuba instantly became disoriented, wilted and sat there, dumbfounded. Kang Junji also eyelids jumped. Before Su Hao promoted to director, he thought Shin Yufa found a filler, but did not expect to be so strong business ability. Shin Yufa was just as excited. She was instantly a little proud. After all, Su Hao was promoted by herself. Chapter 50 million sales commission. At this moment, all the executives of Hongsheng Group sighed and marveled. During last week's regular meeting, when Su Hao himself proposed $1 billion advertising investment task, everyone was sneering. They think Su Hao is simply impossible to complete. Even Kai Yuba, a veteran of the shopping mall, cannot complete the task of $500 million per year. But no one expected that in just less than a week, Su Hao took $1 billion. Not only that, Bauchi Group and Choose Group, those are top enterprises. This kind of top big customers, where is it so easy to deal with? But Su Hao did. The key person is the executive director, not advertising sales specialist. You know, in the online media business group, that has its own marketing department, with more than 20 sales specialists. And for the marketing department to be able to pick up $200 to $300 million a year in advertising, that's a very good track record. After all, the $500 million that Kai Yuba had mentioned before was just a mission goal. This meant that Su Hao's performance alone killed the entire marketing department. For a while, Su Hao became the idol in the hearts of everyone in the entire group. Well, that's the end of today's meeting. Adjourned. Xing Yufa opened her mouth. That's when the congregation this adjourned. Back to the office to talk. Xing Yufa spoke to Su Hao and Ning Yusen. The three then went to the president's office. Ha ha, beautiful, beautiful. $1 billion advertising contract. And I've seen the payment method. So that means we'll be able to come in at the end of the month with $200 million. As the finance director, Ning Yusen's favorite thing was for the funds on the books to become full. After all, the liquidity of a group. That are things that every finance director needs to control. That old. Ahem. Mr. Shin. This time you are not angry, right? Su Hao asked with a smile. Ugh. You mixed. You guy. Shin Yufa sat there and was also exasperated and laughed. Ning Yusen was on the side. Her willow brows knit up. These two people's name-calling. Why was it strange? Gee, my mouth is dry from drinking. Su Hao directly headed to the sofa and sat down. Ha ha, I'll get the water for the great meritocracy. Ning Yusen walked directly to the office refrigerator and took 3 bottles of water from it. Su Hao took the bottle and took a big gulp. Ning Yusen handed another bottle to Xun Yufa. She can't drink cold, Su Hao said quietly. Ning Yusen suddenly froze. She suddenly remembered that Xin Yufa's period came today and mentioned it to herself. But, Ning Yusen looked at Su Hao in shock. How did he know that? Su Hao, Ning Yusen wanted to ask. Xin Yufa's pretty face blushed slightly, and she hurriedly interrupted her, saying, Sister Xin, you should let the company's legal affairs review the contract again to make sure there are no problems. Well, don't worry, Ning Yusen nodded. That, Mr. Shin, I can get off work if there's nothing else. I've had a bit of wine and I'm a bit dizzy, Su Hao suddenly said. Aha, Xin Yufa nodded. Off duty? Don't. Su Hao, why don't you treat me and Fei to dinner tonight? Let's have some beer tonight, Ning Yusen suddenly suggested. Treat? Hey, you two have higher salaries than me, and you're still thinking of letting me treat you? Su Hao was speechless for a while. That said, this woman, she was really keen on beer. Sister Xin, this guy is stingy, let's just forget about it, Xin Yufa said in a hurry. Forget it? You can't. Fei, have you forgotten our company's commission rules for advertising sales? Ning Yusen reminded. Xin Yufa certainly wouldn't forget. In Hongsheng Group advertising sales commission, the general commission is 1 point, but advertising sales more than 100 million, then the commission is 2 points. If advertising sales more than 500 million, then the commission is 5 points. Su Hao took $1 billion advertising contract, which meant he had a 5-point sales commission, $1 billion advertising dollars, which means Su Hao's commission is a full 50 million. Xin Yufa almost forgot about this matter. Wait until the 10th to open the salary. Su Hao will be able to get this considerable sales commission. Sales commission? That's a good thing? Su Hao's eyes lit up. But, Su Hao, you, the director, still don't know about this? Next month there will be $50 million in sales commission alone. Do you think it should be a treat? Ning Yusen hummed. It's due for a treat. It's more than my paycheck, all at once. Xin Yufa sighed. As the president of Hongsheng Group, her salary was at the level of $10 million, and she couldn't help but feel emotional when Su Hao was able to earn more than even the president. Su Hao was a bit excited. $50 million in commission? You've become a rich man all of a sudden? He now finally understood why so many companies were getting rich in sales. This is really a year does not open. Open to eat 3 years. If you work every day to earn a dead wage, a lifetime cannot earn 50 million. Ahem. Treats will have to wait until I get paid. Let's go. Su Hao is not stupid. He does not have much money in his pocket now, and he just bought $100,000 of stocks today. Hey, Su Hao, don't go. Ning Yusen cried and laughed. Xin Yufa said, why Sister Xin? I'll say he's stingy. Su Hao returned to the office and first poured himself a glass of milk. In fact, he didn't drink much at lunch, and during the meal, he relied on eavesdropping on Dussel's mind, which led to an unexpected $500 million contract, because by 5:30, everyone at the company was off work. 2. Su Hao opened the stock speculation software on the computer and checked the situation of the several stocks purchased today. He purchased a total of 10 stocks, which of course went down and up, but ended up being close to his prediction for the stock market sentiment, ending up with a gain of around 6%. Su Hao's $100,000 capital made more than $6,000 at once. Gee, that's $6,000 in one day. He couldn't help but sigh and wait until his $50 million in commission arrived so he could make a big deal out of it. He then opened the Tomato Novel Network and found that the novel he posted last night had already been reviewed and approved, and he had also received a signing station short. Suhao, directly in accordance with the operation, submitted the signing information. The current novel site signing are electronic contracts. He added the editor in charge of the QQ quickly complete the signing. Since the novel passed, he immediately turned on the coding, and half an hour later he uploaded another 50,000 words. Ding! System reminder. Completing the advertisement merchant's mission. Rewarding 1000 evolution points. Suhao's eyes lit up as he checked the system and found that he was still to receive his evolution points. Lit up the publishing web novels achievement for 200 evolution points. Suhao didn't expect that he could light up achievements even after posting a web novel. It seems like you can totally test the waters across industries so that you can reap more achievement points in the future. Currently have 1200 evolution points. Let's see where the next evolution part is. Chapter 51, Skeletal Muscle Platinum Strengthening. Host. The next body part to evolve is your skeleton. Bones? Okay. Evolve. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the skeleton LV1 evolution. Bones LV2 possesses the ability, Bronze Reinforcement. Keep evolving. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the skeleton LV2 evolution. Bones LV2 possesses the ability, Platinum Reinforcement. Suhao was a bit surprised. He understood that after Platinum Reinforcement, the strength, support, blood production, and movement were all dramatically increased. There are still 600 evolution points left. System. Keep evolving. Host. The next part to evolve is muscle. Do you evolve? Okay. Evolve. Suhao then directly evolved his muscles to LV2 as well. Muscle LV2 possesses the ability, Platinum Reinforcement. Similarly, muscles are dramatically increased in toughness, strength, stretching, and speed after Platinum Enhancement. Suhao suddenly had the illusion that his entire being had metamorphosed, and he realized that his current strength and reaction speed were very formidable. After these two evolutions, one has a very strong physical quality. Maybe I should enroll myself in a fight or something to learn, Suhao said secretly. Ever since he had fought those hackers, he felt like he should learn more combat skills before he could push himself to his physical limits. It was as if he now possessed powerful internal kung fu, and he still needed to learn a few more moves before he could do so. Ding dong. Just then, Suhao received a WeChat, and he opened it. Xin Yufa, you've been drinking today. You can't drive. Why don't I send you back? Ha? Suhao was stunned. What was wrong with Xin Xiaolu? She even took the initiative to send herself home? Is this still the high and mighty Lord President Queen? Gosh, this woman couldn't be in love with herself, could she? Or is there another purpose? Whatever. Suhao replied directly, good. When he arrived at the parking lot, Xin Yufa was already sitting in the Lamborghini waiting. Honey, why are you thinking of taking the initiative to send me home today? It can't be that you're in love with me, right? Suhao couldn't help but flirt after he sat down. Less narcissistic. I'm treating you for making such a great contribution to the company. Xin Yufa finished starting the car. Honey, you're going to treat me. You can't just send me home and call it a day, can you? Suhao said with a smile. So what else do you want? Have you forgotten the bet we made? What? Just stay with me for once, Suhao reminded. Xin Yufa then remembered that Suhao wanted her to pretend to be his girlfriend and have dinner with his fox friends. It's just dinner. Let me know when you set the time. Okay, I'll arrange it when I get paid, Suhao said cheerfully. I understand that you were able to take the Dussel advertising contract, but how did you negotiate the Chu Group's contract? Xin Yufa was really puzzled. This is thanks to Chu Xiangxiang. Suhao was honest. Christina Chu? You forget. I was playing a game in the office and took her on King, and then she introduced second sister to me. Suhao smiled and explained. What? Xin Yufa was directly speechless. She felt that Suhao must be hiding something. By the way, wife, I'm making so much for the group. I need your support for two things, Suhao suddenly said. What is it? First, I intend to form two new divisions within the department, one for marketing and the other for big data algorithms. Xin Yufa is a little stunned. The marketing department she certainly understands. The future of the fast bird headline app traffic growth. Advertising sales must have its own marketing department. What is this big data algorithms department? It's really about big data collection, then analysis, then algorithms, then intelligent recommendation of content resources to users. Xin Yufa heard there was some confusion. Let me describe it to you like this. Many of the current news apps are still in the regular mode, which is nothing more than moving the PC web page to the top of the phone, foolproof for users to browse. My algorithmic architecture, on the other hand, relies on big data to analyze users' behavioral habits and then give them intelligent recommendations of content of interest. Our big data, for example, is perfectly suited to analyze which of our users are interested in daily skincare. And we can place skincare ads precisely on those users for maximum exposure and benefit. With Su Hao's simple explanation, Shun Yufa instantly understood. I understand, but this technique, will it be a bit difficult? Shun Yufa was a little worried. After all, Su Hao described the technology, which involves big data analysis and complex recommendation algorithms. I'm the executive director of the technical side of things, so you don't have to worry about that. If I want to do it, I'll be able to do it. Su Hao is certainly confident about the technical aspects. Well, this is equivalent to boosting the kernel of the Fastbird headline app, something I agree with. Shin Yufa nodded. Second thing, hey, you allocate me $100 million in operating capital. Su Hao grinned. What? You want $100 million in working capital? To do what? Shin Yufa's eyelids jumped. I'm going to give out some bonuses to Fastbird heads-up app users. Su Hao put his thoughts into words. Handing out red packets? $100 million. Are you crazy? Shin Yufa's eyes widened. Old boss. At present, if Fastbird headline app wants to break through the number of users, one is to improve the product itself, and the other is to do a good job of attracting traffic. And giving red packets to the users is the easiest and fastest way to do it. But once you open the door, this is going to be a big expense. Shin Yufa voiced her concerns. Old boss, don't worry. When we have mastered the powerful traffic, that's when we have mastered the wealth code. This red packet fee expenditure is nothing in front of the huge advertising revenue. Su Hao said with great confidence. He had long pondered these days that if Fastbird headline app wanted to become the one of the news app, then it had to do some series of enhancements and reforms. This is too important, so give me some time and I'll think about it. Shin Yufa also needs to think about it. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller was clearly her cousin Xia Yuyu. Hey, yo, what's wrong? He, meow meow. Cousin, I have good news for you. Xia Yuyu over there said mischievously. What's the good news? I'm going back to my country tomorrow. Surprise? Get ready to pick up the airplane. Shin Yufa froze and asked, going back to China? You're not going to school? No more classes in the second half of the year. Okay? And there's someone else going back with me. Guess who? Who? Auntie. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes jumped. What? Little Auntie is coming back too? Chapter 52, A Toad Wants to Eat a Swan? Shin Yufa's mother was a total of 5 siblings. Her mother ranked the oldest. Xia Yuyu was the second aunt's child, followed by 2 uncles. The youngest is the youngest sister-in-law Qiao Yishuan. So sister-in-law Qiao Yishuan was only 3 years older than Shin Yufa. Qiao Yishuan was a person with a very strong character, and even gave Shin Yufa and Xia Yuyu a headache sometimes. Fei, what? Aren't you glad to hear I'm going back? Suddenly sister-in-law Qiao Yishuan's voice came over the phone. Apparently she was with her cousin Xia Yuyu. Ha? No way auntie, your further education is over too? Shin Yufa asked in a hurry. Well it's over. Fei, you're so unintelligent. I didn't know until I called your dad today that you got a license behind our backs. You're too impulsive, aren't you? Qiao Yishuan didn't have the good sense to say. Ahem, auntie, I'm not impulsive. I've been in love for a year. Shin Yufa hurriedly explained. Humph, now I'm really curious as to which guy it was that tricked our little Fei. Auntie, what deceit. We truly love each other. Fei, others don't understand you, but I still don't? Alright, tomorrow's 5 p.m. flight. You remember to come and pick up me and Yo-Yo. And we'll talk about this more carefully when I get back. Xiao Yishuan hung up the phone after saying that. Shin Yufa cried and laughed. This time there was trouble again. Her sister-in-law. This person is not easy to handle. Su Hao, why don't you move to my villa? Shin Yufa immediately said to Su Hao at her side. What do you mean? Su Hao was suddenly confused. That, my sister-in-law and cousin Yo-Yo are coming back from abroad and they know about my license. Well, knowing is knowing. They're coming back to stay at my villa. So the 2 of us have to stay together or we'll be exposed. Su Hao rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, we're in a fake marriage. Why don't you just tell them the truth? Can't. My dad's health has just turned around. And you don't know my sister-in-law as a person. She'd make a scene if she knew we were faking. Shin Yufa explained. Then you've got a pretty wide grip on this sister-in-law. By the way, why don't they go back to their own house and stay there when they get back home? Su Hao was a bit puzzled. Ugh, it's hard to say. My sister-in-law has a strong personality. She had a falling out with her family so she never comes home to stay. Shin Yufa said helplessly. So complicated? It's okay for me to move in. You'll have to pack up a big room for me. Su Hao thought about it. No way. We're married. You have to sleep in the same room as me. Shin Yufa said seriously. Sleep in one room? Does it still have to be a bed? Su Hao almost shed his harumph. What are you thinking? Surely you'll sleep on the floor and I'll sleep on the bed, Shin Yuefei said in a serious manner. Forget it then. I'd rather live in a rented room. It's still free. Sleeping on the floor every day. Who can stand that? Su Hao immediately shook his head. Can't you? You just settle for a little bit? Shin Yuefei was a bit depressed, and although she was a bit aggrieved, she had no other way out now. But how long will this be? How long will it be? Unless I take the bed. Su Hao said cheekily. This is a time when he has to fight strongly for it. The thought of sleeping in the same bed with Shin Yuefei every day. TSK, comfortable. Sleep in the bed? No way. I'm still a yellow flower. How can that be? You asshole, don't even think about it. Shin Yuefei immediately gritted her teeth and said, why not? We've been in bed together twice. Haven't we? Su Hao grinned. Those 2 times were forced. Okay? Shin Yuefei was somewhat speechless. This asshole is just purposely trying to make things difficult for himself. It's so hateful. Geez, it's hard for me to do without benefits. Su Hao had a very helpless look on his face. Okay, you don't have to pretend. What do you want? Say it. Shin Yuefei hummed lightly. Don't you know what I want? Su Hao winked at her with an evil face. Have I been treating you, lately, with too much tolerance? And have you been under the illusion of some demented, toadish, mischievous idea of eating swan meat? Shin Yuefei's tone was icy cold. Come on, why would a swan like me think that way? Su Hao grinned. Shin Yuefei was speechless for a while. You are a swan, feeling like a toad? Tell you what, this Lamborghini will be my ride. What do you say? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. So you're still trying to hit on my sports car? Bentley though, but I think a Lamborghini is more racy. Alright, it's just a sports car. Shin Yuefei gritted her teeth. Ha ha, that's fine then. I'll find a moving company tomorrow and move my stuff there. Su Hao agreed with alacrity. Of course he was willing to move to the villa. Not to mention the environment of the neighborhood is very good. The key is close to the company. Even if he had a Bentley now. The daily morning rush hour congestion in Yenbei was very annoying. Moving isn't so bad, is it? Just bring a couple changes of clothes and shoes. I have everything there. That's fine, but I'm not driving today. So why don't you go to my place first and we'll move overnight? Su Hao took the initiative to propose. That's fine. Although Shin Yuefei was a bit reluctant, she could only endure it. So that night, Su Hao loaded up some clothes and shoes, brought along a few books, and a laptop, and moved into the Dragon City Villa, Shin Yuefei's villa, overnight. As for the house Su Hao rented, he didn't check out, and he still might be evicted one day. That night, Shin Yuefei first stayed in the guest room, and early the next morning, she first went to the company. It was almost 8 o'clock when Su Hao drove his Lamborghini to the company. It was just 8 o'clock when he got to the parking lot, and I have to say, being close to the office, it didn't even take 10 minutes to drive, which was just awesome. Soho? When Ning Yusen saw the car, she originally thought that it was Shin Yuefei's, but she didn't expect that the person coming down from the car was Su Hao. Yo, Director Ning, good morning. Su Hao got out of the car and saw her and said hello. Stinky brother, this car is not Fei's. Why are you driving it? Ning Yusen asked curiously. Well, it's not like I made some contribution to the company. So Mr. Shin lent me the car to drive. Su Hao explained. Really? Fei is surprisingly generous. By the way, Stinky brother, do you have time tonight? Ning Yusen suddenly took his arm and asked intimately. Ahem. Su Hao was startled by her action. What was this woman doing? He quickly pulled his arm out. Evening? There's really no time for that yet. I have to go home and cook dinner for my wife. He chuckled. Come on, Stinky brother, you're still pretending. I know you're single. Ning Yusen gave him a flirtatious blank look. Ahem. Su Hao's old face blushed. So you should be free this weekend, right? Why don't we make a date to work out together? Ning Yusen smiled sweetly. Chapter 53, Killing a 5-star Chef in Seconds. Su Hao was stunned and asked with a smile. Director Ning, do you work out often? That's for sure. Can't you see I'm in such good shape? Ning Yusen said, then deliberately gave a jerk, revealing her S-shaped body curves. I have to say, this woman's body, first class superb. If it is not a big fierce woman it's just that she's always scratching her head in front of herself. What is she doing? She's not coveting her beauty, is she? Well, Director Ning certainly has a good figure. Recently I'm planning to find a combat hall to learn some combat. Do you have any good places to recommend? Su Hao remembered this. Wrestling? Wow. Stinky brother, so that's what you're good at. Ning Yusen winks like silk. Well, I've got to work on that, or else I'm going to grow into this 8-pack. And this muscle I've got to work it up. Su Hao nodded. 8-pack abs? Stinky brother, you have 8-pack abs? Come on, lift up your shirt and let your sister take a look. Ning Yusin said that she was about to lift Suhao's clothes. Ahem, Director Ning, what are you doing? Suhao hastily dodged it. Ha ha, stinky brother, see how scared you are. What are you running for? Can my sister still eat you? Ning Yusin giggled when she saw Suhao's flustered appearance. Superintendent Ning, if this is seen by the company's people, I'm afraid it will not reflect well on you, Suhao said with a serious face. Okay, do not tease you. I run the card gym. People are fitness combat club, where the combat coach can be powerful it, when I introduce you to know. Okay. This Saturday then? Yeah. Suhao agreed. The two then went upstairs. Suhao came to the office, only to see Cui Xiaowan suddenly say excitedly, Mr. Su, you're finally here. Come on. What's wrong? Are you so excited? Suhao was stunned. Look at this. Cui Xiaowan held a bunch of letters in her hand. What's this? It's not a whistleblower letter, is it? Suhao was a bit stunned. What a whistleblower letter? It was slipped through the door when I opened my office this morning, and I opened it, and OMG, it was all love letters. Cui Xiaowan hurriedly handed him the love letter. Love letters? What a joke. Suhao took a look. It is really a love letter from the company's not-so-teenage co-workers who confessed their love. Ahem. What is this? A love letter? Suhao was speechless for a while. Ha ha, Mr. Su, it's obvious how popular you are in the eyes of the company's female employees. Cui Xiaowan had a face of adoration. Really? Then this love letter, is there one for you, Xiaowan? Suhao deliberately flirted. Mr. Su, you're teasing me again. Cui Xiaowan instantly blushed. Ha ha. Suhao walked into the office with a smile. In the morning, he was dealing with the company's affairs. After all, the Fastbird headline app was going to cooperate with Choose Group and Baochi Group. There were more things to do. As soon as he went to work in the afternoon, Suhao received a summoning text message from Shin Yufa, and he went directly to the president's office. Missed me, boss? Will you stop being poor? I'm looking for you on business. Well, what business? I approved the two plans you mentioned yesterday. Shin Yufa had already thought deeply about it, and if the Fastbird headline app wanted to take off, it did need to improve itself in order to do so. Well, you'll just have to wait and see how it works out, Suhao said confidently. Right. Auntie and Yo-Yo have a 5 o'clock flight. I'll go pick up the plane early, so you can go home and cook dinner when you get off work. Shin Yufa had thought about it a long time ago. I'm going home to cook? Ahem. They just got back and don't go to a restaurant? Suhao was somewhat speechless. Oops. They must be tired from coming back and being jet-lagged. You're such a good cook, so let's eat at home, Shin Yufa said in a hurry. Ahem. Let me tell you in advance. I got a license with you. I promised to go to the villa and stay there. I promised to cooperate with you, but I didn't promise to cook for you, Suhao immediately reminded. He is not a little cute. He's not a cutie, or else he'll be a real mom to this woman. I know. Just this once, okay? Shin Yufa bristled. Hey, it's not impossible to do it, but it's going to cost extra, Suhao said cheekily. Humph, you still can't change the nature of money. It's just money. How much did you say? Shin Yufa said indignantly. It's not much, $1,000 a meal. The corner of Suhao's mouth rose and he took the initiative to offer. His current cooking skills, that kills the 5-star chef. Such cooking skills, a meal of $1,000. Worth it. $1,000? Surname Su, you're so dark. Shin Yufa was furious and cross-eyed. When you think about my cooking, you don't lose out. Suhao squeezed his eyes. Alright. $1,000 is $1,000. Shin Yufa could only agree. Anyway, just this meal, not later to find a nanny aunt. Suhao grinned. He had to eat and cook anyway. Why not make some money on the way? 5 o'clock in the evening. Yanbei Airport. Shin Yufa finally received her sister-in-law Xiao Yishuan and cousin Xia Yuyu. Whoa, cousin. Meow. Xia Yuyu happily pounced over and gave Shin Yufa a big hug. It was quite eye-catching to see this niece in a pink t-shirt with a super short skirt underneath and long, white legs. Her crystal sandals, with pink manicure, are even cuter and more appealing, but the most dazzling and prominent, or Xia Yuyu's big F, ruthlessly bumped Shin Yufa. Yo-yo, you're not getting fat, are you? Shin Yufa couldn't help but spit. Cousin, I'm fat where I should be okay. This you know, I'm 2 sizes bigger than you, Xia Yuyu said arrogantly. You work harder and try to open the big G soon. Shin Yufa couldn't help but blank her. She usually only joked recklessly with Xia Yuyu. Ha ha, yeah. Xia Yuyu had a longing look on her face. And you're still fooling around. This is too short for you, isn't it? It's almost showing your ass. Xin Yufa couldn't help but rant. Cousin, I'm such a cute and beautiful girl. Can I match my temperament without wearing a super short skirt? Natsuyo was unimpressed. You two are so affectionate. Faye, you've forgotten that auntie is standing here, haven't you? Xiao Yixuan was wearing sunglasses and a halter black dress with black stockings and hateful heights. Sexy and charming. How could I? Auntie, Xin Yufa puffed and laughed, before walking over to her sister-in-law for a hug. Faye, did you come by yourself? Xiao Yixuan scanned the surroundings. Well, I came by myself. Where's the man who tricked you into getting a license? He didn't come? Xiao Yixuan immediately asked. Yeah, cousin, where's my cousin's husband? Xia Yuyu was also curious. He didn't come. It's not that you guys came back. I made him cook at home early. Xin Yufa hurriedly explained. What? Cooking at home? Xiao Yixuan and Xia Yuyu were both stunned. Chapter 54, Cousin is so lucky. Xiao Yixuan sneered. Little Faye, what kind of extreme man did you find? A big man cooking at home? Yes, cousin. Brother-in-law is a cook? Xia Yuyu asked with interest. What didn't I tell you guys? He's working at Hongsheng Group. Executive Director. Xin Yufa explained. Working under you? Faye, you must have been fooled by him. He's using you to get to the top. You know? Xiao Yixuan gave a word of caution. Auntie, it's not always true. Maybe cousin just likes a little white boy. So she keeps one. Xia Yuyu guessed from the sidelines. Hey, if you guys keep this up, I'm going to get mad. Xin Yufa fainted. Well, let's not talk about it. We'll see what kind of man it is when we get home later. Xiao Yixuan nodded. An hour later, the three finally arrived home. At the moment, Su Hao was busy in the kitchen. Brother-in-law. Where's brother-in-law? Xia Yuyu shouted as soon as she entered. Yo, what are you screaming blindly for? Xiao Yixuan glared at her. Xia Yuyu immediately spat out her tongue. Back. At this time Su Hao walked out from the kitchen. Not too big a head, not too thick a neck, so handsome looking, 5 feet 8 inches, long-legged oba. Wow, cousin is so lucky. Xia Yoyo came up with a comment. Xiao Yixuan was also a bit stunned, not expecting Xiao Fei to find a husband with such a high face value. Su Hao, this is auntie, and this is Yo-Yo. Xin Yufa hurriedly introduced it. Hello guys, I'm Su Hao. Su Hao politely opened his mouth. Hello brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you're so handsome. Tell me the love story of you and your cousin. Right? Who chased who between you two? Xia Yuyu jumped up and ran forward and hugged Su Hao's arm. Su Hao was a bit embarrassed. Why did this cousin have so many questions? And the first time we met, we were hugging our arms and rubbing against each other. And holy crap, it was huge. Yo, what are you doing? Xiao Yixuan immediately glared at her. Only then did Xia Yuyu let go of Su Hao's arm. That's so. Is the meal ready? Well, auntie, let's eat then. Xin Yufa said in a hurry. Aha. Xiao Yixuan nodded. Su Hao then filled a table with the prepared dishes, which were very sumptuous. Only then did several people all sit down at the dinner table, but Xiao Yixuan kept her face cold. Wow, that smells good. I happen to be hungry. Xia Yuyu immediately picked up the rice and ate it. However, Xiao Yixuan didn't move her chopsticks immediately and took the initiative to ask. Su Hao, where is your hometown? Well, I'm from Luton in my hometown. Su Hao opened his mouth and replied. Ludong? That's from the countryside then? Do you have a house in Yanbei? Bought a car? Xiao Yixuan Fengmei raised her eyebrows. Ahem. No. Su Hao shook his head. What? You don't even have a house? Xiao Yixuan shook her head in disappointment. After a meal, Su Hao went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. Xin Yufa several people went upstairs and packed up the 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor. Xia Yuyu and sister-in-law each lived in one. Little Fei, you are so stupid. You and Su Hao will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow and get the divorce certificate. Xiao Yixuan suddenly said. Ha? Xin Yufa was a bit dumbfounded and hurriedly said. Auntie, what are you talking about? From the countryside. No car. No house. In the company also rely on you to promote to the top. He does not deserve you. Xiao Yixuan explained. Auntie, Su Hao is my husband. Watch what you say. I won't allow others to insult my man. Xin Yufa immediately said seriously. Xiao Yixuan didn't expect Xiao Fei to defend that kid so much. Auntie, Su Hao and I truly love each other. And my dad is all happy with him. Xin Yufa said in a hurry. What? Your dad's happy with him? Is he senile? Xiao Yixuan was speechless for a moment. Auntie, I'd rather tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage. How can you let cousin get divorced? Besides, brother-in-law isn't quite handsome, and his cooking is so delicious. Xia Yuyu said from the sidelines. What do you know? You little brat. Xiao Yixuan blanked her. but she was still surprised by Su Hao's cooking skills. Fei, you've been so stubborn since you were a kid. You don't listen. Xiao Yishuan was somewhat helpless. Auntie, how old am I? I'm not a kid anymore. Just don't worry. I'm the president in charge of a listed company. You're the president. Yes, but you have low emotional intelligence. Auntie, Xin Yufa was a bit depressed. Okay, I won't talk too much. In the end it's your choice. But let me remind you that you and he just got married. Remember to take precautions first when you're that, or when you're pregnant. There's no wiggle room. Xiao Yishuan admonished. Ha, Auntie, what are you talking about? Xin Yufa blushed at once. Yes, cousin, tell me, what was it like for you and your brother-in-law to have that? Xia Yuyu suddenly came to be interested. Shun Yufa was directly speechless. Yo, you little kid, why are you so curious? There's no shame. Xiao Yishuan was so angry that she slapped Xia Yuyu's ass. Geez, Auntie, I'm 18 years old. I know it all, okay? Xia Yuyu rubbed it painfully and pouted in a sly manner. Yeah, you know all about it. I haven't cleaned up after you for downloading messed up videos in my tablet last time. Xin Yufa remembered this. Ha, cousin, that little video, it won't be discovered by brother-in-law, right? It's over. Your image of a pure jade girl must have collapsed in front of your brother-in-law. Xia Yuyu laughed gloatingly. And you laugh. The two nymphets immediately fought. You two meet and make a scene. Xiao Yishuan couldn't help but spit. By the way, Auntie, what are your plans for this return? Xin Yufa asked curiously. I studied acting at home and furthered my studies in directing and cinematography abroad, and I'm ready to prepare my first movie, Xiao Yishuan said with a smile. Yes, cousin, my sister-in-law is going to make me a big star, Xia Yuyu said excitedly. Just you? Did you make it out with your big G? Xin Yufa flirted. Ah, cousin, you're so dirty, Xia Yuyu hummed. Fei, you should also go to rest early. And Yodo and I will also go to bed early tonight to rewind our jet lag, Xiao Yishuan said. Okay then. I'm going to my room to wash up. Xin Yufa nodded and then went back to the second floor. Xia Yuyu was about to go back to the house when suddenly Ning Yishuan called out to her. Yo, tomorrow you go to the supermarket and buy 2 boxes of Durex for your cousin. Ha, Auntie, what are you buying this for? You forgot what I just said. Your cousin is thin-skinned and must be embarrassed to buy it. So help her out. Xia Yuyu nodded and murmured. Then I'll have to ask my brother-in-law if he uses a large, or a medium first. Xiao Yishuan had a headache. Chapter 55, You've got a nosebleed. When Xin Yufa returned to the bedroom, Su Hao also finished packing and returned to the bedroom. Yo, wife, back? Su Hao, my sister-in-law is that kind of person, but she's kind at heart. Don't take some of the things she said to heart, Xin Yufa said in a serious tone. Well, I can understand your sister-in-law. Su Hao cannot know. It seems that he has to make money. In this society, no money, and who will look down on you? You'll suffer some aggravation in the meantime. Xin Yufa carried out a cooler from the closet and spread it on the floor, then spread another quilt. It's not too cold now, so you can cover yourself with this blanket quilt. She took out a blanket quilt. Okay, put it there. Su Hao nodded. Oops, a little tired. I'm going to take a shower first, Xin Yufa said and went to take a shower. Su Hao took out his computer and then took out his books and set them on the shelf. When Xin Yufa finished her shower and came out, she saw Su Hao wearing headphones and studying the course. She didn't interrupt, then quietly got into bed and covered herself with the blanket covers. It's 11 o'clock. Aren't you going to bed? Xin Yufa asked as she lay on the bed. I have to go to bed at 1:02 anyhow. Su Hao took off his headphones. You slept so late? Xin Yufa was stunned. What for? Do you want me to sleep with you? I can sleep now if you invite me to bed. Su Hao squinted and smiled. Stinking hooligans. You're not serious. Ignore you. I'm going to sleep. Xin Yufa exasperatedly turned off the lights and then went to sleep. Su Hao turned on the lamp above the desk and continued to study. On the other side Xin Yufa opened her eyes again. She suddenly realized something terrible. So long and Su Hao contact down. This guy even molested himself. At the very beginning he was almost so angry that he jumped to his feet. But now that Su Hao molested himself again, he seemed to be used to it. Just reprimanded a sentence on his mouth, but in his heart, he was not how angry. This must be well regulated by myself, or I would have been pissed off by this guy sooner or later. Xin Yufa thought darkly in her heart, and in a short while, she entered dreamland. When she woke up from her nap the next day, she instinctively sat up from her bed and yawned. Xin Yufa suddenly looked towards the bottom of the bed. Su Hao, who was sleeping on the floor, was not covered with a quilt and was still fully exposed. She immediately screamed at the top of her lungs. What's wrong? Suhao rubbed and sat up. And you ask what's wrong? You exhibitionist. Why don't you get dressed? Shin Yufa burrowed under the covers and said angrily. Getting dressed? Sorry I'm used to fruit sleep. Suhao smiled sarcastically. You rascal. It's not like you're sleeping alone in the bedroom right now. Don't you know how to put on your pajamas? Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. Pajamas? I've never bought pajamas. Suhao immediately shook his head. No pajamas? Then you can wear a pair of boxers. Shin Yufa was speechless for a while. Okay, I'm wearing it. Suhao got dressed in 3 tries. Only then did Shin Yufa get out from under the quilt, and then saw that Suhao was already fully dressed. I'm warning you, from now on, when you're in the bedroom, you're not allowed to be naked. Do you hear me? She said seriously. Okay, what about you? Can you be naked? Suhao asked with a smile. You think I'm you? How can I be naked? Shin Yufa raised her eyebrows. Yeah, ha. Suhao wiped his nose. Damn nosebleed. Why are you bleeding? Shin Yufa frowned. Nothing. Suhao shook his head, his eyes slightly mesmerized. Shin Yufa looked down, suddenly shocked, although she was wearing pajamas, but she inside nothing now exposed in front of Suhao. That is not. Shin Yufa let out a shriek and burrowed inside the quilt again. She took off her bra inside last night after she got inside the covers. After all, a girl can't sleep in a bra. It's not good for her body. But when she woke up in the morning, Shin Yufa forgot about it. It's over. Wouldn't Suhao have seen it just now? Shame on you. Alas, I've lost a lot of money this time. Obviously, I'm still a yellow girl. Shin Yufa was ashamed and indignant. Okay, you screamed. Your pajamas are so conservative. They're not see-through. I didn't see anything. Suhao comforted, but the scene just now still made his heart pound. Don't you see? You've got a nosebleed. You stinking hooligan. Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. Can you blame me for this? Besides, didn't you see me just now? We're even. Suhao went to wash up after saying that. Get even? Bah! Shin Yufa put on her bra inside the quilt, still too shy to come out. Suhao came to the bathroom and wiped his nosebleed, and cold water washed his face. Not long after, he washed up and walked out. Shin Yufa was still hiding under the quilt. Why isn't it out yet? You wash up and feel out. Alright then, I'll go to the office first. Suhao decided to go to work first. Anyway, the company has breakfast in the cafeteria in the morning. After he left, Shin Yufa then came out to wash up. After washing up and wearing good clothes, still pretty face red. Dang. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Who? Cousin. Me Yo, come in. At this time Xia Yuyu smiled and ran in wearing a nightgown. Oops. You ninny, what are you wearing so little for? Running to my place? Shin Yufa ranted. Isn't my brother-in-law already gone to work? What are you afraid of? Xia Yuyu laughed. You're not allowed to wear such revealing clothes at home from now on. Got it? Shin Yufa said in a serious manner. That's what I usually wear. It's not really revealing, is it? You're not showing? You're not wearing any bra underneath and you're showing off your white legs. How embarrassing would it be if your brother-in-law was home? What are you afraid of? Brother-in-law is not an outsider. Xia Yuyu said indifferently. Shin Yufa was speechless for a while. This silly niece really didn't treat that bastard as an outsider. If this guy Suhao heard it, he wouldn't be happy to fart over. The point is that Suhao isn't really a brother-in-law. No, really brother-in-law. You can't be so casual, okay? You damned ninny are determined to piss me off, aren't you? If you do that again, I'll blow you out. Shin Yufa said with a cold face. Well, my good cousin, I'll be at home from now on, and I'll definitely dress a little more tightly, okay? Xia Yuyu said in a hurry. That's more like it. But, cousin, you and your brother-in-law are so good, so excited in the morning, just getting up, and applauding love for once. Xia Yuyu had a flirtatious look on her face. What applauds love? Shin Yufa was confused. Come on cousin, stop pretending. I heard you screaming just now. Shin Yufa kind of wanted to cry. Chapter 56. Such a magnificent red packet distribution. This day is Friday. The company has a regular meeting of executives. Suhao came to the conference room at 9 o'clock. I didn't expect that when I took the elevator to the 5th floor. I met Shin Yufa who walked in. Hello, Mr. Shin. Several people around Suhao greeted her. When he had wanted to greet Shin Yufa as well, he didn't expect to be glared at by Shin Yufa. Suhao was confused. What was going on? What's wrong with this ant? Come to the conference room in a short while and be ready for the meeting at 9 a.m. At the meeting at the very beginning, it was Suhao's turn to be the first to speak this time. He was mainly reporting on the two major directions for the future of the Fast Bird headline app, the same two directions that he had mentioned to Shin Ufa that night. But the mention of the second thing, to give out 100 million to give red packets to users, had many executives talking. After all, this is a cost of $100 million, completely become a benefit to the users. In the eyes of these executives, and charity is almost the same. Director Su, what kind of plan is this? Are you scattering money on the internet? Which internet company burns money? But not this kind of burning method, right? Simply ridiculous. Kayuba was the first to mock. That's right, send red packets to users. We're not an e-commerce platform, and we still send red packets? Should we send coupons next? Huang Dahai, director of the application software business group, also said with a cold snort. At this moment, sitting in front of the conference room, Kang Junjie looked at Su Hao with a smug face and some playfulness. John Kang is the company's vice president, under the control of the very two business groups of online media and application software. Kai Yuba and Huang Dahai are precisely his two little brothers, and the two little brothers are representing his attitude. And it's no secret that the chairman's seat is currently up for grabs. Su Hao was promoted by Shin Ufa, and it was more than normal for him to be hostile to Kang Junjie. At this moment, Su Hao and Kang Junjie happened to glance at each other, eavesdropping on the heart. Kang Junjie heart, white boy. Wanna be Shin Ufa's pawn? Ah, you are not qualified. See how I play dead you. Su Hao's face became unpleasant. Kang Junjie really wasn't a good bird. $100 million, that's not a small amount of money. And I'd like to ask, in the future, will this bonus input, will it be continuous? Vice President Lei Jianshu also asked with a gloomy face. Mr. Lei, it's true that the red packet investment will have to be followed up with continuous investment, but I can pull in $1 billion in advertising for the group, and more in the future, so I don't think there's any need to worry when it comes to funding. Su Hao immediately replied. Su Hao, you can't be joking, right? Do you really think that the advertisers' gold owners and you are all relatives? This time you pulled in $1 billion in advertisement fees. It's just that you're lucky, in case the advertisement sales are hampered. If you're so bold in handing out red packets, wouldn't it be spreading money in the sea? John Kong said in a stern voice. Yeah, this way of spending money, it's so random. Yes, it's a classic burnout. Burnout, do we have that much depth? Well, advertising sales, they do change a lot from year to year. Numerous executives murmured. Shin Ufa frowned. She had long anticipated this situation. Since everyone is worried, I do have a good idea. Su Hao suddenly said. Superintendent Su, what's the best way to do this? Ning Yusin asked in a hurry. In the future, the annual red packet input cost, I will control at 1/10 of the annual advertising revenue, so everyone can always rest assured, right? Su Hao immediately stated his plan. If the advertising revenue is $1 billion, then the bonus investment is $100 million. And if the advertising revenue decreases, the bonus investment decreases accordingly. This approach immediately put the executives at ease. Well, this is a good approach for Director Su. Earning more and investing more. This also motivates the whole department. Our group has to grow. It's normal to increase investment while making profits. Lei nodded in agreement. Well, I think this works. Practically. Human Resources Director Yunshi Jiang agrees. I am strongly supportive. As Chief Financial Officer of this departmental ownership of financial risk, Ning Yusin smiled back. Shin Ufa breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Kang Junjie again, his face became gloomy and he gritted his teeth in anger. Since this is agreeable to all, it's settled. Shin Ufa immediately said. Mr. Shin, since we're talking about capital investment, it just so happens that my software application business has run into a predicament. John Kong suddenly said. Vice President Kong, what kind of predicament have you encountered on your side? Shin Ufa opened her mouth and asked. At present, the software industry is highly competitive. This everyone should also know. Our software development side, in urgent need of large sums of money to support. We are ready to develop several phenomenal software. Kang Junjie's meaning is obvious. This is also thinking of asking for money. Vice President Kong, software development does require an upfront capital investment. Roughly how much? Shin Ufa opened her mouth to ask. Software development on our side. We might need $1 billion. John Kong said directly. What? 10 billion? Shin Ufa's pretty face changed. The people in the conference room are also talking. Where is this kind of spending method? All of a sudden want $1 billion of development costs. Vice President Kong, $1 billion in development costs. Where do we have that much money in our finances? Besides, your application software business, which has been losing money for 3 consecutive years, adds up to 200 million, right? Finance Director Ning Yusen was immediately displeased. As expected, the conference room was shocked by these words. They have been losing money for 3 consecutive years, but they still have the face to ask for money? Suhao is also speechless when he hears it. And such a business is not wasted. Director Ning, don't forget that the application software business is the department where our group made its fortune, and our group has built up a large number of contacts by relying on this business. Even if we lose money, we can't give up on this business. That's why we're ready to increase our investment in development expenses. Kang Junjie's face was a bit unsettled, and he hurriedly explained. Vice President Kong, the software business is indeed important, but Sister Xin is also right. Where our group can currently come up with $1 billion in development costs at once. Xin Yufa shook her head. Mr. Shin, doesn't Director Su's side have $1 billion of advertising money coming in right away? John Kong suddenly said. The conference room was in shock. Suhao is also stunned. This Kong Junjie is really shameless. This is trying to hit the idea of their own advertising fees. Vice President Kong, you're wrong. Director Su pulls in advertising dollars. People don't even put that much into their own business. Jiang Yunshi couldn't even look at it anymore. Yeah, Juniper, that's not very nice of you, Lei Jianshu said. When Kang Junjie heard the two of them open their mouths, his eyes hid anger. Thinking that you two dare to go against me. Just wait, when my dad steals the chairmanship, and I become the president, I'll take care of the two of you first. Chapter 57, Suhao supports Xin Yufei. Xin Yufa furrowed her eyebrows and immediately said, the 1 billion advertising fee is not a one-time payment. Besides, even if it is a one-time arrival, the group can't afford to take out so many development fees. The company has other expenditure items. Mr. Shin, I do have an idea that can solve the funding dilemma. John Kong suddenly said. What's the idea? Xin Yufa asked. The corner of Kong Junjie's mouth rose, immediately smiled and said, our Hongsheng Group is currently a listed company, and the results are also steadily growing. At present, many funds and investment institutions are very optimistic about us. Why don't we transfer a portion of our shares and raise another sum of money? Financing? The conference room froze. Suhao was stunned, and when he saw Kong Junjie's smug look, he immediately eavesdropped on his heart. Kong Junjie heart, the group threw the transfer of shares to finance. When the time to Xin Yufa's hands to dilute the shares again. Kong family and then secretly operate a little. Hongsheng Group in the future will be surnamed Kong. Suhao stunned. The original this Kong Junjie playing this idea. Really fucking treacherous. Vice President Kong. You said it's financing. That's something the group's shareholders meeting decides. We're the company's management. It's not within the scope of our discussion. Right? Ning Yusen immediately reminded. That's right. This one is out of our hands. Jiang Yunshi also nodded. Our Vice President Kong is the company's shareholder. Kai Yuba said in a hurry. Xin Yufa was so smart. Of course she guessed the purpose of Kong Junjie. She just didn't expect the Kong family to be so eager to strike. Vice President Kong. This is a regular meeting of the company's executives, so don't get off topic, she said immediately. Mr. Shin, there are already well-known investment institutions that have thrown olive branches to us, and financing at this time won't allow our group's liquidity to be more abundant, and we can increase our investment in various businesses. John Kong said again. Vice President Kong, I won't agree to what you're saying unless I'm not the president or a shareholder of the company. Xin Yufa refused outright. When Kong Junjie saw how determined Xin Yufa was, he clenched his teeth in anger. Oops, Mr. Shin, if that happens, our application software business group may continue to lose money. It's hard for us to survive. Executive Director Huang Dahai put on a tough face. That's right, at present, the application software business group, there is still 100 million of foreign debt has not been settled, and for years and years of losses, if the group does not additional investment costs, this business I cannot save, Kong Junjie said with a cold snort. Vice President Kong, what do you mean by that? Xin Yufa was a bit displeased. It's a hot potato now, and if you don't agree to additional investment money, I suggest laying off that part of the business immediately, or find someone else to take it over. John Kong straightened up and spread his hands. The crowd immediately saw that Kong Junjie was completely putting Xin Yufa on the spot. Currently the application software business has liabilities and losses. Who is willing to take over? Who can take over? If they took over, those employees used to be John Kang's old subordinates, and I'm afraid no one else would obey the management if they took over. As for laying off this part of the business is even more impossible. This is the business that the group made its fortune. In addition, the entire business has hundreds of employees. How much compensation would be required to lay off all of them? And it would also create a bad impact on the Hongsheng Group within the industry. So, What Kang Junjie did was totally hooliganism, and it even had some threatening connotations. Pop! Shin Ufa directly slammed the table and said angrily, Vice President Kang, are you a broken man? Mr. Shin, I'm just being honest, Jun Kang said with a proud face. Su Hao frowned. This Kang Junjie was a bit arrogant. Ding! System mission released. Take the initiative to take over the application software business and turn it around. Quest reward, 1000 evolution points. Su Hao's eyes lit up. The system unexpectedly had a mission. Since this was the case, he made a move. Is it true what Vice President Kang said? Everyone in the conference room froze and looked at Su Hao. Kang Junjie was still quite proud of himself when he saw Su Hao on the other side standing up. Of course what I said is true. What? You boys have a problem with that? He snapped. I think the software market still has superb opportunities. Since Vice President Kang thinks it's a hot potato, then why don't you take the application software business and give it to me to manage? Su Hao said with a smile. Ha? John Kang was a bit confused. Huang Dahai immediately anxious. He is the executive director of the application software business group. This business is really handed over. He is the executive director of what? The reason he said that just now was merely to match John Kang. In this instant, the executives in the conference room were all talking to each other. When Ning Yusin saw Su Hao's courage, she immediately felt some admiration. How Shin Ufa did not expect Su Hao to come forward to support herself. Only she was hesitating. After all, this is company business, not a joke. But Su Hao squeezed his eyes at her. Immediately, Kang Junjie said with a black face, Kid, you're quite arrogant. You dare to take the business under me? Why don't you dare? Wasn't it you yourself who said just now, Vice President Kang, to find someone else to take over? Is it hard to believe that you are talking as if you are farting and fooling around? Su Hao couldn't help but sneer. But, ha ha. Everyone in the conference room couldn't help but laugh. Indulgence. What I said is naturally not a joke. Kang Junjie's face stared in anger. Vice President Kang, since you think that the application software business is a hot potato, then fine. The application software business group will be under Su Hao's responsibility from now on. Shin Ufa immediately said. You. Kang Junjie almost spit out blood in anger. How could he not expect Shin Ufa to really dare to do this? Huang Dahai immediately stood up and said, Mr. Shin, how can this work? Su Hao is the executive director. I'm also the executive director. The two of us are at equal level. It's two businesses. You're right to remind me. In the future, the application software business group will be changed into the application software department and merged into the mobile internet business group. Shin Ufa immediately said. Ha? Huang Dahai was directly dumbfounded. What's the situation? An executive director himself, now demoted to department manager? Ning Yusin nearly burst out laughing when she saw Huang Dahai's silly eyes. Mr. Shin, your decision is too hasty, isn't it? These are two different businesses. Kang Junjie has some regrets. Su Hao quickly said. This is not something that Vice President Kang needs to worry about. Although it is two businesses, they are both internet sets, and I have confidence in my technical ability. Surname Su. You. Kang Junjie was furious. That. Vice President Kang. Let me ask. The online media business under you. Is there any loss? Do you want to find someone else to take over? I can take it over piece by piece. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and said shamelessly. Chapter 58, Super Brain Potential. Gah, now they all cried and laughed. This Superintendent Su is really too greedy, isn't he? Put. Ning Yusin hurriedly covered her mouth, almost spitting with laughter. Ahem. Lei Jianshu's mouthful of tea nearly spewed again. As expected, when Kang Junjie heard Su Hao's words, his nose almost turned askew in anger and his teeth itched with hatred. Before he had a chance to speak, Kai Yuba on the opposite side of the table immediately couldn't sit still. Good guy. If this online media business is really given to Su Hao to be in charge of, won't he, the executive director, also become a department manager? An executive director, that's a few $1 million a year, and a department manager makes less than $1 million a year. That's a total backbreaker. Can Kai Yuba not be anxious? He still has a mistress. If your income is cut down, you can't even afford to pay for your mistress's support, so you'll be laughed to death by your mistress. Superintendent Su, you've gone too far. How much energy do you have on your own? You can't chew too much greed, you know? And our online media business group hasn't lost money yet. We still have the marketing department. Kai Yuba hastily stood up and protested. Director Kai, look at you anxious. I think we are both internet business. After we merge, I will be the director. You as deputy director. In the future we'll be a front of good brothers. Su Hao grinned. Kai Yuba gritted his teeth. Who the hell is a good brother with you? Well, this matter is settled. And the meeting is adjourned. Shin Yufei wanted to laugh in her heart when she saw the two people, Kang Junjie and Kai Yuba, monkey around. After the meeting was adjourned, Su Hao also started to get busy. He first finalized the staff recruitment plan with Zhang Yunxi, the human resources director, and then the departments of the mobile internet business group met to draw up the next step. In the afternoon, Su Hao investigated the application software business group's business and funding materials. In the early years, Hongsheng Group made its first bucket of money by making customized software for corporate clients, and some of the software has a later operating income. However, at present, the software industry is blossoming and the competition is fierce, and there are also some big domestic enterprises entering the software market. So Hongsheng Group is also facing the risk of not being able to keep up with the technology and being eliminated. Su Hao checked. The current Hongsheng Group surprisingly also plans to develop the future of the beauty map, music box, input method type of software. No wonder it's losing money. Su Hao shook his head somewhat breathlessly. At present, such software have mature market software, basically monopolized. But also think of developing phenomenal software, which is simply a fool's errand. Invest more development costs, but also are meat bags. In the past few years, Hongsheng Group even discarded a lot of government and enterprise customers, a small amount of customized development, and the subsequent reduction of operating income, which led to continuous losses. Su Hao immediately made a business plan and then went to find Shin Yufei. I didn't realize that Ning Yusen was also in the office, and was studying the company's funding with Shin Yufei. Ha! Stinky brother. Superintendent Su. You're here. Ning Yusen originally wanted to call Stinky brother, but thinking that Shin Yufei was here, she hastily changed her name. Shin Yufei frowned. Women are sensitive animals. Well, you're here too. Director Ning. Great. I have something to discuss with you. Su Hao grinned. Negotiation? Is it about the application software business? Shin Yufei guessed. Exactly. Su Hao nonchalantly made himself a cup of coffee and sat down at the table. Superintendent Su, you were really awesome this morning. On behalf of Little Fei, you ruthlessly thwarted John Kang's arrogance. Ning Yusen praised. Su Hao, application software business. You don't need to have a headache. I'll grab someone to take over. I have a classmate who serves as an executive in a foreign company. I'll try to see if I can dig her over. Shin Yufei explained. Looking for someone else? Why find someone else? Didn't I take over? Su Hao froze. Now that you've taken over on the bright side, where are you going to get busy with so much going on with the Fast Bird headline app? Shin Yufei thought that Su Hao's move to hold a regular meeting was just to stand up for himself. She knew that she would have to take care of these latter things on her own. Who says I'm too busy? Look at this. Su Hao handed her the business plan in his hand. Shin Yufei was a bit stunned and received the plan. A bit confused. Geez, Director Su, you actually made a good business plan. You turned out to have premeditated this a long time ago. Ning Yusen's beautiful eyes jumped. That's not true. I just did. Su Hao was honest. The hell with you. Ning Yusen rolled her eyes. She didn't know how the content was, but the layout and data of the document couldn't be done in a day. Shin Yufei looked at the plan roughly and was shocked, because inside this plan, the judgment that Su Hao made, and the market analysis, and the data summary, are all justified. However, the main idea of Su Hao's plan, surprisingly, is to cut down the existing business of the current application software, and then carry out a new software development business. Cut the old business and develop the software called Silhouette? Shin Yufei was a bit confused. That's right. I've looked at the current application software business, and there's very little market potential for newly developed software. So I'm suggesting that excluding the existing operations department, all other departments should be invested in developing new software. Su Hao spoke his mind. Ahem. Cut all the programs? Ning Yusen was stunned. And this one Silhouette of yours, what type of software is it? Shin Yufei was curious. This is an editing software. The content will include the editing and production of pictures, videos, and audios, and it is planned to be divided into two versions, the PC client and the mobile app. The reason why Su Hao chose such software was not blind. The first is the high commercial value of this software, and the other technical aspect is that he is very proficient and good at it. In fact, at present in Su Hao's mind, he has too many internet product thinking, just split up. He can only pick and choose. This stems from the higher intelligence of the brain, which brings inspiration and creative thinking that no one can match. A normal human has about 14 to 15 billion brain cells, with less than 10% being exploited in most people and most of the rest lying dormant. And the brains of the scientific elite, like Einstein, are only likely to be about 20% developed. After Su Hao communicated with the system, the advanced intelligence that he possessed, the degree of development was equivalent to about 30% now. and there were still higher levels of brain evolution. The thought of the brain developing 100% of its potential, what a level that would be, is scary as hell to think about. Su Hao. But the market? This kind of software has a lot of mature products. You have confidence to surpass them? And how long is the development cycle? Shin Yufa asked worriedly. Of course I can surpass it. Hey, boss, just trust me once. Give me a month's time. If it doesn't work out, you'll take the business back. Su Hao had a confident look on his face. Chapter 59, Doubling of Direct Wages. Shin Yufa was in a bit of a trance. If it was someone else saying this in front of her, she would definitely think it was bragging. After all, a lot of similar software is currently on top of the market that is very powerful, but she didn't know why. But inside she kind of trusted Su Hao, and she herself couldn't figure out why. Maybe it was the confidence on Su Hao's face as he spoke. A month? Are you serious? Shin Yufa asked seriously. Of course it's serious. If you agree, I'll be making plans for new software development starting next week, and I have one small request. Su Hao immediately said. What's the request? Shin Yufa asked curiously. Employees in the application software business group will have their salaries doubled during development next month, and 1% of the profit from future software sales will be used as a bonus pool to pay bonuses to departmental employees. Su Hao spoke his mind. Shin Yufa froze, pondered for a moment, nodded and said, okay, I agree. Old boss, it hurts. I like your decisiveness. Only after Su Hao finished speaking did he leave the president's office. At this time, Ning Yusin beside her had long been dumbfounded. Ahem, Fei, aren't you being a little too impulsive? Ning Yusin asked with a bit of a stutter. After all, Su Hao's behavior was too bold. Like an adventure. Shin Yufa didn't know why she agreed, but she just did. Sister Xin. It's only a month anyway, so let Su Hao try, in case he can really do it. Shin Yufa spoke. TSK, the entire department's salary will be doubled next month. TSK, he just took office and he's giving his employees benefits. Ning Yusin said with a sigh. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes curved. Of course she understood Su Hao's purpose of giving his employees a pay rise. The old employees of the application software business group were once all Kong Junjia's old subordinates, and now that Su Hao has come, many of the employees are sure to be unconvinced. Even if Su Hao wanted to carry out his work, he would encounter invisible resistance from many people. But Su Hao took office and directly doubled the wages of his employees, which is undoubtedly a strong dose of heart. For a continuous loss-making department, the staff's wages may be burnt if they don't drop, and now they are rising instead of dropping. Su Hao's way of enlisting people's support can't be described as simple and direct. Su Hao left the president's office and went directly to the application software business group on the 4th floor, informing everyone to meet in the conference room. 10 minutes later, in the conference room on the 4th floor, all the department managers and staff had arrived, and of course there was the former executive director, Huang Dahai. But the conference room was full of people, each with a hangdog face and a grudge. After all, in everyone's eyes, Su Hao was parachuted in, and there was a lot of hostility towards Su Hao. Superintendent Su, I wonder what the topic of our meeting is this time, Huang Dahai asked with a cold face. I'm meeting today to announce, among other things, the work plan of the application software department for the coming month. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and said, Director Su, you've just taken office and you're announcing future plans. Do you understand the status of all the projects in the software department? You have quite a strong desire for power. Do you want the new official to take on 3 fires? Huang Dahai couldn't help but be sarcastic. Sure enough, after one sentence, all the department managers, one by one, became even more resentful. The corners of Su Hao's mouth rose as he said with a smile, understanding the status of all projects? No need to understand. I announced that from today onwards, except for the operation business, all the original projects will be cut. What? Everyone in the conference room exploded at these words. Huang Dahai is also shocked. The software business is indeed losing money year after year. Even if you want to reform, there is no need to be so dry and direct, right? Mr. Su, the project at hand is cancelled. We've spent half a year's effort on it. Yeah, we're just getting a little bit of a head start on our project. We're in the middle of a testing session for our software. What are we going to do in product planning when all the projects are cancelled? Sure enough, the department managers were all in a hurry. Pop. Su Hao directly slapped the table. This group of people, too noisy. That's when all of them quieted down. Mr. Su, you've stirred up a lot of anger. I really don't know why Mr. Shen promoted you? Huang Dahai gloated and laughed. Su Hao lazily ignored him and said directly, what I said just now is the first resolution. The second resolution is that the salaries of all department managers will remain unchanged. Not only will they remain unchanged, But the salaries of the department managers and ordinary staff in the coming month will be issued double the salary. What? Hiss. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked, and each of their eyes went round. Mr. Su, are you telling the truth? Mr. Su, you're not kidding us, are you? No change in pay and double pay. Is this me dreaming? Su Hao immediately emphasized. Of course it's not a joke. This is my personal application with the president. The company's official notification document. It will be sent to your mailboxes next Monday. Mr. Su is so awesome. It's too awesome, isn't it? Mr. Su gave us a raise as soon as he arrived. TSK, we will definitely cooperate with Mr. Su. So the words of these people changed abruptly, and there was no more resentment at all. After all, who has a problem with money? Huang Dahai's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, Mr. Su, then is my salary doubled according to the standard of the executive director? I'm announcing that your original position is cancelled, and from now on, you're an ordinary staff member. Su Hao didn't have the good sense to say, this Huang Dahai is still thinking of doubling the salary standard of the executive director, which is not a fool's errand. What? Su Hao, you're taking personal revenge. You're doing this on purpose. I protest. Huang Dahai immediately became anxious. You can protest, but you must also comply with the position transfer or you can resign. Su Hao glared at him. Huang Dahai was dumbfounded. Of course he will not resign. After all, he is dependent on the Kong family. Huang Dahai angry straight by teeth. Eyes spitting fire in general. Thinking that can only endure again. Wait until the Kong family to seize the position of chairman. This future vice president of the position are their own. Then Su Hao said, the original business is cancelled. In the next month, everyone in the department will be devoted to the new software development project. I will send the plan to all of you next week. On top of that, I've applied with the president to use 1% of the sales of this software as a bonus pool in the future to pay bonuses to everyone in the department. So it's up to all of you to decide how much you can earn in the future. Whoa! Hearing Su Hao's words, everyone in the conference room cheered excitedly. This is a real benefit to the staff. Not like the old days. All the department's bonuses have entered the yellow sea pocket. Long live Superintendent Su. Mr. Su is really a good leader. Mr. Su has good leadership. We will definitely follow Mr. Su's orders. Chapter 60, When is the wedding? That night, inside a certain box at the East Hyatt Club, Huo Tianhao had a voluptuous woman in his arms, a cigarette in his mouth, and a look of enjoyment. And sitting opposite him were Kong Xinghe and Kong Junjie, father and son. I say, old Kong, I have all the funds ready for you. How's the financing going? Huo Tianhao asked arrogantly. Alas, Huo Shao, today Jinjie mentioned it sideways to Xin Yufa, but it was rejected by Xin Yufa. Kong Xinghe replied helplessly. Refuse? How can you refuse? You two, father and son, are really losers, Huo Tianhao said with a cold snort. Huo Shao, that's hard to hear, isn't it? We're in a partnership, and Dad and I aren't your little brothers, John Kong said through gritted teeth. Yeah, today, Junjie even took out a department to blackmail Xin Yufa over this matter. But I didn't expect the entire department to be taken over by Xin Yufa's gigolo, Kong Xinghe said unhappily. Gigolo? Huo Tianhao's eyes went cold. That's right, it's that kid named Su Hao, John Kong said. I can't believe it's him. I saw that kid at the last birthday party, and I've been wanting to clean him up for a long time. Huo Tianhao's eyes dripped with hatred. Originally I thought that this kid was a white boy promoted by Xin Yufa, but so far, this kid has some skills. The last time the group suffered from a hacker attack, he was the one who solved it. John Kong had a serious look on his face. What? This thing was actually solved by him? Huo Tianhao's face changed. Well, Huo Shao, you know about this too? John Kong frowned. Ahem, I heard. Huo Tianhao nodded. How could he not know that he was the real operator behind the hacking attack the other day? Huo Tianhao had always wanted to acquire Hongsheng Group, and since Xin Yufa didn't agree, he thought of tripping Xin Yufa. So they found the Kong family father and son to work together, and also hired hackers on the dark web to attack the Fastbird app. What Huo Tianhao didn't expect in the end was that he had spent a few bitcoins, but all of them had gone down the drain. And the last I heard was that Xin Yufa had caught a few hackers. Of course he was very angry when he found out. He just didn't expect this matter. But it was that little white boy who helped Xin Yufa. This little white boy, who has spoiled my business several times and dared to disrespect me last time. I think he's looking for death. Huo Tianhao's eyes showed a fierce light. Huo Shao, you have many friends, so you can find someone to ruthlessly clean up the little bastard surnamed Su. Kong Junjie hastened to add fuel to the fire. Alright, you guys don't need to worry about this matter. I will clean up this kid myself. Hua Tianhao hummed. Hua Xiao, don't worry. Even if we can't finance the acquisition of shares, we won't lose the shareholders meeting. We've already secured the support of most of the shareholders so far. Kang Xinghe said with a smile. Well, when you get control of the company, the Hua family won't treat you poorly. Hua Tianhao looked generous. Those many thanks to Hua Xiao. Kang Xinghe narrowed his eyes and smiled. On the other side, Su Hao returned to the villa from work and once again became the one in charge this night. Xin Yuefei had thought of ordering takeout, but helplessly. Her cousin Xia Yuyu and sister-in-law Qiao Ishuan were both unwilling to eat takeout, so she could only let Su Hao cook. For cooking one meal, Xin Yuefei had to give Su Hao $1,000, and although she was rich, she still felt it was a bit extravagant. During the daytime, Xiao Ishuan and Xia Yuyu went to the nursing home to visit Xin Yuefei's dad. Of course Qiao Ishuan wanted to talk about Xin Yuefei's license, but this matter Xin Yuefei's dad didn't oppose it. Instead he was very satisfied with Su Hao, which made her very depressed. Looking at the table full of dishes, Xiao Ishuan was somewhat speechless. What was so good about this Su Hao? Aside from being able to cook, there didn't seem to be any good points. Su Hao, since you've already gotten a license with little Fei, when are you planning to hold the wedding? Xiao Ishuan asked as she ate her meal. A wedding? Su Hao froze. Ahem, Auntie, Su Hao and I aren't going to have a wedding, Xin Yuefei said in a hurry. No wedding? How can that be? Marriage is a big deal. How can a girl not have her own wedding? It's too hasty. Xiao Ishuan immediately shook her head. Auntie, weddings are for outsiders nowadays. It's not enough for the two of us to have a good time. Xin Yuefei continued. Cousin, that won't do. It was agreed that I would be your bridesmaid at your wedding, and then you would give me a big red envelope. Xia Yuyu said with a smile. Su Hao wanted to laugh a little. This fierce and big brainless cousin, and himself is the same way. Financial fanatic. Fei, the wedding has to go ahead or you'll regret it. Xiao Ishuan said seriously. Auntie, but I don't want a wedding. Xin Yuefei said helplessly. Even if the wedding doesn't take place first, both parents have to meet and have dinner, right? Xiao Ishuan proposed. Ha? Meeting the parents? Xin Yuefei was sweating a bit. Yeah, Su Hao, make an appointment with your parents. Let them come to Yanbei. Both parents have a meal. Otherwise the parents won't even show up. It's too little attention to our little Fei, Xiao Ishuan said in a strong tone. Aha, good. Su Hao nodded and didn't refuse. Xin Yuefei was a bit stunned. She thought Su Hao would just refuse. She didn't continue on the subject. Big deal hiring fake parents and fooling around. After the meal, Su Hao went back to his room to study. Xiao Ishuan, Xia Yuyu, and Xin Yuefei were watching TV in the living room on the first floor. But not much later, Xin Yuefei also went upstairs. Auntie, cousin is so eager to go upstairs and warm up with her brother-in-law. Really like glue. Is she in a hurry to make a villain? Xia Yuyu's spiritual eyes turned and said with a smile. Building a villain? Did you buy the directs I told you to buy? Xiao Ishuan remembered this. Ha, I forgot. Xia Yuyu replied. Forgot? You go buy it now. Auntie, it's dark now and I'm scared. What are you afraid of? The supermarket in the neighborhood has it. Okay then. Xia Yuyu was so depressed that she could only make a trip to the supermarket. The upstairs room at the moment. Su Hao, you don't have to worry about your parents' dinner. Just drag it out for now. Xin Yuefei opened her mouth. Yeah. Su Hao nodded. By the way, are you doing anything tomorrow? Saturday? Xin Yuefei asked. She remembered that Su Hao didn't have any pajamas or pajama pants or anything like that yet, so she thought of going to the mall with Su Hao tomorrow to buy them. After all, it's really too much of a hassle to live in one piece without pajamas and pajamas. Moreover, Su Hao had helped herself several times, and she wanted to take this opportunity to express her gratitude. Yo, I actually have something tomorrow. I'm meeting someone at the gym. Su Hao remembered that he had already made an appointment with Ning Yusin earlier. To the gym? That's fine. Xin Yuefei nodded helplessly. Hey, Mr. President, can you pay off the $2,000 for my cooking first? Su Hao remembered this. Lest the ice beauty forget to renege later. I'll turn it around for you. Xin Yuefei was a bit speechless. This guy was full of money. Chapter 61, You're making me eat dog food. The next morning, Su Hao got up and finished washing up. Unexpectedly this morning Xin Yuefei even bought breakfast back from outside. Honey, it's time for breakfast. Xin Yuefei suddenly shouted out Su Hao. Ha! Su Hao was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. This ice beauty even called herself her husband? Really? As he scanned, it turned out to be his sister-in-law, Xiao Ishuan, sitting in the living room. Surely she must have called out to her sister-in-law on purpose. All right, little baby. Su Hao grinned and responded cooperatively. Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes jumped, not expecting Su Hao to respond to herself. She had just called it that actually to show her sister-in-law. She wanted to make her sister-in-law believe that she and Su Hao were very much in love. Cousin, brother-in-law, you guys are making me eat dog food early in the morning. Xia Yuyu, who had just come down from upstairs, couldn't help but spit. Come to breakfast, sister-in-law, come on, Shin Yuefei shouted. Coming. Xiao Yishuan nodded. Although she was a bit dissatisfied with Su Hao, she was relieved inside when she saw Shin Yuefei so happy. Su Hao ate a few vegetable buns and looked at the time. He still had to drive to pick up Ning Yusin, so he had to leave. That I have something to do. I'll go out first, he said and went out. At this time, Xia Yuyu's spiritual eyeballs turned bony and followed out. Su Hao pulled open the car door and was about to get in. What are you going to do, brother-in-law? That I have a date with a friend to go to the gym. Su Hao replied. Gym? Why don't you take me with you? I want to work out too. Xia Yuyu immediately came to be interested. Take you? You still use the gym? Su Hao was stunned. Why brother-in-law? Don't I need to work out for my body? Xia Yuyu giggled. I don't think so. Su Hao answered truthfully. Brother-in-law said no, so I won't go then. But I have something for you. Xia Yuyu had a mysterious look on her face. What is it? Su Hao was a bit curious. It's this. Xia Yuyu immediately took out a box of Durex from her pocket and stuffed it into Su Hao's hand. Su Hao was directly confused. This Xia Yuyu little nymph sent herself a small umbrella to do what? Brother-in-law, my sister-in-law asked me to buy this for you. Xia Yuyu explained with a smile. Auntie? Su Hao was stunned, and then realized that this Qiao Yishuan still had her own little mind. He nodded. Brother-in-law, I purposely bought a large size. Will it fit you, brother-in-law? Xia Yuyu asked thievishly. Well, it's a good thing it's a big one or I wouldn't be able to use it. Su Hao frowned. What's wrong brother-in-law? Just what Xia Yuyu was puzzled. That's a 3-pack you bought. It's not enough for me to get one back. You should at least buy 2 more boxes. Su Hao said cheekily. 2 boxes? Xia Yuyu's eyes directly rounded. Well, I'm off. Su Hao directly this box of Durex into the pants pocket. On the car. Only Xia Yuyu was left alone in the wind. 2 more cases of brother-in-law. What a bully. Gatling cousin can stand it. Xia Yuyu murmured. Su Hao drove his Lamborghini, following the address that Ning Yusin had sent to him, and quickly arrived at the Manhwa neighborhood in the Eastern District. He immediately sent a voice to Ning Yusin. Superintendent Ning, I'm at the entrance to your neighborhood. Stinky brother is here so soon. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be right down. Okay. Half an hour later, Ning Yusin came out twisting her water snake waist. Su Hao was helpless for a while. Women surely won't be punctual. Today's Ning Yusin had purposely applied lipstick, and her soft, full red lips were particularly enticing. She wore a slim-fitting wraparound dress that emphasized her exquisite figure to the fullest. Ahem, Director Ning, are you going to the gym dressed like this? Su Hao was sweating a bit. We'll change when we get to the gym. I'm dressed like this today. Isn't it pretty? Ning Yusin was sitting in the co-pilot and suddenly jerked over toward him, exhaling like an orchid. Nice looking. Su Hao couldn't help but nod his head. Stinky brother, why do you have a nosebleed? Ning Yusin suddenly said. Su Hao touched it. Well, it is still true. The last nosebleed was from looking at Shin Yuefei, but this time it was because of Ning Yusin. Does that still let people live? It's time to get a good dose of blood. You wipe. Ning Yusin hurriedly pulled out a tissue. Su Hao took it and wiped it off, smiling awkwardly. It's hot. It's on fire. But, Ning Yusin giggled, seeming to have read Su Hao's mind, and what was shown on her pretty face was all smugness and arrogance. Su Hao glanced at her. Over and out. This woman is really a little demon. Flirtatious and seductive. Director Ning, where are we going? West Hyatt Club. Su Hao was stunned. There was no need to guess. This must be the Chu Group's property again. He then immediately started the car. Ning Yusin laughed. Stinky brother, this isn't in the company. Don't call me Director Ning. Well, what's it called? What do you want to call me? Stinky brother? Why don't I call you Sister Xin like Mr. Shen? Call me sister. Yeah, Stinky brother. The corners of Su Hao's mouth twitched. Chatting with this woman. TSK. Hurts the body. Not long after, Su Hao and Ning Yusin arrived at the club. At the moment, on the parking lot in front of the club, there were a lot of luxury cars parked, so it was obvious that the people who came here to spend money were all rich people. Hello sir, ma'am, and welcome to the West Hyatt Club. Just as he walked into the club, 2 ceremonial ladies bent down to greet him. Suha took a look at the decor of the place. It was very luxurious and majestic. TSK, a club so luxurious. Sister XIN. It's not cheap to spend money here, is it? Suha couldn't help but sigh. It's not that expensive. $100, 000 a year for a card. Ning Yusin replied. $100, 000? Suha was a bit surprised. General Gym annual card is only a few $1,000s. Tens of thousands of dollars are high-end. This club even annual card 100, 000. He cried and laughed, and wondered what special services this health club could offer. Is it hard to work out with a bunch of beautiful women waiting on you? Or working out and pushing oil at the same time? Ha ha, stinky brother, you don't have to get an annual card yet. My card is a family card. You can bring 2 people in for free. Ning Yusin pulled out her annual club card from her pocket. Sister XIN. No wonder your body is so good. It seems like you haven't put in much effort. Suhao smiled and flirted. Well, the main thing is that there are more entertainment programs here in the club. Besides fitness, such as fencing, yoga, dance, and you want to experience combat. All of these programs. Ning Yusin introduced Suhao and came to the front of the gym in a short while. Chapter 62, You look good in your face. Ning Yusin said. Stinky brother, wait for a moment. I'll ask for you if the wrestling coach has arrived yet. She then took out her cell phone and made a call. I asked. Coach Fong is coming over after 10 o'clock. Why don't I take you to the gym for a while first? Come over after 10 o'clock? What kind of coach is this? Free enough to work. Suhao couldn't help but spit. Stinky brother, this you do not understand. This Coach Fong that is the national martial arts championate, proficient in actual combat. The industry is very famous. People in the club is also part-time as a coach. Ning Yusin explained. So, let's go to the gym first. Suhao nodded. The two walked into the fitness gym, and Ning Yusin showed the staff her membership card. There was then an attendant who became their exclusive fitness butler. Hello, butler, get us 2 sets of sweatshirts. Okay. The fitness steward immediately had 2 sets of workout clothes fetched. Suhao's sweatshirt was a set of very stretchy black t-shirts and loose shorts, and Ning Yusin had changed into a sports undershirt, as well as black stripped sports pants, her entire figure revealed. Holy shit! Suhao was a little surprised to see her, seeing that his previous guess was wrong. He had previously guessed that Ning Yusin was an F, but now he saw that it should be a G. Stinky brother, what are you staring at people for? Ning Yusin noticed Suhao's gaze. That, Sister XIN, you look good in your plain face. You didn't even need to wear makeup before, Suhao said in a hurry. At this moment, Ning Yusin's hair had been coiled up in a bun, and her morning makeup had been washed off, but her skin was still fair and smooth. Yeah, I was afraid that if I sweat from exercising in a while, my makeup will be smeared and I'll be a demon. Ning Yusin giggled. The two walked into the gym, and Suhao tried a few stretching equipment and realized that they seemed to be a bit out of line with his physical abilities, because his power now had long been on a different level. Ning Yusin, on the other hand, did a set of yoga on the exercise mat as a warm-up. Just then, she suddenly realized that Suhao was actually on the double bar, doing difficult moves, only to see Suhao support one hand on the bar. The whole body stood up, and then quickly rotated on the double bar, a set of movements down very skillful. Whoa! Ning Yusin's charming eyes lit up and she couldn't help but marvel. Shoo! Suhao finished his set on the double bar and landed on the ground with a backflip. Geez, stinky brother, you know gymnastics? Just a little. Where did Suhao know gymnastics? He just did it haphazardly to see the coordination of his body. At this time, Ning Yusin suddenly saw the large gantry next to her and winks. Stinky brother, I want to do pull-ups, but the beams on this gantry are too high for me to reach. Can you hold me and walk me up? She said with a smirk. Ha! Suhao was a bit stunned. This pull-up is mainly to exercise arm strength. The big fierce girl also want to practice this. Why? It is difficult to develop muscles to fight boxing, but when a beautiful woman has a request, one can't refuse. Okay then, I'll hold your legs and lift you up. Suhao nodded. Okay. The corners of Ning Yusin's mouth rose, somewhat triumphantly. Suhao hugged her slender legs and lifted them up with a gentle push. Ouch! Ouch! Sister XIN, you should lose weight. Why are you so heavy? The guy deliberately flirted. Giggle. Nasty. Stinky brother, you're so bad. Laughing at me. Ning Yusin covered her mouth with a smile. Sister XIN, you grabbed the crossbar instead. It's not because of you. Teasing me. Ning Yusin immediately grabbed the horizontal bar with both hands. There. Then I'm spreading my hands. Unexpectedly, Suhao's side had just spread his hands, and Ning Yusin couldn't hold on to them. Hey, stinky brother, hurry up and hold my waist. I can't. I can't hold on, Ning Yusin suddenly exclaimed. Su Hao was speechless for a while. The pull-ups hadn't even started yet. This wouldn't work. He quickly stretched out his hands to hold on to Ning Yusin's thin waist. Sister Xin, I think you'd better not do this. It doesn't suit you, Su Hao suggested. Nah, that's what I'll do. You hold my waist and give me a boost down there. Ning Yusin bit her lips slightly and said stubbornly. So Su Hao held her waist with both hands and pushed toward the top. Ning Yusin gave her arms a little push and started doing pull-ups. 1, 2, 30. Wow. I can't believe I did 30 pull-ups, Ning Yusin said excitedly. Ahem. Su Hao was sweating a little. This was clearly what he had lifted her up to do. Where was her excitement? Right at this moment, he lowered his head, and his gaze suddenly came to the top of Ning Yusin's arse. Ahem. This is truly a wonderful thing on earth. Su Hao suddenly had two villains in his heart. One villain said nonchalant. The other villain said look at it. Enjoy it. Soon the two villains got into a fight, and eventually the villain who said it was indecent was taken out. But it's easy to have evil thoughts when you're admiring it like this. One moment up, one moment down. Su Hao gritted his teeth, thinking that he wouldn't still get a nosebleed at this rate, right? At this moment, Ning Yusin above was excitedly talking, and when she found that Su Hao didn't respond to her, she couldn't help but to look down and saw Su Hao's eyes, which were actually on her own butt. Ouch! Ouch! Stinky brother, you're scratching my waist. It's a little itchy. Suddenly Ning Yusin let out a Itchy? How about putting you down? Su Hao froze. No, I want to do enough for 50. Why don't you hold my ass? Ning Yusin winks her winks. Ha? Su Hao's eyes rounded in shock. Ahem. That's not very nice, is it? What's not so good about this one? Hurry up. I'm going to fall. Su Hao clenched his teeth. This is what you forced me to do. So he leaned downward with his hand on his waist. Ouch. Just then, Ning Yusin's hand that was grasping the horizontal bar slipped, and her entire body fell off of it. Su Hao's eyes jumped and he hastily reached out his hand to catch her, but the hands happened to be resting right there under Ning Yusin's waist. Ouch. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes jumped, although then she felt the temperature of Su Hao's two hands, and she immediately blushed her neck in shame, her pretty face a little hot. She didn't know what was going on. She had just let Su Hao hold herself there. It was really too bold, wasn't it? Are you okay? Landing on the ground and standing firmly, Su Hao then let go of her. The guy had to sigh in his heart. The feeling of the remaining stock in his hand was really unforgettable. Stinky brother, you just scratched me, Ning Yusin said quietly. Su Hao was confused, unjustly accused. At this moment, on the other side of the gym, a muscular man happened to see the scene just now. Chapter 63, You Like White Boys? Pan Hongwei is a fitness instructor at the West Haya Club, and is a veteran PUA at the club. With his toned body and his wealth of girl-pleasing skills, there's no shortage of pretty girls who come here to work out, and a lot of women who come here to take pictures of the place. Pan Hongwei took advantage of his coaching status to hook up with many women, and Ning Yusin came here to work out. Pan Hongwei first time to see on the heart, and then launched a series of crazy pursuit, and send flowers, and send a bag, but were rejected by Ning Yusin. Unexpectedly, today Pan Hongwei saw Ning Yusin bring a little white boy to exercise, and the two people behaved intimately. Just now the action is even more angry that he almost fainted. This little white boy dared to get his hands on my woman. Looking for death. Pan Hongwei walked over with a black face. Yo, big beautiful Ning, coming to the gym today? Ning Yusin saw him frown with a willow brow and nodded. Yeah, I thought how innocent you were, but it turns out you like white boys. Pan Hongwei held back a glance at Su Hao next to him. Su Hao frowned. Coach Pan, watch how you talk. This is my friend. Please keep your mouth respectful. Ning Yusin immediately got angry. Friends? The way you two acted just now doesn't seem like ordinary friends. Ning Yusin, what's so good about this white boy? Your taste isn't great either. Pan Hongwei said mockingly. What do you care what my taste is? Who do you think you are? Ning Yusin said breathlessly. You, would you rather pick this weakling than give me a chance? Pan Hongwei blackened his face and pointed at Su Hao. Who the fuck are you calling a weakling? Su Hao this time is really not happy. You damn chasing women. Why do you always think of stepping on yourself? Yo, white boy, is it any wonder you're not a weakling? Pan Hongwei snorted coldly and walked up and pushed Su Hao. But I didn't expect him to push so hard. But he couldn't push at all. And Su Hao stood still and didn't move. Get out of here. Su Hao directly pushed back. LOL. Pan Hongwei was directly pushed out by Su Hao at once, and sat on the ground with a plop. Ha! Ning Yusin was stunned. Su Hao's power was too strong. Right? This Pan Hongwei is a fitness trainer. He is a big man is not a pose. But it is this big robust man. Even by Su Hao shoved a little and fell. Put. Ning Yusin couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile. Kid, you're shitting on me. I was the one who didn't stand still just now. With this muscle you have, do you dare to compete with me? Pan Hongwei face is a little ugly. Just now he saw how that one. Let the gym so many people look at the joke. He immediately launched a challenge, trying to regain face. Don't pay any attention to him. Let's go. Ning Yusin pulled Su Hao and wanted to leave. Then what? Su Hao came to be interested. Pan Hongwei immediately pointed to the smith rack next to him and said, let's just try the bench press. Dare we? No problem. Su Hao looked at the barbell on the rack and the corner of his mouth rose. Okay, kid, if you lose, you'll kneel and kowtow to me. Pan Hongwei said condescendingly. Fine, but if you lose, you get the hell out of the gym. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and said, no problem, but it sure as hell won't be me who loses. Pan Hongwei said proudly. So-ho. Ning Yusin was a bit depressed and pulled Su Hao back, wanting to make Su Hao give up, because she knew that Pan Hongwei was a fitness instructor. The guy was full of muscles and his whole body was very strong. In the entire gym, in terms of bench press strength, no one is better than Pan Hongwei. Don't worry, I happen to want to try out my potential, Su Hao said with a smile. Kid, this barbell has quite a few weight classes. How about we just start with 200 kilograms? Pan Hongwei said slyly. Pan Hongwei, aren't you a bully? Ning Yusin said angrily after hearing this. By this time quite a few people from the gym had gathered around to watch. Bullying? Since it's a competition, of course it has to be difficult. Can't this kid do it? Pan Hongwei said proudly. Bench press enthusiasts all have several echelons, and those who can generally practice at 100 kilograms weights. That's an awesome presence in the gym. And in the 140 kilograms weight class, it's usually gym god level. And in the 200 kilograms weight class, which is among the best even among athletes, being able to push that weight is perfectly good enough to compete in powerlifting. Pan Hongwei's practice over the years, he has no problem doing 30 at 200 kilograms, which is why he chose this match, to directly embarrass Su Hao and admit he can't do it. Who says no? It's just that I don't think 200 kilograms is a bit low, Su Hao said with a smile. The people around him couldn't help but laugh at this statement. This handsome guy is too crazy, right? 200 kilograms is still low? To be able to lift 3 is a god. That's right. The current record of our Chinese bench press is only 260 kilograms. Still too young. The people around them were talking. When Ning Yusin heard Su Hao's words, she almost burst out laughing. Stinky brother, always talking so domineeringly. Pan Hongwei even sneered. Kid, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you speak. 200 kilograms you can lift it up first. Okay, get started. Su Hao didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Just see Pan Hongwei immediately lying in front of the equipment. Let the staff hang the two sides of the 90 kilograms barbell piece, plus the empty bar 20 kilograms, a total of 200 kilograms. At the next moment, Pan Hongwei's chest muscles and arms fired, and the 200 kilograms barbell was lifted directly. Whoa! A scream rang out from the scene, and many of the girls who had come to work out were in awe. He then lifted straight up 20 times in a row and stopped. Though he could go on, Pan Hongwei felt it was enough. Coach Pan is just awesome. Coach Pam deserves to be the king of strength at the gym. Coach Pan added contact information in a while. Oh, a lot of the women working out around them are starting to get nymphomaniacal. Seeing so many people worshipping, Pan Hongwei was fluttering and arrogant. Kid, it's your turn, he said to Su Hao. Su Hao grinned and walked up to lie down in front of the equipment. When Pan Hongwei saw Su Hao lying on top of the equipment, he immediately revealed a sneer, because Su Hao's movements were completely substandard, and he could not utilize his body's maximum strength at all. But Su Hao's left hand suddenly gripped the barbell, the corner of his mouth rose, and then with a sudden burst of force, the 200 kilograms barbell was directly lifted by one of his hands. Hiss! This scene directly caused all the onlookers to suck in a breath of cool air. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes jumped, and she thought that she had blurred her eyes. She couldn't help but rub her eyes and realized that the scene in front of her was real. Su Hao actually lifted a 200 kilograms barbell with one hand. Chapter 64, Don't Want a Vase. Asterisk. Is this still human? Lifting 200 kilograms with one hand. Is it possible that I'm seeing things? Is this Superman? Or Hercules? Terrifying as hell. It's horrible. At this moment, the onlookers at the gym couldn't help but marvel. Pan Hongwei's eyelids jumped, his jaw dropped, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. Just as the crowd was shocked, Su Hao spoke. Oops, too light. The guy used one hand and raised the barbell in his hand up and down with ease. It was as if what he was holding wasn't a barbell at all, but a chicken feather duster. Ahem. The two gym workers responsible for the aggravation were in a state of shock. Pete, it's still light? It's not funny. At this time, Su Hao directly put the barbell in his hand on the rack and lightly said, "Give me weight. Add it to 350 kilograms. What? The two staff members were so shocked that their eyes almost flew out. 350 kilograms. For God's sake. The global unarmed bench press record is 335 kilograms. This handsome guy is going to break the world record. It's perfectly fine for people to be 200 kilograms one-handed and 350 kilograms two-handed, right?" The crowd was talking. Ning Yusin was surprised and happy. This stinky brother. In the company to create a miracle it. Outside the same Pan Hongwei was directly dumbfounded and felt his heart twist a little. "Sir, are you sure you want to go up to 350 kilograms? The staff member next to him asked again. Plus. Su Hao nodded. So the two staff members immediately replaced the barbell pieces on both sides, ending up with a total weight class of 350 kilograms. At this moment, the onlookers all held their breath, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. They suddenly had the feeling of watching a sports game, only to see Su Hao gently grasp the barbell with both hands. This time he didn't have one hand. He was afraid that if he lifted up with one hand, he would scare the onlookers to death, and that would be a big deal. Up! Su Hao fired his hands upward. He suddenly realized that the 350 kilograms was still easy, which was a full 700 pounds. That's when the people around them saw the barbell up, and one of them opened his mouth wide. Su Hao thought for a second that he couldn't be too relaxed, or he would be treated as a demon. He immediately put on a strained look and slowly lifted the barbell. Whoa! The onlookers screamed in unison. Wow! At this moment, everyone couldn't help but applaud. 5 seconds later, Su Hao immediately put the barbell on the rack. His own strength is so strong. Really did not expect. This bone and muscle platinum strengthening is really strong. Handsome, may I have a friend? Oh, handsome, you're so strong. Can you leave me your contact information? Handsome, can you fight me tonight? Not one of the young girls committed nymphomania and made a beeline for Su Hao. Su Hao had a headache. These women were too crazy. This was to eat themselves alive. Guys, I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend. He hastily pulled over Ning Yusin as a shield. When these women saw Ning Yusin, they were all depressed one by one. After all, Ning Yusin's face value was completely hanging over their existence, and one by one, they all died. At this time, Su Hao looked at Pan Hongwei, and this guy's face was ashen. "Coach Pan, still want to compete?" Su Hao asked with a smile. Pan Hongwei faced Blackline. "Pete, then what then? You are playing a monkey. I lost." He gritted his teeth. Well, then Coach Pam remembered what she said. Su Hao reminded him of this. "Don't worry, I'm as good as my word." Pan Hongwei regretted it. Only then did Su Hao and Ning Yusin leave the gym. "Stinky brother, you're hiding too deeply, aren't you? This power of yours is too strong?" Ning Yusin sighed. "I've been strong since I was a kid." Su Hao made an excuse. Just now Pan Hongwei's face laughed me to death. He's looking for abuse. Ning Yusin was happy. The two chatted and made their way to the wrestling gym. Here at the fight gym, there are a lot of coaches. Boxing coaches, Muay Thai coaches, Taekwondo coaches, karate and the like. Instead, the person Ning Yusin had introduced to Su Hao was a fighting instructor who had been a national martial arts champion. At the moment a female trainer wearing boxing gloves was on the stage sparring with a trainee. This female coach looks a delicate and pretty face, but the speed of punches and kicks is very harsh. The students simply cannot fight. "Coach Fong." Ning Yusin immediately rushed at the female coach on the stage. "Uxin. You're here." The female coach then stopped. "Su Hao, this is the coach Fong Yining Fong I told you about." Ning Yusin hurriedly introduced it. "Ahem, the coach is a woman?" Su Hao froze when he saw this fighting coach. It was actually a woman. When Fong Yining heard Su Hao's words, she frowned and said, "What? Does this gentleman not see me as a female coach?" Coach Fong misunderstood. "I just want to find one with a lot of real-world experience. I don't want to find a vase," Su Hao deliberately said. I didn't expect a sentence to annoy Fong Yining. The word she usually hated the most could be when people said she was a vase. "Kid, you're doubting my strength. Come on the stage. I'll show you." Fong Yining immediately waved at Su Hao. "Ahem, Coach Fong, Su Hao didn't mean that." Ning Yusin was embarrassed and explained a sentence. "But I didn't expect this guy Su Hao to suddenly leap and jump onto the martial arts platform with a very floating and dashing movement." Fong Yining is also a martial arts practitioner. This martial arts platform is 1.5 meters high, but there is a guardrail on it. But Su Hao can easily jump in. Visible lightness of the body, which is not the average person can do. "Coach Fong, I didn't mean to provoke. I'm here to learn boxing." Su Hao grinned. "Cut the crap. Go on." Fong Yining picked up the spare gloves next to him and threw them to Su Hao. "Boxing gloves? I'm not used to wearing those." Su Hao explained. But those words, in Fang Yining's eyes, it was an arrogance. Take that. Without saying a word, Fang Yining rushed over with a movement of his feet, and a tigerish punch came towards Su Hao's face. Su Hao's face stared as he instinctively moved his feet and quickly dodged the punch. Fang Yining didn't expect Su Hao's reaction speed to be so fast, and she quickly greeted him with another punch immediately after. Su Hao dodged again, while Fang Yining's offense was continuous. Subsequently, Su Hao's dodging was quick, but after all, he had less experience in actual combat, and sometimes misjudged Fang Yining's intention of attacking, and received a few punches on his shoulder. However, he found that not only was his strength and speed very strong, his defense was also very strong, and Fang Yining's fists hit his body without pain. Although Fang Yining landed a few punches, his heart turned over 1,000 waves. She had participated in many martial arts fighting competitions and understood her speed and moves, but against the man in front of her, she surprisingly did not have an advantage at all. The key was that Su Hao didn't fight back, which made Fang Yining even more angry. Chapter 65, You're here to kick ass, aren't you? Since Fang Yining was a well-known instructor at the combat gym, her sparring match had attracted a lot of spectators from the students. Something interesting. Who is this guy? I don't know. It seems like he's here to learn boxing from Coach Fang. That's right, just now this guy. He even said that Coach Fang is a vase. What? This guy is too bold, isn't he? The last one who said that Coach Fang was a vase seemed to end up being beaten up by Coach Fang. But this guy's got two things going for him. Look at his super fast reflexes. At the moment the wrestling students were all talking off stage. What are you hiding from? Throw a punch. Fang Yining rushed up and quickly swung his fist towards Su Hao's body. She was a bit impatient with Su Hao's every dodge. Su Hao's eyes lit up as he finally swung out with a punch that was strangely fast, causing Fang Yining's eyelids to jump. No good. Fang Yining's face changed because Su Hao's punch was too fast. Bang! The punch landed solidly on top of Fang Yining's shoulder. Hiss! Fang Yining frowned in pain. Su Hao swung out with another punch of his own accord, and this time Fang Yining started to defend. So the two people sparring match changed from Fang Yining taking the initiative to attack just now to Su Hao. Su Hao began to constantly control his force. He knew that he was afraid that his current endeavor would be able to disable someone, so he didn't go all out. But even so, when Fang Yining took a punch, he still sucked in cool air from the pain. You're here to learn boxing. This time Fang Yining was anxious, thinking that Su Hao was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. She was furious and punched and kicked at Su Hao. Su Hao could only quickly pick up the moves, so the two men on the stage didn't look like they were cutting and punching anymore, but more like they were fighting in a hurry. Perhaps it was because Fang Yining was too impatient. Her fists began to be out of order, and she was throwing punches in a chaotic manner. Hey, Coach Fang, let's not fight anymore, okay? Su Hao asked in a hurry. No way. There's no winner yet. Fight. Fang Yining was still not happy. Why do we have to split the difference? Su Hao cried and laughed. What? I hate you. Running to me and pretending to be a pig. Fang Yining greeted with gritted teeth. As soon as Su Hao looked at this scene, it wouldn't do. He directly and quickly rushed over and directly grabbed Fang Yining's waist. Shoo! Fang Yining immediately slammed his fist towards Su Hao's arm. Bang! But when this fist smashed on Su Hao's arm, Su Hao unexpectedly had no reaction and didn't even move his eyebrows. Fang Yining was stunned. Was this man made of iron? In the next moment, Su Hao grabbed Fang Yining's waist with both hands, and with a sudden force, he lifted Fang Yining up. The trainees on the sidelines were confused at this point. Ahem. Are you sure this man is here to learn boxing? I'm afraid this is the new coach? This is too raw, isn't it? Lifting Coach Fang up, these cadets were shocked. When Ning Yusen saw this scene, she was also confused. Su Hao was here to learn boxing. It wouldn't be to smash the scene, right? The most depressed person was undoubtedly Fang Yining. All of a sudden being lifted up by his opponent like this was a strange shame in fighting. Coach Fang, are we still playing? Su Hao asked as he held her up. You put me down, Fang Yining said angrily. We're not going to fight, are we? Su Hao asked again. No fight? No way. I will defeat you today, Fang Yining said through clenched teeth, completely unconvinced. Then I'm not putting you down, Soho said as he held her up. You! Fang Yining quickly reached out to grab Su Hao's arm, but was suddenly blocked back by Su Hao's other arm, and Su Hao had one palm resting on Fang Yining's stomach. The scene was very comical. But, the trainees on the sidelines couldn't help but laugh. Is this fighting? Or is it acrobatics? Fang Yining was mortified and said helplessly, quickly put me down. No more fighting? No more fighting. Su Hao nodded, and only then did he put her down. At this point a lot of people were milling around talking about it. Fang Yining felt humiliated to death. and was furious as he got off the martial arts stage and went back to his room. Suhao shrugged helplessly and also got off the martial arts stage. Stinky brother, you're bad. You're so good. And you told me to get a trainer. Now it's good. Make people angry, right? Ning Yusin blanked him. Sister Xin, I really want to come here to learn the moves. In fact, I don't have much experience in actual combat. I just have a lot of power. Suhao was honest. Ugh. You quickly go to the room with me. Find Coach Fong to explain. You let everyone see Coach Fong joke. Don't cause people to lose their jobs. Ning Yusin said in a hurry. She was the finance director of Hongsheng Group, and she was still concerned about the human side of things. Ahem. Okay then. Suhao nodded. The two came to the coach's room, only to see Fong Yining holding a bottle of water in her hand, her mouth bulging, sulking. Coach Fong, don't be angry. Suhao didn't do it on purpose. Ning Yusin walked up and said, well, Coach Fong, I'm really here to learn boxing. Suhao echoed. You came to learn boxing? You're here to kick ass, aren't you? I can't teach you. Fong Yining glared at him. Coach Fong, just now when the two of us sparred, you should have noticed that I actually know very few boxing moves. I just have an advantage in strength and reaction speed. Suhao spoke the truth. Fong Yining thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to be true. So what? I was able to not lose the win just now, entirely due to my brute strength. Suhao said modestly. So you really don't know any fighting moves or any punches? Fong Yining froze. I really wouldn't. Suhao shook his head. I see. No wonder your moves are so funny. Fong Yining spat out a sentence. Suhao continued. So what? That's why I'm now asking Sister Xin to introduce me and want to come here to learn some boxing skills or moves. What's the point of learning moves when you're that strong? Now my arm still hurts. Fong Yining looked at him somewhat grudgingly and rubbed her arm. Ning Yusin couldn't help herself from the side. Coach Fong, that's different. I can't afford to waste my physical abilities. Suhao grinned. Although Fong Yining was a bit angry, she was quite bored when she thought about how she didn't have any rivals in the fighting gym on weekdays. Now that she had a tough opponent like Suhao, she could have a real battle. Okay, but you won't follow the other trainees alone for a piece of learning. In the future, you'll come on Sundays and I'll teach you alone. Other than that, you have to spar with me. Fong Yining said seriously. Okay, no problem. Suhao agreed with alacrity. Chapter 66, 10 Strings of Cashews Causing Trouble. It was already evening when Suhao and Ning Yusin left the club. Stinky brother, it's this time of the day. How come you have to buy me dinner? Ning Yusin said softly. Suhao nodded and said, well, no problem. Sister Xin, what do you want to eat? Tell you what, there's a big stall near my house. How about we go there for kebabs and beer? Ning Yusin took the initiative to propose. Suhao was stunned. It seems that Ning Dain really loves beer. What? Don't you want to? Ning Yusin saw that Suhao didn't respond. No, I didn't expect Sister Xin. You're such a big beauty. You still eat big stalls. Suhao smiled and flirted. Ha ha, I just love the feeling of drinking beer and eating kebabs. Ning Yusin giggled. Half an hour later, Suhao arrived at an old three-barbecue restaurant near Ning Yusin's home. Since the weather has warmed up as we enter June, the front of the barbecue restaurant has been filled with many tables. At this moment, there are already a lot of people sitting at the table, eating kebabs, drinking root beer, especially smoky. Suhao's Lamborghini was parked in the parking space next to him, and immediately drew the attention of many people. After all, a sports car of this caliber is the center of attention wherever it goes. Gee, look at the big handsome guy in the sports car. Wow, not bad for a man who drives a sports car and picks up the best girls. That's what I call a groom. What a model for men like me. This really is the pinnacle of manhood. Many people were murmuring with envy. Suhao and Ning Yusin found a table on the side and sat down. When the boss's wife came over with a small book and a menu. Yeah, handsome man and beautiful woman. You two are really a divine couple. The moment you sit towards me, my barbecue restaurant is bustling with activity. The boss's wife couldn't help but praise it. The corners of Ning Yusin's mouth rose, and she said arrogantly, Boss lady, do you really think the two of us are a good match? That's for sure. Your boyfriend is so handsome and you're so pretty. It's a match made in heaven. The boss's wife looked certain. But, boss lady, you're so discerning. Ning Yusin couldn't help but smile. With such a smile, the male livestock next to them, who were eating, couldn't stand it because it was too good looking. Suhao could feel that he was met with the envious and jealous fire-breathing eyes of many men. Handsome, beautiful, what can I get you? Boss lady, 50 lamb kebabs to start. Ning Yusin said bashfully. Sister Xin, you want so much at once. Food? Suhao froze. It's definitely edible. By the way, boss lady, Give him 10 more skewers of cashews, Ning Yusin said and pointed at Su Hao. Okay, 10 bunches of cashews. The boss's wife shouted at the boss in charge of kebabs over there. Ahem. Su Hao immediately sweated a little. Waste? There was no need to supplement it yourself. The male livestock who were eating kebabs at the moment couldn't help but laugh when they heard 10 skewers of cashews. TSK, looking so handsome, but unexpectedly weak kidneys. Isn't that bullshit? If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd be vain. Not only am I weak, I need to take a big tonic pill. Brother Wei, eat up. Asterisk 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 yikes. 10 bunches of loincloths and another night of wrestling. These men were envious and mocking, and for a while Su Hao became the topic of conversation. Sister Xin, what's the point of ordering so many cashews? I can't eat it. No, I don't need to eat this. I don't need a supplement, Su Hao said in a hurry. Those male livestock around them heard it all with a look of disbelief. Just eat. You're still embarrassed. That's right, and you don't have to make up for it. Your face is so white. You need to make up for it as soon as you see it. You have to make it up for your girlfriend. Yeah. Gotta learn to love your girlfriend. Su Hao was speechless for a while when he heard these people's comments. It seemed that it was impossible to explain. But you can eat without supplements. Ning Yusin covered her mouth and laughed. Su Hao cried and laughed. Then Ning Yusin handed him the menu and ordered quite a few other meat skewers and green vegetables. Boss lady, 2 root beers. Okay. The boss's wife nodded and went to get the root beer. Sister Xin, I'm driving. I can't drink. Stinky brother, call a chauffeur later. Besides, it's our first dinner. Don't you want to have a drink with your sister? Ning Yusin gave him a flirtatious blank look. Well, defeated. Before long, kebabs came up and root beer came up. Stinky brother, come clink glasses. Ning Yusin raised her cup bashfully. Su Hao cooperated and clinked his glass. This Ning dame is really bold and not pretentious. Yo, Sister Xin, this root beer is pretty cold. Are you okay with drinking it? He took a sip and asked casually. Ning Yusin was stunned. Her charming eyes, the corners of her mouth rose, and she laughed. Stinky brother, you're so bad yo. I can drink cold today. Well, that's fine. Su Hao nodded. But why was this answer strange? By the way, Stinky brother, you're so handsome. How many girlfriends have you had? Ning Yusin blinked, transforming into a curious baby. Sister Xin, you're doing it to make fun of me, right? I'm still maternally single. Su Hao was honest. How come? You're so handsome, and you don't have any girls chasing after you? Yes there is, but I'm a face reader. The guy said cheekily. Face control? LOL. Stinky brother, so does a face like mine meet your requirements? As Ning Yusin spoke, she ruffled her hair towards the back of her neck, then straightened her body again, revealing her proud capital. Ahem. With a face and body like Sister Xion's, it definitely fits. Su Hao stared at this charming siren, his heart swirling. Really? But I don't see you chasing after your sister? Ning Yusin said boldly. Sister Xin, you're teasing me again. I was nothing more than a small employee of the company before. That's just that you weren't given the chance. Now that you have the stage and everyone knows what you can do, you're now the man of your company's female employees' dreams. Sister Xin, if you keep praising me, I'll really believe it. LOL, I'm obviously serious. Even Faye has a crush on you. Ning Yusin said and clinked glasses with Su Hao again and took a sip. Her? Stop it Xin. She's not a lesbian. Why does she have a crush on me? Su Hao directly shook his head. Put. Lala? Who did you hear that from? Stinky brother? Ning Yusin burst out laughing. Isn't it? You see she's cold every day. She must have a problem with her sexual orientation. That's what I've learned from observing her for a long time. Su Hao said in a serious manner. Okay you stinky brother. You talk about Xiao Fei like that behind her back. Aren't you afraid I'll tell her? Ning Yusin raised her eyebrows. I'm not afraid. Besides, Sister Xin, you're that kind of person. Su Hao said boldly. If it was before he might still be a little bit afraid. But now he is not afraid of Xin Yufa. All share the same bed for several times. What is there to be afraid of? Chapter 67, Rich People Have Fun. When Ning Yusin heard Su Hao say this, she burst into laughter. Stinky brother, I do think that Xiao Fei is treating you well even lending you the sports car to drive. Yes. Su Hao nodded his head, thinking that where is she being kind? It is clearly her own fight. As the two men chatted over their drinks, a commercial vehicle was parked across the street. In the car sat several men. The man at the head, wearing a flowered shirt, with a stud in his left ear and a scar on the right side of his face. Brother Blade, the person Hua Xiao wants to clean up is this little white boy? The tattooed man in black next to him asked. Yes, that's him, the photos match. Scarab nodded. Brother Blade, what's this kid's origin? Driving a sports car with a pretty girl. That girl is so watery. The tattooed man had an evil look in his eyes. He's got a shit origin. This kid is the little white boy that Shin Ufa of the Hongsheng group has adopted. The scarred man had a look of contempt on his face. What? Shin Ufa? That's that Shin Ufa. One of the 4 great beauties of the capital? The tattooed man showed surprise. Exactly. But who is this pretty girl again? According to my guess, it should be the second wife that this white boy is not satisfied with and has adopted again. Scarab guessed. What a mess. The tattooed man was a bit messed up. They rich people will play. The relationship is messy. Okay, don't discuss this. Huashao won't let his identity be exposed. It looks like we have to find some trouble to do so. The scarred man's dark eyes revealed a hint of cold blood. Brother Blade, this is a good idea. Let's pretend we're going to eat kebabs and then see a pretty girl to flirt a bit. This little white boy will surely come forward to save the beauty of the hero. Right. Let's just pull him aside and beat him up. The tattooed man had an idea. Scarab nodded. Good idea. Right. Brother Blade, what did Huashao say? Let's get down to some measure. Break a leg. Okay. The tattooed man nodded, then got a steel pipe from the car and wrapped it in his shirt. Then a few of Scarman's men got out of the car. 6 in total. They came to the table next to Su Hao and Ning Yusin and sat down. Boss, 100 lamb kebabs and 50 skewers of loin. The tattooed man shouted in a gruff tone. Okay. The owner of the barbecue restaurant answered. At this time, the scarred man gave the tattooed man a wink, and the tattooed man immediately cleared his throat. Yo, chick, you're really watery looking. My big brother's got his eye on you. Come over and have a drink with my big brother, the tattooed man said with abandon. After Ning Yusin, who was chatting with Su Hao, heard this, she immediately raised her eyebrows crossly and was a bit displeased. What are you looking at, chick? Talking about you? Get over here. The tattooed man toed the line. Ha ha, come on over here, little bitch. Yeah, come over and have a drink with our brothers. That's right, my big brother can be a pain in the ass. By the looks of it, it must be pretty wavy in bed. A few punks slurred and provoked. A bunch of stinking hooligans. Get out. Ning Yusin immediately cursed angrily. Yo, chick, don't give a fuck, the tattooed man said with a black face. Su Hao frowned and immediately said in an icy tone. I'll give you guys a minute to disappear nimbly, or I might get angry. The scarred man and the tattooed man exchanged a few glances and both grinned. Kid, you're talking pretty crazy. Are you tired of living? Our big brother has his eye on your girl. Why don't you offer her up? One of the punks immediately arrogantly stepped forward. Su Hao's face darkened as this punk came closer, and he suddenly swung his fist out, directly smashing into the punk's chest. Bang! With the punk's scream, the whole person flew out, knocking over the trash can behind him and dumping trash all over the place. This suddenness directly startled the kebab eaters. A few of the scarred man's faces darkened, and they all immediately gathered around. Ning Yusin also didn't expect Su Hao to suddenly strike. AI. Brothers, don't fight. Peace and prosperity. It's not easy for me to do business. The owner of the barbecue store rushed over and made peace from it. If this is a fight at his barbecue stand, tonight's business will be lost, and if he smashes something, it will be a big loss. Get out of here. Mind your own fucking business. The tattooed man glared at him. The barbecue restaurant owner's eyelids fluttered and he was too scared to speak. Only Su Hao stood up, pointed to the side and said, Want to fight? Let's go to the open ground over there. Little bastard. I think you're trying to run, aren't you? The scarred man said coldly. No, I was afraid of casting. Su Hao returned. Ning Yusin was originally worried, but when she heard Su Hao say this, she inexplicably wanted to laugh. Ro, you're pretty wild. As you wish, the scarred man said arrogantly. Su Hao then walked directly to the open space, and the tattooed man several people immediately chased after him, fearing that Su Hao had run away. Get it for me. The scarred man waved his hand. A few of the tattooed men immediately surrounded them. Shoo! Su Hao suddenly moved and slapped a gangster at the front. Ouch! The punk flew straight out. Then a row of teeth fell to the ground. A couple of the tattooed men's eyelids fluttered. This was too raw to slap their teeth out. Seek death. Several people were anxious, opened the clothes in their hands as soon as they could, drew out steel pipes, and smashed them towards Su Hao. Seeing this scene, Ning Yusin covered her mouth in fear and worry. The people eating at the barbecue stand next to them were shocked to see this scene. This is a fight with a steel pipe. This is going to kill someone. But what no one expected was that the next scene stunned the crowd, only to see Su Hao's quick strike. The steel pipes of these punks were knocked away before they could greet anyone. In the blink of an eye, several punks all fell to the ground screaming in agony. This The scarred man was directly dumbfounded. Ning Yusin immediately let out a sigh of relief when she saw this scene, remembering that when Su Hao was in the club, he was able to subdue even the Fong Yining martial arts champion. So dealing with a few punks was certainly more than enough. Yikes, the other handsome guy is a practicing man. This handsome guy is too powerful, isn't he? 1 against 5. All down ah. These punks are clueless. Handsome guy strikes hard. Look at this gang of punks really full of teeth. It was only then that the people next to them realized that the punks had all had their teeth knocked out by Su Hao. The scarred man secretly screamed that it was bad. This was a kick in the teeth. You come here. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and suddenly waved at him. Brother? No, big brother. I've bumped into you. I apologize to you. The scarred man immediately wimped out. As the saying goes, a good man is not a good man. Pop. Su Hao directly slapped the scarred man's face. Chapter 68, Go upstairs and sit down for a while. Asshole. The scarred man received a solid slap, only to feel a sweetness in his mouth, and when he opened his mouth, 2 of his teeth fell out. He regretted that in his heart, and at the same time cursed Hua Tianhao's ancestors. This Hua Tianhao is too damn asshole. The other party is a practitioner. He even let himself unload one of their legs. Now it's good. They got their teeth pulled out. Good man. Big brother. I was wrong. Please spare me. The scarred man begged bitterly for mercy. Get out. Su Hao said coldly. I'm rolling. The scarred man immediately fled with his minions to the car and disappeared into the street. Yes, beautiful. The people watching from the side couldn't help but applaud. Ning Yusin hurriedly ran forward and asked, Su Hao, are you alright? I'm fine. Su Hao grinned. Looking at the few teeth on the ground, he secretly wondered if his force was a bit too great. Stinky brother, you're so powerful. Ning Yusin suddenly hugged Su Hao's arm with an adoring look. Ahem. Sister Xin. So many people are watching. Su Hao pointed to the people sitting at the barbecue stand, who were all watching the two of them. Ha! Ning Yusin's pretty face instantly reddened. Sister Xin. Still drinking? Su Hao asked with a smile. I've been spoiled by these guys, but I've had my drink and my skewer, so why don't you take me home? Ning Yusin said quietly. Okay. It's close to my neighborhood, so we'll both walk back. Good. So Su Hao settled the bill and walked with Ning Yusin in the direction of the neighborhood. Ha! The big handsome guy and the pretty girl are gone, but their sports car is still parked there. I'm sure people can't drive when they've been drinking. What do you guys know? The front is the East Lake Hotel. People must be getting a room. TSK, envious, another bloody battle at night. You're all wrong. Not long after, Su Hao and Ning Yusin arrived at Manhwa district. Sister Xin, you live in a nice neighborhood. Well, it's okay, that's the building out front. The two chatted as they made their way downstairs. That, stinky brother, why don't you go upstairs and sit down for a while, and I'll make you a cup of honey water to wake up? Ning Yusin took the initiative to invite. Yo, Sister Xin, you invited me, a big man, upstairs. Aren't you afraid that I'll have an animalistic outburst? I've been drinking. Su Hao boldly joked. Yeah, I'm not afraid. Ning Yusin covered her mouth with a smile. Alright then, I'll walk you upstairs and ask for a glass of water at your house. Su Hao agreed with alacrity. This is a townhouse neighborhood, and Ning Yusin's house is a 5th floor north and southeast house type. As soon as Su Hao walked into the room, he had a feeling that it was clean, very clean, and everything in the room was neat and tidy. Stinky brother, it's slippers. Ning Yusin handed over a pair of brand new slippers. Su Hao changed his shoes and said with a smile, Sister Xin, this house of yours is a 2-roomed one. It looks quite spacious to me. It should be over 100 square feet, right? Well, 102 sq ft. I like big kitchens and big bathrooms after all, so I picked a big house. Ning Yusin nodded. Su Hao came to the sofa and saw that the sofa was full of plush toys. He really couldn't imagine that Ning Yusin also liked this. Stinky brother, sit down and I'll make you some honey water. Yeah. Only then did Su Hao sit down. Not long after, Ning Yusin made honey water and brought it over to hand it to him. Stinky brother, or don't go tonight. Suddenly Ning Yusin spoke. Put. Su Hao just took a sip of honey water and sprayed it out. Giggle. Stinky brother, what's wrong with you? Scared? Ning Yusin couldn't help but laugh when she saw Su Hao reacting so strongly. Sister Xin, don't tease me. I'm seeing that you've been drinking and can't drive. It's not like that bedroom of mine is empty too, so you can stay. Ning Yusin explained. That no, I'll just get a chauffeur. Su Hao immediately pulled out his pants pocket and took out his cell phone. Knock. I didn't expect to bring one more thing out of my pants pocket and drop it on the couch. Su Hao looked down and instantly blushed with his old face. What just fell out was actually the box of 3 Durexes that Xia Yuyu stuffed into herself in the morning. This is fucking embarrassing. Su Hao put it in his pants pocket in the morning, and forgot about it for the rest of the day. You say you can't drop it when you want, but you drop it out at this time. Won't you make Sister Xin misunderstand? It's over. It's over. I don't know what kind of image I have in Sister Xin's eyes. Ha, is this? Ning Yusin was quick on her feet and picked up Durex from the sofa. Ha, she saw clearly that it was the little umbrella, and instantly her pretty face reddened with shame. Ning Yusin's thoughts instantly flew at the moment. Su Hao, this stinky brother, was dating himself. What was he doing with this? What else can I do? So this stinky brother had that kind of idea about himself long ago. She thought Su Hao was naive and straight before, but she didn't realize that he was an experienced LSPA. Although it was a bit embarrassing to bring something like Durex, it was a side effect that the stinky brother was still responsible. Just, stinky brother is not too anxious? Stinky brother, you are bad yo. Come to my place and bring this. Ning Yusin pouted. It was just that her voice was soft, magnetic, and even more alluring. Ahem, Sister Xin, don't get me wrong, this is not what I bought. Su Hao hurriedly explained. You didn't buy it? Aha, supermarket sale, stiffed me. Su Hao made a random excuse. Stinky brother, sister does not believe your words, are adults, you do not fool me, just the things you want, a little too fast. Sister some panic it, Ning Yusin said boldly, although she is usually bold. To Su Hao also often joked, but she has never yet any boy really in love. Men and women that kind of thing who do not panic. Sister Xin, you've really misunderstood. It's not my intention. Su Hao wanted to cry. It looked like he couldn't explain it. Stinky brother, look at you in a hurry. It's not like sister is blaming you. Ning Yusin giggled and returned the Durex to him. Su Hao took it and hurriedly put it back into his pants pocket. Sister Xin, it's getting late, so I'll leave first. Su Hao said in a hurry. It was really too embarrassing to sit down again at this time. Ha, no more water? It's getting late, so get some early rest. That's fine. Remember to tweet back to your sister when you get home and report that you're safe. Ning Yusin said in a soft tone. Okay Sister Xin. Su Hao promised, and then this left. Ning Yusin closed the door, her small heart fluttering a little fast. Although she was calm just now, she was actually nervous inside. Stinky brother brought Durex, so he really seems to be interested in himself. Ashamed and a little excited, she took out her cell phone and couldn't resist sending a friend message. Chapter 69, Are you jealous? Shin Yufa was a bit annoyed tonight because it was almost 9 o'clock and Su Hao hadn't come back yet. During the daytime, Xiao Yishuan took her cousin out, supposedly to meet some movie and TV company boss, wanting to pull in some investment money for her script, and Shin Yufa went to the mall alone, in order to buy pajamas and pajama pants for Su Hao. Speaking of which, it was only the first time Shin Yufa had bought intimate apparel for a male, even if it was her dad. She hadn't taken the initiative to buy it before. When buying pajamas and sleeping pants, because of the salesman's enthusiasm, Shin Yufa picked out a few more pairs of four-cornered shorts for Su Hao. After buying these, Shin Yufa picked out a branded suit for Su Hao. Now that Su Hao was the executive director, he had to have a decent suit anyways. These days, Su Hao had helped herself many times in the company, and she was still very grateful, especially last time when catching the hacker was in danger. Su Hao even stepped forward. At that time Shin Yufa was touched. However, Shin Yufa had always been cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and was not good at expressing herself, so she wanted to buy these clothes for Su Hao to replace her inner heart. She bought the clothes and came home, and her sister-in-law and cousin were amazed when they saw them. The sister-in-law, who was originally full of doubts, all believed that Shin Yufa really loved Su Hao. Shin Yufa looked at the clothes she had personally selected, inexplicably looking forward to Su Hao's quick return, and whether she would be moved to tears when she saw these. It's just that after waiting all night, it's going to be 9 o'clock, and Su Hao still hasn't come back. Brother-in-law is also really, how come he hasn't come back yet? I still want to see him come back. That surprise expression, Xia Yuyu said with a pout. Humph, this guy said he went to the gym. I don't know if it's true or not. Shin Yufa spat. Cousin, do you think my brother-in-law went to the gym to have a private meeting with another woman? That's why. Xia Yuyu came up with a sarcastic comment. You mouth. What private meeting? Besides, who could he be having a private meeting with? Shin Yufa bristled. She took out her cell phone, ready to send a Weibo to Su Hao and ask when she would be back, but she typed it and deleted it, always feeling embarrassed to ask, with the feeling of a little daughter-in-law hurrying her husband. So Shin Yufa clicked on the circle of friends, ready to see if Su Hao would send a circle of friends now. She peeled it off and didn't find Suhao posting a friend circle, but she suddenly saw that her schoolmate Ning Yusin had just posted a friend circle. At Ningyu today I had a great day at the gym with my friends, and then in the evening we had a great time drinking beer and eating kebabs together. Below the circle of friends, there were also a few pictures of a gym and a barbecue stand, and finally a selfie of Ning Yusin. Although there was no mention of Suhao on this friend circle, it occurred to Shin Yufa that it shouldn't be such a coincidence. Suhao went to the gym, and schoolmate Ning Yusin also went to the gym? Shin Yufa looked at the picture of the barbecue stand that Ning Yusin had sent, only to see that it was the top of the table's tray, filled with kebabs, but in the other corner of the table, a cell phone was placed. The style and color of this phone. This is not exactly Suhao's phone, because Suhao's phone was a phone that came out a few years ago. It was very recognizable. So Suhao went to play with Sister Xin today. Shin Yufa was inexplicably more annoyed when she knew this. Cousin, it's getting late. I'll go back to my room and take a bath first, so I won't wait for my brother-in-law with you. Xia Yu stretched. Aha. Shin Yufa nodded mechanically, looking a little dazed. After Xia Yu left, Shin Yufa looked at the men's clothes laid out on the bed, and inexplicable anger came. Beat you to death, asshole. Beat you to death, asshole. Shin Yufa huffed and slammed a few hard punches towards the suit. This asshole, no wonder he didn't come back so late. So he went out for a date with Sister Xin. She gritted her teeth, thanks to the fact that she was waiting for this guy with all the joy in the world. For some reason, Shin Yufa felt a little angry and aggrieved. Her nose was sour. She had never felt such emotions before. This asshole. He's a married man himself and he's still dating other women. Shin Yufa huffed. But after saying that she suddenly froze. Weren't she and Suhao a fake couple? Isn't it normal for people to go out and date other women? She had also said to Suhao before that even though they were licensed, they couldn't interfere with each other's private lives. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes knitted up. What was wrong with herself? Could it be that she was jealous? She was taken aback by the horrible thought she had. No. It must not be like this. How could she be jealous? Jealousy that is only between lovers. Himself and Suhao is not a couple, just a fake couple with a license. Unless one likes Suhao after all these days of contact with him. Ahem. No such unless. Shin Yufa said with great certainty in her heart. How could she possibly like Suhao? This guy is rich, all day playful, thick skin and city wall-like, rogue gangster sex. She is impossible to like. Finally, after some thought and analysis, Shin Yufa came to the conclusion that she had only bought clothes for Suhao, who had not returned in time, so she had just developed an unbalanced emotion within herself. Just at this time, the sound of a sports car came from outside the villa. It was Suhao who had returned. She came to the window and watched as the Lamborghini's scissor doors opened, and soon saw a valet get out of the driver's seat, and then Suhao got out of the passenger seat. This guy even called a chauffeur, so I'm sure he's been drinking with Sister Xin. Shin Yufa didn't have the good sense to say. 10 minutes later, Suhao went upstairs and came to the bedroom. Then he saw Shin Yufa pretending to be calm sitting on the bed reading a book. Yo, reading a book. The guy chuckled. It's already 9 o'clock. You still know to come back. Who allowed you to come back so late? Shin Yufa lightly hummed. It's only 9 o'clock. It's not 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Why are you reacting so much? Suhao was a bit surprised. What do you mean it's only 9 o'clock? Do you realize you're married now? Shin Yufa's inexplicable anger erupted. But you're not me. Suhao was also a little angry, and wanted to say that you are not really my wife, but suddenly thought that there are ears on the wall. So he stopped. Not what not? Smells like booze. Smoky. Shin Yufa said again. Fine. My bad. I'll take a shower. Suhao thought that it must be Shin Yufa's period, and she was grumpy, so she couldn't make a mistake, only to see Suhao take out his bedroll and lay it on the floor, and then began to take off his clothes. Shin Yufa saw immediately threw the book toward the nightstand and then covered the blanket quilt. Suhao couldn't help but grin when he saw this reaction of hers, still embarrassed to look at it. He took his pants off in the meantime and threw them both on the bunk bed, then went to the bathroom. Chapter 70, Couple's Pajamas from My Wife. Shin Yufa heard Suhao go to the bathroom, and only then did she get out from under the blanket. Drink and pick up girls, and I'll buy you clothes. Here you go. She huffed and threw all the clothes she had bought for Suhao on her bed onto Suhao's bunk. I didn't expect this throw to drop out a blue box from Suhao's pants. What is it? Shin Yufa curiously reached out her hand to pick it up. Dula hiss. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. This guy even brought a small umbrella with him on his date with Xin. Did he mean that the two of them had already done that kind of thing? At the thought of it, she was inexplicably short of breath and didn't know what was going on. Shin Yufa suddenly felt some moisture in her eyes, then threw Durex back. Put. She slumped toward the bed and bit her lip. I didn't expect Suhao and Sister Xin to develop so quickly that they were using Durex. What's wrong with you? Are you really jealous? It can't be that she really likes Suhao, can it? It must not be like that. But what does Suhao care about himself even if he has already done that kind of thing with Sister Xin? Xin Yuefei's thoughts were a bit disorganized. She felt that this must be just some discomfort in her heart after Suhao had gotten a license with herself. But she was still tossing and turning in bed, inexplicably irritated. After a while, Suhao finished his bath and walked out wrapped in a bath towel. When Xin Yuefei saw him come out, she hurriedly turned around and turned her back to him. Suhao wiped it off, then headed to sit on the bunk roll. He suddenly saw the clothes thrown on top. There were pajamas and pajama pants, fitted shorts, and a very nice suit. Ha, honey, all of this, you bought for me? Suhao picked up the suit and looked at it. Gee, it's still a brand name. How can it be tens of thousands of dollars? Who's your wife? I didn't buy it for you. It all fell from the sky. Xin Yuefei didn't have the good sense to say. Ha ha, thanks these pajamas and pajama pants fit fine. I'll put them on. Suhao immediately put his pajamas and pajama pants on. Not to mention, this brand of pajamas and pajama pants are made of good materials and very comfortable to wear. Honey, what made you think of buying me clothes? Suhao asked. I'm crazy. I'm out of my mind. Xin Yuefei's tone was cold. Ha ha, then you send it again. Wife, I'm still missing a watch. I heard Patek Philippe's is good. This guy Suhao got an inch. You're dreaming. Don't you have a lover? Let your lover buy it for you. A good match? There's no such thing as a good match. Suhao was confused. Scum. You've done that kind of thing and you still won't admit it. Xin Yuefei rubbed up and sat up, glaring at him. Ahem. Wife. What are you talking about? What kind of thing? Suhao was really confused. What's that? Xin Yuefei immediately pointed to the Durex next to her. Suhao looked down and saw the Durex, crying and laughing. What? You don't have anything to say this time, do you? You're using a contraceptive umbrella, and you're still saying you don't have a date. Is it possible that you two are in a one-night stand? Xin Yuefei's face was furious. But, ha ha. Suhao couldn't help but laugh. He finally knew why this Xin chick was angry. It turned out to be a misunderstanding of himself. It turned out that this girl Xia Yu bought this for herself, and she didn't even know it. What are you laughing at? I think you're just scum. You've done it and you still don't admit it. Xin Yuefei hummed. I say, wife, you have too much imagination, don't you? I've got a box of Durex in my pocket. That doesn't mean anything, does it? And the box of Durex hasn't even been unwrapped yet. Suhao couldn't help but say. So what are you doing buying this for nothing? It's hard to blow up a balloon? Xin Yuefei glared at him. Who told you I bought it? It was clearly bought by your good cousin. Suhao said helplessly. Yo-Yo bought it? You're lying. What did she buy this for? Xin Yuefei frowned. You're asking me? I was going to ask you. She gave me a box of these this morning and I was confused. Suhao couldn't help but spit. This box of Durex was too capable of causing trouble. Xin Yuefei froze, suddenly remembering what her sister-in-law had once told herself, saying that she should pay attention to protective measures when she and Suhao were doing that kind of thing, so as not to get pregnant. Does it mean that this is what sister-in-law asked her cousin Xia Yu to buy? She immediately picked up her cell phone, then sent a language to her cousin Xia Yu. Yo-yo, little ninny, come out here. Why cousin? I was just getting ready for bed. Did you buy Suho a box of Durex this morning? Yeah, cousin. Xin Yuefei saw the reply. Swish face red, suddenly ashamed. He just scolded people Suhao. So this is all because of himself. You dead ninny. Who told you to buy this? She immediately gave Xia Yu a sentence back. What's wrong cousin? Doesn't it look right on brother-in-law? That's a big size yo. Or is that not enough for tonight? If it's not enough, you two just put up with it. What the heck? We don't need this. Xin Yuefei was directly speechless. And on the contrary, she couldn't directly tell the truth. Don't use it? That's right. How obtrusive it is to use it. Guys don't like it. Xia Yu had an LSP tone. Okay. You get some sleep. Xin Yuefei turned off her cell phone with some depression. At this time, Suhao was standing in front of the mirror, trying on the suit. Suhao. I'm sorry I really didn't think that this box of Durex was bought by Yo-Yo. Xin Yuefei said somewhat apologetically. Yo-Yo? I'm afraid your sister-in-law made her buy it. Suhao had guessed it long ago. It's all my fault anyway. Xin Yuefei bristled. What? I'm not a scumbag anymore? Suhao grinned. I misunderstood just now. I shouldn't have said that about you. Don't mind. Okay? I was wrong. Xin Yuefei was truly ashamed. Okay, I'll forgive you since you bought me clothes. Su Hao said generously. He was a bit pleased in his heart. He really didn't expect that the original Shin Yufa, such a strong person, would also apologize. Seeing Shin Yufa apologizing and feeling guilty, Su Hao had the illusion of a big husband taming his petite wife. That's not right, Mr. President. Even if I bought this Durex, why are you so angry? Are you afraid I'll cuckold you? The guy Su Hao couldn't help but flirt. Don't be ridiculous. Shin Yufa leaned toward the head of the bed. Su Hao then asked, or are you jealous? What am I jealous of? Less narcissistic. Shin Yufa's eyes were a bit flustered. Biting her lips, she hastily denied it. It's over and done with. Shin Yufa, you must really be in love with me, or else the pajamas you bought for me, how come they're all couples models with yours? Su Hao looked at Shin Yufa's fan pajamas, which were the same style as his own. Chapter 71, You two are drinking. Shin Yufa directly lay down on the bed with the blanket quilt and grunted. Don't be self-absorbed. How could I fall in love with you? Go to sleep you. Su Hao grinned, picked up the Durex, and said, by the way, what about this box of small umbrellas? It's not like it's something I use, so why are you asking me? That's right, I'll put it in the drawer then, just in case I need it someday. Hooligans. Ha ha. Su Hao smiled and put Durexes into the desk drawer. Shin Yufa couldn't help but be curious and ask, since you didn't buy this Durex, what did you and Sister Xin go out on a date for today? I can't believe you knew I was dating Xin? Su Hao was stunned. Nonsense. Sister Xin has sent a friend circle. It's not much. It's just that I'm going to learn combat. So Xin introduced me to a combat instructor. So it is. Shin Yufa was inexplicably relieved when she heard this. What for? You think Xin and I are dating and in love? Su Hao squeezed his eyes and asked. No, I see Xin posted. You two are on the tipple. Shin Yufa sounded jealous. Yo, old boss. You still say you're not jealous. Why do I hear such a big sour taste in your words? What jealousy? I'm afraid that Sister Xin will be fooled by you. Su Hao was speechless for a moment. He lied to Ning Yusen? This big mean girl is smart. She's lucky she doesn't dig a hole for herself. Su Hao thought about it. This Ning Yusen daytime. To their own known to go. Open mouth closed mouth stinky brother. Will not be authorized by Shin Yufa to hook up with their own right? What's the point of hitting on yourself? Aren't you afraid of losing your wife and your army? Could it be that when he fell under Ning Yusen's garnet skirt, Shin Yufa gave himself a big hat for cheating? Su Hao looked at Shin Yufa and shook his head. He must have thought too much. Old boss. How could I deceive Sister Xin? I think Sister Xin must have fallen in love with me and she wants to rip me off. Su Hao deliberately said. He looked at Shin Yufa. What reaction? You might as well look in the mirror and rip you off. You've been drinking too much, haven't you? Shin Yufa couldn't help but strike. But she suddenly thought of Ning Yusen, who had once said that she wanted to try Su Hao's depths. It couldn't be because of this, could it? Old boss. You still don't believe me. But don't worry wife, I won't cuckold you. Su Hao smiled gloatingly. Bah! Sleep. Ignore you. Shin Yufa wasn't upset this time and could sleep at ease. The following week, Su Hao became the busiest person in the company, because he has to take full control of the development of the editing software Silhouette, as well as being responsible for the planning of the new department of the Mobile Internet Business Group, and the optimization of the Big Data Intelligent Recommendation algorithm of the Fastbird headline app. Su Hao also vigorously cultivated two capable generals, namely Fatty Dong of the Program Development Department and Song Hang of the Technical Department. These two people have calm character and work seriously and rigorously, very much in line with Su Hao's requirements. Su Hao knew that even though he was very skilled, it was impossible for him to do everything himself on his own. When Fatty Dong and Song Hang grow up, they themselves will be able to have a free and easy time. These two people lived up to their expectations and grew quickly under Su Hao's cultivation, and the application software department, stimulated by Su Hao's double salary, was busy with software development work every day. Of course this week, Su Hao and Shin Yufa stayed in the same bedroom and gradually got used to it. Su Hao also finally realized that a woman's bath is really an hour up, so every day he took a bath first. By observing Su Hao, Shin Yufa also realized that what rose as usual every morning was not only the sun, but also Su Hao's blanket quilt. At first, Shin Yufa was a little embarrassed. Then she got used to it. It was said to be a symbol of a man's masculinity. She didn't know if it was true or not. That day Su Hao came to Hongsheng Group, and the company's employees were all red-faced, because today is the 10th payday. Ding dong. When Su Hao looked at his phone, Ning Yusen sent a message. Stinky brother, come by the finance department sometime. Okay. Su Hao had first busy himself with departmental matters, and only went to the finance department at 10 o'clock. There were a total of a dozen employees in the finance department, and most of them were female, and when he walked into the finance department, all of these female employees respectfully stood up to greet him, and one of them exuded admiration. "Hello, Mr. Su." "Hello, Superintendent Su." Su Hao nodded at them and asked, "Where is Director Ning?" "She's in her office." "Yes." Su Hao went directly to Ning Yusin's office, only to see that Ning Yusin was sitting at the table dealing with a few documents. Her beautiful eyes lit up when she saw Su Hao come in. "Yeah, Stinky brother, you're here. Have a seat." "Sister Xin. Looking for me?" Su Hao walked to the table and sat down, picking up a cup of coffee on the table and drinking it. "Oops, Stinky brother, that's what I drank. Yuck." Ning Yusin gave him a flirtatious blank look. "It's fine. I don't mind Sister Xin's saliva. I'm busy these days. I haven't had any water in the morning." Su Hao said cheekily. "Fuck you. I heard about that. And you've been working overtime lately? Well, it can't be helped. There's too much going on right now. Ha ha, you know what I came in here to see you about? What is it?" "Of course it's good." Only to see Ning Yusin take out a document and hand it to him. Su Hao took over a look. "This is a Yenbei introduction of high-end talent, about personal income tax preferential policy notice. Sister Xin, what does this mean?" "Our Yenbei for the introduction of high-end talent, but there is a personal tax incentives, your salary this month, plus subsidies, plus bonuses. The total amount is a full more than 50 million it." "Well, it seems like it." Su Hao nodded. He had learned about his technical director's salary, which was more than $3.6 million per year, translating into a monthly salary of almost $300,000, and he pulled in $1 billion in advertising with a $50 million sales commission. When you do that math, it does add up to a huge amount for this month's paycheck. Then do you know how much tax you have to pay according to the current personal tax policy for salaries in Yenbei? Ning Yusin reminded with a smile. Su Hao thought about it. It seems that the high salary, the tax rate is 45%. So the calculation, he is not to pay half of the tax, that more than 50 million is not. He was so startled by this math that he had forgotten about it himself. "Ha ha, so what? I've applied for you for high-end talents, a 50% discount on salary tax, and a tax-free bonus offer, so that you still have more than 50 million in hand." Ning Yusin winked at him. Really? Sister Xin, you're so nice." Su Hao was a bit excited. He was still in a meaty pain just now. "Stinky brother, is sister treating you well?" Ning Yusin said arrogantly. Chapter 72, a small goal of making $100 million. This time Su Hao was really touched, which saved a large amount of tax. "Sister Xin, you're so good to me, so how can you repay your sister for all the good I've done for you?" Ning Yusin said and came forward, winking in front of Su Hao. "How can I repay you?" Su Hao's eyelids jumped. "What do you mean? What do you want to do by bringing it over? Do you want me to give myself up? Sister Xin, how do you think I can repay you?" "Well, let's see," Ning Yusin said as she raised her hand, putting her index finger into her mouth suddenly. "Ha?" Su Hao directly confused. "This is naked, the test of their own na. They are afraid to be on fire again." "Stinky brother, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do." Ning Yusin blinked her beautiful eyes and exhaled like an orchid. "Yeah, no problem." Su Hao agreed with alacrity. "This is the application for the introduction of talent. You sign on it on the line. In the afternoon the salary should be able to arrive in the account. You're about to become a big money. Go out for a drink in the evening?" Ning Yusin took the initiative to invite. Sister Xin, I'm afraid it won't be possible for the next few days. The development is at a critical time right now." What Su Hao said was true. "Well then, I know you're busy, so I'll talk to you later." Ning Yusin nodded, but there was a small disappointment in her eyes. Su Hao was a little exuberant in spirit when he left the finance department. After all, he was going to be paid in the afternoon, which was a lot of money, and until then, he had never thought he would be so rich one day. Finally, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Hao received a text message from the bank that more than $50 million had arrived. He looked at the numbers on it and counted them several times. Fantastic! Su Hao snapped his fingers happily. He immediately opened his mobile banking and logged into his account, then checked his balance, and it was correct. And the mobile banking received a message that turned out to be an automatic upgrade to the bank's Super VIP customer due to the size of the funds. Many of the features for Super VIP customers have been enhanced, such as transfer limits, for example, exclusive wealth management channels. The first thing he did, though, was to open up the transfer and select his mom's bank account. Before this, he often gave money to his families, and now that he had money, the first thing he did was of course to honor his parents. Su Hao immediately entered 1 million in the transfer amount. He originally wanted to transfer 5 million, but thought of transferring so much at once, and then freaking out his mom and dad, so he decided to transfer $1 million to his mom first, and then more money later on, and it was easier for them to accept it. Otherwise, if you turn too much at once, mom and dad will definitely rush to Yanbei in a hurry to arrest yourself, thinking that you have done something illegal and disorderly. Super VIP customers are processed quickly. Swipe your face, verify your SMS, and $1 million is quickly transferred to your mom. In less than a minute, Su Hao's cell phone immediately rang, and sure enough, it was mom who called. Hey, mom, brat, let me ask you something. Was it you who transferred $1 million to mom just now? Mom, on the phone, sounded serious. Su Hao laughed. Yeah mom, you got it? What? It's really you who paid me? It's not a scam text? Mom was shocked. Mom, I'm the one who transferred it to you, not a scam text. Su Hao cried and laughed. His mom was quite vigilant. Brat, where did you get so much money? Mom, I didn't tell you the other day. I got promoted. Now I'm the executive director, with an annual salary of over $3 million. Su Hao had mentioned this to his parents a long time ago. $3 million a year. But didn't you just get promoted? You quickly and honestly explain, or your father and I will kill you right away. Mom sounded serious. Ahem. Mom, I forgot to tell you. I negotiated a few advertisements. There is a commission on the advertisement fee, you know? I made a few $1 million in sales commission. Su Hao hurriedly explained. Sales commission? That much? You can mom. Your dad is on the sidelines. Just then, Dad's voice came back on the phone. Brat, you're not going to do anything against your conscience, are you? Make so much money at once. Dad, see what you're saying. I'm a college student. I'm legally aware. How could I possibly do something illegal? You guys can rest assured. This is my proper labor earnings, Su Hao said seriously. Brat, I'm relieved when you say that. Dad was relieved. At this time Mom grabbed the phone again and said, Aha! This money Mom and Dad can't use. You keep it to buy a house in Yanbei, so you can find a girlfriend. Mom, there's no rush to find a girlfriend, and I'll be earning money later on, so don't worry. I'll give you a hit of money to spend as you need to. Don't save any money, Su Hao admonished. Mom replied back, the family doesn't have much to spend. Right Mom? How did Ying do on the college entrance exam? What major do you want to apply for? Su Hao's younger sister, Su Ying, had just finished the college entrance exam a few days ago. Who knows? This niece doesn't tell us anything. She goes out every day with her classmates these days. Mom couldn't help but spit. Ha ha, she's like that at her age. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. After a few more words with his dad and mom, he hung up the phone. Su Hao sat down and thought about it. So much money. According to the first thing should be to buy a house. After all, the house car is a man's standard, a symbol of identity. However, he feels that at present he has the ability and should use his money to make money, which is the first element. Ding! System mission released. Within a month's time, earn $100 million and accomplish a small goal. Quest reward, 1,000 evolution points. Su Hao's eyes lit up. There was another system mission. Only this mission was a bit tawdry. Letting a month earn 100 million. These days, he used $100,000 in the stock market to test his nose for the stock market, and he had a good track record, averaging about 6% per day. For speculation, that's an excellent report card. After all, for many bond fund managers, the return on their investments is just 5% a year. Su Hao calculated. He is now tens of millions of dollars of capital. If according to the daily compound interest of 5 points to calculate, a month's time to earn 100 million is able to do. But he shook his head. Because speculation is too time consuming. You have to have a lot of time to watch and stare at the market to pick stocks. Short time, high ROI financial products. Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he had an idea in his heart. Speculating on foreign exchange is a good choice. One is the foreign exchange trading. Daily up and down without any limit. You can do short, can also do more. Some speculation in foreign exchange Big Brother, and even be able to overnight capital doubled several times. Another is that the foreign exchange market is a 24-hour non-stop market, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. This time period is the European and U.S. market overlap time, so the trading volume is the largest. Trading is also the most intensive. Su Hao is perfectly capable of utilizing this time period for foreign exchange buying and selling transactions. However, there is currently no official foreign exchange trading platform in China. He needs to register a foreign regulated foreign exchange platform before he can do so. He has to prepare in advance. Just then, Su Hao's cell phone received a WeChat. Xing Ufa, you're paid, you're rich, You mustn't invite me to dinner tonight. Chapter 73, How far has it gone? Suhao immediately replied back. Well, of course it has to be a treat, but not tonight. Saturday night, I think. Shin Ufa working overtime again tonight? Suhao, that's right. See how dedicated I am. Shin Ufa, hard work, coffee. Suhao, hey. I'll treat my classmates to dinner on Saturday. Oh, dog head. Shin Ufa, blank stare. Suhao then opened the WeChat group Iron Dog Family. This was none other than his college roommate group, which consisted of 8 people. When he was in college, Suhao and his roommates were on good terms, often soaking in internet cafes, jerking off and playing ball together. However, after graduation, one of them went to develop an East China Sea city, and another left the country, leaving only 6 people in Yanbei. Suhao directly sent a sentence in the group. Does everyone have time this Saturday night? I'll treat everyone to a drink. Niu Xiaojie directly returned in seconds. Our Su Xiao actually took the initiative to bleed? Zhao Wenbin, egg. Of course there is time. I have long wanted to get together a few brothers. Xiu Yunpeng, Su Xiao's treat. How can I not have time to go under the knife? Doghead. Lu Shang, how can something like drinking be without me? Su Hao saw the reply. Okay, when the time comes, everyone bring their girlfriends. Ha. Niu Xiaojie? Su dog, your damn confession succeeded? Luscious, what's the deal? Hao said goodbye to being single. Niu Xiaojie, it must be. I taught him the confession of love the other day. Zhao Wenbin, TSK, Araha was finally getting milk. Xiu Yunpeng, Wenbin, you cannot move the damn car. Too fast. I cannot get on. Su Hao, a burst of sweat. This gang. The girl is chatting and starting to drive. Zhao Wenbin, in terms of racing, can I beat Old Bull? Have you read the novel he wrote on tomato novels? Grass. 186 women. Niu Xiaojie? Luscious, worship it tonight. Niu Xiaojie, Wenbin. Fuck you. My novel results are too bad, but I can recommend you a recent hot novel called Subterranean Dragon. Zhao Wenbin, I've been chasing after it for a long time. Okay? Xiu Yunpeng, metaphysical fiction? So good? Niu Xiaojie, it's so good. And the author is doing 50,000 words a day. Which is awesome. Su Hao was a little surprised. This is not talking about the novel he wrote. He basically takes out half an hour to code these days. Half an hour 50,000 words. For him it is still very easy. If these people knew that Subterranean Dragon was written by themselves, they must all be so shocked that their eyes flew out. LV Sheng, this time, Hao also said goodbye to singles. And parties do not have to eat dog food. Niu Xiaojie, Mr. Su, tell us, how far have you gone with your girlfriend? Cho Wenbin, right. Is it nibbling on each other? Or is it in the breastfeeding stage? Or have you already licked the wire ball? Xiu Yunpeng, grassy, windy in the car. Niu Xiaojie, Wenbin, big faggot. You damn most should come to write novels. Tomato readers love it. Su Hao, that's right. Wenbin is experienced. The LSP of our dormitory. Xiu Yunpeng, that's right. When I was in college, this guy was in the classroom with his girlfriend. Zhao Wenbin, roll you guys damn. You did not promise me. No longer mention this matter? Several people in the group then burst out laughing. Su Hao also grinned, remembering that when he was in school, there was a time when Zhao Wenbin brought his girlfriend to class and sat in the last row of the classroom. And when class ended, Zhao Wenbin's middle finger was white. This matter had always been teased by the brothers, and now when this matter was mentioned, Zhao Wenbin was in a hurry. After chatting in the group for a while again, Su Hao then opened the Tomato Novel Network, and then continued to code and update. After 50,000 words were uploaded, Su Hao found that the novel's comment section was very lively, and his own novel has reached number 1 on the reading list. That's over $1 million a day in manuscripts? He was a little surprised. Even if he was number 1 on the reading list, his daily income couldn't be this much for a manuscript. Su Hao clicked on the list of manuscript fees and found that the daily reading share was about 100,000, and 1 million of it was from gift rewards. Su Hao clicked on the gift reward list and found that the first on the list was a girl with the nickname 36D Little Bully. Look no further. This 36D Little Bully had already accumulated $2 million in rewards. He really was too rich. Now that Su Hao's novel Subterranean Dragon has less than 1 million words, the heat has just fermented and the comment section is already very lively. And he had received quite a few private messages from his fans. The male fans mainly urging him to add more and the female fans mainly teasing him. Su Hao cried and laughed. 50,000 words a day. But also add more? This kind of update speed has long killed the entire network. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the novel million rewards achievement and gaining 600 evolution points. Aha! Another evolution point reward? Suhao was pleasantly surprised and immediately opened the system. Host, Suhao. Brain LV2 possesses the ability, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2 possesses the ability, Extraordinary Sight plus Extraordinary Reading. Ears LV2 possesses the ability, Extraordinary Hearing plus Eavesdrop on the Heart. Both hands LV2 possesses the ability, Hands of Omnipotence plus Hands of Overdrive. Bones LV2 possesses the ability, Platinum Reinforcement. Muscle LV2 possesses the ability, Platinum Reinforcement. Remaining evolution points, 600 points. Next evolutionary site, Liver. Suhao was a bit stunned. What would the liver evolution be capable of? System, turn on evolution. Ding! Congratulations to the host who has successfully completed the liver LV1 evolution. Keep evolving. Ding! Congratulations to the host who has successfully completed the liver LV2 evolution. Suhao immediately checked the evolved ability. Liver LV2 possesses the ability, Super Metabolism plus Super Detoxification. Suhao's eyes lit up. This completely strengthened the functions of the liver, especially the Super Detoxification. System, does this super antidote mean that one is invulnerable to all poisons? Yes, not just poison, but other harmful substances to the body, including alcohol and such. Liquor? Wouldn't that make him or her a 1,000 drinker? Suhao was instantly happy. His own previous crummy drinking ability was simply a cup of wine. Well now, look who's still dunking himself. Very happy at the thought, he turned on his computer and prepared to test the program. A little thirsty, though, he grabbed a bottle of yogurt from the office refrigerator and plugged in the tube. Just then, the landline on his desk suddenly rang. Hey, Director Su, we're experiencing some problems with program development over here. The call came in from the application software department. Yeah, I know, I'm on my way. Suhao hung up the phone, picked up the yogurt and prepared to go upstairs, but because of a shake when he took the yogurt, it squeezed out, and just squeezed on the table. Come back and rub it in. Suhao walked out of the office after saying that. 10 minutes later, Shin Yufa walked into Suhao's office carrying fruits and a box of cakes. Chapter 74, You've got it all wrong, don't you? During this time Suhao has been working overtime to busy the company's software development. Shin Yufa heart grateful. Plus, she had misunderstood Suhao's purchase of Durex the other day, so she bought Suhao some fruits and a box of cake after work today. She just didn't expect that she would come to the office and find that Suhao was not in the office. Should be going upstairs, Shin Yufa guessed. After all, the software department was on the 4th floor. She put the fruits and cakes on the table, then took out the box of strawberries inside and washed them so that Suhao could eat them directly when he came back later. After doing this, she had wanted to leave, but if she left like this, wouldn't this guy Suhao not know who bought these things? Shin Yufa took out her cell phone, then prepared to send a Weibo message to Suhao. Ding dong. I didn't realize that I had just finished posting it when a message beep sounded in the office. Shin Yufa cried and laughed. So it turned out that Suhao's cell phone was placed in front of the computer. She instinctively picked up her phone and slid it gently, realizing that Suhao's phone hadn't set a lock screen password. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes blinked, and suddenly a thought of peeking at her cell phone came into her mind. Ahem, how could one have such a mind? Shameful. She hurriedly put her cell phone back on the table. However, she suddenly thought of the day Suhao and Ning Yusin went out on a date, and wondered what secrets were hidden inside Suhao's cell phone. For example, will there be any intimate photos in the camera or anything like that? For example, there is some kind of ambiguous chatting object inside WeChat or something like that. Shin Yufa also had two villains fighting in her mind. And finally the inquisitive villain won. She picked up her phone and tapped on the gallery first, realizing that there were no pictures of the girls in there at all, but a few landscape pictures. However, she saw that there was a family photo at the end. She clicked on it and saw that Suhao's mom and dad both had very kind and amiable faces. This looks like a good mother-in-law and father-in-law. Shin Yufa thought quietly in her heart. Ahem, why was he thinking about that? Dang it, can't it be that you really want to come to the real thing with Suhao? She saw again that in the photo, there was a girl standing next to Suhao, and the two looked alike. So Suhao has a sister. Shin Yufa was a bit stunned. She was then ready to close the gallery when she realized that there was actually a video inside the gallery. So she clicked on it to check it out. I didn't realize that this video was recorded in the president's office. Ha! Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes opened wide and round. The video was surprisingly recorded after she got drunk that day, and since she was drunk and disconnected that day, she forgot all about it. She was embarrassed as hell to see that she was actually rolling around on the floor. It's over. It's over. My image turned out to have collapsed in front of Suhao long ago. Shin Yufa couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. At that time, Suhao might still be laughing at himself. The point is that at the end of the video, she actually asked Suhao to rub her ass. Shame on you. How could I do that when I was drunk? Shin Yuefei's pretty face directly reddened. Nothing? The video behind this is missing. Shin Yuefei was even more depressed, and didn't know if this guy Su Hao, behind him, had rubbed his ass or not. This asshole didn't touch his ass while he was drinking, did he? But what can you do even if you touch it? This is clearly a request from myself, okay? Shin Yuefei thought to herself, why don't we wait for Su Hao to come back and ask about it? Of course you can't ask. If you ask, then wouldn't Su Hao know that he peeked at his cell phone? As soon as she thought of this, Shin Yuefei became even more depressed. This video that made a fool of herself, she couldn't delete it yet, or else she would be exposed. Shin Yuefei angrily threw her cell phone onto the table. Depressed. Damn it. She slammed the table in anger and suddenly realized she had something sticky on her hand. Shin Yuefei lifted it up to look at the white liquid. She looked down and wondered what had been spilled on Su Hao's desk. This guy, he doesn't know what he's eating, doesn't wipe the table either. Shin Yuefei spat out a sentence and drew a piece of paper to wipe it. It's not right. This wouldn't be Su Hao. That. Right. She suddenly blushed. Asshole. Hooligans. Color Grant. Abominable. Disgusting. Shin Yuefei was so angry that she directly spat Finfon out of her mouth. This asshole even did this kind of thing in the office and dipped her hand. She immediately ran to the bathroom to wash her hands and wipe them with hand sanitizer several times. Good girl. So pretty. Ass as big as the sun. Just as she washed her hands, Su Hao came back humming a little song. When Shin Yuefei heard Su Hao humming, she was so angry that she almost fainted. What filth did this bastard sing? Su Hao pushed open the door and walked into the office, and suddenly froze. Seeing Shin Yuefei, who was staring at herself angrily with her eyes glaring like copper bells. Gah! Su Hao was stunned. What was this? Where did he mess with this ant? Honey, why are you here? Why am I here? I didn't realize until I came here that you were secretly doing such nasty things in your office. Shin Yuefei said through gritted teeth. Ahem. What? What are you babbling about? Su Hao was somewhat speechless. You're still talking tough. I still have your crime scene. Look what's on the table. Shin Yuefei pointed. Scene of the crime? Su Hao walked up and looked. This one. What about this one? He pulled out a paper towel, then wiped the table. And what? Don't you think it's disgusting? Shin Yuefei said in exasperation. Disgusting? It's just a little spilled yogurt. What's disgusting about this? Su Hao was really puzzled. What? Yogurt? Shin Yuefei was suddenly dumbfounded. Su Hao nodded and said. Yeah, I just drank a carton of yogurt and accidentally spilled it. Yogurt? You said what you just wiped off was yogurt? Shin Yuefei was stunned. Or what? Yogurt? Where did that come from? I bought it myself. Su Hao walked to the refrigerator, took out another box from it and said. What for? They still don't allow yogurt in the company? Gah! Shin Yuefei, that embarrassed, depressed to death. She couldn't wait to slap herself a few times. What is going on with her? How could she think of all that mess and filth? It turned out that Su Hao was just spilled yogurt. When Su Hao saw Shin Yuefei's strange expression, he frowned and suddenly his eyes glared. Boss, you don't think this yogurt is? He stammered a little in his tone. Yes, what is it? I just thought the table was unclean and a little dirty. Don't talk nonsense. Shin Yuefei immediately glared at him viciously. Su Hao cried and laughed, but also become their own nonsense. Clearly you are thinking about the wrong. Okay? Chapter 75, My wife has learned to love people. Su Hao stroked his chin and smiled. Really? Then wife, do you want to drink yogurt? He handed Shin Yuefei the box of yogurt in his hand. I don't drink. Honey, you don't like yogurt? Not like that. Su Hao grinned and said. Why don't you like it? Is it because it's pulpy? I just don't like it. Where's the excuse? Shin Yuefei glared. Su Hao secretly laughed. This woman is still embarrassed. You pretend to be noble. Maybe the brain is more dirty than me. Shin Yuefei was a little depressed in her heart. Her head was really a muddle lately. Was she contaminated by her cousin Xia Yuyu? The girl? By the way, wife, what brings you here? Don't you see what's on the table and ask? Su Hao froze and immediately saw the fruit and cake. Is this for me? Nonsense. Is there anyone else here? Shin Yuefei sat down towards the sofa and huffed. Su Hao was a bit confused. What is this Shin chick up to? She even took the initiative to buy fruits and cakes for herself. Is this a change of nature? It must not be. This chick must be up to something. Honey, is there something you ordered? He picked up the washed strawberries, picked up a large one and put it in his mouth. Nothing. Shin Yuefei shook her head. Nothing? You bought me these? Don't hide anything from me. What is it? Say it. Su Hao said bluntly. I'm really not doing anything. Shin Yuefei was a bit speechless. This guy still didn't believe it. Su Hao raised an eyebrow and asked, You bought these for me for nothing? It's not like you're digging some kind of hole for me, right? You're a ball of dung, aren't you? I'll even dig you a hole, if you like. Shin Yufa glared at him and finished taking the strawberries. Suhao hurriedly pressed the strawberry box and laughed. Don't, I love it. Strawberries, bananas, why no pineapple? The guy asked. Pineapple? Why pineapple? Shin Yufa didn't understand. Suhao laughed. Bananas, strawberries, and pineapples, aren't those your 3 favorite fruits? Ha, how did you know? Shin Yufa became even more confused. Her favorite fruits on a regular basis are really these 3. She was thinking of buying pineapple today, but she looked at the fruit store and none of the pineapples were very good, so she didn't buy any. Ahem, of course I know, you told me. Suhao snapped. I told you? When did I tell you that? Why don't I remember? Shin Yufa frowned. If you don't know, you don't know. Keep it a secret. Suhao looked mysterious. Come on, how did you know? Shin Yufa snapped. You really want to know? Say, Suhao said thickly. Well then, it's not because I saw the pattern on your panties before. Aren't they all strawberries, bananas, and pineapples? Shin Yufa had a black face. She didn't think Suhao was relying on this to guess out. Too damn shameful. I told you to forget about it, and you still bring it up, she said through clenched teeth. You had to ask. Suhao shrugged. Ignore you. I'm leaving and going home. Shin Yufa blushed. Ha? Leaving already? Not staying and drinking my yogurt? Plain moose. Suhao laughed badly. Get out. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth in anger. Suhao, with a gloating face, sighed. Come on. The sexually frigid wife has also learned to love people. It's not easy, and there's cake to eat. Happiness. Shin Yufa returned home. Still sulking, she threw the bag in her hand and then went to take a shower, favoring it with a fall. Finally walked out through the pain. Ha, cousin, you're back. Xia Yuyi little ninny walked in wearing a nightgown. You don't crap. I don't come back. Do you see that it's a ghost? Shin Yufa glared at her. Xia Yuyu was a little confused. What's wrong with her cousin today? She's so grumpy. Isn't her period over? Shin Yufa saw her cousin holding a document in her hand and asked, You have something? It's fine. Alas, my sister-in-law is in a bad mood and no one talks to me, so I'm not coming to you. Xia Yuyu bristled. Sis-in-law in a bad mood? What's wrong? Shin Yufa's eyebrows furrowed. Xia Yuyu said, These days I have been accompanying my sister-in-law to the film company. My sister-in-law recommended her script to the film company, but it has not been smooth. Shin Yufa was aware of this. Her sister-in-law Chao Yishuan had written the script herself, so she recommended it to the film company in the hope of getting the movie investment money. But the investment money of the movie and TV companies is not so easy to get, not to mention that some of the movie and TV companies have their own contracted directors. And Chao Yishuan is a newcomer to this business, and does not have any resources connections, so repeated frustration that cannot be helped. Hongsheng Group is an internet company, and its partners are all related companies, and there are no film and television companies, so Shin Yufa can't help much. Is that a movie script you're holding? Shin Yufa asked. Well, cousin, why don't you read the script sometime and give some suggestions? Shao handed it to her. Shin Yufa took the script and smiled bitterly. I'm okay with reading business reports, but this, I'm not good at. Geez, just look around. Xia Yuyu said and climbed onto the bed. Hey, what are you doing in my bed? You ninny? Shin Yufa cried and laughed. Ha ha, cousin, it's been a long time since we've whispered in bed. Why don't we sleep together tonight? Xia Yuyu took the initiative to propose. Sleep together? Stop it. Where does your brother-in-law sleep? Shin Yufa shook her head. Let brother-in-law sleep between us. Xia Yuyu said boldly. Shin Yufa directly speechless nodded Xia Yuyu's head and snapped. Are you a ninny stupid? Alas. I'm not kidding. Right cousin. Recently how brother-in-law has been working overtime and not come back to cook. We have eaten takeout for a few days in a row. Xia Yuyu couldn't help but spit. He's been busy with the company lately, so I'll find an aunt to cook for the next couple days. Shin Yufa explained. Cousin, you're the president of the company. Letting your husband work hard overtime every day. You're too inhumane. Brother-in-law still has to plow the land after work. How tiring. Xia Yuyu joked. Plowing? Plowing what? Shin Yufa was stunned. Xia Yuyu squeezed her eyes. Of course it's you. The fertile land. Yo-yo, you damned ninny. All those filthy thoughts of mine. It's true that you infected me with them. Shin Yufa was speechless for a while. Cousin, what have you defiled again? Tell me about it. Xia Yuyu instantly became interested. Shin Yufa hummed. I'm not going to tell you. Humph. Cousin, now that you're a wife, you're starting to disconnect from me, and you're not telling me any secrets. Xia Yuyu had a sultry look on her face. Chapter 76, You and your brother-in-law are a perfect couple. Xia Yuyu clasped her hands in front of her chest, her mouth puckered up in a haughty and angry manner. Okay, I'll tell you. Shin Yufa got on the bed and sat next to her, then told about the misunderstanding of Su Hao in the office today. But, ha. When Xia Yuyu found out, she laughed her ass off. You ninny, still laughing. Cousin, you're too funny. You can't even tell yogurt from creepy crawlies. Xia Yuyu laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Crawl? Shin Yufa was amused by the description. That's not right, cousin. You plow the land with your brother-in-law every day, so by all rights you should be familiar with it. How come you don't know about it? Xia Yuyu's soulful eyes turned, somewhat puzzled. Shin Yufa was a bit speechless. Familiar? She and Su Hao didn't really plow the land. I'm familiar with what? I don't follow this. It wasn't like Shin Yufa could say it outright. Gee, cousin, haven't you ever tasted it? Xia Yuyu said thievishly. Tasted? Yuck. What are you ninny babbling about? What would I do with tasting that? How disgusting. Shin Yufa looked resistant. Didn't brother-in-law mention this to you? Xia Yuyu came over with a sneaky smile. Him? He dares. I'll waste him. Shin Yufa immediately glared. Fortunately there was no beard. Otherwise she would have to blow her beard. Xia Yuyu shook her head and said, Cousin, look at your reaction. This is not normal for couples. What? That's normal? Shin Yufa was stunned. Xia Yuyu asked. Yeah, normal. Cousin, haven't you seen those few videos I put down for you in the tablet? What am I looking at that for? I deleted it all. Shin Yufa rolled her eyes. Cousin, you deleted it? Xia Yuyu looked depressed, still thinking that she had time to look at it. Shin Yufa snapped. Nonsense. I'm not deleting it. What's the point of keeping this? Cousin, you don't know that's the fine version I've kept for you. Those are the ones I've been saving for a long time, with action, subtitles, and plot. TSK. Xia Yuyu sighed with a sigh. Shin Yufa was speechless for a while and said, Yo, you ninny, really full of dirty thoughts. I think you are more than Su Hao overdoing it. Su Hao, this guy read it and asked me for the download URL. But, so my brother-in-law is so slutty. Natsuyo giggled. You're still laughing. I'm telling you, in the future, don't tell me those filthy thoughts of yours. They're polluting me, okay? Shin Yufa glared. Xia Yuyu immediately said seriously. Cousin, this you don't understand, right? That video can be used to cheer used to let you learn able to enrich you and brother-in-law's love life it. Can it be rich? What a mess. Shin Yufa was sort of convinced. Could it really be rich? Alas, this time it's over. The download site for those videos may have long been blocked, and I don't know if I can open it. Out of print. Xia Yuyu couldn't help but sigh when she thought of this. Shin Yufa immediately nudged her head and said, Still Jiejezi, you girl can't learn something good? You're studying abroad. You won't be playing every day. Cousin, you're misunderstanding me. I studied abroad but I worked very hard. I didn't even fall in love, okay? I've already gotten a grade in piano. Xia Yuyu said seriously. Yes? Shin Yufa was a bit surprised. Of course, I'm very good at dancing too, and I've recently taken pole dancing and belly dancing. Why don't I show you? Xia Yuyu's big eyes blinked. Come on, that belly of yours, it's all round. Shin Yufa puffed and laughed. Good cousin, you laugh at me. I'm not just eating a little too much at night. Come on, let me see cousin your belly. Xia Yuyu pounced. Fuck you, you tickled me. So the two sister ninjas fought. After a bit of a fight, both ninjas gasped in exhaustion and lay down on the bed to look at the ceiling. Yo, what do you call love? Shin Yufa suddenly asked. It was a question that had been bothering her lately. Xia Yuyu froze and said, What is love? Cousin, why are you asking such a childish question? Don't you and your brother-in-law do it every day? No decent behavior. Speak properly. Shin Yufa fainted. What's the matter, cousin? Aren't you and your brother-in-law in love? The man and the woman. The divine couple. Xia Yuyu praised. Put, and a divine couple. Shin Yufa couldn't help but laugh. Cousin, you didn't have a fight with your brother-in-law, did you? No. Then why are you asking? Or did your brother-in-law cheat on you? Nonsense. Xia Yuyu's eyelids jumped and said, It can't be that you have a new love, cousin, and you want to put a green hat on your brother-in-law, right? What are you babbling about? Am I that kind of person? I love someone and I'm sure to be faithful. Shin Yufa said with a serious face. Since there is no problem with your two feelings, is it hard to be that the two of you are not harmonious in that aspect of your life? Xia Yuyu continued to speculate. I'm really convinced. Yo, go to bed. You've got a belly full of sewage. Shun Ufa was directly speechless. Ha ha, cousin. Still embarrassed. Can't it be that I guessed right? They are all young people. Tell me, what is there? Natsuyo giggled. Fuck you. I'm going to bed. Snappy. Shin Ufa doesn't want to talk anymore. Just at this time, the sound of a car rang out from the villa yard. It was Suhao who had returned. Yay! My brother-in-law is back. I really should get back to my house. You should do your homework with your brother-in-law later. Xia Yuyu grinned and jumped out of bed. Shin Ufa rolled on the bed in shame and indignation. Not long after, Suhao pushed the door and walked in. Just in time to see the scene. Donkey punch? The guy mumbled. Shin Ufa immediately stopped rolling over and grunted. You're the one who's a donkey. Ha ha, wife. You're still up so late. It's almost 11 o'clock. Are you waiting to be served? Suhao joked cheekily. Play aside. I was just about to go to bed. Shin Ufa pulled the blanket quilt upwards. After all, there was no bra on her. Well then, go to sleep. Suhao walked to the desk and sat down. Just as Shin Ufa was about to go to sleep, she suddenly smelled a meat skewer aroma. Kebabs? She looked up, only to see that Suhao had unexpectedly brought back a bag of barbecue. On the way back, I happened to pass by the kebab stand, so I bought a little bit of it, just in time for a late-night snack. TSK, it smells so good. Do you want some, wife? Suhao asked with a raised eyebrow and squeezed his eyes. I'm not eating that. It's so late in the day. Shin Ufa hummed. Not eating? Then I'll enjoy it myself. Suhao picked up a skewer and ate it with relish. Goo. Shin Ufa didn't want to eat, but her own stomach growled indisputably. Chapter 77, You and your brother-in-law are stealing kebabs. Ki Suhao was still sighing as he ate. Yoo-hoo! This lamb kebab sprinkled with chili is just delicious. This wing would be nice if it were a little more tender on the grill. This stickleback tastes good. Shin Ufa couldn't stand it some more. Her stomach growled indisputably. She was really hungry. So the covers were wrapped around him and he sat up. It's all your fault. Just eat. What are you chanting about? It's making me hungry. Give me a few skewers. Shin Ufa ranted. Suhao almost burst out laughing, stifled his laughter, took over a few skewers of lamb and said, Ha ha, I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. After all, who can resist the temptation of kebabs? Shin Ufa took the lamb skewer and ate it in small bites. It really does get better the more you eat it. One string, another string, another string. Soon Shin Ufa's mouth was also full of oil from eating. Ahem, it's a little spicy. Shin Ufa eats very little spicy food on weekdays, but spicy things like this, right? Once you eat and cannot stop, the more you eat, the more you want to eat. Almost forgot. Suhao slapped his head, then took his backpack out and pulled a cup of milk tea out of it. I stopped by to get you a milk tea while I was buying kebabs, Suhao said, handing it to her. Buy me a milk tea? Shin Ufa received it with some consternation. In fact, she usually did not like drinking milk tea. Well, you buy me fruit to eat, I'll buy you milk tea to drink. Well, your husband, I also know how to love people. Suhao grinned. Hearing Suhao say this, Shin Ufa was embarrassed to refuse again, so she tried to drink it. Give me a couple more wings. That cilantro wrap too, and the veggie skewers, Shin Ufa said as she drank. Suhao some sweat. Women, our mouth is not the heart. Just said not eat. Now well, appetite. It wasn't long before the kebabs were swept away. Shin Ufa lay down with some satisfaction and said, Aya, if I gain weight tomorrow, I'll rely on you. Obviously I couldn't resist eating it myself. Suhao cried and laughed. Suhao then went to take a shower, and when he got out, he found that Shin Ufa had already huffed and puffed. This woman, she really can eat and sleep. Suhao walked to the desk and prepared to read for a while longer. Since he had an evolutionary system, he had a lot of energy, so he slept a little later. What's this? Suhao saw a printed document sitting on top of the desk. The script for the movie Starstruck? He picked it up and looked at it. It was a movie script with Xiao Yishuan's signature underneath. Suhao looked curious and finished the entire script in no time. But this MS. Joe, that's the level? He couldn't help but sigh that a lot of the drama in this was just too raw. The plot of this movie script is about the hero who discards the woman he loves the most in order to become a star and finally comes to his senses. It's just that Xiao Yishuan's control over the plot isn't as pure as it should be, so the plot doesn't connect well. And for the emotional line between the hero and heroine, it's not very touching. So the whole script, it's kind of mediocre. Suhao's eyes lit up with a sudden flash of inspiration. Then he picked up a pen and revised it on the script. The title of the movie, Starstruck, is too cheesy. Change it to Back to 18. He directly changed the whole story to the main line. The male protagonist was reborn at 18 years old. then evaluates the memory of his previous life, quickly grows up to be a big star, and then is smothered by fame and fortune, and finally realizes who is the one who really loves him. Suhao completely used the net article mode, so as to make the main line sensible and reasonable, and also to bring a kind of rebirth of the golden finger of coolness. After he finished revising the script, he threw it on top of his desk and read for a while before taking a break. The next day, Suhao woke up early and went to the office. Shin Yufa was in the middle of washing up when Xiaoyu Yuni ran in again. Cousin, did you plow last night? Go go go. Do you have any business? Xiaoyu gloated with a smile and said, I'm not concerned about you. What's this? She saw inside the trash can, the leftover kebabs. Ha, it's kebabs. Dang. Okay cousin, you and your brother-in-law stole kebabs last night. Xiaoyu was shocked. Shin Yufa washed her face and walked out, saying, Suhao came back and bought it on the way. Then you don't call me. You're eating alone. Xiaoyu hummed. We both don't have enough to eat. Why did I call you? If you want to eat, go make a boyfriend and let him buy it for you. Shin Yufa laughed and flirted. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, Good cousin. You are showing off that you have a man again. Don't forget that Suhao is my brother-in-law and I am his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? So what? Shin Yufa was stunned. Don't people say that a sister-in-law's ass is half as big as her brother-in-law's? Xiaoyu was all smiles. You dead ninny. You're getting more and more out of line. Don't talk nonsense. Shin Yufa glared at her. It was fortunate that Suhao didn't hear this, or else this guy wouldn't know what evil thoughts he had. Ha ha, cousin, don't get me wrong. What I mean is that it's only right for my brother-in-law to love his sister-in-law. I can also ask my brother-in-law to buy me kebabs. Not only kebabs, but 10 kebab sausages as well. Xiaoyu said arrogantly. You foodie. Thinking about grilled sausages in the morning. You're a pig. Just then, the bedroom door opened again and Xiao Yishuan walked in. Auntie, I'm not a pig. Xiaoyu bristled. Yo, you unlucky girl. Where did you take my script yesterday? The script? I showed it to my cousin. It's on the desk. Xiaoyu swept a glance. Xiao Yishuan walked over and picked up the script, saying, I have to ponder over it some more. Little Fei, did you revise this for me? She suddenly saw that much of the script had been changed a bit, and the original text was labeled next to it. Modifications? I didn't modify it. Shin Yufa walked over with some doubts. Look at this script. It's clearly marked for me to revise. Xiao Yishuan pointed up. Shin Yufa took a look at it really, and immediately thought about it for a moment. And last night she put the script on top of the desk. Every night Suhao had the habit of reading and studying, so this must have been modified by Suhao. Auntie, it might have been modified by Suhao. I'll say sorry to you on his behalf. Shin Yufa was a little embarrassed. Apologize? Why apologize? I see the change is quite interesting. This is really changed by Suhao. Xiao Yishuan was in a bit of disbelief. Yes, there's no one else but him. Shin Yufa nodded. He's given me quite a few revisions, and they look quite interesting to me, so I'll go back to the house and take a good look at them. Xiao Yishuan went back to her room with an excited look on her face. Auntie is so happy? It seems like brother-in-law should be well modified. Xiaoyu guessed. Shin Yufa was in a bit of a trance. This guy, Suhao, was really getting more and more divine. How did he understand everything? Chapter 78, Who Made Her Naturally Beautiful. As soon as Saturday rolled around, Xiao Yishuan and Xiaoyu flew to Dongyang Film and TV City, supposedly to meet a female investor. Suhao and Shin Yufa both slept for the first time. At noon, Suhao made a few home-cooked dishes, and Shin Yufa finally had a beautiful meal. Old boss, you have to dress nicely for dinner with my classmates tonight. This is the time to give me face. Suhao smiled and said to Shin Yufa, Look at you like that. Shin Yufa gave him a blank look. After the meal, Suhao went to his room first and changed into the casual Armani shirt, which was very handsome. At this time, Shin Yufa came to the bedroom, then pulled open her closet. In fact, the most clothes she had were work clothes, not really much in the lifestyle category. She found a dress and asked, How about this one? I don't know if it looks good if you show me like this. Why don't you change and let me see? Suhao saw the flower dress and was a little moved. Okay then, you go out first. Shin Yufa was in a good mood after eating a gourmet meal. As the saying goes, eat people's mouths, take people's hands. Suhao made her a big meal. She always had to cooperate. Not to mention that this was something she had promised Suhao a long time ago. Good. Suhao came outside the bedroom and waited for a while. Soon Shin Yufa changed and shouted. Suhao walked in and all of a sudden his eyes went straight. This crushed flower skirt is really too beautiful, especially the Shin Yufa's delicate body set off extremely beautiful, especially a pair of white and slender big white legs, really makes people salivate. coupled with the fact that Shin Yufa didn't comb her hair at the moment, her long hair flowed, and she had a kind of neighborly innocent girl style. Hey, what are you staring at my legs for? I told you to look at the dress. Shin Yufa glared at him. Well, the dress is pretty, let's get a different set though. Su Hao thought about it. If they're pretty, why do you need a different set? Shin Yufa was a bit puzzled. Your legs are so eye-catching. I don't think I want those animals staring at them. Su Hao shook his head. Even though Shin Yufa is not his real wife, but men are selfish, especially when it comes to women. This kind of beauty that they can appreciate. Their friends or even. Shin Yufa was stunned, and for some reason, when she heard Su Hao say this, there was a trace of joy in her heart. Alright then, you go out and I'll get another set, she said crisply. Just then, Su Hao raised his cell phone and suddenly took a picture of Shin Yufa. Ouch! What are you doing? Shin Yufa froze. Such a beautiful dress. I'll take a picture of you. I'm so good at taking pictures. It's a shame I don't take pictures. Su Hao snapped. I didn't ask you to shoot. Shin Yufa hummed. Su Hao grinned. Hey, I'm not a good comparison. Soon Shin Yufa changed into a casual suit and suit pants again, having a fashionista style. Gee, I can kind of see how a good base makes you look pretty in anything. Su Hao somewhat sighed. This set of fashion style could really perfectly crush those female stars of fashion magazines. So that's the set? Let's forget it. I think this set is too delicate. I'm afraid those classmates' girlfriends will feel inferior if they see it. Su Hao said again. I'll get another set then. Shin Yufa was patient. The key woman changing clothes was originally an interest to enjoy. Yes. Su Hao raised his cell phone and took the usual shot. Shin Yufa didn't object. And in a short while she changed into a pair of slim jeans, a white button-down shirt on top, and a pair of white high heels under her feet, which showed off the perfect body proportion of the whole person. Fine. Su Hao was very satisfied. This is the kind of outfit that makes guys look and feel good. 1 doesn't show her legs, 2 doesn't show her waist. Such girls make boys feel safe, pure and simple. The key is innocence and simplicity while still bringing out all the curves in the front and back. The corners of Shin Yufa's mouth rose as she asked. So this is the set? Aha, that's the set. Su Hao still chose this conservative set. Okay then, I'll fix my hair. Shin Yufa came to the dresser. TSK, old boss. These jeans are really nice. Look, these slim legs. Su Hao complimented and couldn't wait to touch it and try his hand. Shin Yufa was a bit speechless when she saw his eyes and snapped. I'll be a long time. You go out and wait first. That's fine. Su Hao nodded. He knew that women's makeup could be troublesome. An hour later, Shin Yufa finally came downstairs, and although she had only put on light makeup, her face value had already exploded. Su Hao sighed darkly. What pouring the country into the city, closing the moon, sinking fish and falling geese, used to describe Shin Xiaoliu's face value. It was not excessive at all. This woman is called the 4 great beauties of the capital city is not excessive at all. Who let her natural beauty, national color, TSK, wife, with your face? When my classmates see you, they'll all be on their knees. Su Hao said proudly. Shin Yufa said, don't be a stinker. Let's go. Go. Su Hao came outside and gently pressed the remote control, and the Lamborghini scissor doors rose. The 2 people got into the car, and Su Hao quickly started the car. Honey, when you get to the hotel and meet your classmates, you should know what to do, right? Su Hao said with a smile. Knowing that, in your honor, sufficiently gives you a rise. Shin Yufa didn't have the good sense to say. Ha, thanks a lot then. Su Hao was very happy. In the several parties before this, those few don't always laugh at themselves as single dogs. This time let them see. The girlfriend that lousy found. Brighten your dog eyes. At this moment inside the Four Seasons Blossom box of the Dongyue Hotel, several of Niu Xiaojie's men and their respective girlfriends had already arrived. Although during the university, they all studied programming, but after graduation, only Su Hao and Niu Xiaojie were engaged in the programmer industry. Zhao Wenbin family is good, is a Yanbei local, after graduation into his father's company, mixed in the business circle. So this guy is the most sociable of the few. And again this guy is a PUA with a naturally good-looking girlfriend. Jingle Wang. Next is Chiu Yunpeng, who graduated with a small business and is doing well, while her girlfriend Miao Tongtong is a HR in the workplace, a serious urban white-collar worker. LV Shang and his girlfriend, Zhang Yan, both of whom are dedicated office workers, also just made a down payment on a house not long ago. And Niu Xiaojie, this guy looks a little fat. Girlfriend called He Shan, and he is the same, slightly chubby, working in the beauty hall. The 2 are fat, but both have no bad intentions. Very loving. Since they had already met several times, Their respective girlfriends were already familiar with each other. Several women arrived at the box and chattered endlessly. Zhao Wenbin held a cigarette in his hand and asked, Lao Nyo, you the hell tell us, is Ahao mixed up? Why else would he invite us to eat at the Danyue Hotel? Chapter 79, A Smile Back Gives 100 Charms. Yes, old ox, tell us quickly what great fortune Ahao has made. Xiao Yunpeng pulled out the packet of huazi from Zhao Wenbin's pocket and nonchalantly gave himself one. Zhao Wenbin grinned when he saw this action and spat a smoke ring at Xiao Yunpeng. Niu Xiaojie laughed. Since you guys want to know so much, I'll reveal to you that our Su Xiao has now been promoted and given a raise, and has already reached the position of executive director. Executive director? Zhao Wenbin and Xiao Yunpeng, Lu Sheng and a few others were all surprised. Promoted 3 times in a row. People are now proper corporate executives. Niu Xiaojie looked envious. Before this, Su Hao and Niu Xiaojie talked about this on WeChat, so he was aware of it. Executive director? According to Yanbei City's salary system, it should have to be over $1 million a year. Xiao Yunpeng's girlfriend, Miao Tongtong, couldn't help but sigh when she heard that she was in HR and knew a lot about salaries. $1 million a year. Gee, that's what successful people do. Zhao Wenbin smiled and praised. Come on Wenbin, who doesn't know that your family's business's water flow are several million? Our brothers, only you are the richest. Lu Shang immediately said. Yeah, look at Wenbin being too zippy. Now he's smoking all the wawas. Xiao Yunpeng held that cigarette in his mouth and flipped the lighter on Zhao Wenbin. Of course I'm zippy. You can tell this by looking at my wife. Zhao Wenbin squeezed his eyes arrogantly. At this time a few people looked towards Wang Jinglei. TSK, it was really white and moisturized. Zhao Wenbin, you mouth. I see you owe it all again. Wang Jinglei swished and blushed. Sister-in-law, you have to clean up Wenbin's mouth. You must do it at night. Xiao Yunpeng snapped. Since Zhao Wenbin was the oldest, they all addressed his girlfriend Wang Jinglei as sister-in-law. Put. Miao Tongtong took a sip of tea and sprayed it right out. Ha ha. A room full of people couldn't help but laugh. Niu Xiaojie He Shan's girlfriend spat. Jinglei, you men are too damaged and full of filth. Yeah, why don't you call it a stinky man? Wang Jinglei gritted her teeth. LOL. Zhang Yan's shy personality laughed. Miao Tongtong laughed. When Su Hao and his girlfriend arrive in a while, you guys have the ability to flirt with the young couple. Yeah, you guys are going to have to flirt tonight. I remember how you guys were flirting with me. Wang Jinglei remembered the first time Zhao Wenbin took her to dinner with Su Hao, her roommates. At that time, this guy Su Hao made the most fun, flirting with the idea of letting the two of them, Zhao Wenbin and Wang Jinglei, eat bananas. Zhao Wenbin slapped his thighs and said, Right. This time it's finally my turn to take revenge. But wife, I'm a man. I can't pull my face. I have to rely on you guys. That's right, sister-in-law. Tong, you're both girls. Let go and straighten them out. Xiao Yunpeng said approvingly. You guys are yelling so much, just in case someone else's Su Hao's girlfriend doesn't like jokes. Hozan gave a word of caution. That's right, and don't make too much of it. Zhang Yan nodded. Making too much noise? You forget the first time I took you to dinner with them. These guys made me do 100 push-ups on you. Lu Sheng got up to speed on this one. Zhao Wenbin laughed. That's right. I think it's this guy Su Hao who takes the lead in teasing us every time. Niu Xiaojie mouth corner twitching. Hand while picking up the phone. Said people why every time to tease you, but not because you every time to laugh at people or single dog. I say old cow. You still read novels. Lushing saw it. Y'all haven't updated Subterranean yet today. I wonder what's going on. Niu Xiaojie spat a word. I've also started catching up on updates to Subterranean. It's just so good. Lu Sheng praised. That's for sure. This novel is not only liked by boys, but also has a large number of female fans. Niu Xiaojie nodded. Miao Tongtong said, You're talking about Subterranean Dragon. Everyone in our office is chasing it too. It's so good. Especially the relationship line between the main character and the female lead. It's really abusive and anticipated. It's really that good. Ha? What site is it on? I'll check it out too. Wang Jinglei also came to be interested. Tomato Fiction Network. Miao Tongtong replied. Zhao Wenbin immediately said, Wife, you'd better not download it. All those flirty words of mine, moving around and racing cars, I learned from tomato novel readers. Yes, tomato readers are pretty good at driving and forcing their way into the car, and the comments section is better than the novel. Niu Xiaojie, as the author, still has a say. Just then, the door of the box suddenly opened and Su Hao and Xin Yuefei walked in, only to see Xin Yuefei holding Su Hao's arm. The two of them were very much in love. Whoa! Seeing Su Hao walk in, the brothers all screamed in unison. Hiss! The next moment, They all sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw Shin Yufa. In Suhao has not yet come before. The brothers are in the heart of a certain speculation. Suhao's girlfriend looks like this and so on. After all, Suhao was among the most handsome looking among the few of them. And his girlfriend should definitely be pretty as well. Moreover, when he was in school, Suhao was a face control, which several of their roommates knew. But a few of them never expected that Suhao's girlfriend would be so beautiful. At this time, even the well-presented Wang Jinglei's eyes jumped. And at this moment, she was eclipsed. Miao Tong Tong, being a girl, was all glowing with beautiful eyes and envy. Not to mention Zhang Yan and Hishan, especially Hishan, who had a slightly chubby figure and had an inexplicable feeling of inferiority the moment Shin Yufa appeared. For a moment, those ancient verses burst forth in the hearts of the crowd. Fluttering like a stunning flower, graceful like a swimming dragon, glory to the autumn chrysanthemum, splendor to the spring pine. The hibiscus is not as beautiful as the beauty's makeup, and the wind from the water temple is fragrant with beads and emeralds. Smile back and 100 winks are born. The 6 palaces have no color. Clear water out of hibiscus, naturally unadorned. The peach burns. Suhao saw the stunned expressions of several of their roommates and was proud in his heart. This time it's finally my turn. Oh, ha 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 ha. Damn, brighten up the alloy titanium dog eyes of you few livestock. Shin Yufa also didn't expect such a big reaction from these few people. The corners of her mouth rose and she smiled slightly. This smile was even more charming. Brothers, I'm sorry, there was some traffic on the road and I'm a little late, Suhao explained. How? Don't introduce yourself to me yet, Qiu Yunpeng said with a smile. Yeah, who is this big beauty? Wang Jinglei concurred. Suhao lifted his arm and swept Shin Yufa into his arms, saying arrogantly, as everyone has known for a long time, this is my girlfriend. Hello everyone, I'm Suhao's girlfriend. My name is Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa lightly smiled and waved at everyone. Chapter 80, You're a lucky boy. Zhao Wenbin hurriedly walked up and said, TSK, how? You kid is blessed. Come, there's our young Su, have a seat inside. Qiu Yunpeng pulled out his chair in a hurry. Suhao laughed. Yo, still so polite. What's the point of being polite? That's the main vice. Who's going to pay for it if you don't sit down for a while? Niu Xiaojie flirted. Alright, then. Suhao pulled Shin Yufa's hand and walked over to sit down. Everyone then sat down as well. Wang Jinglei was very eagle-eyed and hurriedly brought over the melon seeds and sugar cubes and put them in front of Shin Yufa. Here, sister, make yourself at home. Thanks. Shin Yufa didn't know what was going on. There was a kind of nervousness, and this atmosphere had the feeling of a newlywed banquet. She is a figure in the business world. The psychological quality is very strong. How many times the business speech is very calm. But I did not expect this simple meal. But let her heart burst it. How? Why don't you introduce everyone to your younger siblings? Zhao Wenbin squeezed his eyes. Suhao nodded, which made him stand up and said, okay, let's do it this way. I'll go by age. Yes. The table nodded approvingly. This is Zhou Wenbin, the boss of our dormitory. Suhao made some introductions. Shin Yufa had an amazing memory and quickly memorized the names of the people. At this time, Zhao Wenbin took out his huazi and pulled out one and handed it to Suhao. What are you handing it to me for? I don't smoke. This is huazi. For me. I wouldn't smoke a cigar if you took one. Suhao waved his hand. Qiu Yunpeng snatched the cigarette case. Hey, you two pay attention. There are several ladies at the table. Don't smoke. It's choking. Jingle Wang knocked on the table. That's right. No more smoking. Too much of this stuff weakens the kidneys. My wife has a problem with it. Zhao Wenbin directly stubbed out his cigarette. Everyone at the table was laughing. Fuck you. Wang Jinglei was a little embarrassed and screwed him. These two are very amusing as they fight and joke around on a regular basis. Qiu Yunpeng teased. Wenbin, it seems that your virility is gone. Turn around and buy a few more boxes of 6-bit D Huang pills to make up for it. And don't even talk about others. You're not very good yourself. Miao Tong Tong spat from the sidelines. But, ha. That one caused the crowd to erupt in laughter. What's it called? Digging a hole and jumping in it yourself. Niu Xiaojie gloated. Qiu Yunpeng looked depressed and said, wife, can we be consistent? Fine. You can start by deleting those beautiful women you follow on Jitterbug. Miao Tong Tong laughed. This was even more amusing. Shin Yufa finally understood why Suhao this guy is a colorful batch. The original in the time of college. Roommates are a bunch of LSP. At this time, Suhao said, why don't we do this? Let's order the dishes first, or else it will delay our drinking for a while. Just what I need. Zhao Wenbin snapped his fingers. Then in came the waitress in charge of the box with the menu. The waitress handed the menu to Wang Jinglei, who put it directly in front of Shin Yufa. Sister, Have some. Ha, why don't you guys order? I've never been able to order. Shin Yufa laughed bitterly. She really wasn't good at ordering food growing up. Suhao smiled and said, why don't we do it this way? Let's each order 2 dishes today so that whoever has their favorite flavor. Okay. Superintendent Su. Generous this time. Zhao Wenbin grinned. Suhao was stunned, and with a glance at Niu Xiaojie, he guessed that this guy must have told them about his promotion. Not long after several people finished ordering, Shin Yufa ordered 2 vegetarian dishes. Suhao directly ordered 2 specialties. Yes sir, that's a total of 20 courses. What kind of drinks would you like please? The waitress asked. Suhao said directly, the women will drink red wine. The waitress hurriedly handed over the drink list. Zhao Wenbin was sitting on the other side of Suhao, and he was still startled when he swept a glance. Just see, the cheapest red wine. Also are from 800 yuan. Worthy of the Dongyue Grand Hotel. In Yanbei, almost no one does not know Dongyue Hotel. That is often frequented by high-class people. Zhao Wenbin and his dad were in business, but had never been to the Dongyue Hotel. This time he saw the price of the drinks and was really shocked. How? It's okay for them women to drink beer. Zhao Wenbin, he was afraid that Suhao would see the price heartache, so he took the initiative to say. Suhao directly shook his head and said, how can that be? It has to be red wine. By the way, waiter, you don't have Romane Conti in this red wine? When Zhao Wenbin's few people heard this, their eyelids jumped. The red wine from the Romane Conti vineyard. That can easily cost $100,000 a bottle. At this moment, everyone marveled that Suhao was truly developed. The waitress froze and said awkwardly, I'm sorry sir, the best red wine we have here is Petrus. Romane Conti is occasionally available, but it's rare. Suhao nodded. Thinking about it, this kind of expensive red wine, before it arrived at the hotel, it might have been taken long ago. For example, Shin Yufa's treasured red wine, that was all given to her by others. Alright then, a bottle of 16-year-old Petrus it is then. Suhao picked this sign. Chateau Petrus, the first of the 8 Grands Crus, produces no more than 30,000 bottles a year, in extremely limited quantities, and is very expensive. TSK, look out, our Su Xiao is generous today. This bottle is $50,000 a bottle, Zhao Wenbin said with a sigh. What? $50,000 a bottle? That expensive? Niu Xiaojie's eyelids fluttered. Hishan murmured in a small voice, how many barbecues must this be? Suhao asked again, so we men drink white? Gee, I don't know what's wrong, but I want some red today. Xiao Yunpeng said quietly, that's a $50,000 bottle of red wine. Who wouldn't want a sip? Me too. Lu Sheng smiled and nodded. So do I. Niu Xiaojie grinned. How could Suhao not know what they were thinking? And directly said, how about this? 2 bottles of Bertus, and 3 bottles of Maotai. Let's have a glass of red for each of us to taste first, and then how about drinking the white? Fine. That's it. Zhao Wenbin clapped his hands. Ha ha, agreed. Xiao Yunpeng gave a thumbs up. Our Su Xiao. Ho ho ho. Niu Xiaojie had a face of worship. Shin Yufa heard Suhao order several bottles on the side, and said that with that amount of alcohol you have, a cup will be poured. Come, young Su, have some tea. Zhao Wenbin picked up the teapot and directly poured tea for Suhao. Shit, I'll just pour it myself. Suhao snatched the teapot. How? Tell us about it. We all heard that you got promoted. Is it true? Xiao Yunpeng asked in a hurry. Suhao laughed. You all know. Well, my current position is director. We know all about that. What we care about is your annual salary. How many W's a year? Zhao Wenbin squeezed his eyes and smiled, twirling his fingers as he spoke. Chapter 81, is this kind of confession okay? Suhao guessed that the most curious thing about these people must be the salary. It's not much. A little over $3 million a year. The guy said calmly. Hiss. Zhao Wenbin and a few others sucked in a breath of cool air. After Niu Xiaojie told them that Suhao was promoted to executive director, they guessed that the salary might be 1 million per year, but they didn't expect it to be more than 3 million. Zhao Wenbin marveled. Niu, you're probably the highest paid among our classmates. Alas, we can't even make that much money in business. Xiao Yunpeng exclaimed. Lu Shang looked adoring. How really went to the peak of his life all of a sudden. Niu Xiaojie depressed. Our programmers. Damn, why are you so good? Now, Wang Dinglei, Miao Tongtong, a few female, also finally able to understand. Suhao, I can pick up such a beautiful girlfriend. Having a face and a lot of money, that's capital. Shin Yufa secretly said in her heart that if they knew that Suhao's paycheck this month was $50 million in bonuses alone, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Miao Tongtong sighed. More than $3 million a year. Awesome. Some CEOs of listed companies don't have such a high annual salary. I remember that the company Aha works for is the Hongsheng Group, right? It's considered a very powerful internet company. Zhao Wenbin thought about it. Yes, internet companies are so profitable these days. Xiao Yunping couldn't agree more. At this time, Su Hao remembered something and asked, "Right, brothers, do you know what Luo Jiang has been busy with recently?" I didn't get through even when I called him. A few of their roommates were in Yanbei for a total of 6, including Luo Jiang. But that day, Su Hao notified in WeChat that Luo Jiang had been diving, and later he called Luo Jiang without getting through. Da Jian, this guy hasn't contacted his brothers for a long time. I heard that this guy seems to have found a rich wife and got married. Zhao Wenbin said. So that's how it is. No wonder he doesn't contact us anymore. This kid is well off. Niu Xiaojie couldn't help but spit. Lu Sheng said, Luo Jiang is not that kind of person. He may not have traveled abroad. Su Hao nodded. He had a good relationship with Luo Jian when he was in college, and the two often played basketball together. Moreover, Luo Jiang is a person who emphasizes feelings, so he may not be able to contact him and may be busy with something. At this time, Wang Jinglei looked at Xin Yufei and asked curiously, Sister Fei, what kind of work do you do? I'm in the same company as our family. How? And I'm in the finance department. Xin Yufei had thought about it a long time ago. The phrase our family, how, made a room full of envious people. Su Hao was also a little happy, secretly saying that Xin Chick is really good, knowing to give herself a face. Although Xin Yufei was known as one of the 4 great beauties of the capital and had been featured in business magazines a few times, but for Zhao Wenbin, Qiu Yunpeng, and these people, those, were simply not the level of their concern. So they couldn't guess that Xin Yufei was a talented and domineering female president. At this time, Zhao Wenbin squeezed his eyes at Wang Jinglei. Wang Jinglei laughed. Su Hao, don't forget our previous rule. The first time you bring your girlfriend here, you have to tell us your love story. Which one of you two is going to tell it? Ha! Xin Yufei was stunned. This was something she didn't expect. Now Tong Tong hurriedly said, it must be little Fei who comes to tell the story. If they men tell the story, they must have added more fuel to the fire and it's not true. Yeah, Fei, why don't you tell us how you two got together? Zhong Yan chimed in. Yeah, we're all curious. He Shan nodded. Xin Yufei glanced at Su Hao, which meant to say, you didn't tell me in advance either. That Fei, just tell them about how we fell in love at first sight. Su Hao grinned. Xin Yufei laughed. In fact, the two of us together is also very direct. One day Su Hao sent me a confession Weibo, and the two of us got together. Confession tweets? Niu Xiaojie's eyes lit up and squeezed his eyes at Su Hao. Yikes, what kind of confession? Tell us about it. Wang Jinglei asked curiously. Niu Xiaojie puffed and laughed with a gloating expression. Xin Yufei directly told the 3 slurs that Su Hao had posted last time. Trying to drill wood in you to ignite this life. I am too straight in the desert, and you are the most round in the long river. It's not just the king's pesticide rankings I want to be on. It's you. Hearing Xin Yufei's description, the whole room couldn't help but laugh. Su Hao cried and laughed. This ice beauty was also too truthful. This was all told. Ha, how? You damn well have to treat me alone someday. Niu Xiaojie burst out laughing. Su Hao glared at him, thinking that I also invited you alone. Just you caused me to sign the contract of sale. Miao Tong Tong laughed. Aya. Su Hao, you're really good. Confessing your love is still so dirty. Yeah, Fei, this guy used such a dirty confession. Why did you still agree to him? Wang Jinglei was really puzzled. Zhong Yan nodded back, thinking that if a guy had sent her a text like that, she probably would have kicked that guy's ass. Xin Yufei explained, although it's a bit dirty, but I'm not angry. Who let me fall in love with Su Hao a long time ago? He's so handsome. A lot of girls in our company like it. Hearing her say this, Zhao Wenbin and a few others looked at Su Hao with a look of admiration and envy. What is this called? It's called manliness. He Shan was shocked. You liked Su Hao a long time ago? So you two are really considered to like each other. Love at first sight. Zhao Wenbin couldn't help but say. I'm kind of convinced. This kind of confession works? Yes. We can only look on and sigh. Qiu Yunpeng exclaimed. The corners of Su Hao's mouth rose as he said smugly. What's this? I brought her home that night and slept together. Now everyone was shocked. No way? Zhao Wenbin froze. Really? Are you blowing it? Qiu Yunpeng was also a bit unconvinced. Wang Jinglei puffed and said. Is it true? Just ask little Fei's sister. At this time everyone looked at Xin Yufei. Xin Yufei was a bit speechless. This guy Su Hao hadn't even drank yet. Why did he get carried away and start bragging? The key also brags about what's sleeping together. How embarrassing is it to tell such things? On the contrary, she couldn't refute it. and directly refuted it, thus making Su Hao lose face. But if she nodded her head and admitted it, wouldn't that make her look too unreserved and casual? However, Shin Yufa thought about it. She was originally pretending to be her girlfriend to give Su Hao face. It's not true, so let him show off in front of his classmates. Finally, Shin Yufa gently nodded her head, glared at Su Hao, and said, "You guy, this kind of thing is still outwardly spoken. Shame on you." Chapter 82, My Cat Can Do Backflips. Hearing Shin Yufa nod her head in acknowledgement, the room was stunned. How? Take my bow. Zhao Wenbin arched his hand. What's a relationship guru? That's a love guru. Xiao Yunpeng was convinced. Niu Xiaojia eyelids jumped. I did not expect that his own those flirty love words. So powerful. It seems that he has to write a little more of such flirty words in the tomato novel. Standing on the male's point of view, Su Hao became a master of flirting. But from a female perspective, Jingle Wang a few sighs. Little Fei you are really too stupid and infatuated. Have you been brainwashed by Su Hao's love words? Wang Jinglei asked with a smile. Well, it could be. This guy bureaucrats me and gets lightheaded. Shin Yufa smiled. Miao Tongtong puffed and laughed. Little Fei, so what reason did Su Hao use to bring you home? It couldn't be to tell you that my cat can do backflips. Do you want to come and see? Ha? Shin Yufa froze, not knowing how to answer this question. Su Hao hurriedly said, then you guys are underestimating me. How could I use this kind of reason? Then you damn well tell us about it. Zhao Wenbin came to his senses and smoked another cigarette. Su Hao said arrogantly, I told her at the time, I'm not willing to go back alone when it's so late. But, ha ha, that got the crowd laughing. But this time, no one pursued to ask if it was true, because everyone knew that this statement must be Su Hao bragging. At that moment, the wine and food came up and the waiter poured their drinks. Xiao Yunpeng immediately said, Hao, you came the latest today. Let's stick to the old rules, shall we? 3 glasses of wine? Holy shit, are you guys trying to get me drunk? Su Hao was stunned. They had always had a rule at their previous gatherings that the last one to arrive was penalized with 3 drinks. No, we didn't say we had to drink it, Zhao Wenbin said in a hurry. Come, I'll pour the Great Spirit a drink. Niu Xiaojie set 3 wine glasses directly in front of Su Hao and poured white wine. Those 3 glasses went down to at least half a pound of wine. Shin Yufa hurriedly said, honey, why don't I get you a drink? Whoa! Several people, Zhao Wenbin, exclaimed. Fei, you're hurting your husband too much. Jingle Wang laughed and teased. Yeah, it's their male business. We don't care about them. Miao Tongtong chimed in, where Shin Yufa was hurting Su Hao. She just thought that Su Hao might be unconscious after 3 glasses of wine. What should she say when she faces these classmates then? How embarrassing. No, you can't let your girlfriend help with these 3 drinks. Zhao Wenbin shook his head in a hurry. Su Hao directly patted Shin Yufa's hand and said, it's fine. Don't worry. 3 cups of wine. It doesn't matter. Hey, I say Hao. We all know how much you can drink. Your nickname 1 cup down. Remember? Lusheng gave a word of caution. Yes, our Mr. Su, you can also skip these 3 drinks. Niu Xiaojie gave a bad squeeze. That's right. You can skip the drinks. As long as you two. What about you two? Make love and show us. We'll waive the 3 drinks. Zhao Wenbin lit his cigarette and took an excited drag. Yeah, we don't have to force you to drink it. Do a little couples trivia and you don't have to. Xiao Yunpeng nodded. Wang Jinglei and Miao Tongtong glanced at each other. These familiar words were familiar to them. Su Hao's eyes lit up. He finally understood. The feelings of these livestock were waiting for him here. He had used this trick to tease Zhao Wenbin, Xiao Yunpeng and their girlfriends at previous parties. This time it's good. These people are starting to use this trick against themselves. These guys, though, wouldn't know that the amount of alcohol he was drinking now wasn't what he was drinking before. You still think I'm a fool? Su Hao's liver evolution upgraded super detoxification. Poison can be detoxified. A little wine is nothing? But Shin Yufa didn't know this, and hearing that she could make a game without drinking, she couldn't help but ask, what kind of game? Yikes, our little Fei has come to be interested. Wang Jinglei puffed and laughed. You guys tell us what games are out there. Miao Tongtong giggled. Su Hao was sweating a bit. This group of livestock still didn't know what methods they would come up with to fix themselves. Zhao Wenbin immediately laughed. We wanted to be fair and impartial, so we came up with 3 couple games for you to choose from. With that he picked up the large bunch of grapes from the fruit bowl. The first game is to tie this bunch of grapes around Su Hao's waist, and then you 2 youngsters cooperate to eat the grapes. As soon as Zhao Wenbin finished speaking, he couldn't even resist tapping the table. Shin Yufa's pretty face swished and blushed. So it was this kind of dirty couples game. Su Hao froze, protested, Wenbin. I protest. You are not generous. I let you and sister-in-law before play the game but eat bananas. How come it is my turn? Into eating grapes? What we eat, this is up to us. Your protests are null and void. Zhao Wenbin directly waved his hand. Wang Jinglei laughed. That's right. Who let you screw the two of us in the first place? Now it's your turn. Yeah, I should have known better. Ha ha. Miao Tongtong giggled. Xin Yufa sort of understand. The original before are Su Hao this guy compulsion others couple. This time he said goodbye to single. People do not compulsion you it. The key Su Hao didn't mention these things to himself before this. This guy is too hateful. But now that she was here, what could she do? Look at you people. Talking about Fei makes her blush. Zhong Yan couldn't help but say. Xin Yufa boldly asked. Aren't there 3 couple games? What about the others? Xiao Yunpeng immediately stood up and said. The second one I'll say. The second test of your love. That's for Ahao to lie down on the ground and do sit-ups. You sit on his lap. And every time Ahao gets up, the two of you make a boom. That's right. Just do 30 sit-ups. Zhao Wenbin clutched his cigarette and said smugly. Xin Yufa froze. Make a boomer? Wouldn't that mean she'd have to kiss Su Hao 30 times? How would that work? And the third? Xin Yufa continued to ask. Niu Xiaojie cleared his throat and said. What about the third couple's trivia game? I'll reveal it. What about the third game? That's for our Mr. Su to do push-ups, but it requires you to sit on his waist to do it. And it's not much. Just do 200. Wang Jinglei and Miao Tongtong both laughed as this game was once played by Qiu Yunpeng. 200? Xin Yufa froze. Although she and Su Hao didn't have any intimate behavior in this game, would it be a bit tiring to do so many push-ups at once? Who cares? It's not like he's tired. It's Su Hao's own fault anyway. Chapter 83, Truth or Dare. Xin Yufa directly and boldly said. Okay, then I'll pick the third game. Wow. Several of Zhao Wenbin's were up in arms and applauding. Su Hao saw the different expressions of these people. This was waiting to see his own joke? Okay, so you guys have the wrong idea about my fitness? Niu Xiaojie said. Our Su Xiao, when he was in college, his physical fitness was good. He had no problem doing hundreds of push-ups. That was during the school year. How would he have time to work out when he's on the clock? Lu Shan laughed. Xiao Yunpeng nodded and said. That's right, not to mention the fact that there's a person sitting on his back. How? You must hold on for a while. Remember, a man can't say no. Zhao Wenbin flicked the ashes of the cigarette in his hand. Su Hao laughed. Fine. If you want to see me make a fool of myself, but I will definitely let you down. Just hurry up and don't put words in my mouth. Niu Xiaojie hurriedly pulled his chair away to make room. Su Hao also did not squirm. Directly came to the front a plop, ready for the push-up action. Fei, don't worry. Come on up. He chuckled. I can sit on it. Xin Yufa sat on Su Hao's back after she finished speaking. She suddenly had a sense of excitement. Sitting on Su Hao's back, she had the feeling of driving a slave. And even more so, she had the illusion that Su Hao was in control of her own hands. Zhao Wenbin laughed. By the way, we just forgot to mention that if Su Hao can't do 200, you guys will buy me performances of French kissing. Ha? Xin Yufa was confused. But there was nothing else she could do. She could only hope that Su Hao would be able to stick to 200. Begin. Su Hao started doing it straight away. His current physical ability was not to mention 200 push-ups. Even 1,000 would not be a problem. At first, Niu Xiaojie and a few others were waiting for Su Hao to not be able to hold on, but they suddenly realized that Su Hao's speed of doing push-ups had not decreased, but instead accelerated. How is still human? Lu Sheng marveled. Looks like we lost count. Qiu Yunpeng was depressed. Zhao Wenbin also nodded, stubbed out his cigarette, and said, if I had known, we wouldn't have played this game. Xin Yufa was also surprised to see Su Hao's physical strength. Before long, Su Hao finished 200 push-ups. Holy shit, grandpa. Zhao Wenbin sat back in his seat with a few curses. Wang Jinglei laughed. This time it's okay, you guys are still thinking of looking at Su Hao's jokes. And you've been hit in the face by Su Hao's physical ability, right? TSK, Su Hao's physical fitness is so good. Fei, you're blessed. Miao Tongtong joked. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. The table then talked and drank and chatted. Especially this bottle of red wine. Worth 50,000 a bottle. Were savored. TSK, this 50,000 red wine tastes just awesome. This time we've dipped into Ahao's favor. Zhao Wenbin exclaimed. Come on you were just thinking of teasing our Su Xiao. Niu Xiaojie disliked it. Damn old cow. You dare to dislike me. Do you dare to come with me for 2 cups? Zhao Wenbin immediately took the initiative to provoke. Who's afraid? Just come. Niu Xiaojie was not a wimp, and the two of them directly drank 2 glasses. Wang Jinglei immediately proposed. I say you guys don't spike your drinks like this. How about we play some games? Yeah, if you guys drink like that, you'll all be down in a minute. Miao Tongtong agreed. Su Hao laughed. That's fine. Sister-in-law, what game do you say? How about truth or dare? I see there's a carousel on the table over there. Let's split into 5 groups. Whoever wins the lottery will have to choose truth or dare. Or of course not. In which case the guy gets a drink. Jingle Wang spoke a little. Okay, I agree. Zhao Wenbin was the first to support his girlfriend. Aha, I think it's good too. Xiao Yunpeng said. Miao Tongtong asked. Fei, what do you think? Xin Yuefei laughed. Since everyone is interested, let's play. Yes. So the table clapped. Zhao Wenbin took the turntable over and said, let's just take turns shaking the turntable clockwise. Well, what about this round? Lu Xing asked. There's no need to ask. Of course it's for little Fei's sister. Wang Jinglei put the turntable in front of Xin Yuefei. Ha, I'll do the spinning? Xin Yuefei was stunned. Su Hao nodded and said, come on, let's see who's bursting with luck in the first round. Okay then. So Xin Yuefei gently fluctuated the dial pointer, which turned. The pointer ended up pointing to itself unexpectedly. Whoa ow. Ha ha, the table erupted in laughter. Xin Yuefei was so embarrassed. What is this called? What is this? Moving a stone to stone your own foot? Zhao Wenbin said excitedly. Ah how? Accept this reality. Will you two choose truth or dare? Xin Yuefei looked at Su Hao with some embarrassment. Su Hao said directly and cheerfully. I choose to drink. Okay, you kids start drinking. Don't regret it. Xiao Yunpeng reminded. Su Hao directly poured a glass of white wine and then drank it all in one go. It turned out that their gang was still thinking that they could take the opportunity to tease Su Hao and Xin Yuefei, but they didn't realize that Su Hao chose to drink, so they could only give up. Xin Yuefei was a bit surprised to see Su Hao drinking so painfully. She was starting to get bold just now because of a few drinks. She quietly held Su Hao's hand under the table, wanting to express her apology. Anyway, now her identity is Su Hao's girlfriend. Touching her hand is normal. Su Hao was stunned. This is the first time Xin Yuefei shook her hand. What is this woman's eyes? What kind of look does this woman have in her eyes? He suddenly thought of the last time Xin Yuefei herself drunk in the office situation. She drunk will not be rolling on the ground again. Right? You drink less. Su Hao thought of this and came to Xin Yuefei's ear and whispered. Xin Yuefei's flushed and pretty face was especially nice, and when she heard Su Hao's words, she gently nodded her head, like an obedient little daughter-in-law. It was Zhao Wenbin and Wang Jinglei's turn in the next round, and the person in charge of shaking the turntable was Wang Jinglei. Hey, start. Jingle Wang turned the pointer quickly. Finally the pointer pointed to Miao Tongtong. Xiao Yunpeng depressedly said, ha, it's our group. What? How about you drink too? Miao Tongtong puffed and laughed. Xiao Yunpeng said generously, we're not drinking, so what are we afraid of? Let's see what tricks they can play. Okay then, let's go with truth. Miao Tongtong nodded. Yes, that got everyone else excited. Su Hao laughed. Sister-in-law, since you're the one who rocked the boat, you're the one to ask. Wang Jinglei was a bit hesitant, not knowing what to ask. Only Zhao Wenbin whispered in her ear. Wang Jinglei giggled at once. Tong, then I'll ask. Well, ask, how long did you and Xiao Yunpeng, both of you, spend plowing the land each time you did your homework? Chapter 84, Don't Worship Brother Too Much. Xin Yuefei had just taken a sip of tea and almost sprayed it out without holding back. Su Hao's roommates are really desperate to move and drive. Sure enough, when Wang Jinglei asked this question, the crowd laughed gloatingly. I knew it. Wenbin, you're a willful bastard. Xiao Yunpeng didn't have the good sense to say. When Miao Tongtong heard this question, her pretty face also blushed and she was a bit embarrassed. Su Hao immediately snapped. Oops, this is truth or dare. We must speak from the heart. Xin Yuefei cried and laughed, thinking that this guy, Su Hao, was also damaging enough. That's right, one must speak from the heart. Niu Xiaojie concurred. Miao Tongtong is not someone who can't take a joke. She gathered her courage and boldly said, what can't this be said? If you guys are so curious, let me tell you. We'll just be half an hour. Whoa! Everyone at the table gasped out in shock. Xiao Yunpeng was pleased to hear his girlfriend's answer. Su Hao immediately flirted. Old Xiao, what are you damned proud of? It's the whole process for half an hour, not you engine up for half an hour. But, ha ha. This time the crowd erupted in laughter again. Okay aha. Wait for it ha. You'll be miserable when it's your turn in a while. Xiao Yunpeng said in a depressed manner. I wouldn't worry about it. Hurry up with the next game. Su Hao said cheekily. The next person to shake the wheel is Xiao Jianyou and his girlfriend. Come on, watch me. Hossein has been stupid for a long time. She flicked the pointer, and, coincidentally, after it stopped, it pointed at Su Hao. Ha ha, how? I told you to fool around. Xiao Yunpeng gloated and clapped his hands. TSK, how? You won't be able to escape today. Zhao Wenbin squeezed his eyes and smiled. Xin Yufa wanted to laugh a little. Just now this guy Su Hao was undermining others, so soon it was his turn. Fear not, I can drink. Su Hao shrugged. No, we strongly prefer truth or dare. Xiao Yunpeng immediately stood up in protest. Yeah, can't drink all the time. Lusheng all came together. That's right, you just drank. You're still drinking. You can't drink continuously. Zhao Wenbin said approvingly. Su Hao cried and laughed. These guys, they just wanted to mess with themselves. Fine, drink or be drunk, then I'll choose to mean it, he said immediately. Okay, bull, ask him a powerful question. Xiao Yunpeng said excitedly. Yeah, bull, want me to think of one for you? Zhao Wenbin proposed. Niao Xiaojie shook his head and said, no need, I'm good at this, I'm a writer of online articles. Su Hao dryly coughed. Old ox, you damn well think clearly, you don't fall into my hands. Ha, how? You're damn threatening me. I'm not afraid. He. Niao Xiaojie had a teasing face. Xin Yufa was a little apprehensive and didn't know what questions would be asked, but she was also mentally prepared for the fact that the gang would definitely ask something too otherworldly. Niao Xiaojie immediately asked, how? My question is, who did you watch the latest action mini video with? Ha. Several people were laughing. Xin Yufa was instantly embarrassed that this was the problem. Su Hao cheekily said, this most recent one, well, it was me and her who watched it together. The guy said and took Xin Yufa by the shoulders. Hoo, ha, the table erupted in laughter. This time Xin Yufa directly blushed and her face burned. Wang Jinglei marveled. TSK, little Fei, your little couple is quite interested. TSK, what a loving young couple. Miao Tongtong covered her mouth with a smile. Xin Yufa blushed, but on the contrary, Su Hao was still telling the truth, so shy that her pretty face was dripping out. Su Shao, I'll kneel for you. Niao Xiaojie bowed with both hands. How? You are a role model for my generation. Zhao Wenbin gave a thumbs up. Come on, I'll toast to Hao. Xiao Yunpeng picked up his wine. Su Hao waved his hand and laughed. You guys don't worship brother too much. Xin Yufa was ashamed and indignant. This guy was too proud of himself. The next round continued to start, but Lu Shang and Zhang Yan didn't ask any oddball questions. As for Qiu Yunpeng and Miao Tongtong's round, the person they shook was Zhao Wenbin, and this guy Zhao Wenbin cunningly chose to drink directly, because he knew that Qiu Yunpeng would definitely fix himself. It was better to drink to be on the safe side. Soon, the turn had passed once, and the turntable was in Xin Yufa's hand again. Ha, one round so soon. Little sister Fei, it's up to you. Miao Tongtong laughed. Xin Yufa nodded and directly toggled the pointer, not expecting the pointer to end up pointing at Zhao Wenbin. This was all gloating and clapping. Zhao Wenbin just drank. Now he can't drink to escape. Okay, you guys are going to screw me over. Here's your chance. Zhao Wenbin knew he couldn't escape. Wang Jinglei laughed bitterly. Let's pick dare then. Miao Tongtong said. Alright then, Su Hao and Xiao Fei, you two think of a dare. Honey, this opportunity is for you, Su Hao said to her. Xin Yufa froze, and she was suddenly a little excited. Since they were all playing so openly, she had to think of something exciting, since she had just been made fun of herself anyway. Alright then, you two will show us the most common plowing positions you two youngsters use, Xin Yufa said boldly. Ha! Zhao Wenbin and Wang Jinglei were instantly dumbfounded. They thought they could dodge a bullet by picking a dare, but they didn't get away with it. The point was that they didn't expect Xin Yufa to play so big as well. Yes. Qiu Yunping's side clapped his hands. Niao Xiaojie's side tapped the table in excitement. Lu Shang was even laughing. Su Hao was also confused. He was surprised to look at the side of Xin Yufa. This is still pure jade ice beauty, so fast to enter the role. More than their own will play Ahem, can I have a drink instead? Zhao Wenbin said in a depressed manner. You drink my ass. What did you say earlier when I wanted a drink? Su Hao glared. That's right, just hurry up and don't ink. Xiu Yunpeng urged. Zhao Wenbin looked at his girlfriend Wang Jinglei and smiled bitterly. Wife, let's admit it. It's all on you. I'm out of luck. Wang Jinglei was also in tears. Still, both of them are very open. So next, Wang Jinglei went out of her way, and once she closed her eyes, she knelt down to the ground and then flopped down. Then Zhao Wenbin also walked over and knelt down behind her. Ow! Wow! Several people in Suhao were laughing their asses off. Now, it all made sense. And the homework these two usually used to do turned out to be the same. In the next instant, the guy Zhao Wenbin jumped up numbly. Then Wang Jinglei also stood up in a hurry, then covered her face in shame and exclaimed, "I have no face to see others." Chapter 85. Is this considered a forced kiss? Xin Yuefei was also affected by this atmosphere and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. If Suhao hadn't brought her to the class reunion, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to feel this kind of atmosphere for the rest of her life. Suhao twisted his head to look. This woman beside him smiled. It was really like a spring breeze. It was too good looking. The next truth or dare didn't even turn to Suhao's group, so it was considered very lucky. Played 2 rounds of this before stopping. Later on, it was Suhao and Zhao Wenbin, a few people, chatting incessantly. These chats are filled with unforgettable memories of school days and the hilarity of ordinary life. Xin Yuefei was also pulled into their little group of women called the Fairy Squad by Wang Jinglei. Because of the red wine, Xin Yuefei also let go of chatting with them. A drinking game was almost finished. At this time Wang Jinglei smiled and said, "Let's finally make a video." Suhao, remember the video we made at the last party, right? Of course I remember. How could Suhao forget that he was the only single dog at the last party? These guys took a shot at showing love and ended up having to drop chopsticks when it came to their own. At that time, this video Wang Jinglei posted to the top of the jitterbug, and made a few million likes it. This time you brothers all have girlfriends. Just in time for a full shot. Come on. Wang Jinglei took out her cell phone. What video? Xin Yuefei was a bit confused. Fei, haven't you ever seen one of those Shake Shack videos where a table eats and then abuses the single dog? Miao Tong Tong asked with a smile. I don't usually swipe on Shakeology. Xin Yuefei was telling the truth. Zhang Yan laughed. It's when the first few couples kiss and the last one is a single dog. And last time that single dog was Suhao. Kissing? Xin Yuefei was shocked. That's right. Now let's make another kissing video so it's complete. Wang Jinglei laughed. Xin Yuefei was a bit embarrassed. Making a video like this, wouldn't she be kissing Suhao? Suhao knew that this was a bit difficult for Xin Yuefei and said, "Why don't you stop filming? There's no reversal this way. Why don't you shoot? Why not? You two are still shy, aren't you?" Zhao Wenbin spat out a sentence. That's just it. Look at me and my daughter-in-law. We kiss when we want to. Zhou Yunping said and pulled his girlfriend over and gave her a kiss. Ooh. The crowd laughed. Miao Tong Tong grunted. You guy, your mouth smells like smoke. Then shoot. Xin Yuefei didn't know which one of her tendons had gone wrong and even said this. Suhao was also stunned. What is the ice beauty doing? Is it possible to really want to kiss? Good. Here we go. Wang Jinglei took her cell phone, and at first she and Zhao Wenbin grabbed the kiss. Then the video switched to Niu Xiaojie, and Niu Xiaojie and He Shan didn't wriggle out of it. It wasn't the first time anyway. Behind them were Lu Sheng and Zhang Yan. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then barfed. Then it was time for Zhou Yunping and Miao Tongtong, who boldly sent it up and barfed on it painfully. Xin Yuefei suddenly became nervous and had a feeling of shortness of breath. Su Hao was even more nervous than her. What should she do now? He also didn't know what Xin Yuefei was thinking in her heart. In the next instant, Wang Jinglei's cell phone camera arrived in front of Su Hao and Xin Yuefei. Xin Yuefei gritted her teeth and gave up. Anyway, it's not the first time she kissed Su Hao. The last time this guy got drunk and took away her first kiss. If she comes out now and says I can't kiss, won't this spoil everyone's fun? And this will also make Su Hao lose face. Xin Yuefei took advantage of the strength of the alcohol, directly stood up, and wrapped a hand around Su Hao's neck. Then her beautiful eyes closed, and she lowered her head and kissed over. Su Hao's eyes opened round. Holy shit, is this considered a forced kiss? Barf. Some warmth, some softness, some special aroma of red and white wine mixed together. That's how Xin Yuefei felt. The last time, she had been come on by Su Hao, and she was so angry at the time. Where would she feel anything? But this time it was different. This time it was on its own accord. Su Hao was the same, feeling a soft, jelly-like, indescribable sensation. He wasn't electrocuted, just inexplicably goosebumps. Su Hao said in his heart, Ice Beauty, this is too bold, right? She's not pretending to be her girlfriend and then role-playing herself all by herself, is she? Can't it be that she's had a crush on herself for a long time? Fell in love with herself long ago? If two people really make it true, then a year later still divorced? Will Ice Beauty give herself back the $1 million? So is meeting the parents next? And then follow Papa Shin's instructions to build a villain? At this moment, a series of questions surfaced in Su Hao's head, like a videotape switching rapidly. In the end, his last thought was that he was overthinking it. It's just a case of Ice Beauty being drunk, I guess. Alcohol is just a bad influence. At this time, Xin Yuefei gently raised her head, separated between her lips, and her eyes opened this time. Her clear eyes and Suhao met for a split second, full of shyness, and she couldn't help but avoid it. The next moment, her pretty face was red like a ripe peach. Hoo-hoo! The table couldn't help but applaud and cheer. Afterwards, Suhao's few people finished off the wine in their cups, and that was the end of the meal. A couple of the guys were so drunk they were wobbling as they walked. Only this guy Suhao walks in all directions, and Shin Yufa is stunned. This guy just drank so much wine, how come he wasn't a bit of a mess? She was puzzled in her mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ah how? Your damn drinking capacity has increased. Zhao Wenbin was convinced when he saw Suhao walking so steadily. He's not seeing your eyes. It's opening up. Xiao Yunping spat. People have to keep their heads up when they have homework to do in the evening, so they definitely have to keep their heads up. Niu Xiaojie smiled and teased. Suhao grinned. You guys just envy. Wang Jinglei laughed and shook her head, saying, a few of you have been drinking like this, and you're still hippie ing around. Suhao settled the bill and then sent Zhao Wenbin a few people. Among the several roommates, Zhao Wenbin, a few of whom have cars, have called for a chauffeur in advance. Only Niu Xiaojie didn't have a car and called a cab. In the end, only Suhao and Shin Yufa were left, and Shin Yufa shook her head and stared at Suhao. Come on, let's get in the car and go too. Suhao took her by the arm and prepared to go to the car. You don't call a valet? Shin Yufa gave him a blank look. That's a sports car. We can't sit in it even if a chauffeur comes. Suhao thought about it. Then you can't drive either. Let's take a cab too, Shin Yufa said quietly, her eyes a little sleepy, her upper and lower eyelids starting to fight. Okay, let's take a cab too. Suhao walked to the road on her arm. Hey, hubby, slow down. Shin Yufa muttered a sentence under her breath. It's over. It's over. It's over. Barbecue. The ice beauty is really drunk.